Transmigrating into Lik Kwan from young and dangerous, he was thrown into a suicidal mission by the Triad the moment he started, taking off Sha Pi's head. Too few men, too little money, no one willing to help, he could be played to death by his own people at any time. Just when he was driven into a corner, a system awakened. While others were still settling scores with blades, he began harvesting wealth through the stock market. While others were still fighting over territory, his business empire had already expanded across all of Hong Kong. The underworld refused to submit. He crushed them outright. While the Triad bosses were still muddling through the streets, he was already drafting the rules. Lik Kwan, what I walk is not the path of the underworld, but the path of survival. In the end, he realized that the whole of Fragrant Harbor was already beneath his feet. In 1983, on Hong Kong Island inside a private room on the second floor of Fook Wing Tea House in Wan Chai. Kwan, I've spoken to the Dragon Head about your promotion. He agreed. Fei Xiong, a founding elder of Hongxing, poured 2 cups of tea and pushed one toward the man opposite him. But there is one condition: you have to take back Sha Pi's fish market in Aberdeen. The man reached out to take the cup, feeling the lingering warmth against his fingertips, yet did not drink. He lifted his eyes and asked in return, will the Triad lend any support? His brows and eyes were sharply defined, his nose high and straight. He wore his hair in a neat short cut of floral shirt under a suit jacket. This was Lik Kwan, full name Qian Kwan. At this moment, however, he was still merely a low-ranking Fortinine of Hongxing, far from the future ruthless hero who would force Jiang Tianxing down from the Dragon Head's seat. Originally, we should be helping. Uncle Fei Xiong tapped the tabletop with his fingers, his tone full of helplessness. But the Dragon Head says that right now Camel of Tung Sing and Su Yin of Sun Qi are eyeing Wan Chai like tigers, so he can't spare enough men. And with Fat Lai fanning the flames from the side, the Dragon Head decided to have you handle Sha Pi on your own. Boss, you can't be serious. Lik Kwan frowned. No matter how well I fight with only that dozen or so men under me, we're no match for Sha Pi. I know. This really does put you in a difficult spot. Uncle Fei Xiong sighed and tried to persuade him gently. But the Triad's rules are there in black and white. When they assign you a job, you have to do it. If you refuse to go, not only will you lose your chance at promotion, the Triad's disciplinary punishment is also waiting for you. What damn Dragon Head? Lik Kwan slammed the teacup heavily onto the table, porcelain clattering noisily against the wood. Isn't he just trying to push Big B into the position? And he still wants me to go after Sha Pi. He doesn't know how strong Sha Pi is. Several Triads have gone after him before, and all got beaten back. Sending me to reclaim the fish market with no support from the Triad. Isn't that sending me to my death? It's obviously deliberate difficulty. They know I have no money and no manpower, that I can't possibly pull this off. If they don't want me promoted, they could just say, I know you're in a tough spot. Uncle Fei Xiong let out a soft sigh, then reached to the side and drew out a bulging brown envelope, pushing it toward Lik Kwan. There's 50,000 in here. It's my private savings from all these years. Take it and hire some men. As your boss, this is all I can do to help you. Lik Kwan glanced at the envelope, but did not touch it, and instead he picked up his teacup again. No need. Keep it for yourself. This is your retirement money. You're getting on in years. Business at the tea house isn't good, and your son is unfilial. You need to keep some money to protect yourself. With that, Lik Kwan drained the tea in one gulp. Uncle Xiong, enjoy your tea slowly. I'll think of a way on my own. I'll be going now. At the doorway he paused, then turned back to add, oh, and Uncle Xiong, don't call him Dragon Head anymore. Call him Mr. Jiang. Fei Xiong watched Lik Kwan's departing back and shook his head. This kid, it's like he's become a different person. No one knew that the Lik Kwan of this moment was no longer the Qian Kwan of the past. 3 months earlier, a soul named Qian had replaced him and arrived in this world. In his original world, Qian was utterly ordinary. Raised in a welfare home, after university, he joined a major corporation. In more than 20 years of life, his greatest hobbies were simply watching various Hong Kong Copan gangster films, fishing, and reading comics. That night, he was working overtime at his computer until late. Suddenly his vision went black and he fainted. As he collapsed, only one thought flashed through his mind. I haven't even collected this month's salary. When Qian opened his eyes again, he discovered he had become the major villain Lik Kwan from young and dangerous. Qian was astonished to find that Lik Kwan's manner of death was exactly the same as his own. Both died of sudden cardiac arrest from overwork. The only difference was that Lik Kwan died with a woman beside him, while Qian had only his computer. Only 3 days after transmigrating did Qian discover that this was a world where Hong Kong films were few. In this city, the Triads included not only Hongxing and Tung Sing, but also Wan Lok, Sun Qi, Hao Ma Bang, He Tu Lien He, and so on. More than 100 big and small societies spread across every district of Hong Kong Island. He even saw many familiar faces such as Chan Kakaway from Police Story and Inspector Yuan Hoyan from Hard. He saw a TV news segment interviewing senior police officers. The reporter was called Lok Weijin and the interviewee was named Li Wenbin. To avoid giving himself away, Qian spent some time thoroughly digesting the original body's memories. So damn unlucky. Lik Kwan cursed as he walked. I was planning to lie low and climb up slowly, but I didn't expect this to land on me so soon. I'll probably be killed by Sha Pi before the gun god of Wan Chai gets the chance to blow my head off. I wonder if dying again would send me back. If I hadn't been sent to Stanley Prison, I could at least borrow some money to tide things over. As a fellow transmigrator, when he looked at other colleagues, next door they were either Dragonhead's legislators, or at worst top enforcers of some society commanding thousands of underlings, calling the wind and summoning the rain, eating and drinking while basking in glory. Then he looked at himself, no strength, no background. In others' eyes, just a small-time nobody. He did not even have a system. It was truly a disgrace to transmigrators. Reaching the lobby downstairs, Lik Kwan called out to his underling Gao Jin to leave together. Gao Jin was the very prison warden from the film SBL2. 2 months earlier, Lik Kwan's fishing itch had flared up, so he went night fishing by the sea in Saikong. On the beach, he had found Gao Jin, who had snuck in by boat and was already injured and unconscious, and kindly took him to a nearby hospital for treatment, saving his life. After Gao Jin woke up, he had followed Lik Kwan ever since. As they stepped out of the tea house, they saw a chubby middle-aged man by the roadside looking remarkably like Uncle Tat flirting with a streetwalker. Seeing Lik Kwan come out, the fat man hurried over, face plastered with a fawning smile. "Brother Kwan, the boss was looking for you. Was it about your promotion?" "Yeah," Lik Kwan replied curtly. "Wow, that's great, Brother Kwan." Shui raised his voice excitedly. "That means you'll be a big boss from now on, even more impressive." "Impressive my ass." Lik Kwan glared at him. "The Triad wants me to take back Sha Pi's fish market." "What? Boss?" Shui was so frightened, he shook his head violently. "Don't drag me into that kind of thing. All I'm good for is gathering news on the streets and running errands for you. I'm no good at hacking people up. A Jin can go. Take him with you." He hastily pointed at the silently standing Gao Jin beside them. Gao Jin could only shake his head helplessly. "I know. You probably drop the knife as soon as you pick it up." Lik Kwan shot Shui a disgruntled look. "Head back to Lamton first. Check how much money is left in the accounts, and tell Sha Chong to have the brothers get ready." The original Lik Kwan had no turf of his own. He merely watched over a mahjong parlor in Kuntong's Lamton for someone else, and business was mediocre. On ordinary days, he scraped by on protection fees and lending money inside the mahjong parlor. After handing over the Triads cut each month and feeding his small crew, little remained. "Brother Kwan, you forgot," Shui said cautiously. "We just paid the Triad last week. There's less than 20,000 left in the accounts. That's nowhere near enough to recruit men." Lik Kwan turned to look at Gao Jin. Gao Jin silently nodded in confirmation. "Damn." Lik Kwan exploded, planting his hands on his hips, head lowered, speechless for a long time. Seeing that something was wrong, Shui ventured carefully, "Boss, if there's nothing else, I'll get going." Lik Kwan waved at him impatiently. Go, go, go." Shui fled as though granted amnesty. "Wait." Lik Kwan suddenly called him back. "Boss, what is it?" Shui asked, trembling. Lik Kwan instructed, "Go find the usury king and see if he can lend us some money." "Brother Kwan, that won't do. According to the usury king's rules, the interest compounds. Borrow 100,000, and in a month it becomes 130,000. Dealing with Sha Pi will take at least 300,000. If we get the money and manage to settle Sha Pi, that's one thing, but if we can't..." Lik Kwan cut him off. "Enough, I get it. Head back to Lamton first." "Oh, understood." Shui agreed and turned to leave. "This is big trouble. No money, no men, while Sha Pi has around 100 under him. Am I really going to end up dead in a gutter?" Lik Kwan raised his head helplessly to stare at the sky. At that moment, a cold electronic voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding. Detecting that the host is currently in crisis. Adapting to the host's world environment. System successfully activated. The novice gift pack has been delivered. Please check. If you have any questions, you may consult the system manual at any time. Lik Kwan froze for an instant, then wild joy burst forth in his eyes. I knew it. A transmigrator's standard equipment was never going to be late. Would the host like to open the novice gift pack now? "Wait a moment," Lik Kwan said silently in his heart. He turned to Gao Jin and ordered, "Jin, go back to the mahjong parlor first. I'll find a way to get the money." "All right, Brother Kwan," Gao Jin replied with a nod before leaving. Once Gao Jin was far enough away, Lik Kwan quickly slipped into a side alley. Walking to the far end and seeing that no one was around, he shouted excitedly in his heart, "System, open the novice gift pack. System, open the novice gift pack. Congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a personal space with dimensions 2m times 2m times 2, 5m, totaling 10 cubic meters and non-upgradable." Lik Kwan exclaimed, "Not bad, it will be much more convenient for storing things in the future. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Shisui Phage Wand and 1 Longjing Human Wand stored in the host. These are indeed precious treasures," Lik Kwan said as he immediately retrieved the pills from his space. The 2 pills gleamed with crystalline clarity, exuding a potent medicinal fragrance. He tilted his head back and swallowed the pill. Lik Kwan felt a surge of warmth coursing through his limbs, as though all his previous deficiencies were being replenished. Instantly, he felt newfound strength surging through his body. Hastily lifting his clothes, he discovered clearly defined muscles, and even an 8-pack on his stomach. Through the system, Liang Kwan learned that his strength and physical fitness had increased fivefold. "I'm going to take on 10 opponents," he declared. Congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced mastery in shooting firearms, blade techniques, hand-to-hand combat, and negotiation skills. Liang Kwan felt a slight spasm ripple through his body, the result of combined knowledge and muscle memory. Congratulations to the host for acquiring ultra-strong memory and dangerous pre-warning abilities. Congratulations to the host for acquiring ownership of the Night Paris nightclub, along with its business rights and property title in the Mong Kok section of Nathan Road. The system will announce that the previous owner, burdened with massive gambling debts and mismanagement, transferred it to the host with all certificates stored in the host space. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of professional skill cards comprising 10 advanced and intermediate vocational cards. These cards can be used by the host or given to others. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a box of the 2025 latest and most potent truth serum from the American CIA, containing 20 vials in total. All the aforementioned items have been stored in the host space. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the system manual. Liang Kwan lay on his bed reviewing the instructions of the Hongzone World Reverse Fate system. The system rules are as follows. The core tenet is to help the host shatter the fates and scripts of this world, transforming from a pawn into a master, rising from a minor figure to a titan of the era, and ultimately taking control of destiny. The system will not interfere with the host's normal actions and lifestyle. Should any situation conflict with the rules, the final interpretation belongs to the system. Why does that familiar scent arise? Liang Kwan muttered. Now the final item of the novice gift package has been granted to the host. In an abandoned building by the West Kowloon seaside, 5 million in illicit funds, stolen from a gold exchange during a gang robbery, was hidden by the gang leader, whose entire crew later perished in an internecine conflict. The illicit funds, packed in a black travel bag and buried beneath a heap of debris, await the host's retrieval. Liang Kwan chuckled. What a coincidence, this place is close by. He'll fetch it immediately. He vaguely recalled a recent robbery in which several armed bandits had raided 2 gold exchanges and a gold watch store. The police failed to apprehend anyone, as all had perished. Immediately, Liang Kwan set out, and soon reached the seaside, where he found the abandoned building. Following the system's guidance, he retrieved a hefty black travel bag from beneath a debris pile at its corner. He unzipped the travel bag to reveal bundles of neatly tied Hong Kong dollars. Alongside the currency, there were several gold watches, 2 Haisheng firearms, and a number of bullets. Liang Kwan examined one closely. Oh, and they are all Rolex watches. He selected the best conditioned one and put it on. As for these 2 Haisheng, Liang Kwan scanned his surroundings, and noticing no one was around, he picked one up and sniffed. It smells of gunpowder, used. The guns and bullets cannot be kept, they must be disposed of. He casually picked up a plastic bag, placed the 2 Haisheng firearms along with the bullets inside, added 2 bricks for weight, and then stored the entire travel bag into his personal space. Liang Kwan rose, exited the building, and once again scanned his surroundings. Assured of the safety, he proceeded to stand atop a large rock by the sea. Get out of here. Liang Kwan flung the plastic bag forcefully. It arced through the air and with a splash landed in the sea 100 meters away. It feels great to have more strength. Liang Kwan patted his hands in satisfaction and leaped off the rock. At that moment, the system's electronic voice sounded once again. The host has now received all the novice benefits. The system announced that it would bid farewell and proceed to serve the next client. What? Don't leave. What will I do if you go? Liang Kwan exclaimed in alarm. Remember, in this world, the most potent trump card is always the host himself. Best of luck, host. Goodbye. Soon Liang Kwan was left with nothing but silence as the system's voice faded away. After a moment of silence, Liang Kwan sighed. Well, it seems I must rely solely on myself. He meticulously examined the documents, cash, skill cards, and potion box in his space, and then turned to leave. Returning to the main road, he found a public phone booth and dialed the mahjong parlor. Hello, Shaqiang, it's me. Have Jin and Shui returned yet? A hurried voice answered through the receiver. Kwan go. Shui said the gang wants you to handle affairs at Sha Pi. The brothers are excited. Hurry back and take charge. Don't worry, I've sorted out the money. Tell the brothers to wait for my return. Goodbye. Liang Kwan hung up, then stepped out of the booth and walked to a nearby grocery store to buy a few craft paper bags. Finding an isolated corner, he focused his will and retrieved 500 Hong Kong dollars from his space, placing them into a bag. Then by the roadside, he flagged a taxi and said please to Kun Tong Lantian. Seated in the back of the taxi, Liang Kwan closed his eyes and feigned sleep and only opened them when the car stopped. He then entered the mahjong parlor and found it filled with players. Liang Kwan walked straight into the office and found Gao Jin, Shueda, and Shaqiang seated inside. Upon seeing him, the trio quickly stood up, exclaiming Kwan go. Liang Kwan tossed the craft paper bag onto the desk and asked, how is it? No troublemakers, and what about the others? None. The brothers are all keeping watch outside, they replied. After Shaqiang spoke, he asked Kwan go, is it true that the gang wants you to take action? Liang Kwan nodded and Shaqiang continued, will the gang provide any assistance? No, Liang Kwan replied, Uncle Feixiong said so. Then what should we do? With only a dozen brothers and no funds, handling this is impossible. If the gang blames us, Kowloon, you won't be able to bear it. The money is already sorted, now we only need to recruit capable individuals, Kowloon said, pressing his lips and pointing to the craft paper bag on the desk. He picked up the bag, retrieved $100 from it, and handed them to Sha Pi, saying, take these $100 and go find some bold combative souls who aspire to rise. Gather them to help me. Also make sure to tell the brothers to keep this strictly confidential and not spread the word, he added. Sha Pi nodded and turned to leave. Kowloon then looked to Triad and said, you also go out, gather some information, and recruit some people. Okay, Kowloon, I'll head out immediately, replied Triad. Triad nodded and departed. Qian, you guard outside. I need to rest a bit. Kowloon instructed Qian. Qian nodded. Kowloon sat deeply into the sofa behind the desk, buried in thought. So much had happened today, and he needed. According to the memories in his mind, his previous self made a living selling fishballs on the street at the age of 10 and joined the Hongxing gang in his teens following Fei Xiong. In 78, he gained prominence in the underworld by participating in the slaughter of the Chongqing gang's Lik Kwan and had now been a CGO in Hongxing for 5 years. It was through this incident of seizing the fish market that he truly established his position in the gang. If things continue like this, I will definitely end up on the same path as in the movies, going to Tsim Sha Sui in 85 to kill Chen Chi, then sitting in jail for 3 years, and when I come out, my territory will have been snatched away by that bastard be working for Jiang Tianxing and then forced to flee to Taiwan. After returning to Hong Kong, I managed to start a film company only to be schemed against by Jiang Tianxing, ending up as a pawn and facing a tragic demise. To be honest, Kowloon did not want to be a gangster, as his awareness before crossing over made him clear that this path mostly leads to tragedy. Just like what Ni Yongshao said in the movie Infernal Affairs, when you mix in this world, you always have to pay it back. For this reason, Kowloon had long since devised a plan for himself, first to rise to power, then strive to become a regional leader, and quickly accumulate capital using the platform of Hongxing. Thinking of the last words spoken by the system when it left, you are the most powerful golden finger in this world. Kowloon recalled the plots he had seen in his previous life through his strong memory and glanced at the items within the space. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. At that moment, Qian entered from outside. Brother Kowloon, Prince Go is here. Quick, invite him in. Before he finished speaking, a man strode in with a commanding presence, exuding an aura like a tiger. It was the war god of Hongxing, the leader of the Tsim Sha Sui territory, Prince Gonjitai. What brings Prince Go to this little place of mine? I, Kowloon, am truly honored. Kowloon stood to greet him. Qian, hurry and make tea for Prince Go. Kowloon, what's this? Aren't you welcoming me? Not at all. For Prince Go to come is giving me face. How could I dare to keep you outside? Come sit down and have some tea. Oh, let's chat properly. Kowloon warmly invited. Prince Go sat down. Kowloon, we brothers don't play games. I heard the gang asked you to collect the fish market at Sha Pi. Is that right? Prince Ge's news is indeed well informed. My boss Fei Xiong also informed me. You found out quite fast. Kowloon poured a cup of tea for Prince Go, saying, drink up. I also heard that Mr. Jiang gave to be a sum of money to ensure he does his job well. How did you get this information? Kowloon asked in surprise. A subordinate of Debi called Shanji was flirting in my venue and got drunk, spilling the beans. Kowloon scoffed. Debi's subordinates are quite talented. They dare to talk about such things outside. Why not? Happy to hear this news. I heard the gang hasn't prepared anything for you. How could I dare to complain? How the leader considers is his business. How could I say anything? In his eyes, I'm not an insider. I'm not either. Prince Go lifted his teacup and said meaningfully. Kowloon looked at Prince Go, who also gazed back at him, and suddenly both burst into hearty laughter. Ha! The laughter shook the entire office. Prince, do you know? This is the best news I've heard today. Kowloon laughed so hard that tears came out. Ha, didn't expect it, did you? Prince Go put down his teacup and laughed. I truly didn't expect it. You Gonjitai, the war god of Hongxing Prince. You also aren't favored by the leader. What war god? Prince Go scoffed. Why do you think I was pushed into Tsim Sha Sui? Wasn't it just using me as a cannon fodder? But Kowloon, can you really hold back your anger? Prince Go, to say I'm not angry would be a lie. Whenever the gang has business, I'm always at the forefront. Now that I have a problem, there's not even anyone to speak for me. Debi, that bastard, joined the gang at the same time as me. The leader helps him, but not me. What do you think I should think? So I came. Prince Go said, you're coming to help me. How are you going to explain this to the leader? Kowloon, what does he think? I don't care. I only know that when the gang wanted me to set up a flag in Tsim Sha Sui, you Kowloon were the first to step forward to help me. Prince Go said with great authority. I must remember this. I, Prince, am not someone who forgets loyalty. I will repay any kindness. Kowloon's eyes turned red, and he stood up tightly, hugging Prince Go. Brother, let's not say anything else. From now on, your prince's business is my Kowloon's business. All right, I have matters to attend to. I'll leave. First notify me when the time comes. Prince Go patted Kowloon's shoulder and turned to leave. Qian see Prince Go off. Watching the two leave, Kowloon sighed. Prince is indeed a person of deep loyalty. Such a person is worth forming a deep bond with. Prince Guest's arrival also reminded Liang Kwan that relying solely on these subordinates was far from enough. Now that he had a nightclub, it was time to recruit more manpower. With Prince Gaojin and Sha Chong recruiting personnel, the fish market at Sha Pi should not be a big problem. He immediately felt a wave of relief. The troubles that had plagued him all day could finally be resolved. Liang Kwan took a cigar out of the desk drawer, lit it, and took a satisfying puff. At that moment, Shueda rushed in from outside. Brother Kwan, good news. I found a fierce person. He said as long as the price you offer is high enough, he can single-handedly help you secure Sha Pi. Who is it? When did such a fierce person appear in the underworld? How come I didn't know? Liang Kwan was taken aback. He's from the Numbers Gang. He said his surname is Wu, called Wu Zhaonan. Who? Liang Kwan didn't react immediately, but suddenly a person flashed through his mind. Damn, isn't that Ad Money brother? Kwan, do you know him? Shueda asked in confusion. I do. He's notoriously greedy in the underworld. As long as you're willing to pay, he can help you with anything. His rule is if you come to him, you must pay, whether he does it or not, you still have to pay, not a single word less. As long as you're willing to add money, he guarantees the task will be completed beautifully. Should we still take him? Shueda asked. Of course, how could we not? Where else can we find such a fierce person? It's just a matter of paying a bit more. After saying that, Liang Kwan threw a cigar and a roll of Hong Kong dollars to Shueda. This is for you, go use it. Shueda quickly took the cigar and money, and upon seeing the amount, immediately stuffed it into his pocket, grinning from ear to ear. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. All right, go out now. Don't disturb me unless it's important. Liang Kwan waved his hand, dismissing Shueda. Got it, boss. You take your time to rest. I'll guard outside. After Shueda went out, his boasting voice faintly came from outside. Did you see? Premium cigars. Brother Kwan rewards me for working hard. As long as you all work like me, the boss won't treat you poorly. Liang Kwan listened to the commotion outside and couldn't help but smile. This old guy is really. It seems that after decades of being a CGO, he still has some use. After sitting for a while, Liang Kwan felt there was nothing to do and decided to check out that nightclub, calling Gaojin to prepare. When leaving, he instructed Shueda to inform Sha Chong that if he recruited personnel, they should get ready and notify him when it's time to work. Kwan, where are we going? Gaojin asked. Let's go to Mongkok. There's a nightclub there. The owner is crazy about gambling and is preparing to sell it. I'm going to see if I can take it over. Liang Kwan woke up with a splitting headache. Damn, I shouldn't have drunk so much yesterday. Last night, he had arrived at the nightclub with the intention of inspecting its business, but a bit too excited, Liang Kwan ended up drinking more than he intended under the persuasion of the waitress, not even remembering how he got back. After a hasty breakfast at a tea restaurant downstairs, Liang Kwan hurried to the mahjong parlor to check on how the recruits recruited by Sha Chong were doing. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the mahjong parlor, a few younger brothers saw him and rushed over. Brother Kwan. Have a Jean and the others arrived yet? Brother Jean and the others are inside waiting for you. Liang Kwan glanced at a few of them and took out 1,000 Hong Kong dollars from his pocket, handing it over. You guys take this and share it. Work hard, and I, Liang Kwan, will not treat my brothers unfairly. The leading younger brother took the money gratefully, saying, Thank you, Brother Kwan. We will definitely work hard. Liang Kwan nodded and walked straight into the mahjong parlor's office. Gaojin was sitting on the sofa, while Shueda was sprawled on the table, scribbling something, seemingly absorbed in his work. Liang Kwan walked over and slapped Shueda on the back of the head. Not doing your job properly, and instead gambling on horses. Shueda jumped in shock, turning his head to see Liang Kwan, and quickly defending himself. Boss, I'm not gambling on horses, I'm studying the lottery. Your 13th sister has already entrusted me to keep an eye on you, not letting you gamble. Liang Kwan made a scissor gesture in front of Shueda. If I find out you're gambling, you'll cut off that thing of yours. That dead girl only knows how to control me. Shueda, what are you saying? Liang Kwan glared at him. Got it, boss. Shueda shrank his neck. I won't gamble. Sha Chong walked over, saying, Brother Kwan, the people have been found. Over 80 blue lanterns, all are brave and willing to fight. Including our dozen or so brothers, there are more than 100 people. Liang Kwan thought for a moment and asked, how much did it cost? 500 per person. Then for those recruited from outside, give each 1,000. Oh, and for our own brothers, 2,000 each. On the day of the work, those who perform well will receive extra rewards. Go tell them. Brother Kwan, isn't that price a bit high? A great reward will surely attract brave men. Without this, who among the younger brothers would be willing to fight? Go handle it. Liang Kwan said decisively. Sha Chong nodded and turned to leave. Soon cheers erupted from outside. Liang Kwan lay back on the sofa with satisfaction, thinking, with the people I have under me plus those from the prince's side, and Gaojin and brother Jia Qian. With this lineup, I could plant my flag in Mongkok. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to quietly ask Gaojin, what do you think of that nightclub from yesterday? I took a close look. That nightclub has a liquor license, and the clientele is good. Many people go there to have fun. I also asked the one in charge. It's from the Chong E Society's 19. Gaojin replied. 19. Liang Kwan frowned, recalling he couldn't remember this character. Forget it, must be a minor role. By the way, don't mention anything about the nightclub to anyone. Wait until I deal with the Sha Pi and secure my position before we talk. Gao Jin nodded, indicating he understood. Just as Liang Kwan was about to stretch, he noticed Shui leaning in with a mischievous grin. Brother Kwan, I have a feeling that I'm going to get rich this time. With your shabby look, how could you get rich? If you do, we'll write my name backward, Liang Kwan scoffed. Shueda became anxious, waving the piece of paper in his hand. Boss, don't doubt me. I have a feeling this time it's definitely going to hit. Liang Kun's heart stirred vaguely, recalling that this old fellow seemed to have really won a prize. Could it be this time? So he made up his mind. Where is that Wu Zhaonan you mentioned? Oh, he usually hangs out at the tea restaurant on Temple Street, waiting to take business. Then let's go, lead the way, let's have a talk with him. Liang Kwan stood up, taking Gao Jin and Shueda with him as they left. Before leaving, he instructed the younger brothers to call him if anything happened. At 47, Chaiwan Village Road, Ujiang Tiansheng's mansion. On the terrace of the mansion's second floor, a middle-aged man in his 30s was sipping coffee. He had distinct facial features, sharp eyes that exuded a commanding presence without anger, revealing the aura of a stable and powerful boss. Jiang Tiansheng of the Hunghangs by Zhishan Shun Yao walked over, saying, Mr. Jiang, there's news from outside that a Kwan is recruiting soldiers and has already gathered over 100 people. Where did he get the money? Wasn't it said he didn't have much? Did he borrow from his sworn brother Ba Bai? Jiang Tiansheng put down his coffee. I asked around. Ba Bai got into trouble and went to Chaiwan, so it shouldn't be him. But Liang Kwan comes from a fishball-selling background and has been in the game since he was a teenager. Fei Xiangshu mentioned that Liang Kwan has a good business mind, so this money must be what he has saved up over the years. Chen Yao analyzed. In that case, let's not interfere with him. Jiang Tiansheng took a sip of coffee. If he succeeds, many things can be brought in from the fish market, so let him rise. If things don't work out, the society won't suffer much loss, and it's just right to put some pressure on him. But I've received word that the prince has gone to find him. Should we? Jiang Tiansheng's expression turned cold. His calm tone revealed no warmth. We both know what kind of person the prince is. Can we stop him? After all, he's the local leader. If we try to forcibly stop him, it might backfire. So if Liang Kwan rises, will he really be given a red stick? Chen Yao asked. There are many positions in the society, not just one red stick, Jiang Tiansheng replied meaningfully. Chen Yao understood and did not ask further. Liang Kwan and the others arrived at Temple Street, looking at the bustling scene, and Liang Kwan couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder it's Temple Street. It's countless times better than that broken place in Kuntong. Once I rise, I will definitely make my name here. Liang Kwan turned to Gao Jin and asked, Jin, you will help me write? Gao Jin didn't say much, but his expression spoke volumes. As the two were talking, they passed by a lottery outlet and Shueda rushed in. I want to buy a lottery ticket. After Liang Kwan waited for him to finish buying, he said to the clerk, based on the 6 numbers he just bought, give me an additional 100 tickets. Wow, Brother Kwan, what do you mean? Shueda exclaimed in shock. Didn't you say this ticket is a sure win? I'm just riding on your good luck. Riding on good luck doesn't have to be like this. What if it doesn't win? I believe in you. Liang Kwan patted Shueda's shoulder. If it really wins, I'll gift you a flat. Then he turned to Gao Jin. Do you want to buy a few tickets too? Also ride on Das good luck. Gao Jin thought for a moment and also bought 10 tickets. However, Liang Kwan saw Shueda there with his hands clasped, muttering prayers. Jade, Emperor, Buddha, Guanyin, God, Jesus, bless me, I must win. Liang Kwan found it amusing to see him like this and threw his arm around Shueda's shoulder. Let's go, it's time to get down to business. The three walked to the street corner and Shueda pointed ahead. Brother Kwan, that's it. Liang Kwan saw a restaurant named Wu GT Restaurant ahead. Is this his place? Yeah, I heard he opened it himself just for convenience and taking business, so there's a fixed place to find him. Let's go in. Liang Kwan led the two into the tea restaurant. Inside, the air was filled with smoke, and men with dragon and tiger tattoos came and went, mixing foul language with the clattering of dishes, creating an incessant uproar. Liang Kwan fanned the air in front of him, the smell of cigarettes and sweat mixing in the atmosphere. This smell is quite strong. Where are the people? Liang Kwan turned to ask Shueda. Over there, Shueda pointed and then shouted, Brother Nan, our brother Kwan is looking for you. A man in the tea house reading a newspaper stood up upon hearing the noise and walked over to the two of them. Let me introduce Brother Kwan. This is Wu Zhaonan, Brother Nan. Brother Nan, this is our boss, Brother Kwan. Jia Qian extended his hand, shaking hands with Liang Kwan. Nice to meet you. I'm from the number gang Wu Zhaonan. Hello, Hong Xing, Liang Kwan. Liang Kwan responded with a handshake. Liang Kwan scrutinized the man before him, who was burly with well-defined muscles in his thick arms, calloused hands, and large knuckles, clearly someone who practiced martial arts regularly. The rumors in the underworld are indeed true. Wu Zhaonan, Brother Nan, you are truly a formidable person, Liang Kwan praised. Wu Zhaonan gestured for Liang Kwan to sit beside him. Brother Kwan, you flatter me. I already understand your intentions. I presume your little brother has informed you of my rules. My price is quite high, and whether the matter succeeds or not, you must pay regardless. I understand the rules. So how much do you want? Qian Gu extended his left hand, fingers spread wide. Cash 50,000. Liang Kuan chuckled, 50,000. Given Brother Wu's reputation in the underworld, that's too low. How about this? He'll double it to 100,000. 100,000. Gasps filled the room. What's going on? 100,000. Brother Liang is offering 100,000 to ask Brother Wu for help. Instantly, the entire tea house erupted with almost everyone crowding around. Boss, do you need more people for the job? Brother Kuan, I'm very capable, let me help. Brother Kuan, look at me, I'm quite strong. Quiet. Wu Zhaonan shouted. Let's hear what Brother Kuan has to say. Liang Kuan leaned back against his seat in the tea house facing the crowd. In a few days I need to do a job for the gang. It will involve bloodshed. I need manpower, those willing to help me step forward. As for the payment, you won't be shortchanged. Upon hearing this, the crowd grew even more excited, clamoring, Brother Kuan, how much is it per head? Liang Kuan glanced at Shueda, who understood, and loudly announced, Brother Kuan said that anyone willing to help him will receive 1,000 each. The tea house erupted into chaos as everyone rushed forward, fearing they might miss this opportunity. Seeing the scene getting chaotic, Liang Kuan stood on a table and declared loudly, I'll provide the funds, you all provide the effort, a fair deal. If you want to help me, I have conditions. I don't want those who are cowardly and afraid of death. I don't want those who fish in troubled waters. I don't want those who are afraid to wield a knife. The most important point, Liang Kuan emphasized each word, I don't want any traitors. Liang Kuan scanned the crowd. This is the rule, my word stands. Who agrees? Who disagrees? His commanding voice intimidated the crowd, gradually dispersing them until only a dozen remained around Liang Kuan. Looks like it's just these people. Shui to take down their names and pay half the deposit now. Liang Kuan tossed 2 rolls of Hong Kong dollars to Shueda. Shueda received the money. Everyone come over, write your names, and after you finish you'll get paid. 2 young men were sitting at a table in the corner of the tea house. One of them, resembling the famous singer Lu Tianwang, said to the other, Brother Hua, should we go? It's 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. Let's forget it, Uncle Sun might call us for work at any moment. Every time Uncle Sun calls us for work, he only gives us 100 or 200, but Brother Kuan is different. He offers 1,000. When have we ever earned this much money? I've told you the matter is with Uncle Sun. Uncle Sun, you followed that old man for so long, done so much for him. Has he ever helped you rise up? At this point, neither of the 2 young men, Ahua and Wu Ying, were anything more than small-time thugs in the Mongkok area. I don't care. If you don't want to earn this money, I do. Wu Ying said, standing up and leaving. Ahua reached out, but couldn't stop him, letting out a sigh. Liang Kuan was chatting with Wu Zhaonan when he suddenly heard someone beside him say, Brother Liang, do you think I can help you with the job? Liang Kuan turned to look and his eyes brightened. Wasn't this the song God? He asked, Kid, what's your name? I'm Wu Ying with Brother Hua. Brother Hua, who is this kid? Liang Kuan asked in confusion. Ahua, I know him. He usually works for Uncle Sun at our number gang. But doesn't he have a boss? Liang Kuan turned to Wu Ying. I only want those who are not under anyone. If you want to help me, you need to speak to your boss first. Brother Hua and I are both free agents. We haven't pledged yet. Wu Ying quickly explained. What's going on? Liang Kuan looked at Wu Zhaonan in confusion. I'm not too clear either. Oh, anyway, these 2 kids have been with Uncle Sun for several years now and still haven't joined formally, but Ahua here is quite impressive. Yes, Brother Kuan, Wu Ying said indignantly. Brother Hua and I have followed that old ghost for years. Every time we work, he gives us 100 or 200, and sometimes he doesn't even pay. That old ghost says that one must have loyalty in this world, and working for the boss means not to think too much. Brother Hua is a blockhead. He insists that Uncle Sun has been good to him, so he refuses to leave. Still talking about loyalty. Where's that Ahua? Is he here? Call him over. Liang Kuan became intrigued. Brother Hua, come over, Brother Kuan is calling you. Wu Ying shouted loudly. Ahua reluctantly walked over from the side, greeted, Brother Liang, Brother Nan. Looking at this face that closely resembled Lu Tianwang, Liang Kuan finally remembered, oh, it's them. Come sit. Liang Kuan invited Ahua to sit down. I heard you're quite capable. I'm not as impressive as Brother Nan says, I'm just a small fry. Ahua replied. Liang Kuan got straight to the point and asked Ahua, when you're in this line of work, don't be too modest. Brother Nan has high standards. If someone like him thinks highly of you, it proves you have some skills. So do you 2 brothers want to come work with me? Ahua hesitated, unsure of what to say, while Wu Ying quickly nudged him. Seeing this, Liang Kuan took out 50,000 Hong Kong dollars from his bag and tossed it to Ahua. Here, take this and use it. Ahua looked at the money in his hand, showing a hint of emotion on his face. Thank you, boss. Wu Ying quickly followed suit and shouted, boss. Liang Kuan then took out another 20,000 and tossed it to Wu Ying. This is yours. From now on, you 2 brothers will follow me and help me with my work. Wu Ying received the money, his eyes actually turning red as he choked. After all this time in this line of work, aside from Brother Hua, you are the only one who's been this good to me, Brother Kuan. I swear from now on I'll do whatever you ask. Whoever dares to touch you will have to step over my corpse. All right, big man, stop crying. You 2 come with me, let's go eat. After saying that, Liang Kuan stood up and handed Wu Zhaonan another 100,000. Brother Nan, I'll leave that matter. Brother Kuan, don't worry. Since I Wu have taken the money, I will ensure the job is done perfectly. Take care, and I'll treat you to tea another day. Liang Kwan called over Gao Jin and Shueda beside him. Jin Ada, let's go. Shueda hurried over, noticing Hua and Wu Ying. Boss, who are these two kids? Oh, Hua and Wu Ying, they'll be with me from today onwards. Upon hearing this, Shueda immediately put on a senior demeanor. Hua and Wu Ying, right. I'm Shueda, this is Gao Jin. You can call him Jingo and me Uncle Da. If you have any questions working under Brother Kwan, just ask me. Hua politely greeted the two, while Wu Ying handed a cigarette to Shueda and Gao Jin. Uncle Da, please take care of us brothers in the future. After finishing their meal, the group stepped outside, and Liang Kwan asked, it's still early, where shall we go for a stroll? Brother Kwan, I heard there's a boxing match in Sha Tin, how about we go watch it? Shueda suggested. Liang Kwan agreed, and they headed towards the underground boxing arena in Sha Tin. The underground boxing arena was located in a secluded factory area of Sha Tin. When Liang Kwan and the others arrived, the factory was bustling with people, and a boxing ring was set up in the center of the venue. Not far from the boxing ring stood a sign that crookedly read, betting. It's really lively here, so many people. I wonder who is fighting today. It's my first time here, and I'm a bit excited, said Wu Ying. Alright, let me go ask. You two stick close to the boss. Shueda swayed as he walked to the side. While Liang Kwan was scanning the surroundings for familiar faces, a voice called out to him from nearby. Hey Kwan, you're here. Turning around, Liang Kwan saw Da Bi with a few of his men, including Chun Haonan along with Prince and Chen Yao. Damn, how did this guy also show up? Though unwilling, Liang Kwan still approached Da Bi. Prince Yao, what brings you guys here? There's a boxing match today between our gang and Dongxing. We're here to support. Oh, looks like I have to support our gang well today. At this moment, Prince saw Hua and Wu Ying. Kwan, are these your new little brothers? Just got them, they're quite clever. Quickly greet the three big brothers, Liang Kwan said to Hua and Wu Ying. This is Prince, the battle god of Hongxing. This is Yao, the fan of the gang and Mr. Jiang's trusted aide. This is Brother B, my good brother. Liang Kwan introduced Hua and Wu Ying. Prince Yao, Brother B, Hua and Wu Ying respectfully greeted the three. Good, the gang needs newcomers like you. Chen Yao said, then turned to Liang Kwan. The gang isn't backing you this time. Don't blame Mr. Jiang. No problem, it's Mr. Jiang's decision. I can handle it, besides Prince is here to help me, and I have such capable brothers. Liang Kwan patted Hua and Wu Ying on the shoulders. Wu Ying, being patted, puffed out his chest, trying to show. At that moment, Shan's chicken standing behind Da Bi suddenly let out a snicker so silly. Wu Ying heard this and glared. Hey, what did you say? Da Bi turned back and glared at Shan's chicken. Kwan will head up first. He turned and led Chun Haonan and the others away. Chen Yao nodded at Liang Kwan and followed. Liang Kwan watched their departing figures, a hint of sarcasm appearing at the corner of his mouth. Prince walked over and asked, did you know they were coming here today? How would I know? I just heard there's a boxing match here, and who knew I'd run into them? What a stroke of bad luck. Liang Kwan cursed. At that moment, Shueda walked over, still cursing. You damn unlucky girl. Why aren't you at home behaving, running? Liang Kwan looked and found that besides Shueda, two girls around 16 or 17 were following him. They were Shueda's daughter Shan Mei and her friend Arun. Aren't you going to introduce someone so impolite? Brother Kwan, Prince, Brother Jin. Shan Mei and Arun greeted the three, and upon seeing Wu Ying and Hua, turned to Shueda and asked, Dad, who are these two? Oh, they're Hua and Wu Ying, just like your dad. They are Brother Kun's subordinates, Shueda answered. Brother Hua, Shan Mei and Arun immediately greeted the two. Hua smiled and nodded while Wu Ying grinned widely. Uncle, your daughter is much smarter than you, and she's so pretty she clearly takes after her sister-in-law. Luckily, she didn't. You little brat, what did you say? Watch out, or I'll beat you. Shueda immediately lunged at Wu Ying, and the two started playfully tussling. Liang Kwan looked at Shan Mei. Why aren't you two studying properly at night school? What are you doing here? There's a boxing match with Kola today, so we came to watch. Shan Mei said, and Arun nodded beside her. Kola, the one from Dongxing. Who is he fighting? Liang Kwan looked at Prince. Our gang's Atai. He's supposedly recommended by Da Bi to Mr. Jiang. Of what can he recommend? It seems our gang is destined to lose this time. Liang Kwan showed a look of disdain. Not necessarily. Atai is quite capable. Let's go up, Prince called to Liang Kwan and the others. The group went up to the second floor stands, where they spotted Da Bi and Chun Yao sitting not far away. The boxing match downstairs had just finished a round, and the gamblers were clamoring to settle their bets. At that moment, the announcer called next match, Hongxing Atai versus Dongxing Kola. Shan Mei instantly became excited, grabbing Arun's hand. Kola is going to get on stage. Kola is going to get on stage. She looked like a young girl in love. Liang Kwan saw this and chuckled, shaking his head. The match began, and the two fighters on stage exchanged blows fiercely, creating an intense atmosphere. Prince and Liang Kwan stood beside the railing on the second floor, watching the boxing ring below. Kwan, who do you think will win this match? Liang Kwan remained silent, handing a cigar to Prince and calling over Gao Jin. Take a look and tell Prince who you think will win. Gao Jin observed for a while. Brother Kwan, Kola is definitely. Why? Prince asked with interest. Prince, since the match started, Kola has been defending, rarely countering. This is actually a strategy in the ring. In boxing you have to hit your opponent for it to count it, otherwise it's just waste. Now look at that, Atai always attacking, but his punches are landing on Ali's arms, not effective at all. After a few rounds, when he tires out, Kowloon will counterattack, and then Atai will definitely lose. Prince shook his head. That shouldn't be. Atai isn't usually like this, he knows how to box well. Then, maybe to be told him something, maybe to let him win handsomely. So that Mr. Zhang has some face. Lik Kwan took a puff of his cigar and glanced at Bi and Chun Yao sitting nearby. It looks like within 5 rounds Atai will definitely lose. Gao Jin added. Lik Kwan suddenly turned to Shueda and asked what are the odds for this match. Shueda looked confused. Brother Kwan, didn't you say not to gamble? I'm asking you what the odds are. I don't believe you didn't find out clearly. Atai pays 3 to 1, Kowloon pays 2 to 1. Go on, may buy me 300 on Kowloon. I'll share a little with you later. Lik Kwan pulled out cash from his bag and handed it to Sinmei. And give you 5,000 to buy Atai? A Kwan, isn't that a bit inappropriate? What if Bi and the others find out? Prince hesitated, glancing at Bi and the others. What they think is none of my business. I'm not their dad. Crown Prince, what use is a match that is plainly lost? Lik Kwan drawled. The club treats me like this, I might as well take something home and secure the profit. You should buy a little too. Lik Kwan turned to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince forced an awkward smile. A Kun, you know I'm short of funds. You lack what I possess, Lik Kwan replied. Lik Kwan looked at Sinmei and instructed her. Sinmei, stake 300,000 for the Crown Prince, the same as me. Bet on Kale. This, isn't it a bit improper, a Kun? The Crown Prince hesitated. You came specially to help me, there's nothing improper about it. It's just a token of goodwill. Lik Kwan waved his hand, then looked at Gao Jin and the others. If you want to bet, follow suit. Gao Jin shook his head, but Wu Ying brimmed with eagerness, and Triad could not contain himself. Seeing their expectant faces, Lik Kwan waved them off. Go quick and come back. A few of them snatched their money and dashed down to the betting stall. Below, the match in the boxing ring continued. 1 round, 2 rounds. By the third, Atai's assault had lost much of its earlier ferocity. Kale seized the opening and launched a counterattack. He began with several fierce side kicks that struck Atai's calves, then followed with a left-hooking power punch that smashed into Atai's face. Atai stumbled backward. Kale, smelling victory, pressed on relentlessly. A few heavy blows sent Atai crashing to the canvas, unable to rise. A chorus of hisses rose from the crowd, curses mingling with cheers. Kale wins. Sinmei bounced about with joy while Triad hurriedly warned, silly girl, hurry down and collect the money. Right. Sinmei grabbed a rune and sprinted downstairs. Wu Ying and Triad followed. Lik Kwan instructed Ahua. Ahua nodded and chased after Wu Ying and the others. The Crown Prince glanced at Gao Jin. A Kun, I didn't expect Gao Jin's judgment to be so keen. He was right. Of course. He's my right-hand man, Lik Kwan said with pride. Let's go, Crown Prince, collect the money. As the three reached the bottom of the stairs, shouts erupted beside the betting stall. Wu Ying's voice was the loudest. We bet on Kale. What the hell is that to you? You dare hit a girl, and see if Wu Ying won't cripple you. Lik Kwan and his group hurried over and found Sinmei, covering her face, a rune supporting her with reddened eyes. Triad stood in front of them. Ahua and Wu Ying faced off against several men, Chun Haonan and his companions. What's going on? Lik Kwan asked. Wu Ying snapped. We were collecting money at the betting stall. This guy called Shanji saw we bet on Kale and cursed us. Sinmei exchanged words with him, and he slapped her. Wu Ying's anger flared. Lik Kwan's expression hardened as he stepped up to Shanji. Which hand? He demanded. What? Shanji feigned ignorance, a smirk at his lips. I asked you. Lik Kwan's voice dropped, his gaze a blade. Which hand did you use to hit Sinmei? Fuck. Mind your. Shanji's eyes darkened and he raised his fist. Before the punch could land, Lik Kwan seized the wrist, and a crushing blow to Shanji's abdomen. Shanji buckled and collapsed to his knees. Chun Haonan's men moved to intervene. Before they could react, Gao Jin closed in like a ghost. His right knee shot up and rammed into the abdomen of the man at the front, Sha Pi, who emitted a muffled groan and doubled over, collapsing to the ground. Gao Jin planted his toe, pivoted, and his right leg swept across, smacking against Chun Haonan's cheek. With Chun Haonan staggered back. Gao Jin shadowed him closely, then launched into the air with a spinning side kick that struck Chun in the chest and sent him flying several meters. Facing the onslaught from Tian air and Baopi, Gao Jin spread his legs and delivered a clean side kick to each, sending both men tumbling to the ground. The whole sequence lasted less than 20 seconds. Liang's eye, what skill! Wow, so handsome. Those legs pack power. A ripple of astonished cheers rose from the crowd. At that moment, Bi rushed out from the side. Lik Kwan, what do you think you're doing? Let Shanji go. Lik Kwan glanced coldly at Bi, raised his right foot, and brought it down with a heavy stomp. Shanji screamed and collapsed. Lik Kwan planted his foot on Shanji's chest, then turned to Bi. Bi, your underling is ignorant. I'll teach him a lesson for you. Bi snarled, I tell you, if you don't release him today, I won't let you off. Chun Yao hurried forward to mediate. What happened here? Why did you start a fight? Chun Haonan, getting to his feet and holding his face, explained they said they'd back the club and bet on Kale. Shanji took offense and started an argument. Lik Kwan's voice turned ice cold. Hear me, kid, whom I Liang Kuan choose to bet on is nobody's business. No sooner had he spoken than his right leg snapped out in a vicious kick to Shanji's abdomen. Shanji slid and smashed into the iron post at the base of the ring, knocked unconscious. Dabi stared at the fallen Shanji, then at Liang Kuan's unreadable face, his own complexion going ashen. Liang Kuan, I will take this up with Mr. Jiang and see you dealt with. Dabi shouted at Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan stepped forward, stood his ground, and fixed him with a hard downward stare, pointing at the ring with a murderous calm in his words. Are you not satisfied? If you are, then let's go up and fight. See whether I will beat you to death. Dabi took 2 involuntary steps back, as if confronting a man-eating tiger. Whatever. Today's matter, the club will have to answer to me. Shen Yao quickly pulled them apart. Enough. In front of so many outsiders, what is the point of fighting your own brothers? If there's an issue, deal with it later. Dabi could only glare fiercely at Liang Kuan, then signaled Chun Haonan's group to wake Shanji and help him. As Shanji passed Shisanmai, he tried to throw out a parting insult, but Wu Ying glared at him so fiercely he slunk off in shame. Trishida let out a sigh of relief and pulled his daughter close to appraise her. Little sister, next time don't pick a fight with them. It's dangerous. Shisanmai shook her head stubbornly and lifted her chin. I'm not afraid of him. Liang Kuan came over, patted Trishida on the shoulder, and his tone softened slightly. Shisanmai has courage unlike you, who only talks. Come on. Match is over and the money is secured. The crown prince approached. Akun, be careful. Dabi will not let this rest. Liang Kuan shook his head. I'm not afraid of whatever moves he makes, I'll face them. But you. The matter might be raised to our Jiang too about what happened today. My eyes aren't blind. I'll tell the truth in Ji Hall when the time comes. Don't expect me to spin lies. The crown prince turned to Gao Jin. I didn't expect you not only have a good eye, but fine skill. When your boss's affairs are settled, shall we have a match? Gao Jin glanced at Liang Kuan, received a nod, and answered, all right. It's settled then. I'll be off. The crown prince waved and departed with his men. Watching the crown prince go, Trishida sidled up to Liang Kuan. Kunj, do you think to be well? Liang Kuan interrupted. What, you afraid he'll send people after you? I'm not worried about myself. Only my daughter, Trishida replied, looking toward Shisanmai. If he dares. Liang Kuan's voice turned cold, each word forced through his teeth. If Dabi dares do that, even if I abandon Sha Pi's affairs, I will make him pay. Either don't do it, or do it utterly. If the club blames us, at worst I'll switch sides. Liang Kuan turned to Shisanmai and Arun. You too, don't wander about for the next few days. Stay at the mahjong parlor, and keep low until things have passed. They nodded hastily. Ahua, you and Wu Ying take a few men and keep an eye on Dabi. Notify me immediately if anything happens. Understood, Kunj. Gao Jin stepped forward and asked Kunj, what if Jiang Tianxing asks you to explain? He won't. Our Mr. Jiang is still waiting for me to recover Sha Pi's fish market for him. Liang Kuan snorted a cold laugh. With that he led his group away. The next day, at Jiang Tianxing's grand residence. Mr. Jiang, you must stand up for me regarding what happened yesterday. Liang Kuan went too far, hitting my little brother in front of so many people. Bigby stood in the middle of the living room, agitated as he accused. Jiang Tianxing sat leisurely on the sofa, lifting his teacup and casting a glance at Chun Yao beside him. Chun Yao understood and stepped forward. Mr. Jiang, I've already looked into what happened yesterday. Liang Kuan placed a bet of 300,000 on the gambling game, and also helped the crown prince place his bets. His underlings also made bets, and Shanji got into a conflict with them over this, first hitting the daughter of Chue Shueda. That's right, Mr. Jiang. Not only does Liang Kuan not support the gang, but he also places bets against us, which clearly goes against the gang. Bigby added fuel to the fire. Jiang Tianxing put down his teacup. Betting on boxing matches is a personal matter for the individual. Jiang Tianxing's tone revealed no emotion. Although Liang Kuan didn't bet against the gang, Shanji, he shouldn't have laid hands on a girl. If this gets out, other gangs will laugh at how lax we are at Hongxing. But now Shanji is still lying in the hospital. If I don't seek justice for this, Haonan and the others won't be satisfied. Bigby was anxious. The matter was initiated by Shanji. If he hadn't attacked the girl, Liang Kuan wouldn't have escalated the situation. Tell him to behave in the hospital and not cause trouble when he gets out. Jiang Tianxing warned Bigby. He paused. Also tell Chun Haonan and the others not to seek trouble with Liang Kuan in the next few days. Everyone needs to behave. So that's it. Bigby was unwilling to let the matter go. Jiang Tianxing said nothing, just glanced at him. Chen Yao immediately half-pushed, half-dragged Bigby out. Bigby, let's go, we'll see you off. A moment later, Chen Yao returned to the living room, hesitantly asking, Mr. Jiang, really no punishment for Liang Kuan? Jiang Tianxing replied slowly. I've already said the fault does not lie with Liang Kuan. If Liang Kuan is pushed too hard, he might do anything. Chen Yao exclaimed, Mr. Jiang, do you mean he might switch sides? Jiang Tianxing nodded. Nothing is impossible. He is currently strong and backed by the crown prince. If he switches to another gang because of this incident, it would be a huge embarrassment for us at Hongxing, and they would say I, Jiang Tianxing, am unfair to others. Jiang Tianxing stood up and walked to the window. Therefore, we need to properly appease Liang Kuan and wait until he recovers the fish market before discussing further. After the fish market issue is resolved, where will you place Liang Kuan when he rises to power? Chen Yao asked. Jiang Tiansheng was silent for a moment. Fei Xiong used to be the hall master of Mongkok, right? He said casually, there hasn't been a suitable candidate in Mongkok, so let Liang Kuan go there to establish his presence. Go tell him that regarding yesterday's incident both sides should let it go. We are all brothers, and we shouldn't harm our relationship. Chen Yao nodded and turned to leave. If not for the crown prince and a few old men, not listening Big B is useless. Why would I need you, Liang Kuan? Jiang Tianxing looked at the scenery outside the window and murmured. In Kuntong at the mahjong parlor, smoke was swirling and the sounds of tiles clacking echoed continuously. Liang Kuan sat on the sofa with a cigarette in his mouth, while Gao Jin, Ahua, and Wu Ying stood beside him. Ahua, how's it going with Big B? Ahua replied, Kuan Gu Big B's underling named Shanji is in the hospital. Big B seems to have gone to see Mr. Jiang. Humph, Liang Kuan sneered. This Big B only knows to seek Jiang Tianxing for support whenever something happens. Ahua then asked, Kuan Gu, should we prepare for something? No need, Liang Kuan waved his hand. Jiang Tianxing won't touch me. Right now the most important thing is to resolve the Hong Kong fish market issue. Ahua, Wu Ying both stepped forward. You two go over to Hong Kong and keep an eye on the situation. Familiarize yourselves with the terrain around the fish market. And find out how many subordinates Sha Pi has where they usually hang out around the fish market. Get all the details. Understand? Got it, Kuan Gu. Liang Kuan took out a roll of Hong Kong dollars and handed it to Ahua. Take this money. Ahua, you are smart. Go check what can be utilized in the fish market. Understood, Kuan Gu. Ahua accepted the money. Be careful. Got it. Ahua and Wu Ying turned to leave. Leaning back, Liang Kuan glanced around and suddenly asked, Where's Shueda? Gao Jin replied, I haven't seen him since morning. That bastard. Liang Kuan coldly snorted. When he comes back, I'll deal with him. Just then Sha Chong walked in. Kuan Gu, Chen Yao is here. Quick, invite him in. Chen Yao entered, and Liang Kuan stood up to greet him. Brother Yao, you aren't here to support Big B, are you? Liang Kuan gestured for Sha Chong to leave, and Sha Chong exited understandingly. Kuan, you're joking. Chen Yao sat down and accepted the cigar Liang Kuan offered, lighting it. Big B want to see Mr. Jiang this morning, saying he wants to seek justice from the gang. Liang Kuan asked, what did Mr. Jiang say? Mr. Jiang inquired about the incident, saying it was initiated by Big B's underling first, and it has nothing to do with you. Chen Yao took a puff of smoke. He also mentioned that we are all family, and there's no need to ruin our relationship over this. Liang Kuan asked, did Mr. Jiang not give any other instructions? Just to let you focus on your work, the gang won't make things difficult for you. However, Chen Yao paused. Regarding the fish market issue, Mr. Jiang wants you to resolve it quickly. Is there a problem? If Mr. Jiang speaks, then there's definitely no problem, Liang Kuan assured with a nod. Good, I'll take my leave now. Chen Yao stood up. Take care. Liang Kuan accompanied him to the door. Once Chen Yao left, Gao Jin approached and quietly asked, Kuan Gu, is the matter with the boxing arena settled like this? Can Big B swallow this? Liang Kuan sneered. What else? Jiang Tianxing has spoken. Big B doesn't have the guts to defy him. Suddenly a commotion erupted outside. Kuan Gu, Kuan Gu. Shueda rushed and followed closely by Shi San Mei and a run. What's the rush? Liang Kuan frowned. Did Big B give you trouble? No. Shueda waved his hands repeatedly, gasping for breath. 2-1. 1 what? Speak clearly. Gao Jin quickly handed him a glass of water, and after Shueda gulped it down, he shouted, I won the lottery. Second prize. Liang Kuan's eyes lit up. Really won? Yes. Second prize is 650,000. Plus the other winnings, a total of 690,000. So much. Liang Kuan raised his voice. Yes, Kuan Gu. We've struck it rich. Shueda excitedly danced around. Shi San Mei and a run beside them were also happily hugging each other. 690,000. Liang Kuan turned to Gao Jin, widening his eyes. Does that mean I won 6,900,000? Jin, you also won 690,000. The usually calm and collected Gao Jin also smiled. Let's go. Right now. Liang Kuan grabbed his coat and headed out. Where are you going, Kuan Gu? Shueda was puzzled. To the horse racing track. To collect the prize. I'm so excited. Do you still want the house? Liang Kuan said with excitement. Of course I want it. Shueda nodded repeatedly. Let's go now. A crowd surged out the door, heading straight for the horse racing track. A few days later, inside the office of the mahjong parlor, Liang Kuan leaned back on the sofa, surrounded by Gao Jin and others attentively listening to Ahua's report. Brother Kuan, Ahua spread out the hand-drawn map. The fish market is an open-air market built along the coast with an entrance at both the north and south ends. In the middle is a dock where fishing boats are moored. Ahua pointed at the center of the map. Sha Pi's subordinates number about 200 scattered throughout the market, collecting protection fees, primarily operating near the dock and the two entrances. These people are nothing but thugs with no rules. They bully vendors and fishermen at will. Those fishermen have been terribly exploited. That bastard Sha Pi drives the seafood purchase price down and then sells it to restaurants at inflated prices, pocketing all the money. Many fishermen secretly told me they wished Sha Pi would get hit by a car the moment he steps out. Liang Kuan leaned forward staring at the map. Where does Sha Pi usually hang out? Most of the time he is at the entrance on the north side of the market, Ahua answered. There's a shed he has turned into an office with 7 or 8 of his underlings keeping watch. Liang Kuan nodded, leaning back on the sofa, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Ahua wooing. Brother Kuan, you two take 10 or so smart brothers, disguise yourselves as porters or fish vendors, and blend in with the fishermen's boats. As soon as you see Sha Pi being driven to the dock by us, move immediately. Understood, Brother Kuan, the two nodded. Silly Chong, take over 30 men and set up an ambush at the southern exit. As soon as you see us take action, rush out to cut off Sha Pi's escape route. Understood. I, along with Gao Jin, will go in from the northern entrance with the remaining brothers. Liang Kuan traced a circle on the map with his finger, 3 sides sandwiching trap him. The office fell silent as everyone contemplated Liang Kuan's plan. Shui noticed the atmosphere was a bit subdued and quickly spoke up. Brother Kuan, what about me? Go to Causeway Bay, book the best seafood restaurant, and prepare for a celebration. Liang Kuan instructed. After dinner, head to the nightclub to celebrate. After finishing, Liang Kuan pulled out a stack of Hong Kong dollars and handed it to him. Here's 100,000, take it to pay the deposit. Shui took it, hesitating for a moment. Brother Kuan, can you let a May give me the bank book? I promise I won't. Liang Kuan pointed at him and laughed. A May already told me that you've been searching the house for the bank book for days. To avoid being found by you, she entrusted it to me for safekeeping. Oh, that girl, why is she guarding against her dad like she's guarding against a thief? Shui muttered. Then Brother Kuan, I'll go arrange the restaurant now. As he spoke, he turned to leave. Wait. Liang Kuan took out several keys from the desk drawer and tossed them on the table. The house, I promised you, take it. Off. Shui was stunned, then quickly reacted, lunging at the table to grab the keys, his hands trembling. Brother Kuan. This. And for you all, each gets a set. Liang Kuan looked at the others. The remaining few were also stunned. A new building in Kowloon Tong, not too big, 700 square feet, enough to live in. Liang Kuan waved his hand. The few of them took the keys, their faces filled with joy. Wu Ying even clutched the keys, tightly grinning from ear to ear. Liang Kuan looked at them and suddenly spoke up. All right, I've given you the houses. Now come with me to handle something. Shui asked. To look at a house. Liang Kuan stood up. I want to buy a villa for my mom. The best would be in Shallow Water Bay. Oh, it's quiet there. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Wu Ying blurted out. Brother Kuan, you are really filial to your mother. Of course she's my mom. Liang Kuan shot him a glance, then looked at the others. Remember, when you're out there you can let anyone down, but you cannot let down your family. Everyone nodded in agreement. The group then drove towards Shallow Water Bay. Liang Kuan handled matters swiftly, and after looking at several places he immediately decided to buy a 3-story villa for over 3 million. After the paperwork was completed, he specifically instructed everyone. During this time, I'll be quite busy. If anyone has free time, please help me bring some things to my mom. Wu Ying patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Brother Kuan, I will definitely come often to keep Annie company. Alright, remember to check what my mom needs, and let me know anytime. If she asks about me. Liang Kuan paused. Only speak of the good things, don't mention any fights or killings. Understand? Understood. Brother Kuan, don't worry. Wu Ying nodded seriously. I promise to make Annie happy. Liang Kuan patted his shoulder. Good, I appreciate your help. Returning to the mahjong parlor, the sky had darkened. Liang Kuan glanced at his watch, turned to the group, and instructed, Now I will arrange some matters. Ahua Wu Ying, you two best find a reliable fisherman and hide on his boat. Yes, Brother Kuan. Silly Chong, go notify Wu Zhaonan and tell him to prepare. Alright. Oughta remember to book the restaurant. Understood. Jin, you come with me to find the prince. At Sim Sha Sui, in a large restaurant. Liang Kuan sat across from the prince at a table with dishes like typhoon shelter crab salt and pepper shrimp stir-fried beef, ho fun, and cashew shrimp balls, along with a dozen beers on the table. The prince's close aide, Sam, and Piao, who accompanied Gao Jin, at another table. Liang Kuan filled the prince's glass and the two clinked their cups. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning at the Aberdeen Fish Market. Liang Kuan lowered his voice. My people are all arranged. The prince gulped down a glass and slammed the cup back on the table, grinning. Just waiting for your words. I have over 30 brothers ready to fight at any time. Thanks, Brother Prince. Liang Kuan poured him more wine. No need for thanks. The prince picked up a chopstick of stir-fried beef, ho fun, and chewed a few bites. When you helped me set up in Sim Sha Sui, you weren't so polite. The two of them downed several glasses together, and the atmosphere gradually warmed up. The prince's face flushed, suddenly putting down his chopsticks and staring at Liang Kuan. Kuan, do you know why I'm helping you? Liang Kuan was taken aback for a moment. Didn't you say it was because I helped you when you set up in Sim Sha Sui? That's only one reason. The prince leaned forward, elbows resting on the table. Another reason. Do you know why the society arranged for me to go to Liang Kuan shook his head. How would I know what Mr. Zhang meant? The prince scoffed, lighting a cigarette. At 16, I learned martial arts from Shao Bai Jin of the Fishermen's Association. Later, I became a disciple of Master Bao Hua to learn karate. Have you heard of Master Bao Hua? He was the decision-maker in the Hongxing organization in the Yaomati area. Liang Kuan nodded. I've heard of him. His martial arts are quite formidable. Because of him, I went to Thailand to learn Muay Thai. The prince exhaled a puff of smoke. There I met Shin Xianko, my Muay Thai master. Through him I got to know Jiang Tiansheng's brother, Jiang Tianyang. Hearing Jiang Tianyang's name, Liang Kun's expression shifted slightly. Just because of this connection, the prince flicked the ash off his cigarette. Jiang Tiansheng has always looked down on me. He had me go to Tsim Sha Sui to take back Hong Xing's territory, but in reality, the prince leaned closer to Liang Kun, lowering his voice. Is it so easy to establish a presence in Tsim Sha Sui? With Lianxing, Haoma Bang, Hihitu, and Zinj, so many eyes watching, Jiang Tiansheng had me set up in Tsim Sha Sui, using me as a cannon fodder. If successful, the credit is his. If it fails, the society conveniently has an excuse to extend its reach into Yao Ma Ti. Liang Kun said nothing, slowly taking a sip of his drink. You're in the same position as I was back then. The prince stubbed out his cigarette. Jiang Tiansheng wants you to handle the fish market, but is also afraid of you gaining power. If you succeed, he may not genuinely support your rise. If you fail, he will have more to say. The prince stared at Liang Kun. So I don't want to see you fail. Not because you helped me, but because I disdain such tactics. Liang Kun remained silent for a long time, raising his glass. Brother Prince, his voice was somewhat heavy. You really don't have to say this to me. The prince speak honestly. The prince also raised his glass. I see you as a man, that's why I'm sharing this with you. The two glass cups clinked together, producing a crisp sound. The two drank it all down. From today on, Liang Kun set down his cup, looking at the prince. You are my blood brother. In the future, whatever happens, just say the word. Liang Kun will definitely be there. The prince smiled, patting his shoulder. All right, no need to be sentimental. Getting rid of Sha Pi tomorrow is better than talking about anything else. Definitely. Liang Kun also smiled, waving for the boss to bring more drinks. Hong Kong Tsai is located in the southern district of Hong Kong Island. The economy here is far less prosperous than in Central or Causeway Bay, with its most famous feature being the seafood wholesale market that stretches along the coastline. The market is built along the coast, extending for a kilometer, crammed with nearly 100 fish stalls. The salty sea breeze carries the pungent smell of fish, with the sounds of vendors calling out, unloading goods, and the clattering of ice blocks echoing throughout the day. In addition to the stalls onshore, many fishermen's decks are also piled high with catches with foam boxes stacked like small hills. Many restaurants on Hong Kong Island source their supplies from here. This is the territory of Sha Pi. Like the big fool from Sai Kung, Sha Pi is a native of Hong Kong, Sai having grown up in a fishing village, idling about all day doing nothing productive. As he got older, he gathered a group of social misfits, relying on his fearless and aggressive nature to establish dominance in Hong Kong Sai. He survived by collecting protection fees from fishermen and shops, gradually forming a power of his own. During this time, several gangs attempted to stake a claim on this fish market, but all were repelled by him. At this moment, he was lounging on a deck chair at the dock, enjoying his tea. A younger brother rushed over in a hurry. Boss, I got wind that someone wants to take action against us. Who? Sha Pi didn't even lift his eyelids. I heard it's a guy named Liang Kun from Hung Hing. Liang Kun? Never heard of him, Sha Pi scoffed. Just a minor character. If he dares to come, I'll send him to the sea to feed the fish. Also, some fishermen and shop owners think the protection fee we charge is too high and want it lowered. Lower my ass. Sha Pi suddenly sat up straight, slamming his palm down on the armrest. If it weren't for me protecting this place, they would have been picked clean by those outside gangs long ago. They want to pay less. Dream on. Go find out which shops are leading the protests and tell them that starting today the protection fee will increase by 30%. If they don't pay, burn their shops down. Got it, boss, I'll take care of it right away. The younger brother nodded and left. Sha Pi stood up and shouted to the surrounding shops and fishing boats. Listen up. From now on, the protection fee cannot be delayed, even for a day. If you don't have money, trade fish for it. If you don't want to get lost. If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of others waiting to take your place. Just as he was arrogantly barking orders, a loud shout suddenly erupted from the market entrance. Sha Pi. Over 100 figures surged in like a black tide from the northern entrance of the market. The leading figures were none other than Liang Kun, the Prince Gao Jin, and Wu Zhaon, and armed with dual blades. Sha Pi's expression darkened instantly, and he waved his hand, gathering his over 100 subordinates, revealing their weapons. Liang Kun, you're the CGO from Hung Hing. Sha Pi sneered. You've got some guts to come to Hong Kong side. If I weren't bold, how could I mix in this world? Liang Kun stared at Sha Pi. I'm here today to take over with just your people. Sha Pi glanced at Liang Kun's followers. Not even enough to fill my teeth. These people are enough to take you down. Liang Kun let out a cold laugh and waved his hand. Wu Zhaon and charged ahead, followed closely by his men like a fierce tiger leaping from its cage straight at Sha Pi's camp. Kill them. Sha Pi roared, swinging a metal pipe to meet them. In an instant, the entire fish market was thrown into chaos, with fish vendors scattering in fear. The two groups collided violently, with flashes of knives and sticks intertwining in the salty air, and blood flowed from the ground into small rivulets. Gao Jin, though unarmed, swiftly took down anyone who came close with his sharp kicks. Wu Zhaonan's dual blades danced in the air, spraying blood wherever he went. Although Sha Pi's men were fierce, they struggled to withstand the assault of these two brutal fighters, their defensive line being pushed back. Hold your ground. Don't retreat. Sha Pi shouted hoarsely from the back of the crowd, his forehead, veins bulging. He realized the enemy's combat power far exceeded his expectations, and his heart sank. Where are the others? Where the hell are they? Just as he spoke, dozens of men surged out from nearby shops and fishing boats wielding watermelon knives, charging towards Lik Kwan and his gang. Seeing this, the prince quickly asked Lik Kwan, "What's the plan? Should I join in?" "No need, I've arranged everything," Lik Kwan replied calmly. Just as the two sides were locked in fierce combat, a sudden commotion and screams erupted from the back of the market. A group of people burst out from the southern entrance of the market, leading the charge with Sha Chong bringing over 30 men straight into Sha Pi's rear. "Charge! Kill that deadbeat Sha Pi!" Sha Chong shouted, swinging his knife. Sha Pi's camp was thrown into chaos, attacked from both sides, and their defenses crumbled in an instant. "Boss, there are people behind us too." A blood-soaked younger brother stumbled forward. Sha Pi gritted his teeth, looking around, realizing the situation was dire. He suddenly kicked over a cargo box and turned to flee towards the dock. "Want to escape?" Gao Jin shouted coldly, exchanging a glance with Wu Zhaonan. The two shot forward like arrows, piercing through the chaotic battle to chase after Sha Pi. Sha Pi ran desperately between stalls and fishing boats, knocking over countless fish baskets and cargo boxes. Familiar with the terrain, he chose narrow alleys to weave through, and he was just about to reach the fishing boat docking area by the dock. Just as he was about to leap onto a small boat, a dozen people suddenly jumped down from the nearby fishing boat. Leading them were a Hua and Wu Ying. Seeing Sha Pi about to climb onto the small boat, a Hua quickly grabbed a nearby fish basket and smashed it hard onto Sha Pi. Sha Pi fell to the ground, and Wu Ying with his younger brothers rushed up, hacking at Sha Pi in a frenzy. Sha Pi cried out in pain, struggling to block, and saw an opening, suddenly getting up, knocking over a younger brother, and turning to run. Just after running a couple of meters, a Hua swung a knife down in front of him. Sha Pi hurriedly grabbed the knife blade with both hands, holding it tightly. As the two were in a stalemate, Wu Ying caught up from behind, thrusting a sharp knife into Sha Pi's abdomen. Sha Pi screamed in agony and fell to the ground. Don't kill me." Sha Pi coughed up blood. "If you kill me today, my younger brothers won't let you go." "Don't worry, Sha Pi go." Wu Ying grinned. "We'll send your younger brothers to find you." Wu Ying suddenly yanked the knife out, and Sha Pi let out a muffled groan, clutching his wound, and passed out. Seeing this, a Hua raised his knife and shouted loudly, "Sha Pi is dead. Sha Pi has kicked the bucket." Wu Ying and the younger brothers beside him echoed in unison. "Huh, the boss is dead, eh? Is it true? What should we do?" "Brothers, run." Sha Pi's younger brothers instantly lost their will to fight, dropping their weapons and fleeing in all directions. The entire fish market gradually returned to calm. Lik Kwan looked at the quieting fish market and let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. He turned to the prince and Gao Jin and said, "From now on, the Hong Kong Sai fish market will be under the Hung surname." At this moment, Wu Zhaonan walked over. "Kwan Gu, you're really impressive, taking care of Sha Pi so easily. I have to thank Brother Wu for the help, otherwise things wouldn't have gone so smoothly." Lik Kwan smiled. "You have a good plan too," Wu Zhaonan replied. "It seems Kwan Gu is not only strong but also sharp-minded. To survive in this world, you need to be able to fight, but also to think," Lik Kwan said, pointing at his head, pulling out a cigar and handing it to the prince and Wu Zhaonan. "Otherwise you'll be a small-time thug your whole life." Sha Chong walked over. "Kwan Gu, all of Sha Pi's men have run away. How are our men?" "A dozen or so are seriously injured, but fortunately no one has died." "Send the seriously injured to get treated. I'll cover the medical expenses. Moreover, give an extra 5,000 to those severely injured." At this moment, a Hua and Wu Ying approached, with Wu Ying appearing quite excited, continuously saying something to a Hua. "What's got you so happy?" Lik Kwan asked. "Kwan Gu, did you see? I took care of Sha Pi." Wu Ying said, "Now everyone in the underworld knows me, Wu Ying. From now on, let's see who dares to look down on me." A Hua shook his head helplessly beside him. "What if the cops catch you for today's events? Are you prepared to go to jail?" Lik Kwan frowned. "I'm not afraid. If I go in for a few years, I'll come out as a big brother." Wu Ying said nonchalantly. Lik Kwan stepped in front of Wu Ying, grasped his shoulders with both hands, and fixed his gaze intently into his eyes. "Listen carefully, you a Hua, Gao Jin, Sha Chong, and everyone else. No matter what trouble you get into, I will never send you in, because you are my Lik Kwan's brothers." He turned to all the younger brothers around him and raised his voice. "Listen clearly, as long as you're my Lik Kwan's brothers, if you get into trouble, I will absolutely not let you take the blame. Even if I, as the boss, get into trouble, I won't let you take the fall. I mean what I say." Lik Kwan's words stirred up a commotion, and some younger brothers began whispering to each other. Lik Kwan turned back to Gao Jin and instructed, "Go back and tell Chue to find some junkies, pay them enough for their families, and see if anyone is willing to take the blame. From now on, if something happens, don't call the brothers to take the blame." Suddenly someone beside asked, "Kwan Gu, was what you said true?" "Of course it's true." Lik Kwan looked around at everyone. "As long as you are my Lik Kwan's brothers, I will never treat you unfairly. Can I come over and join you?" "Yeah, Kwan Gu, we all want to follow you." A chorus of agreement erupted around him. Lik Kwan looked at the crowd and noticed that about 30 people were willing to follow him, so he nodded. "All right, From today on you are all my Liang Kun's brothers. I swear as long as I'm your boss for a day, I won't let my brothers go hungry. Alright, Ajin, distribute the money to the brothers, and give each of them an extra 1,000. A cheer erupted immediately. Thank you, Kowloon Go. Thank you, boss. Alright. Liang Kowloon raised his hand to quiet them down. The money has been distributed, and the matter is settled. Let's go eat and celebrate. I've asked Shuade to arrange a seafood banquet in Causeway Bay with lobster and abalone in plenty. Cheers erupted once again. After eating, let's all go to the nightclub and have some fun. As long as the brothers don't do drugs, I'll cover all expenses tonight. The cheers were deafening. Yuan Long District, Hong Kong Island, the headquarters of the Dongxing Triad. Luo Tua, the Dongxing leader, was sipping tea when Xiao Mian, who rushed in urgently. Boss Hung Hing has seized the Aberdeen fish market. Who did it? Luo Tua frowned, set down his teacup, and asked in a low, grave voice. Rumor says it was an old CGO, a mid-ranking enforcer of Hung Hing, named Lik Kwan. Jiang Tiansheng moves swiftly indeed. We'd barely caught wind of it, and he'd already sealed the deal. Hung Hing's reputation as a gang of brawlers isn't unfounded, Luo Tua mused slowly, taking another sip of tea. Now they've produced such a formidable figure, and Jiang Tiansheng gains himself a truly capable lieutenant. Boss, but I heard Hung Hing didn't lift a finger to aid Lik Kwan. He pulled it off entirely on his own, Xiao Mian, who added with a sly, knowing grin. Oh, so Lik Kwan is no ordinary man after all, Luo Tua remarked, visibly surprised. To conquer the Aberdeen fish market, a bone so hard few dared gnaw. It proves he's no mere thug, but a man of substance. How did he manage it? Boss. Here's how it went, Xiao Mian, who replied, recounting the full sequence of events with meticulous detail. Excellent, truly excellent. This Lik Kwan is impressive, Luo Tua praised with genuine admiration. He thinks strategically, wins loyalty through tangible benefit, and wields formidable skill, courage, and wisdom in equal measure. A rare talent, yet alas. Boss, alas at what? Alas that Jiang Tiansheng, though dragon head, lacks magnanimity, and even more so, that Lik Kwan is not of Dongxing. Were he ours, he'd surely earn one of the 5 tiger seats. Luo Tua sighed, a note of genuine regret in his voice. Xiao Mian, whose eyes flickered shrewdly, boss. Shall we step outside for some fresh air? A splendid idea, Luo Tuo's gaze lit up instantly. You handle the arrangements. Publicize Lik Kwan's feat far and wide, painting him as gloriously formidable as possible. Understood, boss. Xiao Mian, who turned to leave, but Luo Tua raised a hand to halt him, leaning in with a quiet, deliberate command. Don't forget, spread the word that Hung Hing offered no support. Assign it to sharp, discreet underlings. The emphasis isn't on his fists, but on his mind. He's not just a fighter, he's a strategist. And if Jiang Tiansheng suddenly finds a strategist rising beneath him, can he remain unruffled? Xiao Mian, who nodded knowingly and departed. Luo Tua watched his retreating back, a subtle, calculating smile curling at the corner of his lips. Jiang Tiansheng, this is only the overture to the main act. Chai Guoling, Hong Kong Island, the assembly hall of the Wulin Triad. Inside the hall stood a statue of Lord Guan, incense, smoke drifting serenely from the bronze censer. Uncle Deng sat calmly brewing tea, while senior elders Chuan Bao Long Jin and Lao Guiyang sat beside him. A young blue-robed underling entered briskly and whispered into Uncle Deng's ear. Uncle Deng paused mid-pour, lifted his eyes, and asked quietly, Lik Kwan of Hung Hing has seized the Aberdeen fish market. Yes, Uncle Deng. The news is already spreading across the island, the underling confirmed with a nod. Chuan Bao leaned forward, intrigued. That territory belongs to Sha Pi, doesn't it? That man's a rabid dog. Countless triads have tried and failed to crack that stronghold. Yet it was this very Lik Kwan who succeeded, the underling replied. Uncle Deng placed the teapot gently upon the table and leaned back thoughtfully. Tell me precisely, how did he do it? The underling recounted every detail he'd gathered without omission. Upon hearing it, Chuan Bao slapped the table. This young man is extraordinary. He accomplished it entirely. He stormed in single-handedly and left the fishmongers utterly subdued. Lao Guiyang stroked his chin. Sharp-minded, fearless, undoubtedly a man of consequence. Hung Hing has struck gold, Long Jin drawled, laced with irony. Chuan Bao glanced among the 3 elders and said, but Wulin Sheng is no less blessed. Take the D, for instance. Fierce, relentless. He's nearly turned Sun Wan into a monochrome dominion. The D is indeed formidable. Lao Guiyang waved a dismissive hand. But Allah is no slouch either. Half of Jordan Street answers to him, and he treats us elders with unwavering respect. Long Jin interjected, both the D and Allah are pillars of Wulin Sheng. Our future rests squarely upon their shoulders. Uncle Deng took a slow, silent sip of tea, then turned his gaze toward the underling. What else did you hear? There's also talk that Hung Hing sent no men to assist Lik Kwan. He did it all by himself. Uncle Deng's eyelids lifted slightly, then fell again. From where does that rumor originate? Rumors say it began with Dongxing underlings whispering it about town. Chuan Bao snorted derisively, that old fox Luo Tua, always circling Hung Hing like a vulture. Long Jin nodded. He sees Lik Kwan's brilliance, and Hung Hing's silence, and intends to fan that spark into flame. Uncle Deng set down his cup and tapped his fingers once, twice, thrice upon the tabletop. If Luo Tuo wishes to light the fire, we shall supply the wind. Lao Guiyang turned to him. Your meaning is? Instruct our people to spread the truth, that Hung Hing offered no aid to Lik Kwan. Uncle Deng, amplify it, make it sound dire. Say Jiang Tiansheng abandons his brothers in peril. Lik Kwan bled and battled for that turf, yet not a single Hung Hing face appeared. Even Prince Tai's involvement was secured solely through Lik Kwan's personal influence, not Hung Hing's authority. Chuan Bao slammed the table. Brilliant. Then sing Lik Kwan's praises. Call him the most exceptional CGO Hung Hing has produced in decades. Long Jin nodded. If the elder uncles of Hung Hing learn Lik Kwan conquered Sha Pi's domain without Triad backing, will their pride sit easy? Jiang Tiansheng will find this matter exceedingly difficult to manage. Uncle Deng waved a hand. Go. Execute it cleanly. The underling bowed and withdrew. Lao Guiyang refilled Uncle Deng's cup and offered a respectful compliment. As always, you see 3 steps ahead. Luo Tuo strikes the flint, while we stoke the blaze. How could this fire fail to roar? Uncle Deng lifted his cup, speaking with unhurried gravity. Let Hung Hing revel in its commotion, for Walin Sheng peace and stability are the greater prize. That afternoon in Shao K1 Hong Kong Island, Hing Ki Tea Restaurant, a middle-aged man in a gray sleeveless vest, arms thick with tattoos, pushed open the door and dropped heavily into a chair. Boss, black tea with milk. Xing handed over the cup. The tattooed man took a long drink, then set it down. Have you heard? Lik Kwan of Hung Hing has taken the Aberdeen fish market. Everyone in Hong Kong knows. I've heard it told a dozen times today. Xing scoffed. Go Xiong Ge, do you know how he did it? A bespectacled young man chimed in from the next table. He ran the nearby newspaper stall and lived for underworld gossip. Ba Guachong, stop lurking here and tend your stall. Xing shot him a stern glare. Go Xiong Ge slammed the table. How? By fighting, of course. Lik Kwan charged solo into Sha Pi's turf, entered and exited 7 times, challenged them all unknown, and left Sha Pi kneeling, calling him big brother. Save your tall tales, Xing sneered, shaking his head. My version differs entirely. They say Lik Kwan never threw a single punch. He won with his mind. He met the fishmongers, told them Sha Pi demanded 70% protection money, while he'd charge only 30, and guaranteed Hung Hing's protection. Once they heard that, who'd stay loyal to Sha Pi? They defected en masse. And Sha Pi? Would he let them walk away unpunished? Ba Guachong leaned in eagerly. Sha Pi. Xing lowered his voice, eyes gleaming with intrigue. Word is Lik Kwan walked straight to Sha Pi's home, and sat there for half an hour. After he left, Sha Pi fled, abandoning his entire territory. Ba Guachang's eyes widened. What did he do inside Sha Pi's house? Negotiated, offering him a path to wealth perhaps. Go Xiong Ge shrugged carelessly. You understand nothing. Xing shot back, exasperated. Who is Sha Pi? A rabid dog, fearless, reckless beyond reason. Would he refuse money? No. He fled because Lik Kwan gave him a choice: life or death. Take the money and vanish, or face annihilation. Which would he choose? Enthralled, Ba Guachong pressed further. And Hung Hing, what role did they play? You've struck the heart of the matter. Xing grinned slyly, drawing closer to the 2 men. What I heard, Hung Hing sent no one. Not a single soul. The whole affair was Lik Kwan's doing alone. Even Prince Tai's appearance was owed solely to Lik Kwan's personal stature, not Hung Hing's command. Can that even be allowed? Go Xiong Ge gaped. Does the Triad permit such autonomy? Who knows Jiang Tiansheng's thoughts? Xing shrugged. Perhaps he fears Lik Kwan's rising star eclipses his own. Precisely, the gravest taboo in the Jianghu, a subordinate whose merit overshadows the master. Ba Guachong feigned deep understanding. These words must never leave this room, Xing cautioned urgently. What's there to fear? It's already echoing across the island. Go Xiong Ge scoffed. Xing sighed. Indeed, Hung Hing's inner peace may soon be shattered. At that very moment, every major and minor triad across Hong Kong had learned of the deed. Across Cha-Chan Tung's Dai Pai Dongs and Mahjong parlors, the story rippled like wildfire. In a single day, the name Lik Kwan resounded throughout all of Hong Kong Island. At the ancient temple of the Queen in the Hongxing Brotherhood Hall, Jiang Tianxing, the dragon, head of Hongxing, was chatting and drinking tea with several older members. Chun Yao hurriedly walked in from outside. Mr. Jiang, there's news from Hong Kong. Lik Kwan has taken care of the situation with the Sha Pi. Huh? Uncle Fei Xiong slapped his thigh, laughing out loud. First, I knew it, this kid, a Kwan, can do it. Well done. After all, it's a Kwan, he didn't bring us shame. Yet the territory in Hong Kong is finally The several elders nearby echoed in agreement, filling the hall with praise. Jiang Tianxing wore a gentle smile as he raised his teacup and spoke. Mei Kwan did well. Uncle Fei Xiong turned to Jiang Tianxing and said, Mr. Jiang, you promised that if a Kwan made a contribution, he would be promoted. Of course, no problem. The rules of the society state that merits must be rewarded. Jiang Tianxing lifted his teacup, took a sip, and replied leisurely. A Kwan has made significant contributions to the society. He should be promoted. Jiang Tianxing looked at Chen Yao and said, please arrange it. Let Uncle Lu choose a good day to make it happen. Chen Yao nodded but hesitated, glancing at Jiang Tianxing. Jiang Tianxing understood and stood up, saying, Uncles, I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave first. You can continue chatting. After saying this, he turned to leave, and Chen Yao hurriedly followed him. Once outside the hall, seeing no one around, Jiang Tianxing stopped. Speak, what's the matter? He asked without turning back. Chen Yao caught up 2 steps and said quietly, Mr. Jiang, the matter has been taken care of. But now outside rumors are flying everywhere. Oh, what are they saying? There are all kinds of rumors, mainly praising Lik Kwan for his bravery and wisdom, saying he is the most formidable of the Hongxing in recent years and will surely become the top red stick of Hongxing in the future. That's flattery. Jiang Tianxing chuckled lightly, the old trick again. And Chen Yao hesitated for a moment. Speak. They are also saying that the society didn't contribute to taking the Hong Kong fish market. It was all Lik Kwan who handled it by himself. Jiang Tianxing paused his steps, his smile fading. How widespread is this rumor? Many factions are discussing it. Tea houses and mahjong parlors have people chatting about it. Chen Yao lowered his voice. Moreover, it said unpleasantly that the society doesn't care about the brothers' well-being, while Lik Kwan worked hard to secure the territory, and Hongxing didn't even show up. Some even said that even the prince helped out solely because of his relationship with Lik Kwan, and it has nothing to do with Hongxing. Jiang Tianxing stopped and turned to look at Chen Yao. What was your first reaction when you heard this? Chen Yao was taken aback and carefully said, I think this is detrimental to the society and to you. It seems to imply that you are saying that I lack the capacity to tolerate others, fearing Lik Kwan's contributions overshadowing me. Jiang Tianxing took over and spoke calmly. Chen Yao fell silent, tacitly agreeing. After a moment, Chen Yao asked, do you think this matter was leaked by Lik Kwan? It wouldn't be him. Jiang Tianxing shook his head. Lik Kwan is not that foolish. He has just made a name for himself and needs the society's backing the most. There must be someone behind this, stirring the pot. Are you saying Dongxing Luotoa and the likes of Lianxing Fat Day? Chen Yao speculated. Jiang Tianxing nodded. Even if they are not the masterminds, they are definitely involved in. They want to see how I, as the dragon head, deal with this meritorious man, Lik Kwan. Chen Yao frowned. What do you plan? Should we clarify things? Clarify what? Jiang Tianxing retorted. Clarify that the society indeed did not contribute. Or clarify that I, Jiang Tianxing, can tolerate meritorious individuals. Chen Yao was left speechless. Jiang Tianxing was silent for a moment, his tone turning serious. What is most feared now is not that someone outside is stirring trouble, but that our own people have their own thoughts. What would the brothers below think? Jiang Tianxing spoke softly. If Hongxing's people take the territory while the society didn't contribute, if this rumor spreads for long, who would still be willing to work for the society in the future? And those hall masters and uncles, they would think, is Jiang Tianxing really, as others say, unable to tolerate capable brothers? Those people outside who flatter Lik Kwan want to see him turn against me. To spread that the society didn't contribute is to make the brothers feel cold towards me. They would love to see chaos within Hongxing. Chen Yao asked, so how do we handle this? Jiang Tianxing pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. You go find Uncle Lu and let him choose the nearest good day. I want to hold a ceremony at the Sanxing Palace and grandly promote Lik Kwan. Chen Yao was taken aback. A ceremony now? Isn't it too hasty? It must be urgent. The more people want to see the joke, the more I must make this event splendid. I want everyone to know how I, Jiang Tianxing, treat my meritorious men. Chen Yao thought for a moment and nodded. I understand. I will arrange it right away. Jiang Tianxing waved his hand, and Chen Yao turned to leave. In a seafood restaurant in Causeway Bay, the second floor hall was bustling with activity. More than 100 people were gathered around several tables, toasting and chatting, creating a lively atmosphere. Wu Ying and Sha Chong were weaving through the tables with their cups, looking for people to join them for drinks. Ahua was sitting with Chui Shuai holding a toothpick and picking his teeth. At that moment, the hall door was pushed open with a loud bang. Shi Sen Mei and A Run rushed in, both girls panting, with fine sweat on their foreheads. You dead girl, why are you only coming now? Chui Shuai shouted loudly upon seeing them. Hurry over to eat, the dishes are getting cold. Dad, where's Kowloon Gu? Shi Sen Mei asked anxiously without paying attention to him. Looking for Kowloon Gu. Chui Shuai was taken aback. Kowloon Gu is at the main table with the prince. Hurry and call Kowloon Gu over. Is there something that can't be said in person? Why does he have to come over? Chui Shuai, oh come on Dad, just hurry, it's urgent. Shi Sen Mei impatiently urged. So mysterious. Chui Shuai had no choice but to helplessly get up and walk towards Lik Kwan. At the main table, Lik Kwan was chatting with the prince while Gao Jin and Wu Xiaonan accompanied them. Kowloon Gu. Chui Shuai leaned over to Lik Kwan's ear and whispered, A Mei is looking for you, says it's urgent, and wants you to go over. Kowloon Gu has something to discuss with me, can't she come over? Lik Kwan asked curiously. I don't know anyway, A Mei seems to be in a hurry and insists you go over to talk. Lik Kwan turned to look and found Shi Sen Mei and A Run anxiously looking over both with unusual expression. Prince Wu Gu, I'm sorry, I'll excuse myself for a moment. Lik Kwan stood up, signaling to Gao Jin. Ajin, please take care of them well. Gao Jin nodded. Prince, I toast you. Liang Kuan walked over to Shursan Mei. What happened? Kuan Gu, something happened. Shursan Mei lowered her voice, speaking quickly. Now everyone is saying that you're doing work for the society and Hongxing hasn't supported you. They're even saying you leaked this out yourself. Damn, which bastard is spreading nonsense? Shueida immediately exploded with anger. Liang Kuan gestured for him to be quiet and looked at Shursan Mei. It's nothing, just people outside spreading rumors. Kuan Gu, this is serious. Shueida couldn't hold back. The society hasn't contributed at all. If this reaches Mr. Jiang, will he think you intentionally leaked it? Liang Kuan glanced at Shueida and didn't respond. Shursan Mei grew anxious. Dad, what are you saying? I'm speaking the truth. Shueida mumbled. It's just as I said, Mr. Jiang asked Kuan Gu to do the work, but didn't support him. Now that this rumor is circulating, Kuan Gu is caught in the middle, and it's tough for him. Liang Kuan waved his hand, signaling them to calm down, then lit a cigar, and said leisurely, think about it, if this matter wasn't done by us, then who else could it be? Who else could it be? Shueida was taken aback. It must be other societies stirring trouble, wanting to create discord between me and Mr. Jiang. So what now? Shursan Mei urged. The more this spreads, the more outrageous it becomes. It could harm you, Kuan Gu. Don't panic. Liang Kuan flicked off the ash from his cigar. The ones who should be anxious aren't us. Someone else is more anxious than us. Who is more anxious than us? Shueida scratched his head. Liang Kuan smiled, not explaining, just saying. You take a Mei and the others to eat first. Oh, look how tired they are. Shueida nodded and took the two girls away. Liang Kuan turned to wave at Ahua. Ahua, come here for a moment. Ahua walked over to Liang Kuan. Kuan Gu, what's your instruction? Liang Kuan instructed him. Tell the brothers no matter what rumors they hear outside, don't pay attention. The situation in the Hong Kong market should not be talked about outside. Understood. Also, Liang Kuan added, those brothers brought in from outside, please let them know to keep quiet. I, Liang Kuan, will not mistreat friends. Ahua nodded and left. Liang Kuan stood up, looking around, and raised his voice to ask, brothers, have you all eaten and drunk well? The younger brothers replied in unison, Kuan Gu, we have eaten well. Boss, thank you for your hospitality. Since everyone has eaten well, let's start the next round. Liang Kuan waved his hand and laughed. Let's go to the nightclub. I've arranged a beautiful woman for each brother. As long as you don't use drugs, you can have fun however you want. The younger brothers cheered. Kuan Gu is generous. Thank you, boss. At that moment, a tall and thin one excitedly raised his hand. Boss, can I ask for more than one beauty? Damn, De Shengwei, aren't you afraid you won't get up tomorrow? Wu Ying teased, causing a burst of laughter. Don't worry, as long as you can handle it, you can have 10. Liang Kuan waved his hand grandly. But you have to get up, and rest assured, Kuan Gu, I am invincible. De Shengwei replied proudly. Haha, that's good. The next day, at the headquarters of the Hongxing gang, Long Tu Jiang Tianxing sat calmly in the middle, holding a cup of hot tea, his expression tranquil. On either side sat the key figures and elder uncles of Hongxing, yet the atmosphere was heavier than usual. Uncle Baiji put down his teacup and spoke first. Mr. Jiang, have you heard the recent rumors in the martial world? Jiang Tianxing nodded, but did not respond. Uncle Baiji continued, the outside world is saying very unflattering things, claiming that Hongxing lacks loyalty, that Liang Kuan is fighting valiantly, yet Hongxing hasn't even sent anyone to support him. When I heard this, I felt utterly embarrassed. Uncle Feixiong chimed in, Brother Baiji, I had already asked Mr. Jiang about this on that day. At that time, I suggested the gang send someone to assist Liang Kuan, but Mr. Jiang said we didn't have enough manpower, and Dongxing and Xinji were both watching us, so we couldn't afford to be distracted. Fat Li was also present, supporting this viewpoint, saying that Sha Pi was just a minor character, and that Liang Kuan should handle it himself. Fat Li's expression changed, and he immediately retorted. Uncle Feixiong, that's not right. I merely said that Liang Kuan has been too prominent lately, letting him handle things himself would be fine. Besides, isn't the Crown Prince there to help? The Crown Prince leaned back in his chair, playing with a lighter. My helping Liang Kuan is due to my respect for his character and loyalty. It has nothing to do with the gang. If it were someone else, I wouldn't have gone. Jiang Tianxing raised his hand to signal for silence, and slowly spoke. The reason I haven't sent anyone to assist Liang Kuan is indeed because Dongxing and Xinji are both watching our territory in Wanchai area. It is also a test of his abilities. If Hongxing wants to put someone in a position of power, they must be able to manage even a fish market, otherwise how can they govern a larger territory in the future? If Liang Kuan can manage this, it shows he has the capability. Hearing this, the Crown Prince's lips twitched, but he remained silent. He understood that Jiang Tianxing's words sounded appealing, but were essentially pushing Liang Kuan to bear the burden on his own. If he can endure, it's a test. If he can't, then he shouldn't expect to rise in rank. When the gang wanted to establish its presence in Simsha Sui, Jiang Tianxing had said the same. Jiang Tianxing set down his teacup, his tone turning grave. However, since there are these idle talks outside, I will clarify things. He looked towards Chen Yao. Have the dates been chosen? Chen Yao nodded. Uncle Lu checked. The second day of the second month is a good day. Jiang Tianxing stood up. On the second day of the second month, we will hold a ceremony at the Three Saints Palace to appoint Liang Kuan to his position. At that time, I want all the leaders and uncles of the various gangs on the island to come and witness the event. Uncle Baiji slapped his thigh good. This way we can silence those outside. Uncle Feixiong nodded in agreement. Mr. Jiang is right. Let everyone see how Hongxing treats its loyal contributors. Fat Li echoed, yes, this is the best way. The Crown Prince said nothing, but took a sip of his tea. Jiang Tiansheng looked at him. Uncles, is there anything else? Everyone shook their heads. Jiang Tiansheng nodded, then it settled. The next day, the news that Jiang Tiansheng would appoint Liang Kuan at the Three Saints Palace spread throughout the entire Hong Kong martial world. In a tea restaurant in Causeway Bay, a few small-time gangsters sat in a corner with several cups of iced lemon tea and a plate of pineapple buns. One buzz-cut gangster bit his straw and asked, I heard Hongxing is going to appoint Liang Kuan, is that true? A companion in a floral shirt nodded, of course it's true. On the second day of the second month at the Three Saints Palace, it will be a grand event. The buzz-cut gangster asked again, who else will be appointed alongside Liang Kuan? The floral shirt pondered. There seemed to be two others, one called De Fei, and another whose name seems to be De Bi. The buzz-cut gangster scratched his head. De Bi. Who is that? I've never heard of him. I haven't heard of him either, the floral shirt shrugged. But anyway, he's a CGO. Being appointed alongside Liang Kuan is already a stroke of luck. Just as he finished speaking, a loud bang came from the nearby table. Chun Haonan stood up, glaring at the floral shirt. What did you just say? Shanji de Tian Air, Chao Pai, and Bao Pai also stood up and gathered around. The floral shirt was taken aback and scanned them. I said I haven't heard of De Bi, so what? Chun Haonan's face turned cold. De Bi is our boss, watch your word. The floral shirt laughed, so you are from Hongxing. I was just stating the truth. Who is De Bi? I've really never heard of him. Isn't Liang Kuan the only one who is powerful in Hongxing right now? Shanji stepped forward. You better say that again. The floral shirt stood up, and the buzz-cut gangster and several companions also got to their feet. I said the truth, so what? I'm with Lianqing, and my boss is Chue Ji, the top guy in Wanchai with Lianqing. De Bi. What is he? Just a CGO, not even a real member of the gang, and my boss doesn't even bother to look at him. The floral shirt patted Chun Haonan's shoulder, forcing a smile. Kid, when you're out there hustling, you should learn to respect your seniors. When your boss meets our Chue Ji, he has to bow his head and call him brother. What are you being arrogant about in front of me? Chun Haonan pushed his hand away, staring at him. So what if you are with Lianqing? Chue Ji is the boss, so what? What to be said is that in this world, the one with the bigger fist gets to speak. What are you talking about respecting your seniors? The floral shirt scoffed. Your boss is unknown, just like me, a mere CGO. How powerful can his fists be? What the hell did you say? Shanji punched forward, landing squarely on the floral shirt's face. The tea restaurant immediately erupted into chaos. Tables and chairs overturned, cups and plates shattered. Just as Chun Haonan and his group took down their opponent, a sudden rush of 7 or 8 people with sticks burst in from outside. Brothers from Lianqing here. The leading bald man swung his stick as he charged over. Chun Haonan raised his arm to block, but his arm was struck numb. Outnumbered, the group was quickly knocked to the ground, curling up to protect their heads. The bald man stepped on Shan Jia's face. Little brat from Hongxing, now tell me who has the bigger fist, who has the final say. After saying this, he led his group away. The scene shifted to the BS turf, where Chun Haonan and his companions sat on chairs, bruised and battered, with Shan Ji's mouth split open, blood still oozing. De Bi sat behind the tea table, his expression dark. Bao Pai covered his swollen cheek, mumbling, Boss, those guys from Lianqing were too arrogant, not giving us any face at all. De Tian Air interjected, that kid said he hadn't heard of your name, and that's why we struck first. Shanji, boss, this matter cannot just end here. Should we go find Chue Ji to settle the score? De Bi was smoking, remaining silent for a long time. Chun Haonan raised his head. B bro, everyone is talking about how powerful Liang Kuan is out there. No one even mentions you. This time you and Liang Kuan are being appointed together, but everyone only remembers him. Shanji echoed. Right, that guy in the floral shirt said that besides Liang Kuan being appointed, there's also De Fei and you, boss, but he didn't even know who you are. How can we swallow this? Bao Pai added. Exactly, Liang Kuan just took over a fish market, and it feels as though Hongxing only has him with any capability. De Bi slammed the table hard. Enough. The room fell silent. De Bi panted heavily, staring at the teacup on the table, speechless. How could he dare? Of course he wanted to find Chue Ji to settle the score, but how could he? The other party was the hall master of Lianqing, while he was just a CGO. If things escalated, would Mr. Jiang protect him, or would he be seen as someone who doesn't understand and causes trouble for the gang? Moreover, Liang Kuan had just taken over Hong Kong. What did he have? De Bi knew well that he was not comparable to Liang Kuan. It was merely that Long Tu Jiang Tiansheng was more considerate towards him. Chun Haonan looked at him. Boss, are we just going to let this go? De Bi stood up, looking at them. You all go back to recover. Let's not mention. Chun Haonan was taken aback. Boss, get out. They had no choice but to stand up and leave. As they reached the door, Chun Haonan looked back. De Bi stood there motionless. When the door closed, only De Bi remained in the hall. Damn it. He raised his hand and swept the teacup off the table, shattering it into pieces. The next day, Tsim Sha Sui, the prince's boxing gym. On the ring, the prince and Gao Jin were sparring. The prince sidestepped Gao Jin's sweeping kick and leaned forward, driving his elbow toward Gao Jin's face. Gao Jin raised his hand to block his knee already pressed against the prince's abdomen. The prince stepped back, his fist brushing past Gao Jin's ear. Below the stage, Lik Kwan leaned against the ropes, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Ahua and Wu Ying stood behind him, engrossed in the match. The two on stage separated, then collided again. Gao Jin seized the prince's wrist, twisting his body to try and throw him off. The prince's feet rooted to the ground. He countered by gripping Gao Jin's shoulder, both of them locked in place. All right. Lik Kwan spat out his cigarette butt and clapped his hands. The two on stage released each other, and the prince wiped his sweat with a smile. Jin's skills rank among the top 3 of those I've fought. Gao Jin jumped down from the stage and took the towel that Wu Ying handed him. You're too kind, prince. Lik Kwan turned to Ahua and Wu Ying. Did you see that? The two nodded. Lik Kwan pointed at the stage. The prince is the strongest, and Hung Hing and Gao Jin can exchange so many moves with him. What about you? Ahua lowered his head and said nothing. Wu Ying scratched the back of his head. Boss Ahua, and I haven't been with you for long. Haven't been with me for long. Lik Kwan interrupted him. Just because you haven't been with me for long means you don't need to practice. If someone comes at you one day, will you say, brother, I've only been with my boss for a short time, please wait a moment? Wu Ying fell silent. Lik Kwan pointed at the boxing ring. From now on, learn well from Gao Jin. Do as he says. Understood, Kwan. Go. The two replied in unison. The prince approached, picked up a towel, and wiped his neck. All right, don't scare the younger ones. Lik Kwan passed him a cigarette. Can't help but scare them. Today's young people won't budge unless pushed. The prince took the cigarette, not lighting it, but turning it in his hand. You heard about the meeting of Hung Hing yesterday, right? Lik Kwan nodded. Yeah, it was quite the topic. Mr. Zhang has set it for the 2nd day of the 2nd month at Sanxing Palace to appoint you. The prince looked at him. Invite all the heads from across the island to witness. Lik Kwan chuckled. That sounds like quite the scene. The prince stared at him. Aren't you happy? Happy? Lik Kwan lit his cigarette, taking a puff. How could I not be happy? The prince fell silent for a few seconds, placing the cigarette in his mouth. At the meeting yesterday, several uncles said that outside people are saying Hung Hing is ungrateful, leaving others to die without help. Jiang Tiansheng explained that it was a test for you. Afterward, the appointment was decided. Lik Kwan exhaled smoke. A test. The words sound quite nice. You don't believe it. I do. Lik Kwan flicked the ash from his cigarette. How could I not believe it? Mr. Zhang is thoughtful. If I can't even manage a fish market, I indeed don't qualify for an appointment. Now that I've managed it, it proves that I have the ability. People outside can see it. Hung Hing hasn't wronged me. The prince lit the cigarette, taking a puff. You see things clearly. See clearly what? Lik Kwan leaned against the ropes. I just figured it out. First get appointed, take the territory, then talk about other things. The prince glanced at him, not responding. Atai. A female voice came from the door. The two turned their heads, and the prince's wife, Zhuang Yalan, walked over with a tray holding several cups of tea and snacks. She walked carefully, her belly prominent. The prince hurried over to take the tray. Why are you out here? You could have just called. Zhuang Yalan smiled. I was afraid you would lose track of time talking. Jin, come have some tea. Gao Jin nodded and took the cup of tea. Zhuang Yalan looked at Lik Kwan. Kwan, stay for dinner today, or I've asked the kitchen to make a few extra dishes. Lik Kwan took the tea. Sister-in-law asked, so I won't be polite. Zhuang Yalan rubbed her belly. What is there to be polite about? You're getting along so well with the prince, but it's good to spend more time together. Lik Kwan looked at her belly. How many months now? Over 6 months, Zhuang Yalan replied with a smile. Lik Kwan nodded. Once the child is born, I'll give a big red envelope wishing the child good fortune. The prince grinned. I'll remember that. Zhuang Yalan looked at the two of them and joked, you two are so compatible, why not swear brotherhood? The prince was taken aback, turning to Lik Kwan. Lik Kwan was also startled for a moment. The prince slapped the boxing ring ropes. That's a good idea. Lik Kwan raised his hand. Prince, you're older than I am. Don't say that. The prince interrupted him. Right here, right now. Lik Kwan looked at him and nodded. The prince turned and entered the room, rummaging through a cabinet for 3 incense sticks, then grabbed a bottle of liquor and 2 bowls. He walked back to the boxing ring, lit the incense, and placed it in the ropes. The two stood facing each other. The prince raised a bowl of liquor. I Gan Zi Tai. I Li Qian Kwan. Today we swear brotherhood, share blessings together, and face hardships together. They both tilted their heads back and downed the liquor, smashing the bowls. Zhuang Yalan stood by, clapping good. Gao Jin held up his teacup, nodding to the two. The prince slung his arm around Lik Kwan's shoulder. Kwan, if anything comes up, just let me know. Lik Kwan nodded. Big brother likewise. After dinner, the few returned to the boxing ring. The prince warmed up his wrists. Jin, want to go for another couple of rounds? Gao Jin didn't respond, but looked at Lik Kwan. Prince, I've been with Kwan Ge for 3 months and noticed something. The prince paused his actions. What is it? Gao Jin pointed at Lik Kwan. My boss skills are not inferior to mine. The prince's eyes brightened as he turned to Lik Kwan. Lik Kwan waved his hand. Don't listen to him. Come on. The prince jumped onto the boxing ring. Let me give it a try. Lik Kwan stood still. The prince stood on the stage looking down at him. What, just got sworn in and already no respect? Lik Kwan laughed, took off his jacket, and tossed it to Wu Ying, stepping up the stairs to the boxing ring. The two stood facing each other. The prince moved his neck. Just so you know, let's get serious. Liang Kuan nodded all right. Below the stage, Zhuang Yalan sat in a chair with her teacup. Gao Jin stood beside her while Hua and Wu Ying stared wide-eyed at the stage. The prince stepped forward, his fist already in front of Liang Kuan's face. Liang Kuan tilted his head, the fist brushing past his ear as his knee pressed against the outer side of the prince's thigh. The prince sidestepped to avoid driving his elbow toward Liang Kuan's shoulder. Liang Kuan did not retreat. Instead, he pressed forward, his shoulder crashing into the prince's embrace. The prince lost his footing, taking a half step back, his fist already aimed at Liang Kuan's nape. Liang Kuan lowered his head to punch, missing, grabbing the prince's wrist instead. Both exerted force simultaneously, veins bulging on their arms. The prince fixed his gaze on him. You have strength. Liang Kuan did not speak, suddenly applying force with his feet, twisting his body to try and throw the prince off. The prince followed his strength, turning half a circle, and his other elbow smashed toward Liang Kuan's ribs. Liang Kuan released his grip and stepped back, his fist sweeping past his body. The two resumed their distance. Below the stage, Wu Ying gaped, unable to close his mouth for a long time. Gao Jin held his teacup, the corners of his mouth twitching. Zhuang Yalan was engrossed, forgetting to drink the tea in her hand. The prince shook his wrist, looking at Liang Kuan. Jin did not deceive me. Liang Kuan moved his shoulders, big brother ready for another round. The prince grinned. Let's go. A few days later at the West Kowloon Police Headquarters on Hong Kong Island. Senior Inspector Chan Kwok Chung had just stepped into the police station when a subordinate approached him. Chan, sir, the chief is looking for you. He wants you to go to his office. Chan Kwok Chung nodded, turning to walk upstairs. Arriving at the chief's office door, he adjusted his clothing and knocked, reporting in. Come in. A voice came from inside. Chan Kwok Chung pushed the door open and entered, seeing Chief Huang Bingyu sitting in his office chair, scratching his back with his service pistol. Seeing Chan Kwok Chung enter, he gestured for him to sit down, his movements not pausing. Chief, what do you need me for? Chan Kwok Chung asked. Of course I have something for you. Huang Bingyu paused. I'm getting older, more and more ailments are cropping up, and my back is constant. Chief, if you're not feeling well, go see a doctor. It's not good for others to see this. Just minor issues. Why see a doctor? Huang Bingyu pushed over a file, gesturing to Chan Kwok Chung. Take a look at this. Chan Kwok Chung picked up the file, opened it, and saw Liang Kuan's photo staring back at him. So it's him. What's wrong? Do you know him? Of course, Liang Kuan, Hung Hing's fourth nine, a rising star in the underworld. Chan Kwok Chung nodded. What does the chief find interesting about him? It's nothing. He's been rising quite rapidly lately, so he's become a key focus for our police. Huang Bingyu tucked his gun back into his waist, his tone casual. The underworld is saying that he didn't rely on Hung Hing's help and handled the Sha Pi all by himself. Chan Kwok Chung frowned. If that's true, Liang Kuan could really be in some trouble. Huang Bingyu opened a drawer, pulled out a box of mints, and tossed two into his mouth. You know, he leaned forward, lowering his voice. Jiang Tiansheng is preparing to hold a ceremony at Sansheng Palace, making a big show to appoint Liang Kuan. Such a big event. Chan Kwok Chung was slightly startled. It's been a long time since a gang held a ceremony at Sansheng Palace. It seems Jiang Tiansheng really values Liang Kuan. So that day will be quite lively. Huang Bingyu leaned back in his office chair. You keep an eye on it. Don't let them cause any trouble. Understood, Chief. Chan Kwok Chung stood up to leave, turning back at the door. Should I send someone to watch Liang Kuan? Not for now. Huang Bingyu waved his hand. Wait until he finishes the appointment, then do it the old way. All right, understood. Chan Kwok Chung saluted and turned to leave. On March 16, 1983, the second day of the second lunar month, dragon raising its head. At the Sansheng Palace Square on Hong Kong Island, 2 pairs of Qinglong and 8 pairs of awakening lions danced and leaped, performing various festive movements. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air, firecrackers echoed, and the crowd was bustling, lively, and extraordinary. Dengbo, welcome. Mr. Su, it is an honor to have your esteemed presence. Come in, Uncle May. Brother Blue Whale, you are here. Mr. Gao, you have also arrived. Please come in. Jiang Tiansheng, the head of Hongxing, along with many of Hongxing's leaders, and the Suntobe, appointed Liang Kuan to be, and to Fei, stood at the front of the Sansheng Palace to welcome guests from all sides. Dengbo from Lian Xingchun, Mei from Hongtai, Mr. Su from Xi, and Jilan Jing from Lian, he and Gao and Biao, along with many underworld big shots, all arrived. At this moment, Chen Yao whispered in Jiang Tiansheng's ear, Mr. Jiang, the camel has arrived. Jiang Tiansheng raised his eyes and saw a camel bringing the Dongxing crowd approaching. Mr. Jiang, congratulations. I apologize for being late. I hope for your understanding, Camel said with a clasped hand and a smile. Not at all, brother Camel. Gracing us with your presence truly honors me, Jiang Tiansheng. Please take a seat. Jiang Tiansheng stepped forward to welcome him. I dare not claim such honor. Camel waved his hand, chuckling. By the way, it has been a long time since the underworld has been this lively, Mr. Jiang. Your event today is truly grand. Not at all. Today is a momentous day for Hongxing. Brother Camel must drink a few more cups today. Just then a crow beside Camel interjected. Mr. Jiang, I heard that Liang Kuan from Hongxing has recently been quite impressive. I would like to test his skills. Does he dare to accept? As soon as the words fell, the surroundings fell silent, and the faces of the Hongxing crowd changed drastically. Shut up, you brat. Don't you see what kind of occasion this is? Camel scolded the crow, then turned to Jiang Tiansheng and smiled. I apologize, my subordinate does not know any better. Please do not take offense, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Tiansheng waved his hand, his expression unchanged. It's fine, the youth are bound to be a bit zealous. Oh, it's so lively over here. What are you discussing? At this moment, a group approached the entrance led by Hong Ying's head Jiang Quan, followed closely by his daughter Jiang Tian. Uncle Quan, you have also come. Please come inside and take a seat. Jiang Tiansheng hurriedly welcomed him. Tiansheng, congratulations. Jiang Quan patted Jiang Tiansheng's hand. Your subordinate has produced such talent. Uncle Quan is happy for you. Come, let me take a look inside. Jiang Tiansheng nodded, supporting Jiang Quan as they walked inside, and the crowd, seeing that Crow also wanted to go in, the prince stopped him. The Crow's face changed. What? Not allowing one to enter to congratulate? When did Hongxing have such rules? It's not that you can't enter. The prince looked at him. Crow, I just want to ask what you just said. Does it count? Of course. I, Crow, keep my word. The Crow glanced at the prince. What? Are you going to stand up for Liang Kuan? No, you two can compete. I won't get involved. The prince shook his head. However, I want to ask you one thing. What? Have you bought insurance? What do you mean? Prince, please clarify. The Crow frowned. If you haven't, hurry up and buy some. It may come in handy later. The prince meaningfully patted the Crow's shoulder and turned to leave. Prince, you better clarify what you mean. The Crow pulled the prince back. The prince spoke flatly. It's nothing, just a reminder. If you and a Kuan really fight, I fear he might kill you. The crowd gasped at his words, turning to look at Liang Kuan, who stood silently beside them. Liang Kuan was dressed in a fitted black suit, wearing a tie and gold-rimmed glasses, looking gentle and refined. Seeing everyone looking at him, Liang Kuan adjusted his glasses and smiled slightly at the Crow. So, Brother Crow, are you interested in having a spar? TCH, today is your big day. I won't hold it against you. Let's talk later. The Crow replied, turning around to leave. The crowd exchanged glances as they watched the Crow's back, and someone suddenly chuckled, leading to a burst of laughter. Brother Ji quietly leaned towards the prince. Prince, is a Kuan really that tough? Of course, the prince nodded. I've sparred with him several times recently, and he won every time. Is he really that impressive? Brother Jis' eyes widened in disbelief. Did you let him win? Am I that kind of person? The prince snorted. A Kuan has the strength to back it up. The prince paused, then said seriously, when it comes to skills in the underworld, a Kuan is definitely among the top fighters. All right, stop standing around, hurry inside, it's about to start, Chen Yao urged, and everyone then hurried into the venue. It was 10 in the morning. The initiation ceremony officially began in the main hall of Sanxing Palace. In front of the imposing statue of Emperor Guan, 3 tiers of offerings were set up, written on yellow paper with vermilion ink. The first tier was for the Sheephorn Morning and Zuobo Tao. The second tier was for the 108 heroes of Liangshan. The third tier was for the 5 ancestors of Hongmen. Jiang Tiansheng sat at the front while Uncle Lu began reciting the poem. The knife is the Hongmen knife, the stick is the dragon and phoenix stick. Entering my Muyang city means you are a member of the Hong family. In the Gui Hai year, Imao month Gui Mao Day, Hongmen Hongxing reopens the incense hall, holding a promotion ceremony for my Hongxing disciples. Please let all heroes of Hongmen witness. Hongxing is originally from Hongmen after passing through 5 passes bequeathed to Hong Ying for 50 years, equaling the heavens, making the world entirely red Hong. The auspicious time has arrived. Bring the horse into the city. Upon hearing this, Liang Kuan, shirtless and wearing only a pair of white shorts with hands clasped and 3 sticks of incense inserted upside down in the middle, walked into the main hall. De Bi and De Fei were similarly dressed. The 3 stepped forward a few paces and knelt before the statue of Emperor Guan. Uncle Lu took the steel knife from in front of the statue and walked to the 3. Clang, clang, clang. The steel knife struck heavily on the backs of the 3, and Uncle Lu asked solemnly, on the left are the dragon and tiger turtle and snake, gathering on the right are the carved beasts in harmony. Let me ask you, do you love your brothers and sisters, or do you love gold? I love my brothers and sisters, the 3 answered in unison. Do you seek high office and wealth, or do you seek loyalty and righteousness? I seek loyalty and righteousness. After repeating this 3 times, Uncle Lu nodded in approval and stood with the knife held high. A drop of blood on the paper. Do not speak of it to others. If you speak of it to others, your whole family will perish. Light the incense. The 3 rose at the command, inserting the incense they held into the incense burner on the altar. Then Uncle Lu took a sharp kitchen knife and quickly chopped off the head of a rooster, the blood dripping into 3 wine. Liang Kuan and the others immediately pricked their fingers with a dagger, letting their blood drip into the bowls as well. After drinking this bowl of blood wine, you will be true brothers to live and die together, Uncle Lu proclaimed loudly. Afterward, the 3 drank the blood wine in one gulp. Uncle Lu turned to Jiang Tiansheng and called out loudly, Head Dragon, please grant the treasured seal. Jiang Tiansheng stood up and approached, taking a red wooden stick from the tray held by an elder of Hongxing and handed it to Liang Kuan. Today, Hongxing grants disciple Li Qian Kuan the position of 426 red stick, bestowing the treasured seal and token promoted. He then picked up a white paper fan and walked in front of De Bi. Today, Hongxing grants disciple Ding Ji Yong the position of 405 white paper fan, bestowing the treasured seal and token promoted. Finally, he walked to De Fei, Today Hongxing grants disciple Su Fei Hong the position of 4-3 straw shoes, bestowing the treasured seal and token promoted. Seeing the three receive their tokens, Jiang Tiansheng instructed them, "From today onwards you three will be the foundation of my Hongxing. Remember the two words loyalty and righteousness must not be forgotten. This is the foundation of my Hongxing." Liang Kuan immediately responded, "I Liang Kuan am grateful for Mr. Jiang's promotion, for the recognition of all uncles, and for the support of all brothers. I will surely be loyal and righteous in my new position. In the future, if the gang has matters, I will be the first to help. If there is money needed, I will be the first to contribute." The ceremony lasted over an hour before concluding. Jiang Tiansheng then called all the influential figures to the square for a banquet. Liang Kuan, De Bi, and De Fei showcased themselves in front of their peers, toasting and expressing gratitude. "Kame Kuan, congratulations on becoming a decision-maker. Cheers." Brother Ji raised his glass loudly, and nearby Liang Mama Wang Jian and others echoed in agreement. "Thank you, Brother Ji. Thank you all. I will need your support in the future." Liang Kuan smiled, raised his glass, and drank it all in one go. Just as Liang Kuan was passionately chatting with Brother Ji, the prince patted him on the shoulder from behind. "Kuan, don't just drink, let me introduce you to a few people." The prince pulled him away to another side. Liang Kuan hurriedly turned to Brother Ji and the others to say sorry, then followed the prince. "This gentleman here is Xian Ji, Axe Master," the prince introduced, pointing to a man in his 30s. Axe Master was dressed in a work jacket with a robust build and a serious expression. Upon hearing the prince's introduction, he nodded slightly. "Congratulations, Liang Kuan." "Thank you, Brother Jun." The prince then pointed to another table. "This is Hong Les Master Gentleman Sheng." Gentleman Sheng stood up in a well-fitted suit, smiling. "Congratulations, Brother Liang Kuan." "This is Hong Tai's Red Stick Little Overlord." Little Overlord was wearing a flashy t-shirt with an arrogant expression, nodding his head. The prince then pointed to a man with red hair. "This is my Yao Dong from Hong Ying." My Yao Dong grinned widely. "Brother Liang Kuan, please take care of me in the future." "Not at all. I, the younger brother, should be the one asking for your guidance. All the big brothers." Liang Kuan smiled in response. The prince then pulled Liang Kuan to another table, introducing, "This is the leader from Lianxing, Big D." Big D was dressed in a floral shirt with a suit over it, puffing on a cigar and lounging back in his chair. He looked Liang Kuan up and down, exhaling smoke. "Liang Kuan, I heard you single-handedly took down the fish market." Liang Kuan nodded. "Brother D, you flatter me. It was just luck." "Luck?" Big D flicked the ash off his cigar. "I've heard of that bunch from Sha Pi. They are all tough characters. For you to handle them is no simple feat." Liang Kuan adjusted his glasses and smiled. "Compared to Brother D, I am far behind. You single-handedly turned Sin Wan into a clean slate. Who in the underworld doesn't know?" Big D grinned with pride at his words, putting the cigar back in his mouth and patting the chair beside him. "Sit down, come to Tin Wan more often." Big D turned and pointed to a man in a dark jacket with a gentle demeanor. "This is Alu, our Liansheng's leader from Jordan." Alu raised his glass and nodded at Liang Kuan. "Congratulations." Liang Kuan raised his glass in return. "Lu Xiao, you're too polite. By the way, I heard you enjoy fishing." Alu was taken aback. "Yeah, Brother Kuan, do you like it too?" "I do. I like to wear a helmet when I fish." Big D laughed derisively. "Who wears a helmet while fishing?" "Liang Kuan, that's quite a unique hobby of yours." Liang Kuan glanced at him, took a sip from his glass, and said nothing. At this moment, the prince patted Liang Kuan. "Come, let's go over there." The prince continuously introduced Liang Kuan to various figures from the underworld, such as Ino Hui from the Alliance, and Yogu, Zhong Xian E's Lian Hao Dong, and Afa Feng Spicy Ginger and Tank, and so on. Liang Kuan frequently raised his glass in thanks, and before he knew it, the ceremony was nearing its end. On the roadside outside the Sansheng Palace, several police cars were parked. Chen Guozhong leaned against the car door, gazing thoughtfully at the Sansheng Palace in the distance. At that moment, one of his subordinates approached. "Chen sir, it's so lively inside, yet we're just standing here in the wind. I wonder what headquarters is thinking. Why don't they arrest all these scoundrels?" Chen Guozhong glanced at him. "Song Zijia, if you continue to hold such thoughts, I will request to have you transferred from the Major Crimes Unit." "I'm sorry, sir," Song Zijia quickly apologized. "I know you hate the gang members," Chen Guozhong sighed. "But have you considered what chaos would ensue if we arrested them all? Think about it. If we arrest them, who will take care of their subordinates? What if they cause trouble?" Chen Guozhong continued. "What we want is not the violence of the underworld, but the order and stability of society. Do you understand?" "I still don't quite understand." Song Zijia shook his head. "You will understand in the future." Chen Guozhong looked towards the crowd pouring out of the Sansheng Palace. "It seems the show is over." Seeing Liang Kuan come out, Chen Guozhong waved his hand, signaling his subordinate. "Let's go meet today's main character." A group of people led by Chen Guozhong walked towards Liang Kuan. At that moment, Liang Kuan was surrounded by his subordinates, each of whom wore an excited expression, continuously congratulating him. "Brother Kuan, you looked really handsome today. Oh, I could see it clearly from outside." The loudest voice was always that of Wu Ying. "Of course the boss is handsome, unlike you." Shui flattered from the side. "Right, boss." The crowd laughed and nodded. Brother Kowloon, now that you're in charge, can you take the lead? Wu Wing asked again. Of course Brother Kowloon is so capable, Sha Chong chimed in. But I wonder where the gang will place Brother Kowloon. While the group was lively in conversation, Chen Guozhong approached them. Liang Kowloon, I am Senior Inspector Chen Guozhong from the West Kowloon Major Crimes Unit. As per the usual procedure, please come with us for a while. Chen Guozhong showed his ID to Liang Kowloon. Hey you bastards, what do you want? Wu Wing rushed forward to Shui Da hurriedly pulled him away. You little brat. Don't make trouble. Don't you know that every boss who rises to power has to visit the police station? That's the rule. Come on, don't cause trouble for Brother Kowloon. Ahua also stepped forward to pull Wu Wing away. Chen Guozhong saw Da Bi and Da Fei approaching, as well saying, perfect timing, you two please come with us too. Liang Kowloon looked at Gao Jin. Jin, you all go back first, come to the police station to pick me up tomorrow. Also make sure to handle the matters I assigned immediately. Gao Jin nodded to indicate he understood. Da Fei and Da Bi also instructed their own subordinates. The three of them got into the police car and headed towards the police station. As everyone watched the police car leave, Wu Ying remained indignant. These bastards, Brother Kun's good days are being ruined by them. Alright, say less, listen to Brother Kowloon and go pick him up tomorrow. Gao Jin called everyone to leave. Just then a news van arrived, and as soon as it stopped, a female reporter jumped. It's all your fault for not coming out earlier, you didn't listen. The female reporter complained to the plump man carrying the camera. Now we're stuck in traffic and look, we missed the whole scene. How was I supposed to know, big sister? The plump man said with a bitter face. I'll definitely pay attention next time. Next time? This golden news just slipped away like that. The female reporter was so angry, she was stomping her foot. Alright Asian, I'll treat you to a meal as an apology, the plump man comforted. That's more like it, Lu Huijin huffed. Wait, you're not trying to hit on me, are you? You're so impressive, how could I dare? Come on, big sister, the plump man urged Lu Huijin to leave. At the West Kowloon Police Headquarters, several police cars slowly pulled up at the entrance. Chen Guozhong pushed the door open and instructed his subordinates. Please bring the three big brothers down and take them to the detention room. Song Zijie responded and called his colleagues to escort Liang Kowloon and the others out of the car. At this time someone nearby called out, Chen sir, it's so lively at the headquarters today. Chen Guozhong turned around and saw a man in his 30s smiling. Huang sir, you have the time to come inspect. I wouldn't dare to inspect, I just came to deliver materials to the headquarters and happened to stop by for a look, the other person said, shifting his gaze to Liang Kowloon and the others. Who are these people? What's with this grand setup? Isn't Hong Xing putting on a big show today? These three are the main characters, Liang Kowloon, Da Bi, and Da Fei. Chen Guozhong pointed to the three. Who is Liang Kowloon? The man's voice suddenly rose. Liang Kowloon, who had just gotten out of the car, turned his head at the sound, slightly taken aback. Isn't that Huang Go? What is he doing here? He immediately spoke. I am Liang Kowloon, officer, is there something wrong? Huang Jiqing walked up to Liang Kowloon and looked him up and down. I thought the infamous Liang Kowloon they speak of outside was some formidable character, but it turns out it's just like this. Officer, I don't think I have offended you, right? Why are you so angry? Liang Kowloon raised his hand and waved in front of his nose. Did you forget to brush your teeth today? Huang Jiqing grabbed Liang Kowloon by the collar. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Da Fei rushed up, immediately pushing him away. What do you want? Da Bi also immediately stepped forward. Chen Guozhong hurriedly stopped Huang Jiqing. Huang sir, calm down. He turned to his subordinates and scolded. What are you standing there for? Why aren't you taking them in? I remember you. Huang Jiqing shook off Chen Guozhong's hand, pointing at Liang Kowloon. You better watch out and not cause trouble on my turf, or I will definitely arrest you. Liang Kowloon sneered, disdainfully shrugged his shoulders, and turned to walk into the police station. Everyone quickly followed. Alright Huang sir, cool your temper, don't stoop to his level. Chen Guozhong patted Huang Jiqing on the shoulder. I'll get busy first, let's have tea when you have time. Huang Jiqing nodded and waved his hand as he turned to leave. Chen Guozhong walked into the detention room of the police station and said to Liang Kowloon, who was already sitting inside. Liang Kowloon, I'm sorry, but you'll have to stay here for the night. It's fine, Chen sir, it's the rule, I understand, Liang Kowloon replied with a smile. However, Chen sir, there's something I want to ask. Go ahead. That officer from earlier, I don't recall offending him. Why is he targeting me? Huang has a bad temper, but he's not a bad officer. Chen Guozhong explained. Liang Kowloon heard this and sneered inwardly. If you knew what he would do in the future, you wouldn't think that way. Then it seems the three big brothers will have to stay here for the night. Chen Guozhong signed the documents handed over by his subordinate. Once morning comes, you can leave. After speaking, he turned and left. Liang Kowloon sat on the bed in the detention room, thanking Da Bi and Da Fei on either side. Da Fei, thank you for what happened earlier. No need, Brother Kowloon, we're all brothers, it's what we should do. Da Fei waved his hand and smiled. Da Bi nodded in agreement. By the way, where do you think Mr. Jiang will assign us as leaders? It's hard to say who I assume Mr. Jiang already has arrangements, Liang Kowloon responded. Da Bi remains. We'll find out tomorrow at the headquarters, Da Fei nodded. Alright big brothers, get some rest early. Liang Kowloon lay on the iron bed closing his eyes, but his mind was in turmoil. I unexpectedly ran into Huang Go here, and even had a conflict with him. Isn't he always keeping an eye on the Ni family and Sim Sha Sui? Old and Kowloon hasn't had any incidents yet. It seems Huanggo isn't ready to take action against him. It looks like I need to prepare. Being targeted by him isn't a good thing. Kowloon thought, and before he knew it he fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning the entrance of the police station was crowded with people. Gao Jin stood by the roadside with Ahua Wu Ying and a few others while Chun Haonan's group was also waiting here. Wu Ying glanced at Shan Ji, standing not far away, and said fiercely, I really want to go up and beat that kid to vent on my anger. Kowloon will be out soon, so you better behave and don't cause trouble. Ahua glared at him. We'll talk about it after Kowloon finishes his important matters. Got it. Wu Ying mumbled, suddenly raising his voice. Kowloon is coming out. Kowloon. The crowd looked up and saw Kowloon and his two companions walking out of the police station. The group quickly rushed forward. Wu Ying and Shui Da held pomelo leaves, dipped them in clean water, and gently brushed them over Kowloon's body and head, chanting softly, Big brother, sweep away the bad luck. May you sail smoothly and have great fortune. After the two finished, Kowloon finally spoke. All right, thank you for your hard work. By the way, I ought to have you prepared. It's already Kowloon. Shui Da replied with a smile. I prepared a few big red envelopes as you instructed. Good. Make sure to distribute them to the brothers later. Kowloon nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Chun Yao got out of a nearby car and said to Kowloon and the other two, Thank you for your hard work. Let's go, mister. Jiang is waiting for you at the headquarters. After speaking, he turned and got into the car. The three nodded, taking their subordinates and getting into the vehicle following Chun Yao towards the Hongxing headquarters. Kowloon, Gao Jin, and Ahua got into the same car, while Shui Da took Wu Ying and Sha Chong into another. Kowloon sat in the back seat examining the car's interior decor and couldn't help but curl his lip, then said to the driver Ahua, in a couple of days go to the car dealership and help me pick out a nice car. Sure, Kowloon, Ahua replied. By the way, Jin, Kowloon remembered something and said to Gao Jin, find a private investigator, someone professional and skilled. The price is negotiable. Understood, Kowloon. Gao Jin replied, what do you need a private investigator for? I want him to keep an eye on a person, Inspector Huang Jicheng from the Tsuan Police Station Serious Crime Unit. I want to know all his recent movements. Got it, he'll take care of it right away. Also, how's the lawyer I asked you to find? Kowloon asked again. I found one, but the fee is very high. The high price is fine as long as he is capable. Kowloon waved his hand. By the way, have you notified him? I've already notified him. He'll come after your meeting at the headquarters. Good, then we'll take care of the nightclub matter later. Kowloon nodded. The convoy stopped at the entrance of the Hongxing headquarters. The crowd got out one after another following Chun Yao into the headquarters. Upon entering, they saw Jiang Tiansheng sitting at the head of the long table in the main hall with the leaders of various factions seated on either side. Kowloon, Abi, find a seat, Jiang Tiansheng called out as he saw Kowloon and the others enter. De Bi and De Fei found an empty spot and sat down. Kowloon scanned the room and sat next to the Crown Prince. Gao Jin stood behind Kowloon, while Ahua and Shui Da sat in the corner of the hall. Everyone is here, let's get started, Jiang Tiansheng said as he looked at the crowd. Yesterday the gang welcomed 3 new leaders. Everyone knows them, and the gang has arranged for them to be the new leaders. Any objections? Of course there are no objections. They are all elites of Hongxing. Brother Ji was the first to express his support. We support the gang's arrangements, right? That's right. Liang Mama Wang Jian and others nodded in agreement. So there are no objections, that's good, Jiang Tiansheng nodded slightly. Then I will announce the gang's decision. Abi, you have been in the TSC Wanshan area, so you will be in charge of TSC Wanshan from now on. De Bi quickly stood up and said, Thank you, Mr. Jiang. I will work hard for the gang, please rest assured. Kowloon saw his fawning expression and felt disdain in his heart. Jiang Tiansheng then turned to De Fei and said, De Fei, you have been working at the headquarters, so you will be in charge of Aberdeen and manage the fish market well. De Fei nodded excitedly, rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I will do my best. As for Kowloon, Jiang Tiansheng paused. You used to work for Uncle Fei Xiong, who was the leader of the Mong Kok faction, so Mong Kok will be entrusted to you. Is there any problem? No problem, thank you, Mr. Jiang. Kowloon smiled. I will definitely help the gang establish a foothold in Mong Kok. Suddenly someone interjected sarcastically, who can't boast? Establish a foothold. Just don't get beaten to death first. Kowloon turned to see that it was the North Point leader Fatty Lai who had spoken. Whether I can do it is my business, what does it have to do with you, Fatty Lai? Kowloon sneered. A useless person who is being suppressed by the new record, how dare you talk here? Don't forget Mong Kok has the number gangs Wang Bao new record He Tus, Chun Yi, and the Ni family's Han Shun. They carry guns. Be careful not to get turned into a sieve. In the corner, Wu Ying's eyes turned red, veins bulging, and he shouted F you, and was about to charge forward. Ahua was quick to react, grabbing Wu Ying firmly, while Shui Da held onto his clothes nearby, and Sha Chong hurriedly covered his mouth. The three worked together to pin him in place. Ahua lowered his voice and warned sternly, Are you crazy? This is the headquarters. Do you want to get Kowloon killed? Shui Da also quickly agreed. Ahua is right, endure it, don't cause trouble for Kowloon. Standing behind Liang Kwan, Gao Jin's expression turned cold, his body slightly tensed, knuckles clenched, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. However, Liang Kwan did not look back and raised his hand to stop Gao Jin. How I handle things is none of your business. Liang Kwan looked disdainfully at Fatty Lai. Unlike some people who think they are cultured but end up producing harmful magazines that poison the youth. Be careful, your sons are born without any parts. The people present couldn't help but lower their heads and snicker. Fatty Lai turned furious at these words and slammed the table. Liang Kwan, what did you say? You dare to say what? You dare to do, but not acknowledge it. Liang Kwan stood up provocatively, looking at him. You dare? Jiang Kwan had just stepped out of the hall when the crown prince clapped a hand on his shoulder and said, Congratulations, Ah Kwan. Shall we celebrate a little? Jiang Kwan politely declined, saying, Thanks, big brother, but I have some matters to attend to. Another day I promise to join you for a drink. The crown prince raised an eyebrow and asked, What urgent matter could it be? You can't even spare time for a celebratory drink. Jiang Kwan replied casually, It's just a small matter. I've just acquired a nightclub. A nightclub? The crown prince's voice suddenly shot up, his face filled with disbelief. You're not joking, are you? Jiang Kwan nodded with a smile. Of course it's real. It's located on Nathan Road. Nathan Road? That's a prime location. The crown prince's eyes widened. How did you manage to get it? The owner went bankrupt at the gambling tables and was forced into a corner by loan sharks. Jiang Kwan replied nonchalantly. So I seized the opportunity to take it over. What's it called? Night Paris. Night Paris. You've really struck gold with such a place. The crown prince grabbed Jiang Kwan's arm. Let's go. Now take me to see it. Jiang Kwan smiled helplessly. All right. They all drove straight to Nathan Road. As soon as the car stopped, the crown prince jumped out and looked up, unable to hold back his admiration. Wow. It really is a great place. He turned to Jiang Kwan, his tone filled with envy and admiration. Ah Kwan, you truly hit the jackpot this time. Jiang Kwan merely smiled silently, but behind him Ah Hua and Wu Ying could hardly contain their excitement, shouting in unison, Brother Kwan, you are amazing. Boss, did you really buy this place? At that moment, a man in his 30s wearing glasses and a suit approached Jiang Kwan and said, Hello, are you Mr. Li Qian Kwan? Yes, I am. May I ask who you are? Oh, I'm your appointed lawyer. My name is Chun Tian Yi. Chun Tian Yi extended his right hand for a self-introduction. Hello, Lawyer Chun. Jiang Kwan responded politely, shaking hands. Chun Tian Yi adjusted his glasses and said, Mr. Li, I have received your assignment. Based on the property transfer documents you provided, the authorization letter from the previous owner, and the tax bureau's certificate of no arrears, I have reviewed everything in triplicate, and it holds complete legal validity. As Jiang Kwan listened to Chun Tian, he couldn't help but wonder, isn't this the lawyer who defended Zhang Shihao? How did Ajin manage to invite him? What's the matter, Mr. Li? Chun Tian noticed Jiang Kwan's unusual expression and asked curiously. It's nothing, just a bit surprised. Jiang Kwan smiled and said, How could a big lawyer like you come to help me with such a trivial matter? Because your offered price is high enough, Chun Tian stated frankly. Haha, Lawyer Chun is truly straightforward. Jiang Kwan laughed. Then I'm counting on you today. Let's head inside. After that, Jiang Kwan and Chun Tian walked into the nightclub, and the group hurriedly followed. As they stepped through the main entrance, a younger brother of Chang approached them. Who are you guys? What do you want? Jiang Kwan looked at him and said, Could you please bring the person in charge here? And your boss, I need to discuss something with them. Who do you think you are? Our boss is someone you can just see whenever you want. Get lost. The younger brother said arrogantly. Who am I? Jiang Kwan sneered, not even looking back, and said, Tell him who I am. It's Brother Kwan from Hongxing. The younger brother froze and quickly signaled to his companions, Hurry and notify the boss. Hongxing has come. At this moment, over a dozen people walked out from the nightclub, led by the number 19 of Chang'e. What's going on? 19 exclaimed angrily. The younger brother hurried forward and explained the situation. Upon hearing this, 19's expression changed. Brother Kwan, I know you've been quite impressive lately, but we at Chang'e haven't offended you, have we? What do you want today? If you came to drink and look for women, and welcome, but if you're here to cause trouble. Jiang Kwan smiled and said, Brother 19, don't get agitated. I'm not here to cause trouble today. What do you want today? If you came to drink and look for women, and welcome, but if you're here to cause trouble. 19 slammed the bottle he was holding on the ground, and the younger brothers gathered around. Night Paris has been running for so long, and I've been protecting it. You think you can just take it back? Do you treat Chang'e as decoration? Jiang Kwan stepped forward, facing 19 directly, their noses nearly touching. 19, you can't speak nonsense. Night Paris is my property, clearly documented. What right do you have to occupy it? Your property. 19 sneered. In Mongkok, only the strong have the right. Property documents. I don't recognize that. Sir, please show some respect. Chun Tian stepped forward at the right moment, standing between the two, and opened his briefcase with a loud snap, taking out a stack of documents and presenting them to 19. This is the latest property certificate issued by the land registry, clearly indicating the owner as Mr. Li Qian Kwan, with the registration date marked as 3 days ago at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It holds absolute legal validity. Additionally, this is the venue management agreement signed by the previous owner Boss Huang and your Chang, which clearly states that if the ownership changes, the agreement automatically terminates, and you have no right to continue occupying the venue nor to demand any so-called venue fees from the new owner. 19's gaze swept over the documents, his expression gradually darkening, yet he still stubbornly retorted, I don't care about any documents, the rules are the rules, this place is ours Chang. Rules cannot override the law. Qian adjusted his glasses, his tone still calm, but his words cutting. According to Article 45 of the Property Transfer and Property Ordinance of Hong Kong Island, once the property registration is completed, Mr. Li enjoys full ownership and usage rights, including the right to evict illegal occupants. Your current actions constitute illegal occupation. If you insist on not leaving, Mr. Li is entitled to apply for a restraining order from the court, at which point you will not only have to vacate immediately, but also bear the litigation costs and venue occupation fees, and you may even face criminal liability. He paused and took out another document. Additionally, I have submitted the property change registration to the police station and requested temporary security assistance. If any physical conflict occurs now, the police will investigate on the grounds of suspected gang fighting and disturbance. Sir, you have been in this line of work for so long, you should understand the impact of legal troubles on the organization. Chang, you wouldn't want to clash with the law over a nightclub that doesn't belong to you, would they? 19's face turned grim, and the younger brothers behind him began to whisper, their eyes showing hesitation. Tian's words struck at the core. These gang members weren't afraid of fights, but they feared legal troubles. They knew that once they drew police attention, the subsequent troubles would be endless. At this moment, the Crown Prince spoke up. 19, do I need to personally invite you out? His gaze swept over 19's subordinates, and their previously arrogant demeanor weakened significantly. After all, the Crown Prince's reputation far surpassed that of 19. Seeing this, Jiang Kun's smile grew wider. 19, you've heard it. Be smart, and take your people away quickly. They'll still leave you some face. Otherwise, when the police arrive, it won't be pretty. Fine, you've got some guts. 19 gritted his teeth and signaled his subordinates with a glance, go bring out the things. Several subordinates quickly walked towards the backstage, and not long after they emerged carrying a leather suitcase and several account books. Tian, he had the nightclub manager verify the item list on the spot, and after confirming there were no issues, he had 19 sign the handover documents. 19 signed his name forcefully, slamming the pen down on the table, glaring at Jiang Kun. Jiang Kun, you wait. This matter is not over. Jiang Kun raised an eyebrow and said to Gao Jin, see brother 19 out. The group walked out reluctantly, their eyes filled with resentment as they passed by Tian, but no one dared. Watching 19 and the others disappear at the door, Shui couldn't help but step forward, saying, Brother Kun, you're amazing, and Lawyer Chun is even more impressive. It was just a few words scared 19 away. Jiang Kun laughed heartily and patted Tian on the shoulder. Lawyer Chen, I owe you one this time. I will seek your help in the future. Tian put away the documents and smiled faintly. Mr. Li is too kind. I'm just fulfilling my duty as a lawyer. Next, we need to conduct employee handovers and venue inspections to ensure there are no lingering issues. At this point, the manager nearby quickly stepped forward with a smile. Mr. Li, Lawyer Chen, please come in, please come in. Jiang Kun nodded and headed towards the inner area with the crowd closely following. Ahua Wuing, Jiang Kun instructed. You two follow Lawyer Chen inside, and do a thorough inspection to ensure there are no issues, especially with prohibited items. Nothing can be left behind. Understood, Brother Kun. Ahua nodded and replied, and then started the inspection with the others. Jiang Kun sat at the bar in the hall and asked the manager, are there no issues with the accounts? The manager hurriedly approached. Mr. Li, there are no issues with the accounts, but what? Jiang Kun frowned. Will Brother 19 and the others come back? The manager asked cautiously. You can rest assured, Jiang Kun reassured, they aren't that foolish. That's good, the manager sighed in relief. The Crown Prince walked over, picked up a bottle, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to Jiang Kun. Kun, you handled that beautifully. I didn't expect you had this skill bringing in a big lawyer. Jiang Kun took the glass and smiled. This is just the beginning. Among Coke will become even more interesting. 19 hurriedly returned to the main hall of the Changi Society, and before he even entered, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Big brother, something's happened. What happened that's so urgent? Boss Pan, sitting at the table puffing on a cigar and sipping brandy, looked up at him. A big deal. Knight Paris has been robbed. What? Robbed? Who did it? Boss Pan suddenly stood up, furious. Damn it, what were you doing? You couldn't even protect Knight Paris. It was the newly appointed Liang Kun from Hongqing, 19 quickly explained. He brought a group of people, even a lawyer, claiming that Knight Paris was his property, and forcefully kicked me out. You couldn't fight back. Boss Pan yelled. Aren't you supposed to be tough? I couldn't take him on, boss. The prince is with him too. 19 looked wronged. The prince. Boss Pan was taken aback. Why would he help Liang Kun? I'm not sure. 19 shook his head. That lawyer is quite formidable, carrying a thick stack of documents, and even said he reported it to the police. There was nothing I could do, so I had to retreat for now. And you reported it to the police. That bastard Leon Kwan is really something. Boss Pan frowned. Did you get back the stuff and the accounts? I got them back. 19 nodded. Don't worry, boss. I know what's important. That's good. Boss Pan slightly relaxed and asked, by the way, how did Leon Kwan get the rights to the nightclub? I inquired along the way. 19 said. It seems Old Huang lost everything at the Macau casino and sold the nightclub to him. Old Huang. What a useless guy. Boss Pan cursed. And he didn't even inform me about this. By the way, where is Old Huang? I called him, but I couldn't find him. He must have taken the money and run. Boss Pan gritted his teeth. Damn it, that bastard. How dare he set me up? Boss, what should we do now? 19 asked. What should we do? The place is theirs now. What can we do? Then, are we just going to endure this? Endure? We definitely can't let it go like this. Boss Pan sneered. Let me make a call to Jiang Tianxing. After saying that, he picked up the phone and dialed. The call connected and Boss Pan suppressed his anger. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang? It's me, Old Pan from Changi. Mr. Jiang Tianxing frowned on the other end. Oh, Old Pan, what brings you here? Nothing much. I heard you guys from Hongxing made quite a scene at the Sanxing Palace yesterday. Boss Pan glanced at 19 beside him. It's a pity I had something urgent yesterday and couldn't attend to congratulate you. I'm truly sorry about that. No worries, Old Pan. It's the thought that counts. Jiang Tianxing replied flatly. Just say what's on your mind. All right, I'll be straightforward. Boss Pan snorted. Mr. Jiang, that kid Leon Kwan from Hongxing has been quite arrogant lately, even stretching his reach into Mongkok. Oh really? Jiang Tianxing seemed unfazed. His going to Mongkok is the arrangement of the society. He's now the person in charge of Hongxing's Mongkok district. So that's how it is, Boss Pan said. Then he has a nightclub in Mongkok. You know about it, right? Jiang Tianxing frowned at this. What nightclub? What even you, Mr. Jiang, don't know. Boss Pan raised his voice. Let me tell you. Leon Kwan brought the prince and a bunch of people to our Changiest territory today. He claimed that nightclub was his property and kicked my people out. Mr. Jiang, what do you think we should do about this? Jiang Tianxing fell silent for a moment. Since that place is Leon Kun's property, it's his territory, it's not under Hongxing's jurisdiction, and the society naturally can't intervene. Mr. Jiang, that can't be right. Leon Kwan is still one of your Hongxing people, Boss Pan protested. At the very least, you should give us a heads up, right? Give you a heads up? Old Pan, you're thinking too much. Jiang Tianxing sneered. If you have the ability, handle it yourself. If it comes to fighting, Hongxing will accompany you to the end. Before he could finish, the call was already hung up. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Boss Pan's face turned dark, and he cursed fiercely. Damn it, Jiang Tianxing. Hongxing thinks they're so great. Just wait. On the other end, after hanging up the phone, Jiang Tianxing furrowed his brows, lost in thought. After a while, he called Chun Yao over. Old Pan from Changi said Leon Kwan robbed their territory. You go and see what's going on. Leon Kwan made a move so quickly. Chun Yao exclaimed. From what Boss Pan said, it seems that place has really become Leon Kun's property. Chun Yao was stunned. That's impossible. How did he get it? That's why I need you to check it out, Jiang Tianxing instructed. Find out exactly what happened. All right, I understand, Mr. Jiang. As Chun Yao reached the door, Jiang Tianxing called out to him again. By the way, the prince and Leon Kwan are together. They might still be in Mongkok. Chun Yao paused for a moment. Mr. Jiang, I know what to do. After saying that, Chun Yao turned and left. Jiang Tianxing watched Chun Yao's departing figure, lost in thought. Chun Yao rushed to Mongkok, and as soon as he entered the lobby of Night Paris, he saw Leon Kwan and the prince. As soon as Leon Kwan saw him, he hurriedly waved. Yao Ge, come sit, let's drink together. Chun Yao sat down and smiled. Kwan, you really have some skills. You got a place so quickly. Where? Yao Ge, you're just joking. Leon Kwan waved his hand. It's just good luck. But Changi said you brought people and forcibly took their place. What forcibly took? Their place. Leon Kwan angrily said, this is my property. If you don't believe me, look, the documents are right here. Chun Yao took the documents and looked. It was indeed real, nodding. Since the paperwork is complete, there shouldn't be a problem. However, Chun Yao glanced at Leon Kwan. Kwan, be careful. Changi won't let this go easily. Don't worry, Yao Ge, Leon Kwan smiled. You should look at whose territory is next to this nightclub. Chun Yao thought for a moment. Right, the territory next door belongs to the Ni family, and Han Shun Ao Changi wouldn't dare to come here. That's good. Chun Yao nodded and then asked, but Kwan, where did you get the money to buy this place? The prince, who was drinking beside them, also asked curiously. Yeah, Kwan, where did you get the money? Well, Leon Kwan chuckled. Ought to come here. Shui Da, who was chatting with Hua and the others, hurried over. Kwan Ge, what's up? Tell Yao Ge and the prince where I got the money. Shui Da immediately explained to Chun Yao and the prince. Oh, it's like this. That day, I bought a lottery. Well, let me explain it. Leon Kwan interrupted Shui Da to save you from rambling on. Leon Kwan looked at the two. That day, Shui Da bought a lottery ticket and said he would definitely win. I wanted to ride on his coattails, so I bought 100 tickets with his number, and it actually won. Haha, good luck is unstoppable. I won second place. Over 600,000. 100 tickets is over 60 million. It's the first time in my life I've seen so much money. Leon Kwan beamed with pride. Damn, Kwan, you really hit the jackpot, huh? The prince looked at him with envy and jealousy. I didn't expect it either, Lik Kwan said proudly. It's really thanks to Audiobook's luck. Come on, let's drink. Seeing you so pleased makes me want to drink more. The prince urged him to drink. Chen Yao returned to Jiang Tianxing's mansion. Confirmed. Jiang Tianxing sat on the sofa holding a teacup. Confirmed, Chen Yao nodded. The property documents are complete and the transaction records are available. It is indeed real. Where did the money come from? Is it really from the lottery? Jiang Tianxing took a sip of tea. I checked, and indeed someone won the grand prize a few days ago. Chen Yao paused. The winner's information is confidential, but the timing and amount match up. His claim might not be false. Might not be. Jiang Tianxing lifted his gaze. There are too many coincidences, sometimes they aren't coincidences at all, Chen Yao spoke vaguely. But he has prepared thoroughly with lawyers' documents, and even notified the police. This doesn't seem like a spur-of-the-moment decision. Jiang Tianxing fell silent for a moment, and set down his cup. What do you think, he asked. Lik Kwan's move is quite clever, Chen Yao pondered. Night Paris is in a special location right on the edge of the Ni family's territory. Chang Yi lost his venue and doesn't dare to come hard. Other gangs will also be wary of the Ni family. He chose this venue not just for profit. He is leveraging the momentum, Jiang Tianxing said slowly. By using the influence of the Ni family to establish a foothold, he is also using this venue to prove his capability to the gang. Moreover, he may have secured this venue long ago. Then his inaction before was just waiting. Chen Yao frowned. Waiting for the gang to let him rise to power. Once he is in power, he will have confidence. Jiang Tianxing stood up and walked to the window. What's the reaction from Chang Yi? Big Boss Pan is furious, but he probably wouldn't dare to take action directly, Chen Yao analyzed. The nightclub is now Lik Kwan's legitimate business. Outright seizing it would mean declaring war on the entire Hongxing gang, and they don't have the guts for that. But they won't let it go easily. Jiang Tianxing turned around, his gaze deep. Having lost such a significant venue if Chang Yi does not respond at all, he won't be able to survive in the underworld anymore. They won't dare to come openly, but there will surely be plenty of underhanded actions. Chen Yao nodded. Lik Kwan should have anticipated that. Jiang Tianxing's tone was calm. Let him handle it himself. Being a spokesperson isn't easy. He has taken the venue, but he must also bear the trouble himself. As long as he doesn't drag Hongxing down, the gang won't intervene. What about the Ni family? Chen Yao hesitated. The Ni family won't interfere, Jiang Tianxing smirked slightly. Night Paris is on the edge of the Ni family's territory. For so many years there has been no conflict because Chang Yi knows the rules and understands moderation. Now that there's a new spokesperson from Hongxing, Ni Kwan, that old fox, is probably already waiting for Lik Kwan to come pay his respects. He walked back to the sofa and picked up the teacup again. Just wait, this pool of water and Mong Coke will soon be stirred up by Lik Kwan. The next morning in the VIP room on the second floor of Night Paris, Lik Kwan sat on the main sofa holding a cigar between his fingers, his gaze clear, showing no signs of last. Gao Jin Ahua wooing Sha Chong and Shui sat on either side with a faint aroma of tobacco wafting through the room. Everyone is here, Lik Kwan exhaled a puff of smoke. Last night was a celebration, but today we need to discuss serious matters. This establishment is our foundation. We need to establish some rules for how to operate and manage it. Listen to Brother Kwan. Whatever Brother Kwan instructs we will do. Everyone expressed their agreement. Then he'll first set down the most important rules. Lik Kwan's tone turned serious. Lik Kwan hate the sale of drugs the most, so absolutely no such thing is allowed in our establishment. If anyone touches it, there will be no brotherhood left. He scanned the crowd. Not only will we not sell, but other gangs had better not think about selling in our venue either. If we see anyone, we deal with them. Understood. Understood, Brother Kwan. Everyone replied. Jean, Lik Kwan looked at Gao Jin. From today on you will be fully responsible for all matters of this, especially regarding finances. Every transaction must be clear. The original manager was named. Zhou Manager Zhou, Gao Jin interjected. Yes, Manager Zhou, Lik Kwan nodded. Have him cooperate with your work. If he knows what's good for him, he can stay. If not, you know what to do. Understood. Gao Jin's expression was calm and his tone steady. I will clarify all accounts and personnel situations within 3 days. Good. Lik Kwan nodded in satisfaction before turning to Ahua and the others. For security, Ahua, you will be in charge of overall coordination. Sha Chong will look after the venue and handle emergencies. And as for Wu Ying, Brother Kwan, what will I do? Wu Ying hurriedly asked. Your responsibility is significant. Lik Kwan glanced at him. Not only will you lead the brothers in perimeter security and patrol, but you will also be in charge of communication inside and outside the venue. He reminded everyone again, remember our nightclub's geographical location is special, surrounded by the Ni family's territory. Be alert. We must not only prevent others from causing trouble, but also avoid crossing boundaries and creating problems. Brother Kwan, together with your brothers we have more than 50, Ahua pondered, frowning. Watching the venue is not a problem, but if other gangs come over we may not have enough manpower. I've already spoken to the prince and Wu Zhaonan. Lik Kwan flicked the ash off his cigar. If something happens, the prince and the others will lend a hand. However, other gangs probably won't dare to come looking for trouble as the Ni family's territory surrounds us. Now the key is for you three to work well together. Sha Chong watches the venue. Wu Ying provides support. Hua coordinates. Got it. Got it. The three replied in unison. What about me? What should I do, boss? Shueida couldn't sit still. Liang Kuan chuckled. You will be responsible for receiving guests at the door, sending them off, and valet parking. Huh. Brother Kuan, is that all you want me to do? Shueida looked a bit disappointed. Actually, I could also watch the venue. Your mouth is best suited for welcoming guests, Liang Kuan interrupted him. Moreover, you have an important task, to gather information from the underworld. You've been in this game for decades, you have a wide network, and you interact with all walks of life. Every day compile the important news you hear and report it to me. This task is more important than watching the venue, understand? Got it, Brother Kuan. Shueida's eyes lit up. Leave it to me. No boasting, but in all of Mongkok, there's no information I can't find out. Alright, enough boasting. Liang Kuan waved his hand. Go find a few sharp brothers, getting the job done is the Liang Kuan recalled that he still had a set of skill cards in his system space. He drew one advanced intelligence gathering card in while no one was watching, pressed it onto Shueida. Shueida suddenly shivered and felt a chill run down his spine. When he regained his composure, he found everyone looking at him curiously. Why are you all staring at me? Shueida asked in confusion. Uncle, did you just think of something inappropriate? Wu Ying leaned in with a sly grin. What? No. Shueida shook his head. Then why did you suddenly shiver? It's not cold in here. I don't know. Shueida scratched his head. I just felt a chill earlier, and my mind seems to be a lot clearer now. There's something I want to discuss with you. Liang Kuan gestured for them to sit down. You all know that I've been involved with Hongxing for so many years, starting as a small player and working my way up to being a decision maker. Now with this nightclub, I can say I've built my own business. However, I am still the decision maker in Mongkok for Hongxing, and if I only focus on my own nightclub, it won't work out. Liang Kuan slowly continued. What I mean is, I want to start a company. Liang Kuan sat back, down, his tone resolute. A proper company, the nightclub, is just the first step. Next, I plan to venture into bars, factories, entertainment centers, and even real estate. Brother Kuan wants to go legit. Ahua asked thoughtfully. Yes, Liang Kuan nodded, but not for any other reason. It's for survival, to protect what we currently have. He stood up, walked to the window, and his tone became serious. You all know that Jiang Tianxing established me in the Three Saints Palace and arranged for me to be the decision maker in Mongkok, but he merely set me up as cannon fodder. Now all the gangs in Mongkok are watching me, waiting to see my first move. If I follow the usual rules and immediately try to seize territory, it would give them the perfect excuse to act. With changeous people monitoring from the sidelines, if I were to rashly expand our territory, now we might lose everything, even the nightclub. But Brother Kuan, if we don't make a move, won't there be talk from the gangs? Ahua frowned. After all, you're the decision maker. If there are no territories to show for it. That's why I want to go legit, Liang Kuan interrupted him, turning around. Territory matters can wait, but that doesn't mean we won't address them. I want Jiang Tianxing and the gang members to see that I, Liang Kuan, can not only fight, but also earn money. Once we have funds in hand, we can slowly reclaim our territories. Who can say anything then? He paused, his voice lowering. But that requires time, so Night Paris must be our foundation. We must manage and safeguard it well. Chang'e won't let this go easily, and other gangs are also watching. Only after we get through this phase can we talk about the future. Brother Kuan, I understand now. You want to use going legit as a shield. First stabilize, then plot for the territory. Exactly, Liang Kuan patted Gao Jin on the shoulder. I support this. Ahua nodded. Let's proceed as Brother Kuan suggests. Liang Kuan looked at his two brothers, feeling a surge of ambition. He extinguished his cigar. Great. Then let's make a name for ourselves. Gao Jin and Ahua nodded. Alright, you two go ahead and get busy. Liang Kuan waved his hand. Jin, once you finish handing over to manager Zhou, bring him to see me. Got it, Brother Kuan. The two of them stood up and left the private room. Liang Kuan leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Not long after, Gao Jin returned to the private room with manager Zhou. Manager Zhou was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses and with his hair meticulously combed. He stood respectfully in front of Liang Kuan, but his eyes revealed a hint of nervousness and caution. Mr. Li, you called for me. Liang Kuan did not stand up. He merely raised his hand to gesture for him to sit, then leisurely pulled out a cigar, cutting and lighting it. Manager Zhou, how long have you been at Night Paris? More than 5 years, Mr. Li. Manager Zhou replied, sitting straight at the edge of the sofa. Alright, then you know the previous situation here better than I do. Liang Kuan exhaled a puff of smoke, looking at him through the swirling smoke. Tell me, when Chang'e was in charge, how was the place managed? Manager Zhou pondered for a moment before speaking carefully. Mr. Li, since you are taking over now, I won't hide anything from you. When Brother 19 was around, the main source of income for the place was actually selling powder. Liang Kuan's expression changed, and he remained silent while Gao Jin listened quietly. The goods were sourced from Ni Kuan. Manager Zhou continued. This is something Chang'e should keep confidential. How did you find out? Liang Kuan frowned and asked. Once Brother 19 got drunk and let it slip, and I happened to hear it. Manager Zhou explained with a bitter smile. I was so frightened at the time that I didn't dare to say anything, so Brother 19 probably never knew about it. Liang Kuan glanced at him. How exactly did Brother 19 sell the goods? They reserved 2 private rooms on the 2nd floor for distributing the goods. When guests needed it, the runners would take them up to trade, Manager Zhou replied. With so many people in the place, drinking and dancing, mixing, selling powder was indeed very profitable. But the risks were high. There were often guests who overdosed and caused trouble or sudden inspections by the police. Aside from selling powder, were there other sources of income for the place? Liang Kuan inquired. There were gambling tables too, but not much, mostly in the small back rooms. And then there were the commissions from the ladies. Manager Zhou said, his tone a bit hesitant. However, most of the ladies in the nightclub were brought in by Chang'e. What about those ladies? Where did they come from? Liang Kuan continued to ask. Some of the money, some were poached from elsewhere, or brought in through other means. Yesterday, Chang'e's people took all the ladies they could. Now only a dozen or so ladies who wanted to stay are left, mostly older, or those who simply couldn't leave. Liang Kuan silently smoked his cigar, not speaking for a long time. After a while, he finally spoke slowly. What is the monthly turnover of the nightclub? Manager Zhou answered honestly. It depends on the situation. At its best, it can be over 4 million, and at its worst, it can still be over 1 million. But Chang'e takes away 70%, and the rest is used for salaries, maintaining equipment, and handling relationships, so not much actually ends up in the nightclub's accounts. Liang Kuan nodded and suddenly asked, and you? How much can you take home in a month? Manager Zhou was taken aback and replied with a bitter smile. A fixed 20,000 plus some bonuses. But I have to manage everything daily, from stocking to handling inspections and balancing relationships between the gang and guests. It's not easy at all. Do you want to continue? Liang Kuan looked at him directly. Manager Zhou did not expect such a direct question from Liang Kuan. He paused for a moment before answering seriously. Mr. Li, I am someone who gets things done. Whoever is the boss, I will work for them. I won't comment on Chang'e's working style. But if you are willing to have me, I will do my best. Liang Kuan slowly stood up and walked in front of Manager Zhou, looking down at him. Liang Kuan value rule. You must do your job seriously. I don't touch what you shouldn't, don't ask what you shouldn't. I will ensure you receive everything due to you, and possibly even more than what you got before. Mr. Li, I understand. Manager Zhou immediately stood up. I am just a manager, only looking to earn a living. I don't understand or want to get involved in these matters. Liang Kuan stared at him for a few seconds, suddenly smiling as he patted his shoulder. Good, the management style of the nightclub will change from now on. Selling powder and gambling are absolutely forbidden. The place must be clean, at least on the surface. Manager Zhou nodded. No problem. Also, if there aren't enough ladies, go recruit more, but do it properly. Only those who come voluntarily will be accepted, and commissions must be according to the rules. Can you manage that? I can manage that, Manager Zhou nodded. Actually, many guests come for the excitement and safety. The place was too chaotic before, which scared away quite a few decent guests. If the boss wants to do this long-term, being clean will actually be easier to manage. The fact that you can think of this shows you have some brains. Liang Kuan returned to his seat. Go on, stabilize the place first, then organize a list of the ladies and staff for me. Manager Zhou nodded in understanding. And from now on, don't call me Mr. Li, call me Brother Kuan, Liang Kuan added. Tonight it will be business as usual. You and Jin will coordinate, and if there's anything, just find him directly. Understood, Brother Kuan. Manager Zhou slightly bowed, nodding to Gao Jin before turning to exit the private room. After he left, Gao Jin spoke up. Brother Kuan, can this guy be trusted? For now, let's see how it goes. Liang Kuan sat back on the sofa. He knows the place well, so let's keep him for now, but key positions need to be gradually replaced with our own people. Brother Kuan, regarding Ni Kuan. The goods from Chang'e came from him. If we cut off this supply line now, will it anger the Ni family? Liang Kuan sneered. Ni Kuan is an old fox. He won't act rashly for now. Besides. What? Brother Kuan. Besides, Hong Xing's rule is not to deal in powder. Liang Kuan looked at the cigar in his hand. If he forces me to sell goods in the place, it would break the rules, and Jiang Tiansheng will definitely have trouble with him. The most important thing right now is to stabilize the nightclub. Just then Wu Ying hurriedly pushed the door open. Brother Kuan, it's bad. Liang Kuan frowned. What are you panicking about? What happened? Aunt called you to come home. Wu Ying said, panting. Liang Kuan was taken aback. My mom. What did she say? Wu Ying looked distressed, as if facing a great calamity. Aunt said if you don't come home soon, she won't recognize you as her son anymore. What a... Liang Kuan jumped up, panicked. Oh no. I promised her last time to come home for dinner, and I completely forgot when I got busy. He grabbed his coat and rushed outside, but stopped at the door to stare at Wu Ying. You little brat, did you say something out of line in front of my mom again? Wu Ying shrank his neck and waved his hands repeatedly. No, I wouldn't dare. It's just that last week when I visited and she asked about you, and I said you were busy with big matters. And then she kept going on about how you never keep your promises. In a tea house in Wangjiao, Alliance boss Lan Jing sipped his tea with languid ease. Beside him sat two of his lieutenants, chief strategist In-Oh Hui and the gang enforcer Gan Tiaotai. You two must you sit here drinking tea with me all day? Lan Jing cast them a glance, lengthening his tone as he spoke with lazy amusement. Go out more, see if there are new opportunities, spread the syndicate's business farther afield. Boss, you were the one who asked us to sit and drink with you. And Oh Hui set his cup down with a hint of resignation. Gong Tiao Tai said nothing, bowing his head to continue drinking. Is that so? I forgot, haha, Lan Jing muttered with a dry chuckle. Lan Jing rubbed his large bald head and forced a laugh. Boss, I'm here to see you. A clear voice rang outside the door, and a young man strode in with brisk energy. The newcomer wore bright red hair and a vivid yellow leather jacket, a gold chain the thickness of an index finger hanging at his throat. He was Lan Jing's godson Zhuduin Zai. You little brat, you come to see your boss and bring nothing. Empty-handed. Lan Jing scolded, eyes narrowing. Zhuduin Zai snorted, tore the heavy gold chain from his neck, and thrust it forward. Here, boss, it's for you. Lan Jing's face immediately brightened. He took the chain and hung it about his own neck. My little Dundun understands me. Look at you two, no sense of filial duty at all, he said, turning to chide In Oh Hui and Gong Tiao Tai. In Oh Hui and Gong Tiao Tai exchanged a look of helplessness. By the way, Xiao Dundun, you didn't come all this way just to see me, did you? Lan Jing toyed with the gold chain and asked casually. I have business, Zhuduin Zai nodded. What business? Boss, have you heard of Liang Kuan? I know. A few days ago, Hong Xing held an incense ceremony at San Shengong for him. I even attended. Lan Jing blew the tea froth away with nonchalance. Well, did he come to step on our turf? It's not our turf. Whose then? Chang'e's. Chang'e. Lan Jing paused in his gesture and lifted his eyes. Where is Chang'e's place? In Wangjiao, the Yi Bali nightclub. Zhuduin Zai spoke rapidly. Liang Kuan has already moved. He didn't fight or smash anything. He brought a lawyer, claimed the club as his, and simply took the venue over. That quickly. In Oh Hui frowned. That method is clean. Gong Tiao Tai remained silent, setting down his cup as a sharp light flickered in his eyes. Lan Jing did not reply at once. He leaned back into his chair and tapped the table lightly with his fingers. After a moment, he said slowly, the nightclub next door. Is that all NI family's territory? Yes. Looks like that kid is cunning, managing to use the NI family's clout to secure his footing. Lan Jing gave a soft chuckle. Zhuduin Zai sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. I also heard that Chang'e took away most of Yi Bali's. Oh. Lan Jing's eyes brightened. Then the business will come knocking on our door. He turned to Zhuduin Zai. Xiao Dundun, go talk to Liang Kuan. See if the women at his club can all be ours. As for the price, follow the usual rules. Okay, boss. Zhuduin Zai rose to leave. Wait. In Oh Hui interjected. What if Liang Kuan goes to see Liang's mother? They are family after all. I'll talk it out with Liang Kuan. Lan Jing waved with a genial smile. If it cannot be resolved, split it half and half. He'll go find Liang Kuan now, Zhuduin Zai said, and hurried off. At the NI family mansion in Jiansizi, the scene shifted to a grand study. Smoke curled in the study. NI Kuan, dressed in a button gown, reclined on an expensive leather sofa, fingers playing with a strand of rosewood prayer beads. NI family's third brother sat nearby. After hearing his subordinate's report, NI Kun's mouth twisted into an inscrutable half-smile. Liang Kuan, the up-and-coming man from Hongxing, he asked slowly. He took Chang'e's place. Yes, Uncle Kuan, the subordinate answered respectfully. It is the Yi Bali next to Han Chen's territory. NI family's third brother slammed the table. This is trespassing. Brother, what does Hongxing mean by this planting a flag under our noses? NI Kuan glanced at him, continued to twirl his beads, and told his men, carry on with the report. We learned from Chang'e that Yi Bali was purchased by Liang Kuan himself, and Hongxing's Jiang Tianxing appointed him as Wangjiao's local head, the man reported. Isn't that planting a flag? They'll send men to take him out now. NI family's third brother jumped to his feet. Third, calm down, NI Kuan reprimanded. How can I calm down? The third brother demanded, red in the face. That nightclub is right beside our turf. Liang Kuan picked the spot to spite us. NI Kun's tone was even. What do you propose we do? Send men over, the third brother roared. Make him know whose territory Wangjiao is. Either he leaves, or he sells our product in his venue, and pays protection. NI Kuan smiled lightly, and shook his head. Brother, why are you laughing? I am laughing because you cannot see the larger picture. NI Kuan put down his beads and sipped his tea. Liang Kuan and Hongxing's little prince are both pawns pushed forward by Jiang Tianxing. Do you know Hongxing's rule? Before the third brother could answer, NI Kuan continued. Hongxing's rule is to avoid mixing product. If Liang Kuan sells our girls in his own venue, he breaks Hongxing's code, and Jiang Tianxing would have justification to start a war with us. The third brother frowned. But, think carefully, we are not the only ones watching, NI Kuan interrupted him. If we go to war with Hongxing, then others will pounce. Zonxinius Lian Haolong, Yongzi Wangbao Dongxing Hua Xinji, Su Yin, and groups like Hehitu and Heliansheng will all try to take a bite from us. And if it truly escalates, do you think Haigi Gandhi and the others will have no designs? NI Kuan went on. Let that nightclub run. Treat it as a scrap to feed the dogs. NI family's third brother asked, should we at least have men watch it? No need. NI Kuan waved his hand. Do not stir trouble, understood? The third brother remained dissatisfied. Brother, this is humiliating. Humiliating. NI Kun's gaze turned cold. Third, remember, those who do great things must keep a long view. What is one nightclub? A Sha will return from Qian soon, and our cooperation with Ba Mian Fo is about to begin. That is Ni family's real business. Do you understand? Only then did the third brother relent, his tone softening. Understood. Ni Kwan reclined again and closed his eyes. Let a small figure like Liang Kwan prance for a few more days. Also tell Han Shan not to make trouble, just keep an eye on Liang Kwan. The third brother swallowed his anger. Understood, brother. I will tell Han Shan. Ni Kwan rolled the beads in his hand and murmured, Liang Kwan. Interesting. Later a voice in the dark asked, who is it knocking at my window? In an audio shop in Jiansuzui, Qian's song drifted from a set of floor speakers. Han Shan was sunk into a sofa, his head nodding slightly to the music. His wife Molly stood beside the speakers, tilting her head to listen. This system's sweet treble, precise mid-solid bass, she said, turning toward him. In one word, it is transparent. Han Shan grinned. You, the shop's landlady, sure know how to praise gear. Molly returned to his side and sat down. Han Shan grew serious. You heard about Liang Kwan, right? Yi Bali. Molly set her bag aside. Is that Changyi's club? Right next to my turf, Han Shan said, indicating the floor at his feet. What is that kid trying to do? Molly said nothing, staring at the speaker system for a moment. Han Shan added, the nightclub is in his hands, and Chang, he has taken most of the women. He just became the local head, the venue is empty, and he needs people to fill it. Molly turned to him. He bought Yibali a long time ago, didn't he? Han Shan was momentarily taken aback. If it had been a recent buy, Chang Yi's side would not have been completely unaware. Molly spoke calmly. He must have kept it hidden for a long time, waiting until he was made local head to move. Han Shan frowned. And that place is close to the Ni family's territory, Molly continued. He timed it perfectly. As long as he does not overstep, the Ni family will not touch him. Molly went on, Hong Xing put him as Wang Jiao's head, and he is using our influence to secure his position. Han Shan scratched his head. The bastard has high hopes. Molly said nothing. Han Shan asked again, shall we give him a lesson? Molly looked at him. Would Ni Kwan agree to? Han Shan opened his mouth, but said nothing. The shop phone rang. He rose to answer. Third uncle. Okay. Understood, he replied into the receiver. He hung up and sat back down. Was that Ni family's third calling? Molly asked. Han Shan nodded. Uncle Kun's instruction was do not make trouble, just keep an eye on him. Molly's mouth twitched. Han Shan looked at her and smiled. You were right. Molly ignored the tease and walked back to the speakers, laying a hand on the cabinet. Han Shan leaned back on the sofa. Let him prance for a few days. Molly turned and said, you watch him closely. This man is not simple. Molly withdrew her hand. To have planted such a long-buried trap beside your turf and to wait until he was given the local head before springing it. He is no ordinary man. Han Shan sat up straighter. Molly picked up her bag and moved toward the door. She paused, looked back at Han Shan, and said, he is someone who could become a formidable leader. Qian's singing still flowed through the shop. Traitor, you dare sell out even the boss. Liang Kun's voice squeezed out from between clenched teeth, his eyes fixed on the back of the head of the passenger in the front seat, dubbed Fly. Brother Kwan, spare me. Fly shrank his neck, his voice trembling slightly. Auntie ordered me to report your whereabouts regularly. If I don't, she won't let me sit at the table for dinner. Ahua the driver quickly intervened, saying, Brother Kwan, you know Fly always listens to Annie. He is caught in a dilemma of loyalty and filial piety. Gao Jin, sitting next to Liang Kwan, silently turned his face toward the car window, his shoulder trembling imperceptibly. The group was in a frenzy, rushing to visit Liang Kun's mother. Had I known you were such a traitor, I would have never let you deliver anything to my mom. Liang Kun's fury grew hotter. Speak. What else have you told my mom? Did you reveal how I deceived her? I really didn't. Brother Kwan, all she asked was if you had a girlfriend. I merely answered no, that's all. Just this one sentence. Liang Kwan emphasized each word, and before he finished speaking, he had already sprung from the back seat, his powerful hands gripping Fly's neck tightly. Today I will settle this. Ugh. Hua Gu. Jin Gu. Help. Fly was turning pale, flailing his arms and legs. Gao Jin hurriedly tried to pry Liang Kun's hands away, but Liang Kun's strength was too much to budge. Ahua behind the steering wheel watched the chaotic scuffle that caused the car to sway side to side, his heart racing as he clutched the steering wheel and yelled. Damn it. You guys. If you want to fight, don't drag me into it. I'm driving. The car finally swayed down to shallow water bay amidst the chaos. In front stood a 3-story villa, not extravagant, but meticulously maintained, its white walls gleaming under. We've arrived. Ahua sighed in relief, the earlier scare still leaving beads of cold sweat on his forehead. Gao Jin silently checked if the gift box and fruits were intact. Liang Kwan straightened his wrinkled shirt collar and shot a glare at Fly, who was slipping out from the passenger seat. You little brat, I'll settle accounts with you later. Fly shrank back, but showed no fear. He had already seen the villa's front door open. Ah Kwan, a middle-aged woman in a simple cheongsam with her hair neatly arranged, stood at the door. She bore some resemblance to Liang Kwan, though wrinkles had quietly crept into the corners of her eyes. She was Liang Kun's mother, Ma Kwan. Mom. Liang Kwan immediately put on a gentle smile. He quickly stepped forward to support his mother's arm. It's getting cold. Why are you standing at the door? I heard the sound of the car. Ma Kun's gaze had already swept past her son and landed on the three behind him. Ah Jean, ah Hua, you're all here. Where's Fly? Where's my little Fly? Auntie. Fly popped out from behind Lik Kwan, grinning obsequiously. I'm here to see you. His demeanor resembled that of a little dog wagging its tail to please its owner. Seeing this, Lik Kwan couldn't help but curl his lip. Good boy. Ma Kwan patted Fly's arm, examining him closely. You've lost weight. Did Ah Kwan make you run all over the place without eating properly? No, Brother Kwan treats me well. Fly quickly replied, stealing a glance at Lik Kwan. Lik Kwan helplessly shook his head. Mom, who is your son after all? They are all my boys. Ma Kwan took Lik Kwan by one hand and Fly by the other, leading them inside. Come in quickly, the soup is almost boiled dry. Gao Jin and Ah Hua exchanged smiles as they followed behind with the gifts. They were too familiar with this scene. Every time they came, Fly would usurp the position of Annie's favorite. The villa's interior was warm and elegant, entirely different from Lik Kwan's style outside. The living room was adorned with many old photographs, mostly of Lik Kwan growing up, along with a few group photos of Ma Kwan when she worked in the factory. These are all Auntie's insistence to display, Fly whispered to Gao Jin and Ah Hua. In the dining room, a round table made of redwood was already filled with dishes: braised pigeon, poached chicken, steamed grouper, oyster sauce, vegetables, garlic, vermicelli, steamed scallops. All home-cooked dishes, yet each was exquisite. Wow, Annie, this is so sumptuous. Fly's eyes sparkled. Knowing you were coming today, I specifically had Sister Qian prepare a few extra dishes. Sister Qian, mentioned by Ma Kwan, was the maid Lik Kwan hired for her. Auntie, let me help serve the dishes. Fly dashed into the kitchen. Lik Kwan watched his eager demeanor, unable to suppress an eye roll, but was caught red-handed by Ma Kwan. What? Ma Kwan lightly tapped Lik Kwan's arm. Fly is even more filial than you, coming to keep me company and bringing me gifts every week. If it weren't for him, I would be bored to death in this big house. Mom, I hired Sister Qian to take care of you. Sister Qian is a maid, it's not the same, is it? Ma Kwan sighed, her eyes filled with worry. I know you're busy with work outside, but you can't always avoid coming home. Here comes the soup. Fly came out carrying a bowl of soup. Coconut chicken soup. Everyone sit down. Ma Kwan beckoned everyone to take their seats. As everyone sat down, Ma Kwan naturally took the main seat with Lik Kwan on her right and Fly closely beside her on the left. Let's drink some soup first. She personally served soup to everyone. This soup is nourishing. You all need to replenish your health after being outside all day. After 3 rounds of drinks, Ma Kwan's regular business began. Ah Kwan. She set down her spoon and looked at her son. The other day while playing mahjong, Auntie, she said she has a niece and nurse. Do you want to meet her? Lik Kwan nearly choked on the soup. Mom, you're at it again. What do you mean again? Ma Kwan was displeased. You're almost 30 and still single. How can I rest easy? While I'm still in good health, I can help take care of your future children. Also, the last time I asked if you had a girlfriend, you lied and said you did. If I hadn't asked, Fly, I wouldn't have known you were lying. Auntie, actually, Brother Kwan has been very busy lately. Ah Hua timely interjected. There are many business matters to manage. Yes, there's always more work than one can handle. Ma Kwan sighed, her eyes filled with concern. Ah Kwan, I know things are tough for you right now. But when will all this fighting and killing end? There was a moment of silence at the dinner table. Lik Kwan put down his chopsticks, looking earnestly at his mother. Mom, I was just about to tell you. I plan to gradually shift my business to legitimate affairs. Really? Ma Kwan's eyes lit up. Really? Lik Kwan nodded. I'm already looking into suitable projects like restaurants and factories. Though the initial profits aren't much, they are clean. Gao Jin also chimed in to confirm. Yes, Annie, Brother Kwan has already mentioned this to us. That's great. Ma Kwan's worries vanished, and she excitedly patted Lik Kwan's hand. Now that's what I call serious business. I don't expect you to become wealthy, just hoping you stay safe and have a family in the future. So there's no rush for settling down, Lik Kwan quickly added. Let's talk about it when the business stabilizes. Ma Kwan glared at him. That's one thing to consider. You need to run a business, find a wife, and have children. She shifted her gaze to Fly. Fly, don't you agree? You young people understand this best. Being called out while engrossed in his meal, Fly nearly choked, mumbling, Yes. Yes, Brother Kwan shook. Lik Kwan kicked Fly under the table, and Fly exclaimed, ouch. Why are you kicking people, eh? Ma Kwan immediately defended Fly. Let me tell you, Ah Kwan, you should treat Fly well as Ah Jin and Ah Hua. These guys are loyal to you and filial to me. Especially Fly, who comes every week to keep me company and brings me gifts. He's more diligent than you, my own son. Last time when I had back pain, he was the one who bought me the medicinal wine. Fly scratched his head, feeling bashful. And he treats me well. Lik Kwan looked at Fly, then at his mother. The trace of jealousy in his eyes transformed into a smile as he shoved a chicken leg into Fly's mouth. Eat. You eat so much yet talk so much, but... Thanks. Fly paused for a moment, then grinned widely, genuinely. All right, Ma Kwan smiled and advised. You all must take care of yourselves. Ah Kwan is going to run a legitimate business now, so you should all work hard with him. In the future, find a good girl, get married, have children, and bring them to me to see. Lik Kwan watched his mother prattling on quietly, listening, his eyes revealing a touch of tenderness. After dinner, Lik Kwan stood up with Gao Jin and the others preparing to leave. Mama Kwan accompanied them to the door, holding Lik Kwan's hand and reminding him, Kowloon, if you are busy you don't have to come back to see me all the time. I can take care of myself. Understood, Mom. Kowloon replied with a smile. Mama Kowloon then turned to Wooing, lowering her voice and saying, Wooing, keep an eye on things for me. If Kowloon gets a girlfriend, let me know right away. Understood. Don't worry, Annie, I've got it. Wooing patted his chest in assurance. Kowloon shook his head at the side and urged, all right, there are things to do at the store, let's go. Wooing hurriedly bid farewell to Mama Kowloon and jogged to Kwan's side. Kowloon pretended to lift his foot and lightly kicked Wu Ying's backside. You little rascal, why are you still dawdling? Get in the car soon. Wooing quickly climbed into the car. Once everyone was settled, they waved goodbye to Mama Kowloon out the window. Be careful on the road. Mama Kowloon stood in place watching them leave. As the car drove away, Kowloon looked at Mama Kun's figure growing more distant and suddenly spoke. Wooing, thank you for often keeping my mom company. She's been much happier lately. Boss Annie treats me so well, just like her own son. Wooing scratched his head shyly. It's only right for me to be filled. He'll be quite busy in the coming days, so make sure to spend more time with her, Kowloon advised. If anything comes up, don't worry, Kowloon, even if you didn't say it, I would do it. Wooing nodded repeatedly. By the way, Kowloon, was what you said to Auntie about doing legitimate business true? Does doing legitimate business mean we have to quit the gang? Are you out of your mind? Kowloon raised his hand and slapped Wooing on the back of his head. Quit the gang? How could it be that easy? If I dare to bring it up, Jiang Tiansheng would be the first to kill me. Kowloon said that many gang leaders are also doing legitimate business. Ahua interjected, we just have to do it, what's there to be afraid of? That's true. Wooing rubbed his head and asked, so what business are we doing, Kowloon? I already have some ideas. Kowloon leaned back in the seat, closed his eyes. I'll talk about it when we get back. Soon the car stopped in front of Night Paris. A few younger brothers guarding the entrance saw Kowloon get out of the car and hurriedly approached him. Kowloon, you're back. Someone is looking for you inside. Who is looking for me? It's Zwadun from the United. Zwadun. Kowloon was puzzled. What does he want? He didn't ask further and let a few people into the nightclub. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw a young man with red hair sitting on the sofa in the center, accompanied by Chui Shueda and Sha Chong. Seeing Kowloon come in, Chui Shueda and Sha Chong quickly stood up. Kowloon, you're back. Zwadun, sitting on the sofa, also stood up and greeted with a smile. Kowloon, I've long admired your name. I am Zwadun from the United. You're too polite, please take a seat. Kowloon gestured with his hand and turned to instruct Ahua, go bring some good wine. Right away. Ahua left immediately. When Ahua brought the wine, Kowloon personally opened a bottle and poured a glass for Zwadun, saying, you're a valued guest for coming here. I wonder what brings Brothers Wei here today. Any advice? Kowloon, you're straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush. Zwadun accepted the wine glass and directly stated his purpose. I came today to discuss business with Kowloon. Oh, what business? You know what kind of business we the United are in, right? I know. Kowloon nodded. That's good. I heard that Kowloon guest venue has been facing some difficulties lately. Our boss said that in the Brotherhood of the Rivers and Lakes we should help each other. Zwadun spoke frankly. We in the United have plenty of resources. We can bring people to work for you, and the commission will be according to the rules. Kowloon shook his wine glass, a half smile on his face. I am from Hongxing. If I need help, I should first seek assistance from my own gangs. Ma. Why should I collaborate with you? We've already talked to Ma. Zwadun maintained his smile. Doing business together and making money together is only right. As long as Kowloon is willing, we can split it half with Ma. What do you think? Kowloon lowered his head and took a sip of wine, pondering for a moment before raising his eyes to Zwadun. How about this? He'll ask Ma for her opinion first. If she agrees to split it half, I have no problem on my side. All right. Kowloon is indeed straightforward. Zwadun instantly stood up. Then I will wait for Kowloon guest news. You'll take my leave now. Take care. Kowloon nodded. Ahua sees Zwadun off. After Zwadun left, Chui Shueda couldn't help but lean in closer. Kowloon, are you really planning to agree to him? What else could I do? Kowloon shot him a glance. There are only a few grandma-level ladies in the venue. How are we supposed to do business? Are you going to find me a batch of new girls? Then, Kowloon, whatever you say goes. Chui Shueda shrank his neck and muttered. Kowloon ignored him, turned around, and sat down on the sofa, took out a cigarette, and lit it. Since you are all here, I want to say something. Everyone gathered around and sat down upon hearing this. I want to do legitimate business. Jean and the others already know, but you two are still unaware. Kowloon, you want to do legitimate business? Sha Chong looked shocked. Yes. Kowloon flicked the ash off his cigarette. I've thought it through. Right now my only asset is this nightclub. You've also seen the situation in Mongkok. Even if I take over the territory, I still have to pay the gang, and what I can keep. You all have families to support. I can't let my brothers follow me forever without a future. He paused and continued, so I want to transition to legitimate business. Then Kowloon, what kind of business are you planning to do? Wooing asked impatiently. I've decided we'll do sneakers and ready-made clothing. Kowloon took a deep drag on his cigarette. I've seen it. Both industries are very profitable. Sneakers. Isn't it expensive to import them? Chui Shueda asked doubtfully. Who told you we need to import them? Kowloon glared at him. We make them ourselves. Huh? Make them ourselves? Everyone looked surprised. Exactly, we make them ourselves. Kowloon nodded. Let's find those factories that are about to close down, buy them out at a low price, produce our own, and sell. I instruct everyone the nightclub will pause operations for a few days. Just say we are renovating and upgrading anyway, there aren't enough ladies right now. We'll discuss it after I have a deal with Liang Ma. As for you all. Liang Kwan pondered for a moment. Jin, do you two go look for any factories that are about to close down. Just let me know if the price is right. Understood. Kwan go. Hua Wuing and Sha Chan, you three go check around Garden Street and Tung Choi Street to see if there are any shops available, preferably two connected together. Don't worry about the rent. Got it. Once we sort out the factory and shop matters, we'll start hiring people. Liang Kwan added, by the way, ask your younger brothers if there are any willing to sell clothes and shoes legitimately. I'll pay them a salary and bring them onto the right path. This is a good thing. There will definitely be people willing. Gao Jin nodded in agreement. That's good, it's settled then. Ahua, go call Manager Zhou. Alright, Ahua turned and left. Soon Manager Zhou hurried over. Kwan go, what do you need? Manager Zhou, the nightclub will temporarily close for a few days for renovations. We'll open when the ladies arrive. What areas do you think need improvement? Sure, Kwan go. Manager Zhou thought for a moment. I think some of the sofas in the hall need replacing, and the lighting also. Also, there are some detail issues that need to be addressed. Alright, just handle the adjustments as you see fit, and let Gao Jin know when it's done. Okay, Kwan go, I'll get to work now. Manager Zhou nodded and left. Liang Kwan suddenly remembered something, pulled Shueda over, and whispered, ought to go find a few clever ones to keep an eye on Chang Yi, and see if they make any moves. Sure, Kwan go. Liang Kwan turned his attention back to Gao Jin. Are there any updates from the private investigator? Nothing yet. Have him notify me immediately if there's news. Understood. Liang Kwan stood up and adjusted his collar. Alright, you all go get to work. Jin Wuing, you two take a few brothers with me to Sham Shui Pu to find Liang Ma. Early the next morning at the Night Paris nightclub, Liang Kwan and Gao Jin along with a few others had just stepped out the door when they spotted a vehicle parked by the roadside. He couldn't help but curl his lip. Why didn't I ask you to get me a nice car from the dealership? Ahua quickly explained. Brother Kwan, I asked, but the dealership said it would take a few days to have it in stock. This is the only car we have. What are we going to do when the brothers need a ride? Liang Kwan clicked his tongue. Beside him, Shueda overheard and chimed in. Brother Kwan, why don't we check with the Shah in Saigon? He has all kinds of cars there. Liang Kwan replied, let's wait until tomorrow and first go talk business with Liang Ma. The group got into the car and headed towards Sham Shui Pu. Sham Shui Pu is known for its textile and garment industry, boasting the largest fabric market in Southeast Asia. Besides textiles, the wholesale and retail of electronics and food products are also thriving here. Liang Ma is the person in charge of the Hongxing organization in Sham Shui Pu. She operates nightclubs, brothels, and food stalls in Sham Shui Pu, also running gambling dens and underground banks, collecting protection fees to firmly control the underground economy in this area with her connections and skills. Just as Liang Kun's car arrived at Liang Ma's territory, they saw 7 or 8 small gangsters surrounding 2 men and a woman shoving and cursing. On the ground beside them was a small pushcart selling clothes, while 2 young men were fiercely protecting the girl behind them. Damn it, you little brat, how dare you set up a stall on my turf? Have you paid the protection fee? A small gangster with dyed yellow hair sneered. What protection fee? This is Liang Ma's territory, who are you to call? The young man in front retorted loudly. Liang Ma, I'm the one calling the shots here. If you don't pay, we'll make sure that little girl behind you has a good time with us brothers. The yellow-haired gangster grinned maliciously, reaching out to grab someone. You're not from Hongxing, you have no right to collect protection fees. Damn, you refuse to drink the toast and opt for the penalty drink instead. Brothers, grab that girl. With a wave of his hand, the gangsters surged forward. 3 young men fought back desperately, one of whom was especially agile, managing to fend off several gangsters. Stop! Where are you guys from? Liang Kwan shouted as he approached with his men. Both sides ceased fighting and turned to look at Liang Kwan. The yellow-haired gangster sized up Liang Kwan and asked slyly, who the hell are you? Mind your own business. Whose side are you on? Do you even know whose turf this is? Liang Kwan countered coldly. We're from the East Star Society, and my boss is one of the East Star 5 Tigers. Crow. The yellow-haired gangster raised his chin, looking arrogant. Crow, huh? Liang Kwan scoffed, suddenly lifting his leg and delivering a powerful kick to the yellow-haired gangster's chest, sending him flying 3 or 4 meters. Seeing this, Gao Jin and Wu Ying rushed in with their subordinates, joining the fray against the East Star gangsters. The agile young man also shouted to his companion Jimmy, keep an eye on his Ji before jumping into the battle. Within a few minutes, the East Star gangsters were beaten into disarray, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Gao Jin dragged the yellow-haired gangster in front of Liang Kwan, who was still shouting, just wait. My boss. Liang Kwan kicked him to the ground, stepping on his chest as he leaned down and chuckled coldly. The East Star folks have some nerve, daring to cause trouble on Hongxing's turf. The yellow-haired gangster held his neck high. What's it to you? Who the hell are you? Me. Liang Kwan pressed down harder. Hongxing Liang Kwan. Liang Kwan. The yellow-haired gangster's face changed, suddenly frightened. Brother Kwan. I'm so sorry, I didn't know it was you. You're a big man, let us go. Liang Kwan demanded sternly. Tell me, what are you doing here? Is the East Star trying to stake a claim on Hongxing's turf? No. Brother Kwan, we just came to have some fun. We wouldn't dare stake a claim. The yellow-haired gangster shook his head repeatedly. Fun. Fun by bullying vendors. And you dare to collect protection fees. No. Brother Kowloon, you misunderstood. We were just joking around. The yellow-haired gangster hurriedly waved his hands. Joking. Leon Kowloon scoffed. Fine, go back and tell your boss Crow that if he wants to stake a claim in Sham Shui, I, Leon Kowloon, am always ready to oblige. Now get lost. Thank you, Brother Kowloon. Thank you, Brother Kowloon. The yellow-haired gangster felt like he had been granted a reprieve, scrambling to get up and escape. Wait a minute. Leon Kowloon called him back. Leave all the money on you. Huh, what? Can't understand human language. Leon Kowloon squinted. Wu Ying immediately stepped forward and took all the money from the gangsters, gathering it together and looking at it. Damn, only a few $100. Poor fools trying to collect protection fees. He then handed the money to Leon Kowloon. Brother Kowloon, can we leave now? The yellow-haired gangster asked nervously. On your way back, ask your boss if what he said at the Three Saints Palace still counts. Leon Kowloon waved his hand. Now scram. A group of gangsters scrambled away in a hurry. At that moment, the three young people approached, the leader being the tall and sturdy one who had fought well. Thank you, Brother Kowloon. If it weren't for you, we would have been in big trouble, the leading young man said gratefully. The other two young people also came over, the male looking delicate, somewhat resembling the old principal, while the girl had striking white hair with a small mole under her left eye adding a touch of cold beauty. Leon Kowloon suddenly felt that the three of them looked somewhat familiar. It's nothing, he waved his hand. Are you guys hurt? We're fine, thank you, Brother Kowloon. Leon Kowloon looked at the leader more closely. You're really skilled. What's your name? I'm called Dedong, and these are my friends Jimmy and Ajit. Dedong answered honestly. Dedong. Leon Kowloon's eyes widened in surprise, thinking could it be that Dedong? He quickly pressed, what's your full name? Leon Dongxing. He's Li Jiyuan, and she's Sha Pi. Damn. Leon Kowloon thought to himself. It really was them. The future leaders of the East Star, known as the greatest heroes in East Star history, one future member of the Hellion Victory Pavilion, and the other one of the East Star 5 Tigers, the Rouge Tiger. What a day to run into all three of them. Brother Kowloon. Dedong saw Leon Kowloon in a daze and cautiously asked. It's nothing, Leon Kowloon snapped out of it. How did you three get involved with that group? Oh, we've grown up together. Jimmy set up a stall today selling clothes, and since it was his first day, Ajit and I came to check it out, and then Dedong briefly explained what had happened. As long as you're okay, Leon Kowloon stuffed a few $100s into Dedong's hands, then pulled out a roll of big bills from his pocket and handed it over. As well, take this to calm your nerves. Brother Kowloon, this is too much, we can't take it. Dedong quickly declined. If I tell you to take it, then take it. Brother Kowloon doesn't lack this little bit of money. Leon Kowloon directly shoved the money into Dedong's hands. Take your friends out for a nice meal to settle down. Jimmy, who had remained silent, suddenly raised his head and said seriously, Brother Kowloon, I want to join you. Dedong and Sha Pi were both taken aback. Join me. Leon Kowloon laughed. I'm not a good person. I'm just like those guys earlier, part of the gang, and I'm a gang leader. Leon Kowloon led a group of people to the entrance of Leon Ma's nightclub, which was quite a splendid establishment. He looked up and examined it a few times, clicking his tongue. Tisk, quite impressive, much larger than the place I have. Not necessarily in the future. Night Paris will definitely be busier than here. Wu Ying interjected from the side. Just then a person quickly walked out from inside. It was Leon Ma's capable aide, Lionhead. Upon seeing Leon Kowloon, Lionhead immediately put on a smiling face and approached. Brother Kowloon, what brings you here? Looking for the big sister. Is Leon Ma in? Leon Kowloon asked. Inside. Should I announce your arrival? Yes, please do. Just tell her Leon Kowloon is here to discuss a matter. Leon Kowloon nodded. All right, Brother Kowloon, please wait a moment. Lionhead turned and went inside. Shortly after, he returned quickly and gestured for them to enter. Brother Kowloon, the big sister invites you in. Thank you, Leon Kowloon said, stepping inside with Gao Jin and the others closely following him. At this time, the nightclub had not yet opened for business, but there were already several young women in the hall chatting in small groups. Upon seeing the group enter, they cast curious glances. Lionhead said to Leon Kowloon, Brother Kowloon, the big sister is in the office, follow this way. He then turned and waved to a small brother behind him. You take Brother Kun's companions over there to sit and treat them well. The small brother quickly nodded. Gao Jin and I will go and the others wait outside. Leon Kowloon instructed behind him, then turned to Lionhead with a smile. Brother Lion, thank you for your trouble. We're all our own people, no need for courtesy, please. Lionhead smiled as he led Leon Kowloon and Gao Jin inside. Upon reaching the office door, Lionhead pushed the door open. Big sister, Brother Kowloon has arrived. Leon Kowloon walked into the office where Leon Ma was sitting at her desk holding a document with her two trusted aides, Big B and Leopard, sitting beside her. Leon Ma looked up and smiled upon seeing Leon Kowloon. Ah, Kowloon, you're here, sit down. What brings you here today? Leon Kowloon sat down in the chair opposite her, took the cigarette Leon Ma handed him, lit it himself, and said, Leon Ma, I don't come without reason. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? Speak plainly. Leon Ma exhaled a puff of smoke. I've taken over the matters of Night Paris. You must have heard about it. Yes, I know what's up. Today the United Juadun came to find me. Leon Kowloon leaned slightly forward, saying they want to collaborate and bring girls to my place for business. Leon Ma paused momentarily, staring at Leon Kowloon. Did you agree? Not yet. I told him I needed to consult you first. After all, we are all part of the same organization. Liang Kuan spoke sincerely. Done, said his boss. Blue Whale has already spoken to you. Blue Whale has approached me. Liang Ma flicked the ash from her cigarette. I said this matter still depends on your own wishes. Kun, what do you think? Liang Kuan pondered for a moment and slowly began. Since the union has taken the initiative to reach out, it wouldn't be good for us to turn them down. However, since the venue is mine, it wouldn't be right to let outsiders handle all the business. I propose a 50-50 split. What do you think, Liang Ma? Liang Ma didn't respond immediately, just watched him. After a few seconds, she nodded. All right, let's do as you say, 50. Thank you for your support, Liang Ma. Liang Kuan smiled and clasped his hands together. Then it's settled, Kuan. Yes, I'll have a word with Shu Dun, and when the venue opens, I'll trouble you to handle it then. Liang Kuan stood up to take his leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. By the way, when I arrived, there were several little brothers from Dongxing causing trouble outside, and I taught them a lesson. They said they were from the Crow's gang. What's going on? Liang Ma sighed deeply. It's a long story. Recently, the Dongxing people often come over. They don't cause trouble, but specifically look for those small vendors to collect protection fees. My people go, and they just run away. There's nothing we can do about it. Don't you want to know who's behind this? Liang Kuan pressed. I know it's just the crow and the smiling tiger, isn't it? Liang Ma shook her head helplessly. They're just waiting for me to take action, looking for an excuse to start a war and plant their flag. You know my people can handle rich women, but fighting. Liang Kuan heard this and said, don't worry if they dare to come looking for trouble, just call me anytime. Liang Ma gratefully replied, thank you, Kuan. It's nothing, you're busy, I'll take my leave first, Liang Kuan said as he walked out. I'll see you off. Liang Ma quickly stood up. Upon reaching the hall, they saw a group of young women surrounding Wu Ying's group, trying to persuade them to drink. Wu Ying was struggling to fend them off. Big Dong and Jimmy seemed to be seeing such a scene for the first time, sitting there rather stiffly and awkwardly. So how about my girls? Pretty good, right? Liang Ma glanced at Liang Kuan with pride. They are indeed good, but I think there are areas for improvement. Liang Kuan stroked his chin, responding. Oh, do share your thoughts, Liang Ma asked with interest, pulling Liang Kuan to sit down on a nearby sofa. Liang Ma, have you heard of uniform seduction? What is uniform seduction? Liang Ma asked curiously. It's like this, Liang Kuan said with a mischievous smile. It's when the girls wear outfits like flight attendants, nurses, teachers, or police officers to greet customers. It's also called role play. Liang Ma's eyes lit up upon hearing this. It can be played like this. Kuan, you really are something. Then what about the costumes? How do we solve that? This is simple. There are so many clothing stores in Sham Shui, but can't you just go buy a few sets? Right? Why did Liang Ma slapped her thigh? But my girls can't just wear uniforms, right? She continued. They aren't actual flight attendants or nurses. This is easy to fix. You can find someone specialized in teaching performance to train them, can't you? Also, you can divide the services of these uniformed girls into packages. For example, for teacher services, you can have the girls ask the customers, do you want the 199 handwritten questions, the 399 oral questions, or the 599 fill-in-the-blank questions? Kuan, you are too talented. Liang Ma couldn't help but laugh. Let's do it as you say. The same applies to the others. They could also offer package services. Liang Kuan said earnestly. Thank you, Kuan. With your help, my business will definitely prosper even more. Liang Ma's face was filled with joy. No need to thank me. After a while, your business will be even better, Liang Kuan replied with a smile. Really? Do you have any other good ideas? You'll know when the time comes. Liang Kuan smiled mysteriously. For now, I must leave. He stood up and waved to Wu Ying. I'm off, have other matters to attend to. Wu Ying and the others quickly got up to follow. Liang Kuan waved to Liang Ma. I'm leaving now, Liang Ma. I'll notify you when the time comes, and you can arrange for the girls to come over. All right, take care, Kuan. As the group exited the nightclub, Liang Kuan saw Wu Ying flushed from drinking and joked. Did you have fun today? Very fun, too much fun. Wu Ying slurred slightly. What about you guys? Liang Kuan turned to Big Dong and Jimmy. Brother Kuan, it's our first time in such a place, so we're a bit unaccustomed, Big Dong said awkwardly, and Jimmy nodded. Sha Pi had a slightly different feeling. Brother Kuan, I think those girls are really good at conversation. Before we knew it, they made us drink so much. Indeed, Aji, you've observed keenly, Liang Kuan praised. The girls in nightclubs are like that. They need to make the customers happy, while also encouraging them to spend more. That's their skill. Hearing Liang Kuan's praise, Sha Pi felt a bit shy. Brother Kuan, this is my first time too. No worries, you'll get used to it slowly. Liang Kuan smiled and said, when mingling outside, you need to learn to interact with people. This kind of setting is inevitable. Yes, Brother Kuan, we will learn gradually. Big Dong and the others nodded. In the office on the second floor of a boxing gym in Dongxing, smoke swirled in the air, which was taut and suffocating. A teacup exploded on the concrete floor, scattering tea leaves and tea everywhere. Useless. All of you are useless. The crow sprang up from the sofa behind the coffee table, pointing at the kneeling underling Huang Mao and berating him. His eyes were bloodshot as he yanked Huang Mao's collar, nearly pressing his face against Huang Mao's nose. What are you doing? You just let them beat you back. Boss. We were just collecting protection fees from a few kids, when suddenly Liang Kuan showed up and beat us all up. Huang Mao trembled all over. He also said, if you dared to cause trouble in Sham Shui, he would be ready to deal with you at any time. Damn it. The crow was furious, kicking over the coffee table, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. That bastard Lik Kwan. How dare he ruin my plans? He tore open the collar of his t-shirt, his chest tattoo, rising and falling with his anger. Damn it, I calculated everything, but I didn't expect this kid to pop up. At that moment, a harsh screech of brakes sounded from outside, and soon after the smiling tiger walked in. He glanced at the mess on the floor, and Huang Mao cowering in the corner, a signature fake smile slowly spreading across his face. It seems the news is true. Smiling tiger, you came at the right time. The crow grabbed a bottle of liquor from the desk and took a big gulp. That scoundrel Lik Kwan dares to ruin our plans. Gather the men, I must kill him. What do you plan to do? The smiling tiger leisurely sat down, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his glasses. Are you going to take people to stir up trouble at his place? Or do you want to charge into the Hongxing headquarters? The crow was suddenly choked into silence. You know who Liang? He just took over, but he's the fiercest among all the decision-makers in Hongxing. Not fierce. Would he dare to open a nightclub right next to the Ni family's turf? Crow, you underestimate him too much. Not fierce. Would he dare to open a nightclub right next to the Ni family's turf? Crow, you underestimate him too much. So what? I the crow am not to be trifled with. The smiling tiger shook his head. Since he dares to act, he won't fear you. If you ask me, he is just waiting for you to deliver yourself to him. At this moment, Huang Mao, huddled in the corner, stammered, Lik Kwan has another message for us to ask the boss. What? The crow suddenly turned his head to stare at him. He asked, if what you said at the Sanxing Palace still can— Damn you. The crow exploded, instantly rushing up to kick Huang Mao fiercely. Huang Mao curled up on the ground, screaming, Boss, I was wrong. Spare me. The smiling tiger quickly stood up to block him. Enough, crow. What good is it to vent your anger on your underlings? The crow, panting heavily, stopped and sat down heavily on the side. The smiling tiger waved his hand to let Huang Mao leave, and once he was gone, he slowly spoke. Did you hear that? He's just waiting for you. Then what do you think we should do? What to do? The smiling tiger smiled sinisterly. The boss of Chung, Yi Pan, has been very unhappy about Lik Kwan taking over the nightclub. How about we go talk to him? The crow's eyes lit up, dawning on him. Using someone else's knife to kill. Good idea, smiling tiger, you're truly devious. Just wait to see the show. The smiling tiger patted his shoulder. This time let Chung Yi take out our anger for us. The next noon, Lik Kwan walked out of the room on the upper floor of the nightclub. After receiving De Dong and the others yesterday, he was in high spirits, having enjoyed a few extra drinks at the welcome banquet, and only just woke up. As he walked down to the hall, he saw Gao Jin and others gathered around De Dong, and the others seemingly discussing something. What are they surrounding them for? Kwan Gu De Dong and the others are asking what tasks they should be assigned. Ahua replied as he turned around. So eager to work, huh? Lik Kwan smiled as he looked at De Dong. Kwan Gu, since we're with you, of course we need to work. Just give us your orders. Alright, what do you want to do? We'll listen to Kwan Gu's arrangements, the three answered in unison. How about this, Jimmy? You go with Ahua and the others to scout locations, and also get a feel for the sneaker market. De Dong, you just follow Gao Jin and get familiar with the nightclub's business. Lik Kwan turned to De Dong again. Kwan Gu, I just came here, I don't understand anything, I'm afraid I won't do well. De Dong hesitated a bit. No problem, you'll understand as you learn slowly. Lik Kwan waved his hand, and then looked at Sha Pi. As for Aji, what do you want to do? I don't know, Kwan Gu, you can just arrange it, she replied. What can you do? Aji is very good at dealing with people. She's smart, articulate, and learns quickly at anything. De Dong interjected quickly. Oh, Lik Kwan raised an eyebrow. Then you can work with Ada and be responsible for the public relations and reception at the venue. How does that sound? Sounds good, thank you, Kwan Gu. Sha Pi's eyes lit up as she nodded eagerly. Ada, you should help Aji a lot and teach her how to gather information and news. Lik Kwan also instructed Shui to be attentive. If Aji learns quickly, I will reward you. No problem, Kwan Gu. Shui patted his chest in assurance. All right, everything is arranged, you all get to work. Ahua, come with me to Sai Kung to find a Sha. Kwan Gu, I want to go too. The fly hurriedly chimed in. What for? You want to report to my mom again? Lik Kwan shot him a glare. No, I just don't want to look for a shop. It's better to go with Kwan Gu to Sai Kung. At that moment, Ahua spoke up. Kwan Gu, just let the fly go. I and Jimmy can look for the shop ourselves. If you don't go, who will drive? Lik Kwan retorted. Jean is going to find the factory. The fly's driving skills are poor. Should I drive and let this kid sit? By the way, Lik Kwan turned to De Dong and the others. Which of you can drive? I can, De Dong replied. Good, then you go with me to Sai Kung. What about me? The fly hurriedly asked. You're not left out, get in the car. Sai Kung outside the pier. The Sha was eating at a big stall by the shore, enjoying the sea breeze while chatting and drinking with several underlings. As the famous car smuggler in Hong Kong, anyone involved in smuggling stolen cars or illegal modifications basically has to come through him. He usually collaborates with car theft gangs or buys stolen cars at a low price, then drags them into a car factory, modifies the engine number, repaints them, and when they come out again, they are new cars. Therefore, the Sha's business was thriving and his connections were broad. It was precisely because he was a local of Sai Kung that his business could reach such heights. In Sai Kung he was familiar with the territory and had extensive connections, even having childhood friends in the Sai Kung police station, a genuine local snake. The Sha was chatting with his underlings when one of them ran over. "Boss, someone wants to see the car." "Who?" He said he's from Hongqing, named Lik Kwan. The Sha put down his chopsticks and looked up. "Lik Kwan. Invite him over." A few minutes later the underling brought Lik Kwan and the others in. As soon as the Sha saw Lik Kwan he immediately stood up. "Haha, Lik Kwan go, I've heard a lot about you." I dare not, sorry for interrupting your meal." The Sha go. Lik Kwan smiled in response. "Hey Lik Kwan go, coming to my Sha here is giving me face. How could it be an interruption? Please have a seat." Haha. The Sha warmly invited Lik Kwan to sit down. Everyone took their seats, and as soon as they sat down Lik Kwan took out a cigar from his pocket. "Here, have one, a fine product from Cuba." The Sha took the cigar and took a deep puff under his nose. "Good stuff. No wonder your Kwan go you have taste." Turning to his subordinates he ordered, "What are you doing standing around? Go tell the boss to fry some more dishes. I'll drink a few cups with Kwan go." No need. Lik Kwan waved his hand to stop the Sha. "Hey, since you're in Sai Kung, how can you not have a seafood meal?" The Sha's face full of flesh was filled with smiles as he warmly invited, "The chef here is good, very famous. Kwan go, must try it." "Alright, I'll listen to the Sha go." Lik Kwan handed over a lighter. "Here, light it up." The Sha lit the cigar, took a big puff, blew out a smoke ring, and then looked at the cigar in his hand with a grin. "Hee, this truly is good stuff, thanks Kwan go." Soon the wine and dishes were served, and the Sha quickly invited, "Come on Kwan go, try some." "Sure." The two I've heard of Kwan Ji's prestige, even in Sai Kung handling Sha Pi alone. The Sha gave a thumbs up. "Kwan go impressive, I toast you one." Lik Kwan raised his glass to clink with the Sha downing it in one go. "Sha Pi is just that kind of trash, only knows how to collect protection fees and bully the locals. Compared to you, the Sha go, he's far behind." I dare not take it. "I've heard it in Mong Kok too." Lik Kwan put down his glass. "The Sha go not only has a big business, but also helps the locals make money. You're a man of honor." Where it's all the friends in the underworld giving me the Sha face," the Sha said proudly. "Kwan go, let me tell you," the Sha leaned in, lowering his voice. "The locals all look out for me. The deputy chief of the Sai Kung police station, I have to call him my uncle." "Really? Impressive," Lik Kwan said, full of admiration. "No wonder the Sha go has such a good business. Come, let's drink another." Good, cheers." After enjoying the food and drinks, the Sha asked, "Kwan go, you came today to look at the cars, right?" Lik Kwan nodded. "I heard your cars are good, came to take a look." The Sha led the group to a warehouse near the dock. He signaled to his subordinate to open the warehouse door. As they entered, a row of vehicles came into view. "Brother Kwan, take a look, these are all good goods. The quality is absolutely fine," the Sha said with pride. Lik Kwan nodded and stepped forward to examine closely. Dozens of vehicles were crammed inside the warehouse. The most eye-catching were several European cars, among which a dark green Mercedes-Benz 500 SEL caught him. The car had a boxy shape, and the dark green paint shimmered with a steady glow under the dim lights of the warehouse, exuding the unique aura of a Mercedes. However, there were even more Japanese cars, including Toyotas, Nissans, Mitsubishis, and so on. A few sports cars, likely models from Toyota or Mazda, were lying there. At the back, under a partially lifted rain cover, a striking shade of red was revealed. "Brother Kwan, are you interested in this Mercedes?" "Good eye, this car is a treasure. I went through a lot of trouble to get it. The original price was 1800, but for you, Brother Kwan, 1500 will do." The Sha stepped closer to inform Lik Kwan. "It came from Southeast Asia," the Sha said, patting the hood of the Mercedes. "The quality is unquestionable, and the price is fair. This 500 SEL, those who know their stuff will understand it's steady and has style, perfect for someone like you, Brother Kwan." Lik Kwan did not respond immediately. He slowly walked up to the Mercedes, resting his hand on the cool body of the car. This car indeed caught his eye. Low-key yet dignified, it would definitely make a statement when driven out. Lik Kwan tapped on the car window with his fingers, producing a dull thud. He turned to Dedong and Wu Ying. "What do you think?" "Looks good," Dedong nodded. However, Wu Ying said nothing, his eyes fixated on the patch of red. He stood on tiptoe, stretching his neck to peek inside, and suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, look over there." He tugged at Lik Kwan. "Brother Kwan, quick look. It's red. What an outrageous design." Without waiting for Lik Kwan to respond, Wu Ying dashed over and pulled off the remaining rain cover. A torrent of red was instantly unleashed. It was a Ferrari Testarossa. Low and nearly hugging the ground, the ridiculously wide body resembled a meticulously polished red giant rock. The iconic blade-like air intake running from the door to the rear wheel arch resembled a beast's breathing hole. It lay quietly, yet seemed to embody the tropical flair and roar of Italy, contrasting sharply with the surrounding drab environment, exuding an almost arrogant beauty. Wu Ying was mesmerized, circling around the car, wanting to reach out and touch it, but hesitating. He kept exclaiming, "Look at these lines. This red. It's even more impressive than in the movies. Brother Kwan, this is a Ferrari. Driving it out, all the women in Hong Kong will turn their heads to look at you." The Sha chuckled, revealing a big grin. "Wu Ying has a good eye?" This one was an unexpected catch of Ferrari Testarossa. It's too flashy, too eye-catching, I've never dared to put it out. However, if Brother Kowloon likes it, he'll give you a friendly price. Lik Kwan then stepped over, shifting his gaze from the steady Mercedes to the dazzling red flame. His face showed little expression, merely tilting his head slightly as he scrutinized it. De Dong was also deeply captivated. Wu Ying excitedly chattered beside him. Brother Kowloon, just think about it. Driving this car out for a spin to Bolan Street, to Tsim Sha Sui. Tisk, don't mention Hung Hing. Who else on the entire island could be cooler than you? Shut up, you're making too much noise, Lik Kwan muttered, but his eyes remained fixed on that shade of red. He imagined himself sitting behind that low steering wheel, then imagined himself driving the Mercedes. One like a burning meteor, the other like a moving fortress. A surge of impulse welled up from within, and he suddenly chuckled softly, unsure whether he was laughing at Wu Ying's eagerness or at the restless heat stirring within himself that didn't quite fit his big brother identity. The Sha, he finally spoke, his voice calm. How much for the red one? The Sha's eyes lit up. Brother Kowloon, is this treasure? I would sell it to others for 6,000. For you. 5,000 as a friend. 5,000. Lik Kwan murmured, his fingers brushing over the Ferrari's cold, smooth side. Wu Ying held his breath, watching him with eager eyes. Good, Lik Kwan nodded, decisively, surprising to Sha. Wow, Brother Kowloon is brilliant. Wu Ying nearly jumped up. But Lik Kwan turned around, pointing at the rows of Japanese cars. Choose 3 sedans with good performance and decent looks for me. And also 3 of those Toyota Hiaces over there. My brothers need cars too. The Sha quickly calculated, his face breaking into a bright smile. No problem, Brother Kowloon is generous. 3 Japanese sedans will be 4,500. 3 Hiaces 3,600. Including this Ferrari, the total comes to 5,81,000. Just round it off to 5,8,000. They'll take care of the license. I'll handle the paperwork. Can we drive it away now? Lik Kwan asked. The Sha hesitated. Yes, but the paperwork might be a bit complicated. Lik Kwan pulled out a checkbook from his pocket, wrote down the amount, tore it off, and handed it over. Add another €10 to get the license done quickly, especially for that red one, and make sure it's clean. No problem, Brother Kowloon. The Sha took the check, flicked it, and carefully put it away. You wait here, if I'll go take care of it. With that, he hurriedly turned and left. Wu Ying could not wait to pull open the car door and carefully sit in the driver's seat. Though he still dared not start the engine, he held the steering wheel with both hands and made low humming sounds imitating the engine, his face beaming with joy. De Dong quickly climbed in, as well, sitting in the passenger seat and reaching out to touch the interior. Lik Kwan took out a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and silently gazed at the red beast. After an unknown period, Da Sha hurriedly ran back in. Brother Kowloon, the paperwork is done. You can drive the car away now. Here's the temporary license. After speaking, he handed a temporary license and the car keys to Lik Kwan. Thanks, Brother Da Sha. In the future, when you bring the brothers to Mongkok Night Paris, I'll give you a 50% discount. Lik Kwan took the keys, walked to the car, opened the door, and Wu Ying hurriedly jumped out. De Dong also followed suit. De Dong, take that car back. Okay, Brother Kowloon. Lik Kwan shook his head at Wu Ying, get in the car, and then sat in the driver's seat. Wu Ying nearly tumbled into the passenger seat, struggling to fasten the seatbelt 3 times before it clicked. Brother Kowloon, start it. Start it. He slapped the dashboard, leaving sweat marks on the leather seat. What's the rush? Lik Kwan caressed the steering while taking a deep breath. Then he turned the key. Vroom. The deep roar of the Ferrari's engine echoed off the metal roof of the warehouse, causing the overhead lights to tremble slightly. De Sha opened the iron gate of the warehouse, and the afternoon sunlight slanted in, illuminating the racing red in a dazzling manner. Brother Kowloon, drive out. Quickly drive out. Wu Ying urged excitedly. Lik Kwan slowly drove the car out of the warehouse, his movements revealing a certain awkwardness. The low visibility of the car made him uneasy. As they drove onto the dock road, Wu Ying pressed the car window down, allowing the sea breeze to rush and tousling their hair. Lik Kwan gently pressed the accelerator, and the beast surged forward amidst the roaring engine, like a ball of red flame sweeping across the road. Woohoo! Wu Ying leaned halfway out the window, yelling into the wind. As they turned onto Clearwater Bay Road, a group of bikers leaned against their motorcycles, smoking. As the Ferrari passed by, Lik Kwan intentionally downshifted, and the engine erupted with a backfire that sounded like tearing fabric, causing a biker with red hair to drop his cigarette. Throw it away. In the rearview mirror, that group of people maintained their stiff stance. The speed gradually picked up, the wind turned into a whip, and Wu Ying's hair flew wildly backward. This is what we call impressive. Wu Ying shouted in the howling wind. With so many factions in Hung Hing, which big brother has this kind of car? Jiang Tianxing drives a Mercedes. Lik Kwan said nothing. His palms were sweating, and the vibrations from the steering wheel crawled up his spine. The speedometer needle climbed towards the red zone, and Lik Kwan's fingers lightly tapped along with the rhythm of the engine on the steering wheel. The tall buildings of Mongkok had already appeared in front of them. Mongkok, outside the Paris nightclub. Shui stood by the roadside, smoking a cigarette while bantering with several underlings. Look over there, Uncle Da. One of the underlings suddenly shouted, pointing toward the far end of the street. Shuei followed his finger and saw a streak of crimson racing swiftly closer. The engine's roar abruptly ceased before the Paris nightclub, and the Ferrari came to a smooth, fiery halt at the curb, like a blazing red flame frozen in motion. From the passenger window, Wu Ying leaned halfway out, beaming with pride as he waved enthusiastically. Well, impressive, isn't it? Whoa! Shuei Da's eyes widened in disbelief. The cigarette tumbled from his lips onto the pavement. Wow! The underlings surged forward in unison, reaching out hesitantly to touch the car, buzzing with awe as they circled it. Brother Wu Ying, whose car is this? Surely it belongs to Brother Kwan. Of course. Wu Ying slapped the door with a sharp crack. Who else but Brother Kwan could possibly match such magnificence? Only then did Shuei notice Lik Kwan seated in the driver's seat, and hurried forward, his gaze still locked on the gleaming bodywork. Brother Kwan, this gesture is truly extraordinary. I'd wager no second car like this exists anywhere in Mongkok. Mongkok? Wu Ying interjected. Perhaps only a handful exist across all Hong Kong Island. Gao Jin and Ah Hua, drawn by the commotion, emerged from the club behind several underlings. Ah Hua paused mid-step, his eyes locking instantly onto the Ferrari parked at the curb. Gao Jin strode directly to the front of the car. Rarely did his stern expression soften, but now a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. He tapped lightly on the bodywork with his knuckles and listened intently to the subtle resonance. A Ferrari, he murmured, turning to Lik Kwan. An exceptional machine. A wave of excited chatter erupted around them. Brother Kwan, how much did this cost? Must be an absolute thrill to drive. Take it for a spin along Chatham Road at night. Every beautiful woman on the street will follow you. What's its name? I know. It's called a Testarossa. Wu Ying eagerly blurted out. Puff, can't even recall the name properly. A chorus of jeers rose up. Testarossa, Lik Kwan said calmly as he stepped out, smoothing the hem of his suit jacket. That's its name, Testarossa. Oh, the crowd nodded vaguely, half comprehending. It can also be called redhead, Lik Kwan added. The Italian term carries that very meaning. Redhead, not bad. Sounds powerful. Exactly. Just hearing the name tells you it's top tier. You should have seen what happened earlier near Tsing Shui Wan. Wu Ying launched into another boast, spittle flying. When those motorcycle gangs spotted this car, they dropped their cigarettes in shock. Brother Kwan floored the accelerator. The sound, WLH, utterly breathtaking. Lik Kwan absorbed the clamor around him, gazing at the crimson car, glowing vividly beneath the neon lights of the night. A faint knowing smile curved his lips as he turned to Gao Jin and Ah Hua. We have matters to discuss. Let's go inside. He glanced briefly at Wu Ying. Keep watch over the car. Wu Ying, still riding high on excitement, thumped his chest in solemn pledge. Brother Kwan, rest assured. I'll guard it with my life. Lik Kwan tilted his head slightly toward Shuei Da. Ada, you're coming too. Yes, sir. Shuei Da reluctantly patted the door once more before breaking into a light jog to follow Gao Jin and Ah Hua into the Paris nightclub. As Lik Kwan entered the nightclub's main hall, manager Chow immediately stepped forward. Brother Kwan. Lik Kwan acknowledged with a nod. Manager Chow, how's the renovation progressing? Nearly complete. Reopening in 2 days. Good. You've worked hard. It's my duty, Manager Chow replied quickly, then hesitated. Brother Kwan, there's one other matter. Speak. A woman came by seeking employment as a hostess manager. Manager Chow chose his words carefully. I know her. Capable, highly skilled at managing hostesses. However what? Word has it that all hostesses are now assigned through the United Syndicate and Madame Liang, so I didn't dare make any promises. Manager Chow bowed his head in explanation. Bring her in, Lik Kwan said, glancing at him coolly. Relying solely on others won't suffice. We must cultivate our own people too. Understood. I'll notify her immediately. Manager Chow bowed again and withdrew. Lik Kwan waved him off and walked to the bar, selecting a bottle of wine. At that moment, Gao Jin, Ah Hua, and Shuei Da approached. Brother Kwan, any instructions? Yes, take a seat. Lik Kwan, bottle in hand, settled onto the central sofa in the hall. The three sat down obediently. Jin, how's the factory search going? Lik Kwan turned his gaze. Almost there. I've contacted several candidates, Gao Jin replied. But neither Ada nor I understand this industry well. We're uncertain which would be most reliable. Lik Kwan paused thoughtfully, swirling the wine in his glass. Very well. Compile their documentation, then consult Solicitor Qian. Have him review the options and select the most suitable. Yes, Brother Kwan. Gao Jin nodded. And your progress, Ah Hua. Lik Kwan shifted his attention. The premises are secured, excellent locations. Just await your decision, Brother Kwan. Jimmy and Aji are overseeing matters there. Monthly rent. Garden Street, 20,000 per month. A ladies' market, 18,000, slightly cheaper. Garden Street, then, Lik Kwan mused slowly. Once leased, begin renovations immediately. Stock the shelves as soon as the factory commences production. Understood. Ada, what's your status? Shuei Da straightened upon being addressed. I've had men tailing Chung Yi. We discovered that laughing tiger of the Tung Sing Triad met with Chung Yi's senior elder Master Pan. Humph. Lik Kwan's cold snort hung in the air. So some wish to stir trouble. Ada, maintain surveillance. Rest easy, Brother Kwan. Shui nodded firmly. At that moment Tai Dong entered from outside. Brother Kwan, I'm back. Come sit. Lik Kwan gestured him to a seat. Tai Dong sat glancing at Lik Kwan, then faltering as if holding back words. Lik Kwan noticed instantly. Tai Dong, is something troubling you? Tai Dong hesitated, steeling himself. Brother Kwan, I hesitate to speak, but there's something I feel compelled to say. Go on, what is it? It's about the Ferrari you just purchased, Tai Dong began cautiously. I wonder, wouldn't driving it regularly draw undue attention? Oh, elaborate. It's simply too conspicuous. Driving it daily risks provoking unnecessary complications. Continue. Lik Kwan sat upright, fixing his steady gaze upon Tai Dong. If you drive it for leisure, dining, courting, it poses no issue whatsoever. Tai Dong pressed on, encouraged by Lik Kwan's composure. Yet to certain eyes such extravagance invites scrutiny and opportunity. Lik Kwan listened in silence, then gave a slow, thoughtful nod. You're right. Off. Tai Dong blinked, startled. Yes, you're right. I acted impulsively when purchasing it. Lik Kwan waved dismissively. Tai Dong, tomorrow take several capable drivers and retrieve the other vehicles. Also reacquire the Mercedes-Benz. I'll settle the funds shortly. Yes, Brother Kwan. Wait, did you purchase additional cars, Brother Kwan? Shui asked, intrigued. Indeed, I bought one for each of you. Lik Kwan affirmed. Ahua and Wuing live nearby. You'll share one. Thank you, Brother Kwan. Ahua responded promptly. Ada and Sha Chong, each gets one. Thank you, boss. Tai Dong, Jimmy, and Aji, you'll share one. Agreed. Agreed. Thank you, Brother Kwan. The vans will be assigned to the underlings. Understood, boss. Ajin, you'll handle the Mercedes-Benz. Yes, sir. That's all for now. Dismissed. Rest early, tomorrow brings heavy work. Lik Kwan waved them off. Yes, Brother Kwan. We'll take our leave. The group bowed respectfully and departed. A few days later in the Western District Qian law firm. Qian gently pushed a document in front of Lik Kwan, who was sitting opposite him, and said, Mr. Li, I have carefully studied the materials you provided me earlier. Based on the investigation, the two factories that are most suitable are these. Oh. Lik Kwan leaned slightly forward and took the document, asking, which two? Yongfang Garment Factory and Jinfa Shoe Factory. Qian pointed to the document. Lik Kwan lowered his head to browse through it, noting, both factories are located in the Kuntong industrial area, which is a good location. But why is the owner in such a hurry to sell? Because the owners of both factories are actually the same person. Qian leaned back in his chair and explained slowly. The garment factory is an old business left by his father, while the shoe factory was established by him later. They are selling now, and there are several reasons for that. Seeing Lik Kwan listening attentively, he continued, firstly, there are operational problems. The model is outdated, the products cannot keep up with trends, there is severe inventory backlog, and cash flow is very difficult. The factory has not operated for 3 months, and the workers' wages cannot be paid. Secondly, Qian took the cigar Lik Kwan handed him and twirled it between his fingers, saying, this owner became obsessed with the stock market a few years ago and put all his wealth into it. Mr. Li, you also know that since that iron lady from England took a fall up north, the stock market in Hong Kong has been in a slump. He is now trapped and is urgently trying to liquidate to cover his losses. So he is in a dilemma and has no choice but to sell. Lik Kwan closed the document with a slight smirk. That's what you mean. Qian nodded. The two factories are adjacent, so if purchased together, the subsequent renovations would be convenient. Given the current situation, there's room for negotiation on the price. All right, let's go with them. Lik Kwan stood up, straightening his suit. I need to trouble you, Qian, to accompany me to meet that owner. Qian also stood up, a familiar smile on his face. Mr. Li, you are too polite. You have always been generous, and I will definitely help you with this small matter. Is it convenient to go now? Yes, I have an appointment with the owner and can go at any time. Then let's go. The two men walked out of the office, and Lik Kwan called Gao Jin and Dedong, who were waiting outside, to leave together. The four of them got into a Mercedes-Benz and headed towards the Kuntong industrial area. Qian sat in the back seat, glanced at Lik Kwan beside him, and praised, Mr. Li, your business has grown bigger in just a few days since we last met. Oh, come on, Qian. You flatter me. Lik Kwan waved his hand and changed the subject. By the way, I wonder if Qian would be willing to be our company's legal advisor. Haha, Mr. Li, my fees are not low. Qian smiled as he adjusted his glasses. Money is not an issue as long as you are willing to come. Lik Kwan pondered for a moment. How about 2 million a year? Hearing this figure, Qian's eyes sparkled behind his glasses. Then I must thank you, Mr. Li. Pleasure to cooperate. Lik Kwan extended his hand. Pleasure to cooperate. Qian smiled and shook hands. Gao Jin and Dedong in front exchanged glances, but did not speak. Oh, by the way, Mr. Li, Qian suddenly spoke up. Since you are now my client, there is something I must remind you about. Please go ahead. The two factories have a combined area of about 500 square feet, and there is also a piece of land nearby of similar size. The ownership of both plots is in the hands of that owner, and if you are interested, I can negotiate for them as well. Great, then I will trouble you, Qian. It's part of my job. Soon the car stopped at the entrance of a factory in the industrial. Lik Kwan got out of the car and looked around, realizing that both factories were located at the edge of the industrial area, with few people and no other factories nearby. The factory owner had been waiting at the door, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a corpulent figure. Upon seeing everyone get out of the car, he hurriedly approached. "Ah, Lawyer Qian, you finally made it." He greeted Chen Tianyi warmly, then turned to Lik Kwan and asked, "And this is?" "Let me introduce, this is Mr. Li, who is very interested in acquiring your factory." Chen Tianyi gestured to the side. "This is Kai Jinfa, the owner. Nice to meet you." "Welcome, welcome." Lik Kwan and Kai Jinfa shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. "Mr. Li, shall we go inside and take a look?" Kai Jinfa invited. "Sure." Lik Kwan followed him as they toured the factory area. His expression remained neutral. Seeing this, Kai Jinfa quickly suggested, "Mr. Li, are you tired? Would you like to sit in the office and have some tea?" "All right." Once inside the office, Kai Jinfa personally poured tea for everyone. Lik Kwan took the teacup but did not drink, instead placing it gently on the table. "Mr. Kai, you know my purpose here, but to be honest, the situation with your factory is not very optimistic." "Mr. Li is joking. Everything here is normal," Kai Jinfa quickly denied. "Is that so?" Lik Kwan raised his eyes to look at him. "I just took a tour, and there are hardly any workers in the factory. It seems like it hasn't operated for quite some time, right?" Kai Jinfa's expression stiffened, then he quickly changed the subject. "So, Mr. Li, are you interested in buying?" "There is interest, but it depends on Mr. Kai's sincerity. How much would you be willing to offer?" Kai Jinfa inquired. Lik Kwan did not respond, but glanced at Chen. Chen Tianyi understood, took out a document from his briefcase, and handed it to Kai Jinfa. "Mr. Kai, based on our investigation and assessment, we found that your two factories have been idle for a long time and wages have been overdue for 3 months. This is just temporary, it will be resolved soon." Kai Jinfa attempted to argue. "The garment factory's inventory has been backed up for a year, and the shoe factory had a return rate of 45 last year." Chen Tianyi flipped through the report, his tone calm. "The bank has urged for repayment 3 times and suppliers have stopped deliveries. This is probably not something that can be dismissed as temporary, right?" Kai Jinfa turned pale. "Moreover, the quality of the products from both factories is average, and the styles are outdated, making them completely uncompetitive in the market." Chen Tianyi continued, "Based on the current situation, the net asset value is negative. If my client takes over, they will have to clear the inventory, pay overdue wages, settle old debts, and rebuild channels. It doesn't seem worthwhile at all." Kai Jinfa hurriedly defended. "But the equipment is new. It was imported from Europe just 2 years ago. Equipment becomes outdated quickly. After a while, this equipment will no longer hold value." Chen Tianyi's tone remained calm. "As for the factory buildings, what use are factories that cannot operate? But there is land." Kai Jinfa clung to this like a lifeline. "The land for both factories is in my hands, and it is all connected with considerable area." "So what?" Chen Tianyi countered. "Your factory is located on the outskirts of the industrial area in a remote location. How much could it possibly be worth? When will this area ever develop? Who can say for sure? Then, how much do you want to offer?" Kai Jinfa was left speechless, and after a while asked quietly, "My client is thinking 3 million. 3 million. Kai Jinfa nearly jumped up, exclaiming, "That's impossible. I need at least 5 million. Lik Kwan chuckled lightly at this. "What does Mr. Kai mean?" Chen Tianyi asked. 5 million. It can't go any lower." Kai Jinfa gritted his teeth. Chen Tianyi looked at Lik Kwan and shook his head. "Mr. Li, it seems Mr. Kai's sincerity is limited. I suggest you think carefully. Let's go." Lik Kwan stood up, pretending to leave. "Mr. Kai, I can only say I'm sorry. However, I must remind you, if the workers do not receive their wages next month, it might not be as simple as sitting here negotiating a price." "Wait." Kai Jinfa hurriedly stopped him. "Mr. Li, let's talk more. Let's talk more." After sitting down again, Lik Kwan casually asked, "By the way, I noticed while touring the factory that the empty land behind is also yours." Kai Jinfa waved his hand nonchalantly. "That was bought by my father many years ago, and it's been vacant for many years, about 500 square feet, counted as part of the factory area." Lik Kwan and Chen Tianyi exchanged a glance. Chen Tianyi spoke up. "That land is a mess, and my boss would have to spend money to clean it up if he takes over. How about this 5 million, including all the factories and the attached land, paid in full at once?" "That's too low. At least 5 million. The two of them were at a stalemate at 4 million. At this moment, Lik Kwan spoke up. "Mr. Kai, I understand your difficulties. How about this? I will offer 5 million to buy all the assets of the two factories, but it must include the ownership of all related land, including that empty plot behind, without any omissions." Kai Jinfa frowned. "Does that piece of land have to be included?" "Of course, otherwise how can I ensure the integrity of the factory area?" Lik Kwan paused, his tone softening a bit. However, seeing how distressed Mr. Kai is I will add another 500 totaling 5 million, but the condition is that all transfer procedures must be completed within 3 days, including the complete transfer of ownership of all land. Mr. Li is straightforward. Kai Jinfa, fearing he might backtrack, immediately said to Chen Tianyi, "It's settled. Lawyer Chen, hurry and prepare the contract." 3 days later, all transfer procedures were completed. Kai Jinfa held the check, beaming with joy, and even kindly reminded Liang Kuan, "Mr. Li, the land behind is of no real use. You can handle it however you like." Liang Kuan just smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Kai. I have it all under control." A week later, in the office of Night Paris, Liang Kuan leaned back in the boss chair, while Gao Jin and others sat on the sofa opposite him. "Now that everyone's here, let's get down to business." Liang Kuan extinguished his cigarette. "The arrangements for the follow-up at the factory have been made. Let's have everyone report on their situations." He looked at Ahua. "You go first, Ahua." "All right, Brother Kuan." Ahua stood up and began his report. "The workers for both factories have been fully recruited and will start work in a couple of days. The shoe factory has already produced the most popular sneaker styles currently trending abroad, with only minor adjustments made to the appearance as per your request. The clothing factory is the same. Additionally, the designs for the underwear styles you specifically requested have also been completed and samples have been brought over." Liang Kuan nodded. "Good, bring the samples to me later and I'll show them to the clients." "Understood." Gao Jin replied in a steady voice. "Brother Kuan, the office building has been rented at Gun Street in Wanchai, measuring 180 square feet, with a monthly rent of 20,000. Renovated as soon as possible. Once it's done, hire staff." "Yes." Adaji. Xia Peiji took over. "Brother Kuan, Uncle Da, and I have been keeping an eye on Chang Yi and Crow's side, but there hasn't been any movement for now." "No movement means the biggest movement." Liang Kuan tapped the table. "Keep watching." "Understood." "Jimmy, what about the shop?" "It's already renovated and just waiting for staff." Jimmy replied. "Go recruit immediately both men and women and look for those who are articulate." Liang Kuan paused. "When hiring, make sure to clearly explain the employee benefits. Also ask a few brothers to keep an eye on things there. They'll go right now." "What about the nightclub?" Liang Kuan looked at manager Zhou. "The renovation is complete and both Liang Ma and the ladies from the union are in place. We can start operations the day after tomorrow." "Very good." Liang Kuan nodded in satisfaction. "Additionally, the woman who wanted to be a madam has also arrived." "What's her name?" "Ruby." Liang Kuan found the name somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall who it was immediately. "All right, have her come in to start working the day after tomorrow." "Okay, Brother Kuan, I'll get busy now." Manager Zhou stood up to leave. "Dedong." Liang Kuan turned to him. "From today onwards, the nightclub's affairs will be handled by you and Sha Chang. Ajin needs to focus on the company and can't manage both." "Huh. Brother Kuan, I'm afraid I can't handle it." Dedong was a bit flustered. "What are you afraid of?" Liang Kuan glared at him. "If I say you can do it, then you can." Dedong took a deep breath. "Understood, Brother Kuan, I will do well." "What about me? What should I do?" Wu Ying was anxious. Liang Kuan stood up and gave him a light smack on the head. "Always asking questions. You go with Jimmy to the shop to recruit staff. After you're done, come back to work at the nightclub." "Oh," Wu Ying said, feeling wronged as he rubbed his head. "All right, everyone get busy. Ajin, stay here." Liang Kuan waved his hand as everyone gradually left. When the office door closed, Gao Jin turned to Liang Kuan. "Any news from the private investigator?" "Found some." Gao Jin took out a file bag from his pocket. "Huang Ziqing often meets with a woman privately." Liang Kuan took it, pulling out a photo. It was indeed Huang Ziqing with a woman. "These two scoundrels," Liang Kuan thought to himself, but pretended not to know, asking, "Who is this woman?" "She's Han Shen's wife, Mary." Liang Kuan snorted. "Seems like Huang Sir has quite a peculiar taste. I had the private investigator check. The three of them have known each other since childhood. Later, Mary married Han Shen. No wonder Huang Ziqing rose so quickly." Liang Kuan leaned back. "Han Shen provides him with information and he helps Han Shen eliminate rivals. It's just a mutual benefit." "Does Han Shen know about his wife and Huang Ziqing?" Gao Jin asked. "That's unclear. He might know or he might pretend not to know." Liang Kuan took out a cigar and began to play with it slowly. "Tell the private investigator to be prepared for long-term surveillance. Everything Huang Ziqing and Mary say and do must be documented with photos and videos. Deliver everything to you every week. Also tell him money is not an issue." "Understood." Gao Jin nodded. "And keep an eye on Han Shen's wife too." "Yes. This matter can only be known to you and me," Liang Kuan instructed. "Otherwise it will become a big trouble." "Brother Kuan, rest assured I understand. Take that sample and come with me to find Liang Ma." In the Wang Tai Sin District Public Housing. In an old corridor, Wan Mei gently closed the door to her apartment. She wore a faded floral shirt, and her hair was neatly tied back, exuding a gentle charm. She knocked on the door of the next room, and soon the door opened. Fong Ting, who opened the door, was tying her hair into a ponytail, blocking her younger sister, who was trying to squeeze out. "Sister May'll be ready soon." Fong Min, who was blocked, felt aggrieved. "Second sister, I want to go too. We're going to find work. Why would you come? Focus on your studies." Fong Ting shot her a glare. Luo Huailing, wearing an apron, walked out, wiping her hands. Ting, just let Min come with us. She smiled at Ruan Mei. May, please keep an eye on her. Ruan Mei softly replied, okay Ling Jia. Fong Ting looked at her sister's pleading eyes and finally relented. Keep close, don't run around. Fong Min cheered and jumped out the door. Slow down. Fong Ting shouted as she chased after her, then looked at Ruan Mei. Sister Mei, where are we going to look? Let's go to Women's Street and Tung Choi Street. There are more job openings there. It's hot outside, should we buy a bottle of water? No need, I brought some. Ruan Mei pulled out a water bottle from her bag and shook it. Truly a little Jew so frugal, Fong Ting joked. Ruan Mei only smiled in response. The three of them went downstairs, took a mini bus, and headed towards Women's Street. As soon as they arrived, they saw a bustling crowd in the street. Fong Min looked particularly excited. Wow, there are so many people. She wanted to run forward. Fong Ting pulled her back. Don't run around, to stay with us. Fong Min stuck out her tongue and obediently followed. They walked and stopped along the way, with Fong Min occasionally exclaiming in awe, while Ruan Mei paid more attention to whether the surrounding shops had job postings. Suddenly Fong Min pointed ahead, yelling, Sister Mei, look. There are so many people gathered up ahead. The three of them walked over and found a crowd gathered in front of a store opening soon. Fong Ting pulled a girl standing next to her and asked, is this a new store opening? No, they're hiring sales clerks. I heard the pay is quite good. Fong Ting's eyes lit up and she turned to Ruan Mei. Sister Mei, keep an eye on the little sister. I'm going to squeeze in and take a look. With that, she dove into the crowd. In front of the store, Wu Ying squatted on the ground with a cigarette in his mouth, looking utterly disinterested. Jimmy was busy inside the shop, poking his head out to shout, Wu Ying, stop slacking, come help. Got it. Wu Ying dragged out his voice and was about to get up when a figure suddenly blocked. Hello, is this place hiring? A crisp voice came and Wu Ying looked up. It was a girl with a ponytail, her bright eyes slightly bent as she looked at him. Wu Ying suddenly felt as if something had hit him hard in the chest, causing the cigarette in his mouth to drop to the ground. His face flushed to his ears, and he stood up abruptly, stammering, Yes. Are you here to apply for a job? Fong Ting was startled and took a half step back. Yes, I saw you were hiring, so I came to ask. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Wu Ying didn't know where to put his hands. What position do you want to apply for? We have sales clerks and cashiers. Do you have any educational requirements? None. Wu Ying answered quickly. DDO, you have an education? Yes, I'm still in university. Fong Ting nodded. That's great. Wu Ying's eyes lit up even more. Then come work as a cashier. Jimmy walked over, poked Wu Ying in the waist, and whispered, Hey, did you fall for her? So obvious. Wu Ying grinned foolishly. Of course your eyes have been glued to her. Are you infatuated? Jimmy said, looking disgusted. If you're a brother, then don't steal her from me. Wu Ying warned Jimmy. I know. At this moment Fong Ting asked again, Are you still hiring? Yes, of course. Wu Ying hurriedly replied. Jimmy couldn't help but shake his head at his behavior. I have a friend, can you see if she works for you? Fong Ting pointed behind her. Where? Wu Ying asked curiously. In the crowd, Ruan Mei was slowly squeezing out with Fong Min. It's her. Fong Ting pulled Ruan Mei over. Wu Ying and Jimmy both looked over at the same time, momentarily stunned. What's going on today? All beautiful women. Jimmy muttered. Don't even think about it. Wu Ying nudged him. Why? Do you like her too? Wu Ying whispered. I can tell at a glance that she's going to be our eldest sister. Jimmy examined Ruan Mei closely. She was quiet and graceful, her eyes clean. You're right. The two exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a tacit understanding. Jimmy stepped forward and politely asked, Are both of you here to apply for a job? Yes. Fong Ting nodded. You're a university student, and what about this one? Oh, she didn't finish junior high, Fong Ting quickly added. But she's particularly sensitive with numbers and can calculate quickly. Jimmy smiled. All right, both of you are hired as cashiers. Come to work in a couple of days. Thank you, boss. Fong Ting and Ruan Mei bowed together. Don't call me boss, I'm just. He's the deputy manager, Jimmy, and I'm the manager, Wu Ying. You can call me brother Wu Ying. Wu Ying interjected. By the way, what's your name? I'm Fong Ting. This is Ruan Mei, and this is my younger sister, Fong Min. Ruan Mei, who had been silent, asked softly, May I ask, what are the benefits? The base salary for sales clerks is 2,000 plus commission, and cashiers 3,000 plus commission with 2 meals provided. Jimmy replied. 3,000. Ruan Mei covered her mouth, her eyes wide open. Yes, you'll find out when you come to work in a few days. Wu Ying continued, but his gaze kept drifting toward Fong Ting. Fong Ting felt embarrassed by his stare and lowered her head, pulling Ruan Mei along. Then, we'll be there on time. Great. See you then. Wu Ying waved goodbye, watching the three leave until their figures were swallowed by the crowd. Jimmy waved his hand in front of his eyes, snapped back to reality. They've all left. Wu Ying snapped back to reality. She's really beautiful. Hopeless. In Sham Shui, outside the nightclub of Sister Lik Kwan and Gao Jin had just gotten out of the car when a young man at the entrance quickly approached them, saying, Brother Kwan, the big sister is already waiting for you inside. Lik Kwan replied, leading Gao Jin into the nightclub. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw a group of young women sitting neatly in several rows with a man standing in front of them giving a speech. Sister Liang's subordinate Leopard was guarding nearby, and as soon as he saw Lik Kwan, he came over with a smile. Brother Kwan, you're here. What's going on? Liang Kwan raised his chin looking at the group. Didn't you say last time that you'd find a teacher to teach them to perform? Leopard quickly explained this teacher has been giving classes for several days now. The big sister is in the office, please, this way. Liang Kwan glanced at the man, feeling he looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall at the moment, so he followed Leopard towards the office. Gao Jin lagged a half step behind, scanning the hall with a neutral expression, quietly following along. Sister Liang was sitting inside, and as soon as she saw Liang Kwan enter, her face lit up with a joyful smile. Ah, Kwan, come sit. Sister Liang, your business is getting busier and busier, Liang Kwan said as he accepted the cigarette. Sister Liang, isn't that thanks to your good idea? Sister Liang said, smiling broadly. Now these girls' workload has doubled. They complain every day that they're tired and even demand more money. That's a good thing, but means the customers are satisfied. Liang Kwan lit his cigarette and casually asked, but do they only wear uniforms to work now? Yes, why else? Haven't added any other styles. Added what? Sister Liang suddenly became animated, leaning forward. Do you have any good ideas? Spit it out. Liang Kwan exhaled smoke leisurely, saying we could add some props. Props. For example, if they are playing a teacher, they could wear glasses, hold a book, and carry a ruler. How could the customers not like that? He flicked the ash from his cigarette and continued, if the customers like the flight attendant style, the girls could drag a small suitcase with some utensils and napkins inside and offer them a first-class service. What do you think? Gao Jin, standing slightly behind Liang Kwan, twitched the corners of his mouth, seemingly surprised that his boss could come up with such ideas. Listening, Sister Liang's eyes brightened more and more, and she suddenly stood up, giving Liang Kwan a hearty pat on the shoulder. I knew it. You always have the best ideas. Remember, we're in the service industry. We must treat our customers like gods. Liang Kwan rubbed his shoulder. Right. Sister Liang nodded repeatedly, suddenly thinking of something, and asking, what if those competitors outside also learn from us? What then? Then you'll have to rely on the secret weapon I've prepared for you, Liang Kwan said with a mysterious smile, opening the box that Gao Jin was holding and pulling out several strips of fabric. Gao Jin took a glance, then understood what Liang Kwan had particularly mentioned about the lingerie style. He quickly shut the lid, not daring to look any further. Liang Kwan did not notice Gao Jin's reaction and handed the strips to Sister Liang. Take a look. What do you think of this? Sister Liang opened it and immediately understood. Ah, Kwan, you even made this. Just tell me if it's good or not, Liang Kwan said proudly. This is really a good item. It seems the girls under me will have their workload increase again, Sister Liang said happily, continuing to ask, how much is this? $30 a set. So expensive. This is real silk with lace. I have to cover the costs too, Liang Kwan reminded her. Besides, you can charge that to the customers. But this stuff doesn't look very durable. That's the effect we want, Liang Kwan said proudly. Just think if those lecherous men get their hands on it and start pulling, won't that just make them pay? Ah, Kwan, thankfully you didn't go into this line of work, otherwise what would I do? Sister Liang sighed. On a serious note, how many sets do you want? Liang Kwan asked. Let's start with 500 sets and see how it goes. Alright, I'll arrange it right away. Liang Kwan stood up to leave, then remembered something. What's the name of the person teaching your girls? I thought he looked a bit familiar. Oh, his name is Tianxiu. He's an extra on set, Sister Liang said casually. He teaches quite well now. When my girls go out to meet customers, they are all thought to be professionals. Huh. Hearing this, Sister Liang couldn't help but laugh herself. That's good, I'll head out first, Liang Kwan said after confirming who it was, and turned to leave. Wait, Ah, Kwan, Sister Liang called him back. Is there something else? I've heard that the crow and the smiling tiger are targeting you. Be careful. Sister Liang warned seriously. Thanks, Sister Liang. I know, Liang Kwan smiled. I'm just afraid they won't show up. As long as you're confident, just be careful. Got it, I'm leaving now. Okay. Liang Kwan left Sister Liang's place, got into the car, and Gao Jin started the engine heading towards Mongkok. Walking into Night Paris Hall, Liang Kwan immediately spotted Fly sitting at the bar holding a glass of alcohol, staring at it with a silly smile. Liang Kwan stopped, turned to Jimmy beside him, and raised his chin. What's this guy on about? Jimmy leaned closer, lowering his voice, and laughing. Brother Kwan, Fly has fallen in love. Oh. Liang Kwan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What's the situation? A girl came to apply for a job at the sneaker store today. Oh, she's a university student, Jimmy gestured. Fly personally interviewed her, and as soon as she left he became like this. Liang Kwan chuckled, sat down beside Fly, and patted his shoulder. Hey, what are you looking at? Fly came back to his senses, and quickly put down his drink. Brother Kwan, it's nothing. Nothing, huh? Liang Kwan took out a cigarette, and handed Fly one. Jimmy already told me. Oh, what's that, girl? Fly took the cigarette, feeling a bit embarrassed. Fong Ting. Liang Kwan's hand paused as he was about to light the cigarette, turning to look at Fly. What did you say? Fong Ting. Yeah, Brother Kwan, do you know her? Liang Kwan didn't respond, staring at Fly for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. Kid, you've got good taste. Fly scratched his head, not understanding Liang Kwan's words, and chuckled a couple of times in response. Just as Liang Kwan was about to ask something else, Ah Hua walked over from behind holding a notebook. Brother Kwan, are you free? I need to discuss some matters about the factory with you. Liang Kwan stood up, patting Fly's shoulder. Alright, you think about your Fong Ting slowly first. Saying this, he walked aside with Ah Hua. Ah Hua opened his notebook. Brother Kwan, the shoe factory and clothing factory are a bit overloaded with inventory. They're all leftover styles from last year. They're not selling well here in Hong Kong Island. Liang Kuan took the notebook, flipped through it, and frowned. So many. They're all outdated. Hua pointed at the numbers. Now that new styles are coming out on the market, these simply won't sell. Liang Kuan stared at the notebook for a while, suddenly closed it, and raised his head. Let's go. I want to visit Sai Kong. Sai Kong? Hua was taken aback. Who are we looking for? Big Sha. Liang Kuan returned the notebook to Hua, turned around, and walked out. He should have some connections there. Gao Jin had just parked the car, saw Liang Kuan coming out again, didn't ask much, opened the door and got in. The car drove all the way to Sai Kong, stopping at the entrance of Big Sha's place. Several young men were standing at the entrance, and as soon as they saw Liang Kuan get out of the car, they quickly came over. Brother Kuan, what brings you here? Where's Big Sha? Liang Kuan walked inside. The boss is inside having a meal. Liang Kuan went in, and Big Sha was busy devouring a table of seafood. Seeing Liang Kuan enter, he wiped his mouth and stood up. Yo, Brother Kuan, what wind brought you here? Come sit and eat something. Liang Kuan waved his hand, pulled out a chair, and sat down. I just ate. I'm here to discuss some serious business. Big Sha put down his chopsticks and leaned back. What's the matter? I've heard you have a way to ship goods to the mainland. Liang Kuan asked directly. Big Sha squinted, looking at Liang Kuan for a few seconds, then chuckled. Brother Kuan, you're quite well informed. That's true. What's up? I have a batch of goods I'm holding. Liang Kuan handed over a cigarette, sneakers, and ready-made clothes, all outdated styles that aren't selling here in Hong Kong Island. I want to borrow your connections. Big Sha took the cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. Are there any issues with the goods? The quality is fine, it's just the styles are a bit old. Liang Kuan flicked the ash. I don't think they'll mind that on the mainland. Big Sha nodded, thinking for a moment. There are connections, but the risks aren't small. Recently the inspections have been strict. We'll need to make some arrangements. I understand that. Liang Kuan leaned forward. We'll split the profits 50-50. You just need to take care of shipping the goods and selling them. You don't need to worry about anything else. Big Sha stared at Liang Kuan for a while, suddenly slammed the table. Brother Kuan, you're straightforward. All right, it's settled then. Liang Kuan smiled and extended his hand. Pleasure doing business with you. Big Sha shook his hand, grinning. Brother Kuan, your mind works quickly. You can find a way out for the surplus stock. No choice. Liang Kuan stood up. I have so many people under me to feed. I have to find a way. Big Sha also stood up. When will the goods arrive? They'll be delivered to you in a couple of days. All right. Big Sha patted his chest. Leave it to me. I'll handle it smoothly. Liang Kuan nodded, turning to walk out. Just as he reached the door, he turned back. By the way, if you run into any trouble on the way, remember to give me a shout. Big Sha waved his hand. Don't worry, I've been in this line for so many years. I know the ropes. Liang Kuan smiled, opened the door, and walked out. Hua followed behind and got in the car before speaking. Brother Kuan, isn't 50 a bit high? Liang Kuan leaned back in the back seat, eyes closed. Not high. With someone like Big Sha, as long as you pay enough, he'll work hard. Besides, this batch of goods is just sitting there. Getting back half the profit is better than letting it rot in the warehouse. Also, from now on, you'll be in charge of Big Sha's side. Hua nodded. Okay, Brother Kuan. Gao Jin started the engine and drove away from Sai Kong. 2 days later in Mong Kok, the lights in the hall of the Paris nightclub were fully lit, the crystal chandeliers illuminating the entire space brightly. Liang Kuan stood in the center, spinning around to survey his surroundings, flanked by Dedong and manager Zhou on either side. He nodded in satisfaction and said, it looks good, much more presentable than before. Dedong, holding a walkie-talkie, replied, Brother Kuan, everything is ready for tonight's opening. All the key figures from the syndicate have been notified and an invitation has been sent to Mr. Jiang. Liang Kuan turned to him and asked, how about security? Dedong quickly answered, I've arranged security as well. Brother Sha Qiang is at the entrance, and Hua Gu and Wu Ying are in charge of the hall and private rooms. I've also stationed 4 brothers at the back door to ensure everything is foolproof. Liang Kuan patted him on the shoulder and said, good, well done. Dedong humbly replied, it's what I should do. Liang Kuan then looked at Manager Zhou and asked, Manager Zhou, how about the drinks and staff? Manager Zhou stepped forward and said, Brother Kuan, all the drinks needed for tonight have been prepared, and considering the number of guests expected, I've prepared an extra 30. The ladies from Liang Ma and the Union have all been arranged, and will be in place before 7 o'clock tonight. Ruby has also called her former colleagues over. We will have more than enough manpower. Liang Kuan nodded. Where's Ruby? She's in the lounge chatting with her friends, waiting for the work to start tonight. Just as Liang Kuan was about to speak, a commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance. Don't pull me. I'll talk to Brother Kuan myself. You brat, what do you know? Liang Kuan turned to see Shui dragging Sister 13's arm, trying to pull her outside. Sister 13 struggled free from his grip, angrily striding toward the hall. Shui hurried after her, stopping awkwardly when he saw Liang Kuan. Brother Kuan. Sister 13 stepped up to Liang Kuan, looking up at him. Brother Kuan, I want to work for you. Liang Kuan looked at her, then at Shui asking, what's going on? Shui sighed. This girl doesn't want to go to school anymore. I scolded her a bit, and she started arguing with me. I'm not cut out for studying. Sister 13 interrupted. Sitting in a classroom feels like being in prison. I can't stand it for even a day. Liang Kuan crossed his arms and asked, what do you think you can do instead? Sister 13's eyes brightened. I want to be like Liang Ma. To be the queen of the nightclub. Shui Das expression changed. But you're a girl. So what if I'm a girl? Sister 13 shot back. Isn't Liang Ma a woman? Liang Kuan raised his hand to silence them, looking at Sister 13. Have you thought this through? Sister 13 nodded vigorously. I have thought it through. This line of work isn't easy, Liang Kuan said. I'm not afraid, Sister 13 replied. I just want to follow Brother Kuan. It's definitely more promising than studying. Liang Kuan stared at her for a few seconds, then turned to Chui Shuida. Ada, you're her father. What do you think? Chui Shuida opened his mouth, looking at his daughter's stubborn face, and finally sighed. Brother Kuan, I can't control this girl anymore. You handle it. Liang Kuan nodded and said to Sister 13, all right, if you want me to take you, and I have one condition. Sister 13 asked, what is it, Brother Kuan? You still have to go to school during the day and come to the nightclub at night. Sister 13 hesitated. Brother Kuan, this. If you don't agree, I can't take you in. At the very least, you have to finish your current studies. Sister 13 thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Okay, Brother Kuan, I'll listen to you. Chui Shuida, hearing their conversation, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. All right, then you can learn from Ruby Armamasan for a while. Liang Kuan continued. Ruby is in the lounge. Follow me. Liang Kuan turned and walked inside, and Sister 13 hurried to catch up, leaving Chui Shuida standing there in a daze. Da Dong patted Chui Shuida on the shoulder and said, Uncle Da, don't worry. Sister May will be fine with Brother Kuan. I will keep an eye on her too. Chui Shuida shook his head, forcing a smile. The lounge door swung open, revealing several women sitting together talking. Upon seeing Liang Kuan enter, they all stood up in unison. Ruby quickly stepped forward. Boss. Liang Kuan glanced at her, momentarily dazed. This Ruby, isn't she that way Jishan's confidant? Liang Kuan thought to himself, then looked at Ruby again. Seeing him lost in thought, Ruby hurriedly asked, Brother. Liang Kuan came back to his senses and waved his hand. Oh, I heard you brought your sisters along. He looked behind Ruby and noticed that the girls were all youthful and beautiful. Ruby understood and introduced. Brother Kuan, these are all sisters I've worked with before. She pointed at a girl on the left, dressed in a Weinert spaghetti strap dress, looking a bit haughty. This is Bozy. Bozy smiled at Liang Kuan. Hello, Brother Kuan. Ruby pointed to another girl with a neat short hairstyle, saying, Feiji nodded. Hello, Brother Kuan. Ruby then pointed to a girl in a light-colored spaghetti strap dress with long wavy hair. This is Xiao Fuxing. Xiao Fuxing greeted. Hello, Brother Kuan. Ruby pointed to the last girl, who looked more reserved. This is An. An softly said, Hello, Brother Kuan. Liang Kuan waved his hands, signaling them to be at ease, and then said to Ruby, I want to introduce someone to you. He stepped aside to reveal Sister 13. This is the daughter of my subordinate, Ada. She wants to learn to be a mamasan, so take her under your wing. Ruby glanced at Sister 13 and smiled. Sure, no problem, since Brother Kuan asked. Sister 13 quickly bowed. Hello, Sister Ruby. Ruby took her hand and said, Don't be so formal. Just follow me from now on. Liang Kuan scanned the girls in the room and asked Ruby, Are they satisfied with their current work? Ruby nodded. Yes, they are all quite satisfied. She leaned closer to Liang Kuan and lowered her voice. But they only want to be goldfish, not wooden fish. Liang Kuan laughed. I don't care if they want to be goldfish or wooden fish, as long as they can make the guests willingly spend money. He looked at the girls and said, The money guests spend at the nightclub will be split 50-50 with you. Bozy's eyes lit up. Thank you, Brother Kuan. Feiji and Xiao Fuxing exchanged glances, also smiling. An pouted and smiled. Brother Kuan is really generous. Just as Liang Kuan was about to speak, there was a knock at the door. Wu Ying leaned in. Brother Kuan, Ji says she has something to report. Liang Kuan nodded. Let her wait for me in the office. He turned to Ruby. You all chat. I'll step out for a bit. Sister 13 tugged at his sleeve. Brother Kuan, can I start learning from Sister Ruby right now? Liang Kuan looked at her, then at Ruby. Ruby smiled and hugged Sister 13's shoulders. Sure, you can start learning right. Liang Kuan turned and exited. Wu Ying followed closely behind, whispering. Brother Kuan, Ji said it's urgent. There might be trouble. Liang Kuan remained silent, quickly heading upstairs. The office door swung open, revealing Xia Peiji standing by the window. Hearing the noise, she turned around. Brother Kuan. Liang Kuan sat down behind the desk, leaning back in his chair. What's the matter? Xia Peiji approached and lowered her voice. There's been movement on the Chang'e side. Liang Kuan's expression grew serious. Speak. My people found out that the 19 may bring people to the nightclub to cause trouble tonight. The exact time is uncertain, but it will definitely be during business hours. Liang Kuan leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest. Is the information accurate? It should be correct, Xia Peiji replied. Chang'e has been watching us closely lately. They must know about tonight's opening. Liang Kuan nodded and looked at Wu Ying. Go call a Jean over. Wu Ying turned and ran outside. Xia Peiji asked, Brother Kuan, should we postpone the opening? Liang Kuan shook his head. Postpone? Wouldn't that make us a laughingstock for Chang'e? He stood up. It's even better if they come. It's a good opportunity to teach them a lesson. The door opened and Gao Jin quickly walked in. Brother Kuan. Liang Kuan looked at him. Chang'e might cause trouble tonight. Make arrangements and bring more brothers over, but don't let it be known. Gao Jin nodded. Should we bring weapons? Liang Kuan replied. Keep them hidden. I take them out if needed, but don't show them otherwise. Tell Sha Qiang to keep an eye at the entrance and report immediately. if he sees Chong Yi's people. Understood. Gao Jin turned and left. Sha Pi looked at Liang Kwan. Brother Kwan, I'll keep an eye on things. I'll inform you as soon as I have news. Liang Kwan waved his hand. Go ahead. Sha Pi hurried out. Liang Kwan walked to the window, watching the traffic flowing below, slowly lighting up a cigar. Boss Pan, you'd best not provoke me at this time or else. As night fell, the street outside Night Paris was filled with cars parked along half the block. Sha Chong stood at the entrance with 7 or 8 brothers, all dressed in matching black suits, stepping forward to open the door whenever a car arrived. The neon sign of Night Paris glowed, casting a bright red light at the entrance. A black Mercedes stopped in front, and the prince stepped out from the back seat, glanced at the sign, and strode inside, followed closely by a Sam and Piao Hu. Sha Chong quickly approached. Brother Kwan is waiting inside. The prince nodded and headed straight into the hall. Liang Kwan was standing by the bar talking to Dedong, and upon seeing the prince enter, he greeted him with a smile. Big brother. The prince took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Liang Kwan. Looks well organized. Liang Kwan accepted it with gratitude. Thank you, big brother. The prince scanned the hall. There are many people tonight. I came early to see if there's anything I can help with. Liang Kwan offered a cigar. Everything is arranged, big brother. Please sit. Would you like a drink? Anything is fine. The prince took the cigar and sat down in a booth further inside while a Sam and Piao Hu settled into another booth nearby. Dedong waved and a waiter approached with drinks, pouring a glass for the 3 of them. A few more people entered, led by Ji Gu, followed by Liang Ma and Ma Wangjian. Ji Gu's voice arrived before he did. A Kwan. Congratulations. Liang Kwan turned to greet them. Ji Gu, Liang Ma, Jian Gu, please come in. Ji Gu pressed the red envelope into Liang Kun's hands. Take it, wishing you great success in your business. Liang Ma, wearing a qipao and carrying a small purse, surveyed the hall. The decoration is nice, much more impressive than when the previous boss was here. He then took out another red envelope from his purse and handed it over. Ma Wangjian nodded. The location is also good. This street has a large evening crowd. He pulled out a red envelope from his suit pocket and handed it to Liang Kwan. Liang Kwan accepted everything. You gentlemen are too kind, please come in. Liang Kwan guided them toward the prince's table. Brother Prince has already arrived. Please sit together. Ji Gu saw the prince and greeted him with a smile. Prince, you arrived early. The prince nodded and made room for them. Once seated, the waiter quickly refilled their drinks. Liang Ma looked at Liang Kwan and asked, Kwan, how are the ladies I sent over doing? Have they all arrived? Liang Kwan nodded. They have arrived. I checked, and they are all good. Liang Ma smiled. Of course I sent you the best batch. I can't let you down on your opening night. Liang Kwan raised his glass. Thank you, Liang Ma. A few more people entered, with Defei and Wu Liang walking in together. Defei wore a floral shirt with a gold chain around his neck and shouted as he entered, Kwan go. Congratulations and prosperity. He clenched a red envelope in his hand and stuffed it into Liang Kun's hand. Wu Liang followed, nodded at Liang Kwan, and also handed him a red envelope. Liang Kwan welcomed them. Defei, Wu Liang, please come in. Defei walked and spotted Ji Gu's table and waved. Oh, all the big brothers are here. He squeezed into the booth, grabbed a bottle from the table, and poured himself a drink. Laughter erupted at the entrance as Chun Yao walked in, followed by 2 younger brothers, each carrying a flower basket. Liang Kwan welcomed him. Yao Ge. Chun Yao smiled and patted his arm. Mr. Jiang sent me to check on you. He has something else to attend to tonight, and he wanted me to convey his wishes for your prosperous business. After speaking, he gestured for the 2 younger brothers to place the flower baskets at both sides of the entrance. Liang Kwan nodded. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Thank you, Yao Ge. Please come in. Chun Yao entered, greeted Ji Gu and the others, and sat down next to the prince. A few more people entered, and Liang Kwan looked up to see Di, followed by 2 lackeys, one of whom was carrying a large flower basket. Liang Kwan hurried to meet them. Di, go, what brings you here? Di laughed heartily, patted his shoulder. I heard your nightclub is opening. You, of course I had to come take a look. He then took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it over. Take this. Liang Kwan smiled as he accepted it. Di, go, please come in. Di walked and nodded at Ji Gu and the others and sat down at a nearby booth. Another group entered, led by Axe-Head Jun, with a few others, 2 of whom were carrying a large flower basket. Axe-Head Jun scanned the hall, spotted Liang Kwan, and strode over. Kwan, wishing you great success in your opening. Axe-Head Jun took out a red envelope and handed it to Liang Kwan. Liang Kwan reached out. Jun Gu, it's rare for you to come in person. Axe-Head Jun shook his hand. New Ji has a venue here too. We can look out for each other in the future. Liang Kwan nodded. Please come inside. Just as Axe-Head Jun sat down, 2 more people entered, with Jordan Zai and a lackey coming in, the lackey carrying a flower. Jordan Zai entered with a smile. Kwan Gu, congratulations. Liang Kwan approached. Jordan Zai, you came too. Jordan Zai stuffed a red envelope into Liang Kun's hands. Our boss sent me to congratulate you and to see if our girls have arrived yet. Liang Kwan pointed inside. They are all here in the lounge. I will have them come out to accompany you with drinks shortly. Jordan Zai nodded, saw Axe-Head Jun, and walked over to greet him. Another group arrived at the entrance, led by Chong Lu Fei Hong, with several brothers, 2 younger brothers carrying a flower basket behind them. Fei Hong spotted Liang Kwan and smiled, clasping his fists. Brother Liang Kwan, congratulations. Liang Kwan welcomed him. Fei Hong, long time no see. Fei Hong patted him. I heard you're opening here, I had to come. Chong Lu and Hong Xing have always had a good relationship. Let's keep in touch more often. Liang Kwan nodded. Brother Fei Hong, please sit inside. Gentleman Sheng entered with his subordinate Tai Baoqiu, who was also carrying a large flower basket. Gentleman Sheng saw Liang Kwan. Kwan, good, congratulations. After saying this, he handed over a large red envelope. Liang Kwan reached out to accept it. Thank you, Xinggu, please come inside. More groups gradually entered, some handing over red envelopes, others bringing flower baskets. Sha Chong was at the entrance, organizing the flower baskets neatly on both sides. Soon the entrance was filled with them. The hall was filled with tables of guests with waiters weaving through carrying drinks. Liang Kwan walked to the center of the hall and clapped his hands. Everyone turned to look at him. Liang Kwan clasped his fists and turned around. Brothers, tonight is the opening of Night Paris. Thank you all for coming. Drinks are on the house, enjoy yourselves. Everyone laughed and responded in agreement. Liang Kwan raised his hand. Ladies, come out and accompany the guests with drinks. Ruby peeked out from the lounge door, waved, and led a group of girls out. The girls dispersed and walked towards each booth. Ruby approached G guest table and asked with a smile, Jigo, would you like a few sisters to accompany you for drinks? Jigo looked at the girls behind her, nodded, bring a few over. Ruby waved her hand and Bo Zi and Xiao Fu Xing came over to sit beside Jigo. Fei Ji and A and sat at Gentleman Sheng's table. Bo Zi settled next to Jigo, picked up a bottle and poured him a drink. Jigo, I toast you a glass. Jigo took the glass, glanced at her. What's your name? Bo Zi. She smiled and clinked glasses with Jigo took a sip of his drink, nodded, not bad. Ma Wangjian sat next to Xiao Fu Xing, who poured him a drink and asked with a smile, boss, what should I call you? Ma Wangjian, just call me Jian Ge. Ma Wangjian accepted the glass. Xiao Fu Xing smiled. Jian Ge, come to have fun often in the future. Ma Wangjian nodded, glanced at Liang Kwan. Kwan, your place is nice and the ladies are considerate. Liang Kwan smiled. As long as Jian Ge likes it, you are always welcome to come and have fun. Jigu wrapped his arm around Bo Zi's shoulder and called out to Liang Kwan. Kwan, when I come you must give me a discount. Liang Kwan nodded. When Jigu speaks there will definitely be a discount. The Fei sat at the table nearby, flanked by two girls, raising his glass and clinking it with Wu Liang. The D sat with two girls talking across the table with Axe Head Jun. Jordan's eye glanced at the girls serving drinks and asked Liang Kwan, are all our people from the United side here? Liang Kwan nodded. They are all here, rest assured, Jordan go. Jordan's eye nodded, saying nothing further. Fei Hong sat at the table near the entrance, also accompanied by girls raising his glass and chatting with those at the table. On the other side, Gentleman Sheng sat on the sofa, and next to him pouring drinks. Gentleman Sheng accepted the glass and looked at her. What's your name? And she replied softly. Gentleman Sheng nodded. How long have you been working here? Just arrived. Gentleman Sheng took a drink, looking at her. Just arrived. Where did you work before? And replied softly. I used to work at Hong Tai's place. When Sister Ruby came here, she brought us along. Gentleman Sheng raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, continuing to drink. And lowered her head, pouring drinks for him. Gentleman Sheng took the glass and looked at her. Don't be nervous, I won't bite. And looked up at him. Shenggu, I toast you a drink. Liang Kwan walked over to sit beside the prince, who glanced at him and said quietly, everyone seems to have arrived. Liang Kwan nodded. Those who should be here are all here. The prince took a sip from his glass. Any news from Chang'e's side? Liang Kwan lowered his voice. Ji said someone might come tonight. The prince set his glass down. How many people? Not sure, Liang Kwan replied. I asked Ajin to arrange everything. There are people keeping watch at the entrance too. The prince nodded and fell silent. Laughter erupted at G guest table. Bo Zi seemed to have said something funny, and Ji Go laughed so hard, he pounded the table. Ma Wangjian wrapped his arm around Xiao Fu Xing and clinked glasses with Liang Ma. Liang Ma took a sip and looked over at Ruby, who was chatting with Shi Sanmei in the corner. Chun Yao raised his glass, chatted with the prince for a few moments, then looked towards the entrance. Sha Chong was standing there, occasionally glancing outside. The music played in the hall, and the lighting was soft. Several tables of guests were enjoying themselves. The girls weaved between the booths, pouring drinks and laughing, with some occasionally getting up to go to the restroom. At this moment, guests began to arrive one after another, and soon the booths in the hall were filled with people. Liang Kwan stood up and walked to the bar, where Dedong approached. Kwan Ge, the drinks are running low. Should we open another batch? Liang Kwan nodded yes. Jiang Kwan raised his wine glass to clink with the princes, and then he saw Gao Jin walking in from outside. Gao Jin quickly approached Jiang Kwan, bending down to whisper in his ear, Brother Kwan Han Chun has arrived and is waiting at the door. Jiang Kwan was taken aback. The wine glass paused at his lips. Han Chun has come. The prince glanced at him, surprised. The short guy from the Ni family. Do you have any ties with the Ni family? No. Jiang Kwan stood up. I have a rule, no white substances are allowed in my place, and I have nothing to do with the Ni family. He scanned the hall, where several tables of guests were drinking merrily, and Ji Gu was laughing heartily with Bo Zi. A guest is a guest. We'll go out and take a look. After saying this, Jiang Kuan patted the prince on the shoulder and walked around the booth towards the exit. Sam and Piao Hu also stood up as they saw him get up. Jiang Kuan waved his hand. You guys stay seated. Oh, I'll just step out for a bit. Gao Jin followed closely behind him. As they pushed open the glass door, the neon lights outside Night Paris flickered incessantly. Sha Chong was standing at the bottom of the steps talking to a few people. The leader was a short man in a gray suit, his round face adorned with a smile, none other than Han Shun. Behind him stood several lackeys, one of whom was holding a flower basket. Han Shun, seeing Jiang Kuan come out, took a couple of steps forward with a grin. Brother Kuan, congratulations on the grand opening of Night Paris. He pulled out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. Jiang Kuan took the envelope, glanced at Han Shun, and then looked at the few men behind him. Brother Chen, I have no dealings with the Ni family. Why are you being so polite and coming here to support me? Han Shun waved his hand, smiling even wider. What are you talking about, Brother Kuan? The Ni family is the Ni family, and I Han Shun am Han Shun. Brother Kuan, you're opening up your business. Hey, I came to show my support and make a friend. Jiang Kuan nodded, putting the red envelope away. A guest is a guest. Please come in, Brother Chun, and have a drink. Just as Han Shun was about to step forward, a commotion arose at the entrance, followed by several cars turning the corner. Leading the group was the 19th, smoking a cigarette as he strode over. Jiang Kuan squinted, remaining rooted in. As the 19th approached, he spat out the cigarette and crushed it underfoot, glancing at the Night Paris sign before looking at Jiang Kuan. Brother Kuan, congratulations on your grand opening. Jiang Kuan looked at him. 19th, what are you doing here? The 19th chuckled a couple of times, turned to wave his hand, and one of his younger brothers stepped forward with a flower basket. I'm here to congratulate you, Brother Kuan. The people from the Changi Society have come to show their support. Is that a problem? Jiang Kuan did not take the flower basket, staring at the 19th. 19th, speak plainly, don't beat around the bush. The 19th put away his smile, took a step forward, and lowered his voice. Brother Kuan, Night Paris was previously under our Changi's consideration. You took over without a word. Isn't that a bit against the rules? Jiang Kuan stepped forward to meet him, standing face-to-face, less than half a meter apart. Rules. Jiang Kuan's gaze locked onto him. I negotiated a price with the previous owner. I've taken over the place. It's my establishment, and I call the shots. If you're looking for trouble, just say it outright, and don't give me this nonsense. The 19th's face darkened. Brother Kuan, what do you mean by that? Jiang Kuan raised his hand, pointing at his chest. What I mean is, if you're here to drink, you're welcome. Come in for a couple of drinks. We're still friends. If you're here to stir trouble. He paused, staring into the 19th's eyes. I've been in this business for so many years, and I've never been afraid of anyone. The younger brothers behind the 19th surged forward, and Gao Jin, along with Sha Chong, brought a dozen brothers to surround them. Both sides faced off. Han Shin stood nearby, smiling as he took 2 steps back. Di Lu leaned closer to Han Shin's. You're lowering his voice, Brother Chun. Should we step in to help the 19th? Han Shin shook his head, whispering, even lower. Help with what? The 19th gets his goods from the Black Ghost. Oh, it has nothing to do with me. Just watch and see how Jiang Kuan handles this. Just then a few more people came out from the entrance of Night Paris. The prince led the way, followed by Sam and Piao Hu. The prince walked up to Jiang Kuan, glanced at the 19th, and then at the dozen members of the Changi Society across from him, asking what's going on. The 19th's expression changed upon seeing the prince. Prince, this is a matter between our Changi Society and Jiang Kuan. It has nothing to do with you. The prince stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Kuan. 19th, are you deaf? Jiang Kuan is with Hong Xing. You bring people to block his door and say it has nothing to do with me. The 19th opened his mouth, but remained silent. Another group of people surged out at the entrance. Ji Gu was hugging Bo Zi, and upon seeing the situation, he pushed Bo Zi behind him and walked up to the prince. What's going on? 19th, you brought so many people here to cause trouble. Zhang Ma followed behind, wearing a chi pao and high heels, stepping up the stairs to look down. All members of the Changi Society, are you looking for a fight? Ma Wangjian walked out with a cigar in his mouth, standing next to Zhang Ma, looking at the 19th. Didi squeezed out from the entrance, followed by 2 lackeys. He walked to the front, glanced at the 19th, then at the dozen men on the opposite side, and grinned. 19th, are you tired of living? All the bosses from Hong Xing are here today. Do you want to start something? The 19th's face grew increasingly grim as he took a step back. Chun Yao stepped out from the crowd, standing next to the prince, looking at the 19th, and asking, 19th, let me ask you, does the boss Pan want Changi to go to war with Hong Xing? The 19th broke into a sweat, glancing at Chun Yao, then at the prince, and Didi. Didi took a step forward. 19th, you'd better know your place. If you dare to make a move today, tomorrow, I'll bring people to wipe out your Changi's territory in Sun Wan. He spat on the ground. You Changi are nothing but a garbage gang. Oh, better get out of Yao Ma Ti before you embarrass yourselves here. The 19th's face turned red with anger as he glared at the row of Hong Xing enforcers and Didi across from him, then looked at Jiang Kuan. Fine, Jiang Kuan, you're good. I'm backing off, he said, retreating 2 steps and waving his hand. The dozen members of Changi followed him back, got into their cars, and drove away, disappearing around the corner. Han Shin stood by, grinning as he watched the scene unfold, giving Jiang Kuan a thumbs up. Brother Kuan, impressive. Jiang Kuan glanced at him, but said nothing, turning to look at the prince and Didi. Prince, Brother D, thank you. The prince patted his shoulder. We're all brothers, don't mention it. The D waved his hand. It's a small matter. Ew, I've long been displeased with those Changi guys. Jiang Kuan nodded, extending his hand to gesture inside. Come on, let's go in for a drink. The group returned to the hall, and the waiters hurried to refill their drinks. Jiang Kuan held up his wine glass, walking up to the prince and to D. Prince, brother D, I remember what happened just now. This glass is for you. The prince raised his glass to clink with him, and D did the same. The three men finished their drink. Jiang Kuan set his glass down, looking at the two of them. By the way, I need to mention something to you too. The prince looked at him. What is it? Jiang Kuan leaned back on the sofa. I've opened a sneaker factory and a garment factory that specializes in grade products. The sneakers are all replicas of famous brands, and the clothing is too. The workmanship is good, and the prices are low. The D became interested in grade products. How's the market? Not bad. Today's youth love this sort of thing. If you two are interested, you can buy from me at the lowest price. The prince thought for a moment. All right, I'll come by your factory to take a look another day. The D nodded. As well, I'll go too. I'm looking to find some business lately. Jiang Kuan raised his glass again. After a few rounds of drinks, he walked over to Fei Hong's table. Fei Hong was currently hugging a girl, and upon seeing Jiang Kuan approach, he released her and stood up. Brother Kuan. Jiang Kuan sat down next to him, pouring himself a drink from the bottle. Fei Hong, thanks for what happened earlier. Fei Hong waved his hand. I didn't help much. I was just standing there watching. Jiang Kuan took a sip of his drink, looking at him. How's business for you lately, Fei Hong? Fei Hong sighed. It's about the same. While the money comes quickly, the risks are high, and I'm on edge every day. Jiang Kuan set down his glass. I just told the prince and brother D that I've opened a garment factory for grade products. If you're interested, come and get goods from me, and I'll give you the lowest price. Fei Hong's eyes lit up. Is that possible? Jiang Kuan patted his shoulder. Making a few tens of thousands a month is no problem. It's steadier than stealing cars. Fei Hong lifted his glass and clinked it with Jiang Kuan's. Brother Kuan, thank you. Jiang Kuan finished his drink and stood up. Tomorrow I'll send someone to my factory to take a look and pick some goods. He turned and walked towards another table, and Fei Hong raised his glass behind him. Music played in the hall. The lights were soft and girls weaved between the booths. Jigu was laughing happily with Bo Zima. Wang Jian was clinking glasses with Jiang Ma, and D was chatting with Axe Hand Jun across the table. Han Chen sat in a booth near the corner with D Lu standing beside him. He held his wine glass, watching the people coming and going in the hall, a smile on his face. Jiang Kuan walked to the bar, and Dong came over. Brother Kuan, it looks like our business will be very good tonight. Jiang Kuan took a sip of wine, smiling. It will only get better from here on out. A few days later at Wan Chai on Johnston Road, at Qian Kuan International Limited. Liang Kuan sat behind his desk, his feet resting on the edge of the table, flipping through an account book. Gao Jin stood across the desk, holding a notebook. Brother Kuan, I've sorted out the accounts for you Paris these past few days, Gao Jin said as he opened the notebook. Every night it's fully booked, and the drinks are moving quickly. After deducting costs and the commission for the ladies, we net over 300,000. Liang Kuan nodded, setting the account book down. Regarding the customers, have any acquaintances come to check on us? Brother G comes every day. De Fei and Ma Wang Jian came once, and the Crown Prince brought a few friends last night who drank until 2 a.m. There's also Mr. Hong Lu, who is a regular and always orders that one called and indeed a good eye for talent. Liang Kuan chuckled lightly. What about the factory? The Crown Prince had 300 pairs of shoes sent out the day before yesterday. Brother Da ordered 200 t-shirts and 300 pairs of shoes, saying it was just a trial run. Chong Li's Fei Hong ordered less, taking 50 shoes and t-shirts each, and called again yesterday to increase the order. Additionally, Lin Huailu from Lianxing and the Fool from Lianing both sent someone to inquire about getting goods to sell. That's great, let them come. There's money to be made together, Liang Kuan smiled. Gao Jin closed the notebook, saying, the sneaker store on Tong Choi Street has been non-stop, with customers lining up outside these days. Jimmy has been watching closely, saying the warehouse is running low and we need to restock soon. Liang Kuan took his feet off the table, just about to speak, when there was a knock on the office door. Wu Ying pushed the door open, peeking inside. He opened his mouth to speak, but then closed it. Liang Kuan glanced at him, asking, what's up? Wu Ying stepped forward a couple of steps, standing still, scratching his head. Liang Kuan frowned, spit it out quickly, no need to dilly-dally. Brother Kuan, I have a younger brother named he's my biological brother. Liang Kuan leaned back against the chair, replying, and then, he's looking for a job but doesn't want to join a gang. I was wondering if Brother Kuan could help arrange something for him. Liang Kuan looked at him silent. Wu Ying quickly waved his hands. Nothing too good, just enough to make a living. Liang Kuan thought for a moment, reaching for a cigarette on the table, taking one out to light. Let him find Ahua. He can take some ready tower clothes from the factory and sell them at a street stall. Liang Kuan looked at him. Just set up near the sneaker store, get the goods from the factory, give him the cost price, and he can keep whatever he sells. Wu Ying nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Brother Kuan, thank you. You're my brother, no need for thanks. Liang Kuan flicked off the ash from his cigarette. He paused, looking at Wu Ying. Why aren't you off to help at the sneaker store? It's about that time, isn't the store busy? Wu Ying seemed taken aback, scratching his head. I'll go right now, I'll go right now. Liang Kuan held the cigarette in his mouth, then suddenly remembered something, smiling as he asked, what's up with you and that Fong Ting? Wu Ying's face turned red, lowering his head, unsure where to put his hands. No. It's nothing, we just talk normally, nothing more. Gao Jin couldn't help but laugh from the side. Liang Kuan stood up, put on his jacket, and patted Wu Ying on the shoulder. Let's go, I'll go with you to the store, and also teach you how to pursue girls. Hearing this, Gao Jin became interested. I'll go too. Liang Kuan glanced at him and smiled. Alright, let's go. The three of them went downstairs and got into the car. The car drove to Tong Choi Street, stopping in front of the sneaker store. The door was wide open with several young people squatting outside picking shoes. Inside there were 7 or 8 people trying them on while a few salespeople were attending to them. Liang Kuan pushed the door open with Wu Ying following closely behind, and Gao Jin bringing up the rear. Behind the cash register stood a girl with a ponytail wearing a white t-shirt who was focused on calculating the accounts. Wu Ying leaned close to Liang Kuan's ear. Brother Kuan, that's Fong Ting. Liang Kuan nodded, glanced over, and then his gaze landed on another girl standing next to her. The girl was standing next to Fong Ting, tiptoeing to arrange shoe boxes on the shelf. She wore a faded floral dress, her long black hair draping down her profile, turned toward the door. She turned around, reaching out to take the shoe box handed over by Fong Ting. Her face came into view. Liang Kuan was frozen in place, staring at that face without blinking. The girl had very fair skin, a light makeup look, and delicate, gentle features. She placed the shoe box on the shelf, adjusted her dress with her head down, then turned back to grab another box. Liang Kuan stood rooted to the spot, as if his feet were nailed to the ground. Gao Jin looked at him from the side, lightly clearing his throat. Liang Kuan remained still. Wu Ying also sensed something was off and nudged his arm. Brother Kuan. Liang Kuan came back to his senses, blinked, and took a deep breath. He took a step forward, then stopped again, staring at the girl's back. The girl arranged the shoe boxes, turned around, and saw the 3 people standing at the door, momentarily surprised. She tugged at Fong Ting's sleeve. Fong Ting looked up, saw Wu Ying, smiled, then spotted Liang Kuan in front of Wu Ying, and hurriedly walked out from behind the cash register. The 2 girls nodded in unison, greeted, hello boss. Liang Kuan looked at the girl, asking, what's your name? The girl raised her head, glanced at him, then lowered it again, replying, Ruan Mei. Our boss. The 2 girls nodded in unison, greeted, hello boss. Liang Kuan looked at the girl, asking, what's your name? The girl raised her head, glanced at him, then lowered it again, replying, Ruan Mei. Indeed, she is the stingy sister, little Jew. The white moonlight during my time watching the great era, my dream goddess, how many hearts have unresolved feelings for her. She was the one who said, not even $100, I'll give you all my wealth, bringing a prosperous aura with her. Seeing Liang Kuan staring at her, Ruan Mei felt her ears getting a bit hot, and lowered her head uncomfortably. Fong Ting stood beside, glancing at Liang Kuan, then at Ruan Mei, unsure of what to say. Wu Ying cleared his throat. Brother Kuan came to the store to take a look, and also to inquire about your work situation. Liang Kuan came back to his senses, shifting his gaze from Ruan Mei to Fong Ting. How's it going at the store? Fong Ting nodded. Pretty good, boss. Liang Kuan asked again, is there any difficulty? The company needs to care for its employees. Fong Ting hesitated for a moment. I have classes during the day, and I can only come to the store after class, afraid I might miss sometimes. Liang Kuan waved his hand. It's fine, classes are important, the store's business won't be affected. He looked at Ruan Mei. Ruan Mei kept her head down, silent. Wu Ying interjected from the side. Brother Kuan, she doesn't finish 2 meals a day, leaving some to take home. Liang Kuan looked at her, asking, what's wrong? Is the food not to your taste? Ruan Mei raised her head, her face a bit red, speaking softly. No boss, I have my grandma at home. I save it for her to eat at night. Liang Kuan looked at her, silent for a few seconds. From now on your meals will be served in double portions, the company will cover it. Ruan Mei was taken aback, quickly shaking her hands. No boss, just 1 portion is fine. Liang Kuan looked at her. I'm the boss, I make the decisions. Ruan Mei opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words, lowering her head again. Liang Kuan asked again, I heard you 2 are neighbors. Ruan Mei nodded. Liang Kuan turned to Wu Ying. Starting tomorrow you will drive them both every day. Wu Ying nodded. Okay, Brother Kuan. Fong Ting quickly waved her hands. Boss, no need, I can take the bus to school. Ruan Mei also raised her head. Boss, I can take the minibus home, it's not far. Liang Kuan looked at both of them. This is my order, it must be executed. The 2 girls exchanged glances, not saying anything more. Liang Kuan stood for a moment looking at the store, then at Ruan Mei. He turned to walk out, stopping at the door. Wu Ying followed him. Liang Kuan leaned and closed, lowering his voice. To pursue Fong Ting, remember 3 phrases. Be bold, be meticulous, and have thick skin. Pick them up every day, show care and attention, that's how you get a chance. Wu Ying nodded repeatedly. Got it, Brother Kuan. Liang Kuan patted his shoulder and pushed the door open to leave. Gao Jin followed behind, giving Wu Ying a wink as he walked past. The glass door closed. Ruan Mei stood behind the cash register watching the car drive away outside, then lowered her head to organize the shoe boxes on the shelf. The car turned around the corner as Gao Jin held the steering wheel, glancing at Liang Kuan beside him. Kuan, go back to the company. Liang Kuan leaned against the passenger seat, his eyes fixed outside the window, remaining silent. After waiting a few seconds, Gao Jin asked again. Liang Kuan came back to his senses and leaned back, saying, tonight, Paris. Gao Jin nodded, adjusted the steering wheel, and drove towards the nightclub. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the nightclub. Lik Kwan pushed the door open and walked in as several waiters in the lobby were cleaning up and quickly stopped their work upon seeing him. Kwan go. Lik Kwan nodded, walking straight across the lobby towards the office. He opened the door to find Dedong and Sha Chong sitting on the sofa, each holding a list and speaking quietly. Seeing Lik Kwan enter, the two immediately stood up. Kwan go. Lik Kwan sat behind the desk looking at both of them. What are you discussing? Dedong placed the list on the desk and said, Kwan go, we don't have enough manpower. Lik Kwan leaned back in his chair and took out a cigarette to light it. What do you mean? Dedong hurriedly explained, the nightclub business is booming and it's packed every night. We don't even have enough brothers just to watch the scene. Brother Ji and gentlemen are here every day. The prince often brings friends, and there are also Hong Lu and He Lian Sheng's people who need to be attended to. Sha Chong nodded from the side. Ahua and Jimmy took several brothers to the factory to sell finished clothes. Xia Peiji and Shui De pulled a few people to keep an eye on the smiling tiger and Chang'e. Dedong continued, now there are only me and Sha Chong watching the nightclub, and we don't have enough capable fighters. Ahua is always in the factory. Wu Ying is at the sneaker shop every day, and Jimmy, Xia Peiji, and Deshu are not cut out for fighting. He glanced at Gao Jin. Ge has to follow you. You can't just stay here and guard. What if someone from Chang'e really comes to stir up trouble? Even if the prince comes to help, there won't be enough time. Sha Chong nodded. Kwan go, why don't you go outside and find a few skilled fighters to bring back? If something really happens, they can hold the fort for a while. Lik Kwan leaned back in his chair looking at Sha Chong and said irritably, skilled fighters aren't like vegetables at the market, they're everywhere. It also requires luck to find them. Sha Chong scratched his head. Then what should we do? Lik Kwan thought for a moment, sat up straight, and looked at Dedong. You first go out and recruit some people. The conditions should be the same as before. Don't take anyone timid or those who are just there to gain followers. The treatment will be the same as the current brothers. Dedong nodded. Okay, I'll handle it right away. Lik Kwan looked at Sha Chong again. You and Dedong are responsible for this matter. Sha Chong nodded as well. Lik Kwan turned to Gao Jin. You stay here for now. I'll let you know when I find skilled fighters. Gao Jin spoke up. All right, but Kwan go, should we ask the prince? He's the strongest and might know some skilled fighters. Lik Kwan nodded. Upon hearing this, stood up and put on his coat. Let's go to Tsim Sha Sui. The two left the nightclub, got into the car, and headed towards Tsim Sha Sui. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the prince's boxing gym. Lik Kwan pushed the door open and the sounds of punches echoed inside. Several young people were practicing boxing in the ring, while a dozen or so others were hitting punching bags and stretching. The prince stood by the ring, arms crossed, watching a young man in the ring. This young man was in his late teens, tall and well-proportioned, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His muscles were toned, but not exaggerated, clearly a practical fighter. He had a clean, medium-length haircut, distinct and handsome features, sharp eyes, and carried an air of defiance. At the moment, he was sparring with a training partner. His punches were quick, his footwork agile, and he dodged smoothly. Lik Kwan walked over and stood next to the prince. The prince turned to look at him and smiled. Ah, Kwan, what brings you here? Lik Kwan looked at the young man in the ring. I need your help. The prince responded with an oh, what kind of help? Lik Kwan explained the manpower shortage at the nightclub. The prince nodded after listening. It is indeed troublesome to have insufficient manpower. He pointed at the young man in the ring. You came at the right time. There's a boxing match in Kowloon walled city tonight, and there might be some skilled fighters showing up. Lik Kwan looked at the young man in the ring. Who is that? The prince chuckled. He's a promising talent I have my eyes on. I want to take him as my disciple. He has a match tonight, and it's perfect to go watch together. Lik Kwan turned to him. What's his name? The prince focused on the young man in the ring. Qian. He used to be with our Hongxing in East China. I've observed him for a while, and he's a good prospect. Lik Kwan said in surprise. Then why don't you just ask him? Ask if he's willing to be your disciple. The prince was taken aback for a moment, then patted his head. You're right. He shouted towards the ring. Qian, come down. The young man stopped, glanced at the prince, and then jumped off the ring. Prince Kwan go. The prince looked at him. Qian, I plan to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Qian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes, of course I'm willing. The prince smiled. Great, let's pick a good day for your official disciple ceremony. Lik Kwan, listening from the side, reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 rolls of cash, handing them to Qian. I'm the sworn brother of Prince, so you're also my junior. Take this money as a meeting gift. When the official disciple ceremony happens, I'll give you a big red envelope. Qian took the money, nodding repeatedly. Thank you, Kwan go. Thank you, Kwan go. The prince patted Qian on the shoulder. Go get ready and do well tonight. Qian nodded and turned to walk towards the back. The prince looked at his figure, turning to Lik Kwan. Are we going together? Lik Kwan nodded. Sure, let's see if there are any suitable candidates. In the evening, Qian came out wearing a jacket and jeans, carrying a bag. The prince stood up and patted Lik Kwan on the shoulder. Let's go eat. After we finish, we'll head straight there. The group left the boxing gym and found a nearby tea restaurant to grab a quick bite. After the meal, Gao Jin drove, taking Lik Kwan, the prince, and Qian towards Kowloon walled city. The car passed through several streets, and as they went deeper, the roads became narrower and the buildings more dilapidated. They arrived at Kowloon walled city. Gao Jin parked the car at the entrance of an alley, and the 4 of them got out and walked inside. The alley was dimly lit, lined with densely packed signs and wires. The The ground was wet, carrying an indescribable smell. After walking over 100 meters, they reached an iron gate, where two strong men stood. The prince walked over, and the two strong men nodded, stepping aside. The iron gate opened, revealing a hall filled with smoke and noise. In the center there was a ring surrounded by a crowd, some sitting, some standing, all gripping cash and staring at the ring. The prince found a spot to sit down with Lik Kwan beside him, and Gao Jin and Qian standing behind. Two fighters in the ring were engaged in combat, each punch landing with a resounding thud. The prince glanced around and leaned into Lik Kwan's ear. There are a few tough matches tonight. Qian's match is later. Watch closely and note down any suitable candidates. Lik Kwan nodded, lighting a cigarette as he focused on the ring. Amidst the swirling smoke, the crowd around the ring grew larger, their cheers reaching a crescendo. The matches on the arena proceeded one after another, with the crowd below occasionally erupting in cheers or curses. Lik Kwan leaned back in his chair, oblivious to the cigarette in his hand burning down to his fingers. He gazed at the arena, watching a few matches, his brow tightening with each passing moment. "What's the matter? Can't find anyone worth looking at?" the prince asked, turning his head. Lik Kwan extinguished the cigarette. "But they're all just showpieces. If it came to a real fight, they'd probably struggle against even the simplest fighter." The prince chuckled. "What's the rush? This is just the beginning." As he spoke, there was a stir in the crowd by the arena. Lik Kwan looked up to see a man stepping out from the crowd and climbing onto the stage. This man was lean and not very tall, with rough dark skin. His legs were clearly of unequal length, and he walked with a slight limp. Yet when he stood firmly on the arena, he resembled a taut steel wire, exuding an indescribable ferocity. The host picked up the microphone. "Next up we have the crippled Feng Yuxiu facing off against the Thai fighter Kai Wali." Upon hearing that name, Lik Kwan leaned forward sharply, his eyes fixed on the man on stage. Feng Yuxiu. He blinked and took a closer look. Indeed, it was the same name. The crowd below jeered. "A cripple dares to get on stage. Get down." "Exactly, hurry up and roll off, or you'll get beaten to a pulp." Feng Yuxiu stood on the stage, not looking at the crowd below, but instead focused on his opponent, who was approaching. Kai Wali was burly, towering over Feng Yuxiu with bulging muscles and a traditional Thai boxing headband. He looked down at Feng Yuxiu from his elevated position, a sneer on his lips. The gong sounded. Kai Wali stepped forward, executing a high kick aimed directly at Feng Yuxiu's head. Feng Yuxiu crouched down, dodging the kick, and lunged forward, landing a direct punch to Kai Wali's ribs. Kai Wali let out a muffled grunt, retreating 2 steps. Before he could steady himself, Feng Yuxiu was already upon him, delivering another punch to the same spot. With a crack, Kai Wali's expression changed, his body tilting sideways. Feng Yuxiu did not stop, lifting his leg to kick Kai Wali's knee, causing him to collapse to the ground. Feng Yuxiu raised his hand, delivering a punch to Kai Wali's temple. Kai Wali lay on the ground, unmoving. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. The crowd fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting into a chorus of loud cheers. Lik Kwan slowly leaned back against his chair, exhaling deeply. The prince also stared at the stage, nodding. "This cripple hits hard." Feng Yuxiu stood on the stage, glanced at the prostrate Kai Wali, and turned to prepare to leave the stage. At that moment, a few individuals pushed through the crowd, led by a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a floral shirt and a gold chain around his neck. He blocked Feng Yuxiu's path, his face dark. "Feng the cripple, what the hell do you mean by this?" Feng Yuxiu halted, looking at him. "What's wrong?" The middle-aged man pointed at Kai Wali on the stage. "I told you to throw the fight and lose to him, and you beat him up like this. Do you think Shui Guichang was just talking nonsense?" Feng Yuxiu looked at him and replied word by word. "I got on the stage to determine superiority and decide life or death. I don't throw fake fights." Shui Guichang's expression turned dark. "Determine superiority. Decide life or death. You think you can just fight in my territory and not listen to me?" He waved his hand, and a few burly men surrounded Feng Yuxiu. Feng Yuxiu stood his ground, not moving, his eyes fixed on Shui Guichang. Shui Guichang waved his hands. "Get him." As the burly men prepared to strike, a hand reached over and grabbed Shui Guichang's shoulder. Shui Guichang turned around to see Lik Kwan standing behind him. "Shui Guichang, is it?" Lik Kwan released his grip and smiled. Shui Guichang was taken aback. "Who the hell are you?" "Hongxing Lik Kwan," Lik Kwan replied. Shui Guichang took a step back. "What do you want?" Lik Kwan pointed at Feng Yuxiu. "This brother, I know him. Please let this matter go today." Shui Guichang looked at Lik Kwan, then at Feng Yuxiu, his expression changing several times. "Kwan Gu, it's not that I don't give you face. This cripple hit my man, and I incurred losses in this match." "How much?" Lik Kwan interrupted. Shui Guichang was stunned. "What do you mean, how much?" "How much in losses? They'll compensate." Lik Kwan took out a cigarette and lit it. Shui Guichang's eyes darted. 100,000. Lik Kwan nodded and turned to Gao Jin, nodding his chin. Gao Jin pulled out several stacks of cash from his bag and handed them to Shui Guichang. Shui Guichang took the money, counted it, and forced a smile. "Kwan Gu, you're quite generous. Fine, I'll let this matter go today for your sake." He waved his hand and turned to leave with his men. Feng Yuxiu stood aside, watching Lik Kwan in silence. Liang Kuan turned around and said to him, "Let's go find a place to talk." Feng Yuxiu nodded, following Liang Kuan to a corner by the arena. Liang Kuan scrutinized him from head to toe and spoke, first punches then kicks followed by grappling, weapon techniques, and internal power combined. "You must have trained for quite a few years, right?" Feng Yuxiu was taken aback, his eyes lighting up. "You can tell." Feng Yuxiu stared at Liang Kuan, his tone somewhat excited. "Since I came to the walled city, you are the first person to see through my techniques. Can I invite you to my place for a visit?" Liang Kuan glanced at Gao Jin, who nodded. Liang Kuan looked at Feng Yuxiu. "All right, lead the way." The three of them left the boxing gym, passed through several dim alleys, and turned into an old, dilapidated building. There were no lights in the hallway. Feng Yuxiu walked ahead, his steps steady. Upon reaching the third floor, he pushed open an iron door. The room was small, only a few square meters, but it was tidy and clean. There was a bed, a table, and 2 chairs. On the bed lay a woman, her face pale, who upon seeing someone enter, Feng Yuxiu quickly walked over, supporting her. "Don't move, lie down." He turned to Liang Kuan. "This is my wife, Xin." Xin Shui nodded at Liang Kuan, her voice very soft. "Hello." Liang Kuan nodded and sat down in a chair, while Gao Jin stood by the door. Feng Yuxiu sat by the bed and looked at Liang Kuan. "You want to know why I fight?" Liang Kuan did not speak, just nodded. Feng Yuxiu glanced at Xin Shui. "She's ill very seriously. She can't be treated well in the mainland hospitals. We smuggled over here hoping to find a good hospital in Hong Kong Island for treatment. But we have no identity and can't find work, so we can only fight. I can make a few $100 for each fight, enough for her medications." Liang Kuan listened, falling silent for a moment before speaking. "If I can help you treat her and solve your identity issues, would you be willing to come with me?" Feng Yuxiu looked at him. "Go with you?" Liang Kuan nodded. "I am the person in charge of Hongxing and Mongkok. I need manpower. If you come with me, I'll pay you a salary, help treat your wife, and assist you with your identity." Feng Yuxiu looked at Xin Shui, who held his hand silently. Feng Yuxiu turned back to Liang Kuan. "I can go with you, but I have one condition." "Speak." "I won't do anything immoral." Liang Kuan laughed. "Don't worry. If I need you to take action, the target will definitely be someone who deserves it." Feng Yuxiu stood up and bowed slightly to Liang Kuan. "Kuan, go." Liang Kuan waved his hand, signaling him to sit down, and asked, "How long have you been in Hong Kong?" Feng Yuxiu sat back down by the bed. "Half a year. I've been in the walled city, only recently started fighting." Liang Kuan asked again, "Are there any other skilled fighters like you in the walled city?" Feng Yuxiu thought for a moment, and said, "I have 2 brothers living next door, also smuggled in. I've seen one of them fight. His skills are not worse than mine, and both of them have an air of danger about them." Liang Kuan's eyes lit up. "Take me to meet them." Feng Yuxiu stood up, nodded at Xin Shui, opened the door, and walked out. Liang Kuan and Gao Jin followed him to the neighboring door, where Feng Yuxiu knocked. The door opened, revealing a young man in his early 20s who looked at them warily. Feng Yuxiu said, "Jingwa, my boss wants to meet you and your brother." The young man glanced at Liang Kuan and called out, "Bro." A man in his late 20s walked out from inside, wearing a tattered jacket with a neat crew cut, a tall and powerful build, sharp eyes, and a stern, resolute face. He stood at the door looking at Liang Kuan without saying a word. Liang Kuan sized him up and spoke, "Did you come from the Northern Army?" The man's eyes narrowed, and in an instant he whipped out a triangular military dagger from his sleeve. Gao Jin and Feng Yuxiu immediately took defensive stances. Liang Kuan raised his hand to stop them, addressing the man. "I'm Liang Kuan from Hongxing. I've heard that you 2 brothers have quite the skills, and I'd like to ask for your help." Wang Jianjun looked at him. "Help you with what?" Liang Kuan replied, "Help me watch over a venue. I'll pay 20,000 a month. When trouble arises, step in, otherwise you can do as you please." Wang Jianjun remained silent. Behind him, Wang Jiangwo took a step forward, whispering, "Bro, 20,000. Wang Jianjun glanced back at him, and Wang Jiangwo quickly closed his mouth. Wang Jianjun turned back to Liang Kuan, saying, "I won't do anything immoral." Liang Kuan waved his hand. "No need for that. In the gang wars in Hong Kong, the rule is to incapacitate rather than kill. Even if I ask you to kill, it will only be those who deserve it." Wang Jianjun pondered for a moment and nodded. Wang Jiangwo quickly stepped out of the room, standing next to his brother. Liang Kuan looked at the 2 of them, then at Feng Yuxiu, saying, "Tomorrow I'll have a Jean come pick you up and arrange a place for you to stay. I'll also arrange for a doctor to check on your wife's illness." Feng Yuxiu nodded. Liang Kuan turned and led Gao Jin downstairs. As they reached the hallway, Feng Yuxiu's voice came from behind, "Kuan, go." Liang Kuan stopped and turned to look at him. Feng Yuxiu stood on the stairs, saying, "Thank you." Liang Kuan said nothing, waved his hand, and continued down. Outside the building, Gao Jin followed Liang Kuan as they walked toward the boxing arena. Gao Jin spoke, "Kuan, good, these 3 are all skilled fighters." Liang Kuan nodded, his pace unbroken. Gao Jin asked again, "Should we bring them straight to the nightclub?" Liang Kuan thought for a moment, first arrange for them to stay in Kowloon City, then take them to the nightclub. Gao Jin. By the time the 2 arrived at the boxing arena, they found that Jian's match had already ended, and the prince was looking for them everywhere. Upon seeing Liang Kuan's return, the prince rushed over and asked, Kuan, where have you been?" "I've been looking for you. Jian's match is over." Liang Kuan smiled. "I found a few skilled fighters and chatted for a bit. By the way, did Jian win?" Of course that kid Qian is tough, the prince said with pride. That's great, let's go out for drinks to celebrate, Lik Kwan declared as he put his arm around the prince and walked outside the walled city. Gao Jin and Qian quickly followed. Early the next morning, Wu Ying parked the car by the roadside outside the Wang Tai Sin estate. He got out, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, leaned against the car, and waited for Ruan Mei and Fong Ting to appear. Before long, Ruan Mei and Fong Ting came out, followed by Fong Min. Wu Ying heard Fong Min saying something to Fong Ting from a distance, and Fong Ting kept shaking her head as if rejecting something. As they approached, Wu Ying waved at them and stepped forward. He greeted them, "Sister, Mei Ting, I've come to pick you up." The three of them stood still looking at Wu Ying. Fong Min curiously asked her sister, "Who is he? What is he here for?" Wu Ying quickly replied, "Little sister, have you forgotten? We met when you accompanied your sister for the interview that day." Fong Min suddenly realized, "Oh, you are that guy who had his eyes on my sister that day." Wu Ying's face turned red, and he retorted, "What do you mean that guy? I have a name, it's Wu Ying. You can just call me brother." Fong Min pouted, "That name sounds terrible." Fong Ting quickly interrupted her, "Xiao Min, don't say that." Then she turned to Wu Ying and apologetically said, "I'm sorry, Xiao Min doesn't understand." Wu Ying waved his hand and said generously, "It's okay, my nickname isn't exactly pleasant." He looked at the three of them. "Get in the car, I'll give you a ride." Ruan Mei shook her head, "Thank you, but we'll take our own transport." Fong Ting nodded in agreement with Ruan Mei. Wu Ying became anxious. "How can that be? Brother Kowloon instructed me to pick you up every day. Brother Kowloon is a man of his word. If he finds out I didn't do this, my fate will be miserable." Saying this, Wu Ying clasped his hands together, looking pitiful. "Please, sister, Mei Ting, help me out." Ruan Mei and Fong Ting exchanged glances, and Ruan Mei helplessly nodded. Fong Ting then spoke, "All right then." Wu Ying was overjoyed and quickly opened the car door for them. "Please get in." Ruan Mei and Fong Ting got into the car, and Fong Min squeezed in as well. Fong Ting glared at Fong Min. "Why are you just walk to school, it's not far." Fong Min pouted, "No way, I want to ride to school too." As Fong Ting was about to get angry, Wu Ying quickly intervened. "It's okay, there's enough space in the car." Wu Ying settled into the driver's seat and was about to start the car when he suddenly remembered something and turned to ask "Little sister, which school do you go to?" Fong Min replied, "It's a middle school not far ahead, you just need to drive straight." "Oh, got it." Wu Ying started the car and drove forward. In no time they arrived at the school entrance. Wu Ying stopped the car, and Fong Min got out, turning to wave at the three in the car. "Goodbye, second sister." "Goodbye, Sister Mei." "Goodbye, brother Wu Ying." Wu Ying hurriedly waved back, "Goodbye. Be careful on the road." The three watched Fong Min enter the school, and only then did Wu Ying start the car and drive away. As Wu Ying drove, he glanced at the two girls in the rearview mirror and asked, "Sister Mei Ting, who should I drop off first?" Fong Ting replied, "Drop Sister Mei off first, then take me to school." "All right." Wu Ying nodded and drove towards Tong Chai Street. When they reached the intersection of Tong Chai Street, Wu Ying stopped the car. Ruan Mei got out and turned to the two softly, saying, "I'm heading to work now." "Thank you, Wu Ying." Wu Ying waved his hand, "You're welcome, it's what I should do." "Goodbye, Sister Mei, I'll drop a Ting off at school and come back." Ruan Mei nodded with a smile and turned to walk towards the sneaker store. Wu Ying looked at Fong Ting and asked, Ting, where is your school located?" Fong Ting gazed out the window. "I study at the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. The school is in Hung Hom." Wu Ying nodded. "All right, got it." He started the car and drove towards Hung Hom. After passing Gascoigne Road, Wu Ying looked at Fong Ting in the rearview mirror and asked, Ting, is studying at school difficult?" Fong Ting shook her head. "It's okay, I'm used to it." Wu Ying continued, "I really envy you. You can still go to school, unlike me with no education and no understanding of anything." Fong Ting curiously asked, "Then why did you stop studying?" Wu Ying sighed, "My family is poor. My dad died early and my mom remarried. I dropped out after middle school and have been struggling ever since." Fong Ting didn't say anything further, and the car fell into silence. They passed Hung Hom Yu Chai Road and arrived at Chung Yuan Road, spotting the entrance of the Polytechnic University. Wu Ying parked the car by the roadside and looked at Fong Ting as she got out, saying, Ting, I'll come to pick you up after school." Fong Ting turned back and nodded at him. "Got it, brother Wu Ying, be careful on the road." Wu Ying nodded eagerly. "Don't worry." Fong Ting waved at him and turned to walk towards the school gate. Wu Ying leaned forward, watching Fong Ting enter the school gate before driving away towards Tong Chai Street. At noon, in the Night Paris nightclub, Lik Kwan sat on the office sofa, his legs resting on the coffee table, holding a cigar. Ahua leaned against the window, looking at the street below. Wu Ying, who had just returned from the sneaker store, sat opposite Lik Kwan, with the dong standing beside him. The group chatted casually. Wu Ying leaned forward. "Brother Kwan, I heard you took in some new recruits in the city yesterday." Lik Kwan exhaled a puff of smoke and nodded. Wu Ying asked again, "What's their background? Are they strong?" Lik Kwan smiled. "What's the rush? Wait for Gao Jin to bring them over, and you can see for yourself." Wu Ying scratched his head. "I'm just curious. I heard Brother Jin mention them last night, and I want to know what kind of experts they are." Lik Kwan didn't respond, but instead asked, "Did you pick up Ruan Mei and the others for work?" Wu Ying nodded. "Yes, at first they were reluctant to ride, but I persuaded them to get in." Lik Kwan asked again, "Did you chat with Fong Ting on the way?" "Not really." Wu Ying answered honestly, "I didn't know what to talk about." Lik Kwan looked at him with exasperation. When you want to pick them up this morning, didn't you bring some snacks?" "If they said no, just say you've already bought them, don't waste it." Then find some topics to discuss like asking how she's doing in school, or if she likes watching movies. Got it. Wu Ying suddenly realized understood Brother Kwan, I'll give it a try tomorrow. Looking at you it seems unlikely. Liang Kwan looked disdainful. De Dong chimed in Wu Ying, when pursuing a girl you first need to know what she likes to have a chance. Exactly find out what Fong Ting likes. Does she have a younger sister? Wu Ying nodded yes her name is Fong Min. That's easy then. Go buy some snacks that girls her age like and win over her sister. Who knows if her sister is happy she might tell you what her sister likes. Just as Wu Ying was about to respond the door was pushed open. Gao Jin walked in stepping aside as Feng Yuxiu Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo followed him into the office. Jiang Kuan placed his legs down from the coffee table, stood up, and walked toward the three men. Gao Jin said, Brother Kuan, I've brought them here. Jiang Kuan nodded and waved to Feng Yuxiu and the others saying, come in and take a seat. He turned around and addressed the people in the room. Let me introduce you all. He pointed to Feng Yuxiu and said, Feng Yuxiu he comes from the mainland highly skilled. He then pointed to the Wang brothers, Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo. They are brothers, both good fighters. Feng Yuxiu nodded to the others. Wang Jianjun scanned the room with a blank expression while Wang Jiangwo stood beside his brother curiously observing the surroundings. Jiang Kuan pointed to Ahua and introduced him to Wang Jianjun and the others saying, Ahua manages the factory for me, very reliable. Ahua nodded at the three. Jiang Kuan pointed to Sha Chong. Sha Chong my own brother, you can find him if you need anything. Sha Chong grinned. Jiang Kuan then pointed to Wu Ying. Wu Ying a young man has a bit of a temper, so take care of him. Wu Ying stared at Feng Yuxiu and Wang Jianjun with shining eyes. Jiang Kuan pointed to De Dong. De Dong helps me manage the nightclub. De Dong nodded. Finally Jiang Kuan looked at Xia Peiji. Xia Peiji, a beautiful lady, not only pretty, but also very smart. Xia Peiji smiled at the three while sitting on the sofa. Jiang Kuan surveyed the room. Shueda and Shursan may haven't arrived yet, and Jimmy went to the factory. You'll get to know them gradually. He turned back to Gao Jin. Is the accommodation arranged? Gao Jin nodded. It's all arranged in that building in Kowloon City, the 2 units you purchased. Jiang Kuan looked at Feng Yuxiu and Wang Jianjun. So what do you think? Are you satisfied? Wang Jianjun replied, it's good. Feng Yuxiu nodded. Brother Kuan, the house is great. My wife asked me to thank you on her behalf as she's tidying up at home, and said she'll invite you over once it's ready. Jiang Kuan waved his hand. No need for that. Since you just arrived, let me know if you need anything. He walked to his desk, took out 3 stacks of cash from the drawer, and handed 1 stack to each of the 3. Here, this is a welcome gift. It's my rule. Every new brother gets this. Feng Yuxiu took the money, stunned for a moment. Brother Kuan, this is too much. Jiang Kuan smiled. Take it, don't be polite. Wang Jianjun accepted the money without saying a word and put it in his pocket. Wang Jiangwo glanced at his brother and also tucked the money away. Wu Ying leaned closer, looking at Feng Yuxiu and then at Wang Jianjun, unable to resist asking, Brother Kuan, I heard from Jin Gu that Feng Yuxiu is very impressive. Is that true? Jiang Kuan leaned back on the sofa and pointed at the 3 men, among them except for Jiangwo, who is slightly weaker. Both Feng Yuxiu and Jianjun are extremely skilled. Their strength is comparable to Gao Jin or even stronger. Wu Ying's eyes widened. Is that for real? Ahua also looked surprised, glancing at Feng Yuxiu and Wang Jianjun. De Dong frowned. Brother Kuan, we know Gao Jin's strength. Even Prince praised him. Are you saying they're stronger than Gao Jin? Sha Chong scratched his head. Brother Kuan, didn't you say that masters aren't like vegetables in the market? They're everywhere. How come you've got 3 at once? Jiang Kuan chuckled, just about to speak when Wang Jiangwo interjected. I'm not as good at fighting as my brother, but my shooting skills are better than his. The room fell silent for 2 seconds. Wu Ying couldn't help but ask, what exactly are you 2 brothers? Jiang Kuan took a puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled. They carry a... Wu Ying couldn't help but ask, what exactly are you 2 brothers? Jiang Kuan took a puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled. They carry a killing aura. They've killed people, and not just one. Think about it, they came from the mainland where the regulations on killing are much stricter than in Hong Kong. The only reason they could kill so many is because... He paused, looking at the people in the room. They just came off the battlefield, and they are soldiers of the elite troops who have... The room fell silent. Everyone was stunned by Jiang Kuan's words, for although they lived in Hong Kong, they had heard about the war between the mainland and the southern monkeys in recent years. Upon learning that the Wang brothers had actually retired from the battlefield as elite soldiers, they were naturally shocked. Wu Ying's mouth dropped open as he stared at the Wang brothers, unable to speak for a long time. Ahua took a deep breath. Brother Kuan, where did you find these 3 fierce men? Jiang Kuan ignored him and turned to Feng Yuxiu. Jianjun and the others are from the battlefield, but Xiao is different. He's a martial arts prodigy. He pointed to Feng Yuxiu's leg. He has a disability, yet at such a young age he possesses such skills, which shows his martial arts talent is not low. Gao Jin nodded. I talked with Xiao on the way. Not only is he good with his fists, but he's also proficient with weapons. Ahua looked at Feng Yuxiu with admiration in his eyes. Sha Chong scratched his head. Brother Kuan, you really have great luck, don't you? Jiang Kuan smiled and didn't respond. He looked at Feng Yuxiu and the others. Your job is to watch the nightclub. If something comes up, handle it. If nothing happens, just go about your business. Feng Yuxiu nodded, understood. Wang Jianjun remained silent, but also nodded. Sha Pi suddenly spoke up. Brother Kowloon, I have something to say. Jiang Kowloon looked at her, go ahead. Sha Pi sat up straight. You just said that Feng Yuxiu is skilled, and that Jianjun and his brother are retired soldiers from the mainland army. You'd better not put them out in the open. Jiang Kowloon looked at her, what do you mean? Sha Pi pointed at the people in the room. Everyone here except for those three has already made a name for themselves in the underworld. Anyone looking can tell they're your men, Brother Kowloon. That's your open card. She paused. When you gamble, you can't only have open cards, you need hidden cards too. Brother Kowloon, I suggest you keep the Wang brothers and Feng Yuxiu hidden and not let them appear frequently. Having a trump card is stronger than anything else. Jiang Kowloon listened and stared at Sha Pi for a few seconds, slowly nodding. That makes sense. He thought for a moment and looked at Ahua. Ahua, take the three of them to Sai Kung to meet Desha. Ahua was taken aback. Desha. Jiang Kowloon nodded. Have Desha sort out their identities. He has connections, include Ahxiu's wife as well. Desha can charge whatever he wants. It's on me. Once you finish your business, prepare a welcome. Ahua nodded. Got it. He waved at Feng Yuxiu and the others. Let's go, follow me. Feng Yuxiu bowed to Jiang Kowloon and then followed Ahua out. Wang Jianjun and his brother followed behind. After the door closed, Jiang Kowloon leaned back on the sofa and thought for a while. He looked at Dedong. Dedong, go find Shui Da. Dedong stepped forward. What is it, Brother Kowloon? Jiang Kowloon said, have Shui Da roam around Mongkok and see if there are any boxing gyms that want to sell. If the price is right, buy it. If not, rent a venue and open one ourselves. Dedong asked, what do we need a boxing gym? Jiang Kowloon pointed to the entrance. Jianjun and the other two will usually stay at the boxing gym, and when they have free time, let them teach our younger brothers some boxing. Dedong nodded. Understood, I'll go find a shoe right now. He turned and exited. Wu Ying leaned closer to Jiang Kowloon. Brother Kowloon, are those three really that impressive? Jiang Kowloon glanced at him without responding. Wu Ying scratched his head and chuckled. I was just asking. Sha Chong then spoke up. Brother Kowloon, once the boxing gym is set up, can I go learn from them? Jiang Kowloon looked at him curiously. Your skills are already pretty good. Why do you want to learn more? Sha Chong chuckled. I just think they're great, and I want to learn real skills from them. Sure, no problem. You can go when the time comes. Jiang Kowloon nodded. Wu Ying also leaned in. Brother Kowloon, Alright, everyone can go, but you have to study hard. Don't slack off. Don't worry, Brother Kowloon. The two replied. Wu Ying looked at the time and suddenly remembered something. Brother Kowloon, I have something to do, so I'm leaving first. Where are you going? Jiang Kowloon asked. Wu Ying replied, I'm going to find Fong Min and ask her what Fong Ting likes. Before he finished speaking, he had already run far away. Jiang Kowloon laughed and shook his head. The fly emerged from the night in Paris, turned into a nearby convenience store, and came out with a large bag of snacks, shoving it into the car. He glanced down at his watch. It's almost time. Fong Min will be out of school soon. Then he started the engine, heading straight for the middle school, where Fong Min was. He parked in front of the school gate, waiting for less than the time it took to smoke a cigarette. He saw Fong Min walking out with a few classmates, chatting and laughing. He opened the car door and waved at her. Fong Min noticed and said goodbye to her classmates, jogging over. Brother Wu Ying, what's the matter? Get in the car, I'll take you home. Fong Min peeked inside the car and shrank back. We're not that close, why would you take me home? Wu Ying quickly explained. You misunderstood, I just wanted to ask you, what is your second sister like? Oh, Fong Min elongated her voice, her eyes darting. So you want to pursue my second sister? What do you mean by pursue? Wu Ying widened his eyes. That's called chasing. What do you know, little kid? Fong Min pouted. Chasing? Isn't it just that your second sister is pretty and you have an ulterior motive? You men are all like this. She paused, lifted her chin. Besides, how can you ask for help without a gift? Wu Ying pointed to the back seat. Take a look at that. Fong Min leaned over to peek at the car door. Is this for me? Fong Min then opened the car door, sat in the back seat, and tore open the snack bag to take a look. Wow, Maltesers, finger biscuits, ice cream bars, and Swiss chocolates. All my favorites. She looked up and smiled. Thank you, Brother Wu Ying. Wu Ying chuckled. You're welcome as long as you like it. Fong Min opened an ice cream bar, broke off a piece, and handed it to Wu Ying. Brother Wu Ying, this is for you. Wu Ying waved his hand. It's for you, eat it yourself. Thanks, then I won't be polite. Fong Min took a bite. Wu Ying looked at her. So shall I drive you home now? Fong Min nodded. Okay. Wu Ying started the car, heading towards Wong Tai Sin. He drove very slowly, glancing at the rearview mirror from time to time. Xiao Min, how does it taste? Delicious. He drove very slowly, glancing at the rearview mirror from time to time. Xiao Min, how does it taste? Delicious. After she spoke, her eyes reddened, and she started to sob. Wu Ying panicked, quickly pulling over, turning his head. Who made you angry? Tell Brother Wu Ying, and he'll help you get back at them. Fong Min shook her head, wiping her eyes. No. I just miss my dad. Wu Ying sighed in relief, comforting her. Don't be sad, look at me, Brother Wu Ying. I've never known who my dad was since I was young, but I'm still doing fine. You still have your sisters with you. Be good, don't cry. Fong Min sniffed, stopping her tears. Thank you, Brother Wu Ying, I won't cry anymore. Wu Ying smiled. That's more like it. If you keep crying, it won't look good. Smile for me. Fong Min giggled. Brother Wu Ying, you're really funny. As long as you're happy. Wu Ying chuckled. By the way, Xiao Min, you still haven't told me what your second sister likes. Fong Min tilted her small head thinking. My sister likes reading books, reading newspapers, listening to music, watching movies, especially artsy films, and she... Wu Ying took out a pen and paper, diligently noting them down. Seeing him so serious, Fong Min leaned over to ask, Brother Wu Ying, are you really going to pursue my sister? Of course I'm serious. Wu Ying replied without looking up. How did you come to like her? Wu Ying casually answered. That day your sister came to the store for an interview. The way she looked down and asked me, He paused. I don't know why, but I just fell for your sister that day. Fong Min pretended to be mature and nodded. Oh, that's called love at first sight. Wu Ying quickly agreed. Yes, exactly that. Fong Min straightened her face, asking seriously, then let me ask you, do you truly like my sister, or are you just playing around? Of course it's genuine. How genuine? I want to marry her. Fong Min stared at him for a few seconds, confirming he wasn't lying, then slowly nodded. Okay, I believe you, but if you bully my sister, I won't let you off. Bullying her? Wu Ying chuckled. I can't even bear to hurt her. How could I bully her? Fong Min was satisfied. That's more like it. Now take me home. As you command. Wu Ying restarted the car. When they arrived at the building, Fong Min got out. Goodbye, see you this afternoon. She took a couple of steps back, then turned. By the way, my second sister will be out of class. Soon you should hurry to pick her up. Goodbye, see you this afternoon. She took a couple of steps back, then turned. By the way, my second sister will be out of class. Soon you should hurry to pick her up. Wu Ying nodded quickly. Okay, you hurry home. I'll take your second sister to the store, and then come back to pick you up. Alright, goodbye, brother Wu Ying. Wu Ying watched her go upstairs, then stepped on the gas, heading towards Hung Hong. When he arrived at the entrance of the Polytechnic University, he happened to see Fong Ting walking out. Wu Ying quickly got out of the car to greet her, taking the things from her hands. Ting, are you hungry? Do you want to eat something before going to the store? Fong Ting shook her head. No, I've eaten at school. Let's go straight to the store. Okay, get in the car. Wu Ying drove Fong Ting to Tong Choi Street, checked the time, and then turned around to pick up Fong Min after school. When Fong Min finished school in the afternoon, he appeared punctually at the school gate to take her home. In the evening, after the sneaker store closed, Wu Ying drove Wan Mei and Fong Ting back to Wang Tai Sin. As soon as the car stopped, he noticed Fong Min standing by the road next to a woman. Wan Mei and Fong Ting got out of the car. Fong Ting walked over, curious. Ling Jie, Xiao Min, what are you doing here? Luo Huiling pointed at Fong Min. You should ask her. Fong Ting looked at Fong Min. Xiao Min, did you get into trouble again? Fong Min lowered her head and remained silent. Luo Huiling sighed. Today she brought back a bag of snacks, saying someone gave them to her, but she won't say who. Fong Ting frowned. Who gave them to you? Was it those from the Ding family? Fong Min shook her head. Wu Ying quickly stepped forward. It was me who sent them. I bought them for Xiao Min. Luo Huiling looked him up and down. May I ask who you are? Wu Ying quickly introduced himself. Hello Ling Jie, my name is Wu Ying. I am Mei Jie and a Ting's colleague. Luo Huiling looked at Wan Mei and Fong Ting, seeing them nod. Her expression softened. Then why did you send snacks to Xiao Min? Wu Ying scratched his head, unsure how to answer. Fong Min blurted out, he wants to pursue my second sister. Fong Ting's face turned red as she glared at Fong Min. What nonsense are you talking about? Fong Min stuck out her tongue. It's true, brother Wu Ying said he likes you. Fong Ting quickly covered Fong Min's mouth, pulling her home. Stop talking, we'll deal with you when we get home. Fong Min struggled desperately, prying her sister's hand away. I want go home, brother Wu Ying, help. Fong Ting chuckled helplessly. Brother Wu Ying, help. Even if a deity came, they couldn't save you. After saying that, she dragged her away. Wu Ying stood there feeling a bit awkward under the gaze of Wan Mei and Luo Huiling. He cleared his throat quickly, explaining, don't misunderstand, I like Fong Ting, but I'm serious. Wan Mei smiled slightly, saying nothing. Luo Huiling examined him seriously. Is that so? I don't understand the matters of young people, but I hope you are sincere. Wu Ying nodded. Of course Ling Jie, I intend to marry her. Luo Huiling was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded. Would you like to come up and sit for a while? Wu Ying quickly waved his hand. No need Ling Jie, I have things to do, I'll leave first. Mei Jie will come by to pick you up tomorrow. After saying that, he turned and got into the car, speeding away. Luo Huiling watched him leave, sighing. Wan Mei walked over. Actually, Wu Ying is quite good, it's obvious he really likes a Ting. Luo Huiling smiled bitterly. Mei, you also know my family situation. The Ding family can cause trouble at any time. Wan Mei patted her arm. Don't think too much, let's go home for now. Luo Huiling nodded, and the two went upstairs together. In the following days, Wu Ying showed up on time every day, picking up and dropping off Wan Mei and Fong Ting from work, and also taking Fong Min along. Snacks, drinks, stationery, books, nothing expensive, but all useful. At first, Fong Ting's family was a bit distant and guarded, but over time their gaze towards Wu Ying gradually softened. Slowly they became less estranged. A few days later at the Paris nightclub, Jiang Kowloon sat on the office sofa holding a cigar and leisurely crossed. Gao Jin leaned against the window, Wang Jianjun stood beside him, and Feng Yuxiu sat opposite. Jiang Kowloon exhaled a puff of smoke and looked at Wang Jianjun and Feng Yuxiu. How have these days been? Have you gotten used to your current life? Wang Jianjun nodded. It's much better than when I was in the mainland with food and drinks available. Feng Yuxiu also nodded. Brother Kowloon, it is indeed comfortable here. My wife also says it's good here. We can buy good things just by going out, much better than back in our village. Jiang Kowloon chuckled. As long as you get used to it. By the way, have you sorted out your Hong Kong identities? Wang Jianjun pulled out an ID card from his pocket. I got it from Sha yesterday. Both Jin Gua and I have ours now. Feng Yuxiu also took out his ID card. Mine and my wife's are in order. A Shui asked me to thank you. Jiang Kowloon nodded and looked at Feng Yuxiu. Have you taken your wife to the hospital for a checkup? Feng Yuxiu shook his head. We just settled down a few days ago and haven't had the time. Jiang Kowloon waved his hand. Quickly take her. They'll cover the checkup and treatment costs. Don't delay it. Feng Yuxiu was taken aback, stood up, and bowed to Jiang Kowloon. Brother Kowloon, thank you. Jiang Kowloon waved his hand. Sit down, no need for all this formality. We are like family, it's only right. Feng Yuxiu sat down and did not speak further. Jiang Kowloon looked at Wang Jianjun again. You have been in the army and spent a few days in the nightclub. Have you noticed any issues? Wang Jianjun nodded. Yes, there are several security loopholes in the nightclub. Jiang Kowloon sat up straight. Go on. Wang Jianjun stepped forward. The alley by the back door is too dark. If no one is guarding it at night, anyone can sneak in. The lock on the fire escape next to the dance floor is outdated and can be pried open with a little force. Also, the windows of the private rooms on the second floor lead directly to an iron ladder, allowing someone to climb up. After hearing this, Jiang Kowloon frowned and thought for a moment, looking at Wang Jianjun. Jianjun, you are in charge of the rectification. If you need anything, just contact Dedong and Sha Chong and let them arrange it. Wang Jianjun nodded. Got it. Jiang Kowloon leaned back on the sofa, scanning the room, and suddenly asked, by the way, where's Jian Gua? Why haven't I seen him? Wang Jianjun sighed helplessly. Since that welcoming banquet, he has been dragged out for drinks by Wu Ying every night. He came back last night after drinking until midnight. He is probably still sleeping now. Jiang Kowloon chuckled. Young people are just having fun, it's normal. Wu Ying is quite enthusiastic about making friends. Wang Jianjun shook his head. I know, but I'm just worried he will delay things. Jiang Kowloon waved his hand. Don't be angry. Wu Ying means well. He wants to make a friend of Jian Gua. Moreover, Jian Gua came down from the battlefield with you. It's only right for him to relax a bit. Just then the door was pushed. Wu Ying and Wang Jiangua walked in. Wu Ying's face was flushed, and he reeked of alcohol. Wang Jiangua looked spirited, though his eyes were a bit red. Jiang Kowloon looked at Wu Ying. You brat, dragging Jiangua out for drinks every day. What are you trying to do? Wu Ying chuckled as he walked over. Brother Kowloon, I'm just trying to learn some skills from Jiangua. Jiang Kowloon raised an eyebrow. Learn skills? What skills? Wu Ying sat on the sofa leaning forward. Jiangua is good with a gun. I just want him to teach me, so I can defend myself in case something happens. Wang Jiangua stood to the side and spoke up. Brother Kowloon, it's not that I don't want to teach him. My shooting skills were honed in the army with real bullets. Just talking about it is useless. But where can you get a gun in Hong Kong? Wu Ying said nonchalantly. Getting a gun is not difficult. I have connections, or I can find a few people in the walled city who do this kind of business. We can get one for a bit of money. Jiang Kun's expression darkened. Shut up. Wu Ying was taken aback and dared not speak. Jiang Kowloon stared at him. You want to buy? Do you understand the trade? Do you know what kind of goods those in the walled city deal with? Most likely they are used illegal guns. Who knows how many If you buy one, and something goes wrong one day, the police check it out. If they match the gun number, you will take the fall. Wu Ying shrank his neck, his voice lowering. I was just thinking. Thinking is not allowed. Gao Jin walked over and looked at Jiang Kowloon. But Brother Kowloon, Wu Ying does have a point. You are now a gang boss with so many people under you. You can't be without guns. Even if you don't use them, you should prepare a few for self-defense. Jiang Kowloon was silent for a moment, nodding. I know we do need to buy them, but the seller has to be selected carefully. This matter cannot be rushed. We need to find reliable people. He shot Wu Ying a glare. Don't act on your own, understood? Wu Ying nodded. Got it, Brother Kowloon. Just then the door was pushed open and Dedong and Sha Pi walked in. Dedong approached Jiang Kowloon. Brother Kowloon, Ba has arrived and wants to see you. Jiang Kowloon was taken aback. Ba. Isn't he in Shizhu? How did he come out? Sha Pi took over the conversation. He went in for injuring someone and was sentenced to 8 months. But he came out in less than 2 months. I inquired about it and heard it was for medical parole. She paused, lowering her voice. Brother Kowloon, Ba has been dealing drugs for the past 2 years. He probably came to recruit you this time. Jiang Kowloon frowned, fell silent for a few seconds, and looked at Dedong. Go out and tell him I'm not here. Dedong nodded and turned to leave. Just as the door opened, a stout man squeezed in. He was wearing a floral shirt, a gold chain around his neck, and had a smile on his face. Ba walked and scanned the room and laughed heartily. Brother Kowloon, long time no see. I heard you've risen to power. Jiang Kowloon paused for a second, stood up immediately, and smiled broadly. Ba, when did you come out? You didn't even tell me so I could pick you up. He waved to Feng Yuxiu, Wang Jianjun, and Wu Ying. You guys go out. The three nodded and stood up to leave, with Wang Jiangua following behind and closing the door casually. Ba sat on the sofa and crossed his legs. Medical parole. I came out temporarily and didn't have time to notify you. Jiang Kowloon sat back down on the sofa and offered him a cigar. What are your plans now that you're out? Ba took the cigar, lit it, took a puff, and looked at Jiang Kowloon. Brother Kowloon, I came to borrow some money today. Jiang Kowloon was taken aback. Borrow money? Don't you have a financial company? How could you be short on cash? Bob, I exhaled a puff of smoke. That little money from the financial company is hardly enough for anything. I want to showcase my talents this time, but my funds are insufficient, so I have to come to you for help. Jiang Kun leaned back on the sofa looking troubled. Bob, you don't know, I'm also tight on cash lately. Bob, I smiled and stared at Jiang Kun. Brother Kun, you won over 60 million in the lottery, and the news has spread like wildfire in the underworld. How could you be short of money? Jiang Kun waved his hand. Don't mention it, my mother put all that money in the bank and made it a fixed deposit, so I can't take it out. I only have a little pocket money left. He leaned forward. How much do you need? Bob, I held up 2 fingers. 20 million. Jiang Kun frowned. 20 million. I don't have that much cash on hand. Bob, I looked at him. Then how much do you have? Jiang Kun thought for a moment. About 15 million. Bob, I nodded. All right, 15 million will do. But I need it now. Jiang Kun was taken aback and then nodded. No problem, but the money isn't with me right now. I need to gather it. Wait for me for a few days. I'll send someone to find you once I have it all together. Bob, I stood up, patted Jiang Kun on the shoulder. Brother Kun, we are sworn brothers. I trust you. I'll come back in a few days. He turned to leave, then paused at the door and looked back. Just don't keep me waiting too long. After the door closed, Jiang Kun leaned back on the sofa, the smile on his face slowly fading. Sha Pi walked over to him and said in a low voice, Brother Kun, he came to borrow money. It's likely for buying drugs. Jiang Kun nodded. Not likely but certain. He looked at the Dong. Go bring Wang Jianjun in. The Dong nodded and turned to leave. Shortly after, Wang Jianjun walked in and stood in front of Jiang Kun. Jiang Kun looked at him. Jianjun, I have a task for you. Wang Jianjun nodded. Brother Kun, what is it? Jiang Kun pointed to the door. The one who just left is called Babai. You follow him and see whom he meets and where he goes these days. Don't let him find out. Wang Jianjun nodded. Disguised surveillance is my specialty. Oh, I'll make sure to complete the task. He turned and walked out the door. Jiang Kun leaned back on the sofa and looked at Sha Pi. Do you think Babai has someone behind him this time? Sha Pi shook her head. It's hard to say right now. We have to wait for Jianjun to come back to find out. Jiang Kun nodded and fell silent. After leaving the nightclub, Babai hailed a taxi and headed towards Tsim Sui. Wang Jianjun stood across the street watching the taillights disappear at the intersection before turning and walking into an alley. A minute later, he rode out of the alley on a motorcycle, put on his helmet, and followed behind. Babai got out of the taxi in front of a bar in Tsim Sui, glanced around, and pushed the door inside. Wang Jianjun parked the motorcycle across the street, took off his helmet, pulled out a gray work jacket from under the seat, and put on a baseball cap. He crossed the road and pushed open the bar door. The bar was dimly lit with few customers. Wang Jianjun sat down at the bar and ordered a bottle of beer. He turned to the side and saw Babai walking towards a corner booth. In the booth sat a man in his 30s wearing a suit flanked by 2 bodyguards. Wang Jianjun picked up his beer and walked towards the restroom, slowing his pace as he passed the booth. Has the money issue been resolved? The man in the suit spoke up. Babai sat down and lit a cigarette. Danny, it's done. I just came from Liang Kun and he agreed to lend me 15 million. Zhu Danny chuckled. Liang Kun, the big shot in Mongkok from Hongqing. Babai nodded. Yes, he's my sworn brother. We used to work together back in the day. We had a good bond. Zhu Danny leaned forward. Can we drag him down with us? If we can pull him in the territory of those few factions in Hongqing, will be much easier for us to operate. Babai exhaled a puff of smoke. Leave that to me. Once the money is in hand, I will let the word spread in the underworld saying that Liang Kun gave me money to deal in drugs. At that time, Liang Kun won't be able to clear his name if he wanted to. You are quite ruthless. Liang Kun is your sworn brother. What the hell does that mean? Babai sneered. I am stuck in hardship while he is out there making a fortune. He keeps making excuses when I ask to borrow money. If I don't con him, who should I con? Zhu Danny nodded in satisfaction. All right, since you say so, I'll leave it to you. The goods are already prepared. Just waiting for your money. Don't worry, Danny. Babai am reliable when it comes to doing business. Zhu Danny fixed his gaze on Babai. Uncle Tao pulled you out from Stanley. You must not mess this up otherwise. You know the consequences. Wang Jianjun turned into the restroom, stood for a while, then pushed the door open and circled back to the bar. He left the money for the beer and walked out. 3 days later at Wanchai at the office of Qian Kun International Limited. Liang Kun sat behind his desk. Gao Jin leaned against the window while Sha Pi sat on the sofa flipping through documents. Wang Jianjun stood in front of Liang Kun, reporting on the situation of tracking Babai over the past few days. After hearing this, Liang Kun's expression darkened. He stubbed out the cigar in the ashtray and crushed it hard. That bastard Babai really doesn't know when to quit. Liang Kun stared at the table. I treated him like a brother, yet he wants to drag me down with him. Gao Jin approached Kun. Gu, what should we do now? Liang Kun leaned back in his chair looking at Gao Jin. By the way, how's the matter of finding Chun de Zhuang that I asked you to do a couple of days ago? Gao Jin nodded. Lawyer Chun said he accepted the commission and will send one of his lawyers over to handle it. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. The secretary pushed the door open. Kun Gu, a lawyer named Sandy, says she was sent by Mr. Chen Tianyi. Liang Kun waved his hand, let her in. A woman in a black suit walked in holding a briefcase. She walked up to the desk and extended her hand. Hello, Mr. Li. My name is Sandy, and I am a student of lawyer Qian. He sent me to handle your commission. Liang Kwan stood up and shook her hand. Thank you, Miss Sandy. Sandy opened the briefcase and took out a document. According to your commission, we have investigated Mr. Ba's personal assets. She placed the document in front of Liang Kwan. Ba owns a financial company, a bar and nightclub in Mongkok, and a sauna in Sim Sha Sui, as well as a bar in Causeway Bay. The total value of these properties is approximately 13 million Hong Kong dollars. Liang Kwan picked up the document and flipped through it, nodding. Thank you for your hard work. Sandy closed the document. I have prepared the relevant paperwork for the loan agreement. As soon as Mr. Ba comes, we can handle it at any time. Liang Kwan looked at Sha Pi. What time did Ba say he would come? Sha Pi glanced at her watch. He said he would come at 3 in the afternoon. He should be here soon. Just as they were talking, the secretary knocked on the door again. Kwan Gua, Mr. Ba is looking for you. Liang Kwan stood up. Let him in. He looked at Wang Jianjun. You wait in the back room. Wang Jianjun nodded, turned, and walked into the small lounge at the back of the office, closing the door behind him. The door opened, and Ba walked in. He wore a new suit today with a thicker gold chain around his neck. Ba scanned the office and laughed heartily. Kwan, not bad at all. Such a big company, and the decoration is quite impressive. It's only been a short while since we last met, and you've made it this far. Liang Kwan greeted him with a smile. Ba, have a seat. Tea or coffee? Ba waved his hand, sitting on the sofa. No need for that. I'm here today just to get the money. Liang Kwan returned to sit behind his desk. The money is ready. Ba's eyes lit up. Then what are we waiting for? Liang Kwan leaned back in his chair, looking at Sandy. Is the contract ready? Sandy nodded and took out a stack of documents from her briefcase. Ba was taken aback. Contract? What contract? Liang Kwan looked at him. The loan agreement. 15 million. There has to be some paperwork, right? Ba frowned and walked over to the desk. Kwan Go, we're sworn brothers. Hey, do we really need to sign a contract? Liang Kwan said nothing, just smiled. Ba leaned forward. Back in Sai Kung, we sold fish balls together. When have I ever betrayed you? Liang Kwan looked up, staring at Ba. We are all in this society together. We need to follow the rules when doing business. 15 million is not a small sum. If you just leave without a word, how can I ask for it back? Ba opened his mouth to say something, but Liang Kwan raised his hand to stop him. You have so many enemies outside. If something happens one day and you die, who will I ask for the money? Liang Kwan leaned back. If your wife doesn't recognize the debt, should I just go rob her? By the way, you don't even have a wife. Ba's smile froze on his face. Kwan Go, what kind of talk is that? Do you really think I won't pay you back? Liang Kwan shook his head. Ba, don't say that. Today you must sign this contract whether you want to or not. If you don't sign, you won't be able to take the money. Ba stared at Liang Kwan for a few seconds, his face changing, and finally forced out a smile. Fine, I'll sign. It's not a big deal. Sandy stepped forward and placed the contract on the coffee table. This is the loan agreement in triplicate. She opened the contract and pointed to the clauses. According to our investigation, Mr. Ba owns a financial company, a bar and nightclub in Mongkok, a sauna in Sim Sha Sui, and a bar in Causeway Bay. The total value is approximately 13 million Hong Kong dollars. She looked at Ba. If the borrower is unable to repay the loan, or if any unforeseen events occur, including death or disappearance, these assets will be used as collateral and automatically transferred to the creditor, Mr. Liang Kwan. The loan period is 1 year. Ba's expression changed upon hearing this. He pushed the contract away. Kwan Go, what are you doing? I'm just borrowing some money to tide me over, and you want to put all my assets on the line. Liang Kwan said nothing and lit a cigar. Ba leaned in again, lowering his voice. Kwan Go, we are brothers. Just give me the money directly. I promise to pay you back within 3 months with interest. Liang Kwan looked at him and slowly opened his mouth. Ba, you run a financial company. You understand the rules of the underworld. When borrowing money, the repayment is usually more than the sum borrowed, 15 million with interest. Do you know how much you will owe me after a year? Ba opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Liang Kwan raised a finger. 100 million. After a year, you will owe me over 100 million. He pointed at the contract on the coffee table. I had you sign this as a courtesy for our brotherhood. According to the contract, you only need to return the principal after a year. I won't take any interest. Ba lowered his head, staring at the contract for a long time. Liang Kwan leaned back on the sofa, watching him. Whether you sign or not is up to you. Ba raised his head, sighed, and took the pen to sign the contract. Sandy took the contract, confirmed it was correct, and handed out the triplicate to Liang Kwan and Ba, keeping one for herself. Liang Kwan stood up and walked to the corner of the office, opening a cabinet. Inside the cabinet, cash was neatly stacked. He pointed at the cabinet. 15 million. Count it yourself. Ba waved his hand outside, and 2 henchmen walked in to start filling the large bags they brought with money. He looked at Liang Kwan, forcing a smile. Kwan Go, thanks. I will pay you back as soon as possible. Liang Kwan nodded. Take care, no need to see you off. Ba took the contract, and the henchmen carried the money as they pushed the door out. Sandy tidied up the documents and nodded to Liang Kwan. Mr. Li, the commission has been processed. I will take my leave now. Liang Kwan stood up. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Sandy. Please send my regards to Lawyer Qian. Sandy nodded. After the door closed, Wang Jianjun came out of the lounge. Sha Pi stood up and looked at Liang Kwan. Kwan Go, if this matter gets to Jiang Tianshan, Liang Kuan sat back in his chair lighting a cigar. Sha Pi walked up to him. Jiang Tianxing has always had a grudge against you. If he finds out you lent money to Ba Bai for drug dealings, he will definitely make an issue out of it. Liang Kuan exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled. I want him to know. Sha Pi was taken aback. What do you mean? Liang Kuan leaned back in his chair. If Ba Bai were to borrow a few million to keep his financial company afloat, considering our brotherhood, it would be fine to lend it. He paused, his expression darkening, but this time he wants to drag me down and spread rumors in the underworld saying I gave him money for drug deals. Sha Pi looked at him silent. Liang Kuan stubbed out the cigar. So Ba Bai must die. Gao Jin walked over. Kuan, good do you mean? Liang Kuan looked at Sha Pi. You let people spread the news saying I lent 15 million to Ba Bai? Sha Pi thought for a moment. Let Jiang Tianxing know. Liang Kuan nodded. What do you think Jiang Tianxing will do once he knows? Sha Pi's eyes lit up. He will think Ba Bai is working for you, using your money to deal drugs on Hongxing territory. So he will. Liang Kuan interjected. He will take action against Ba Bai. Wang Jianjun stood by silent. Liang Kuan leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. I cannot take action myself. Ba Bai is my sworn brother. If I harm him, the underworld will call me ungrateful. He looked at Sha Pi. But if Jiang Tianxing goes after him, that has nothing to do with me. Sha Pi nodded. I understand. I will arrange it right away. She turned to walk out. Liang Kuan called out to her, wait. Sha Pi turned her head back. Liang Kuan thought for a moment. Be careful when spreading the news, but don't let anyone find out we released it. Sha Pi nodded. Don't worry, I know how to handle it. She pushed the door open and went out. Liang Kuan leaned back in his chair, looking out the window. 2 days later, on Tongkai Street in Mongkok, a line of over 10 people stood at the entrance of Liang Kun's sneaker store, with staff moving in and out carrying shoe boxes from the warehouse. The store was packed with young people. Some were trying on shoes, others were inspecting the shoes under the light, while some headed straight to the checkout with their shoe boxes. Behind the checkout counter, Ruan Mei was focused on her calculator, her fingers flying over the keys. Next to her, Fong Ting accepted cash from a customer, counted it, placed it in the drawer, and provided change. Sister Mei, were running low on change, Fong Ting said to Ruan Mei. Ruan Mei looked up, pulled out a metal box from under the counter, and handed it over, saying, there's some in here. A fly was standing at the store entrance holding a megaphone, shouting into the street. Kowloon brand sneakers, genuine guarantee, last day of the discount today, hurry up to buy. His voice had already gone hoarse, coughing after each shout. A taxi stopped across the street. Kuan Ma got out of the car, carrying a bag. She looked up at the store sign. The sign had a black background with white letters, Kowloon, sneaker specialty store. Next to it was a painted basketball. She glanced at the line of people at the entrance, a smile appearing on her face. Kuan Ma took a few steps forward and saw the fly yelling with the megaphone, and noticed the 2 girls behind the checkout counter were busy. Without looking up, she smiled and nodded. After the fly finished shouting, he put down the megaphone, swept a glance across the street, and spotted Kuan Ma standing opposite. He quickly handed the megaphone to a nearby staff member and rushed over. Annie, what brings you here? Kuan Ma looked him up and down. Just came to check on Kun's store. Looks like business is pretty good. The fly grinned. Of course, it's Kuan Guest's store. How could it be bad? Just look at this line. It's like this every day. Kuan Ma nodded and looked into the store. Who are those 2 girls? The ones at the checkout. The fly followed her gaze. Oh, the one with the ponytail is Fong Ting, and the one with long hair is Ruan Mei. They are both employees here. Kuan Ma turned to look at him. Fly, I heard you've been chasing a girl lately. The fly's face turned red, and he looked down, fidgeting with his hands. Annie, how do you know? Kuan Ma laughed. How could I not know? Which one are you chasing? The fly pointed towards Fong Ting. It's the one with the ponytail. Her name is Fong Ting. Kuan Ma looked at Fong Ting, nodded. She's a pretty girl. You should pursue her well, and bring her back to show me later. The fly nodded. Got it. Kuan Ma then looked at Ruan Mei. What about the one with long hair? Whose is she? She's really beautiful. The fly leaned in closer and lowered his voice. Auntie, she's someone I specifically picked out for Kuan Ge. I've always regarded her as a sister-in-law, and Kuan Ge has visited the store several times. I can see he has an interest in Ruan Mei. Kuan Ma's eyes lit up upon hearing this, looking at Ruan Mei with a beaming smile. She patted the fly on the shoulder. All right, you go do your work. I'll go inside and take a look. The fly quickly cleared the way. Kuan Ma pushed open the glass door and walked in. The store was crowded and noisy, and no one noticed her. She walked over to the shoe rack, picked up a pair of shoes to inspect. Ruan Mei had just finished receiving payment from a customer, looked up, and saw Kuan Ma standing in front of the shoe rack. She stood up and walked over. Annie, what kind of shoes are you looking for? Kuan Ma turned her head, looking at Ruan Mei's face, and noticed that the girl was pretty and had a gentle demeanor. She smiled and nodded. I'm just browsing, buying a pair of shoes for my son. Ruan Mei pointed at the shoe rack. This side is for basketball shoes, and that side is for running shoes. What does your son usually wear? Kuan Ma replied. He wears all kinds. I'm not sure which is best to buy. Could you help me pick a pair? Ruan Mei nodded, squatted down, and took a few pairs of shoes from the rack, placing them on a bench. These are all new styles in our store and selling quite well. Take a look and see what you like. Kuan Ma picked up a pair of shoes, inspecting them closely, then looked at Ruan Mei, her face still smiling. Ruan Mei pointed to the shoes in her hands. This pair is breathable and suitable for summer. This one has a soft sole and is comfortable to walk in. This pair is a limited edition popular with young people. Kwan Ma nodded. All right, I'll take this limited edition pair. What size? Ruan Mei asked. What size does your son wear? Kwan Ma thought for a moment. Size for Titwa. Ruan Mei took a new box from the shoe rack, opened it to check, packed it into a bag, and handed it to Kwan Ma. Auntie, it's 380 in total. Kwan Ma took her wallet from her shopping bag, counted out 400 and handed it to her. Ruan Mei accepted the money, gave back 12 in change, and placed it along with the receipt into the bag. Kwan Ma took the bag and glanced at Ruan Mei. Girl, what's your name? Ruan Mei hesitated for a moment. My name is Ruan. Kwan Ma nodded. Nice name. You're beautiful and also diligent in your work. Ruan Mei's face turned slightly red. Auntie, you flatter me. Kwan Ma smiled and waved her hand, turning to leave with the bag. As she walked out of the store, she looked back and saw Ruan Mei sitting back behind the checkout counter, focused on the calculator. She smiled, nodded, and walked away with her bag and the shopping bag. On the road in Stanley Village, Jiang Tiansheng's mansion. Jiang Tiansheng sat on the sofa, holding a teacup. Chen Yao sat opposite him, holding a folder. Mr. Jiang, there's something I need to report to you. Chen Yao opened the folder. Ba Bai has been active in the territory of Hongxing recently. Jiang Tiansheng took a sip of tea. Ba Bai, the one from He Sheng, Liang Kun's sworn brother. Chen Yao, he has been supplying goods at several venues in Causeway Bay and Sim Sha Sui, and the volume is substantial. Jiang Tiansheng set down his teacup. Supplying goods. What goods? Chen Yao closed the folder. Heroin. Jiang Tiansheng's expression darkened as he stared at Chen Yao. Ba Bai is not staying on He Sheng's turf, but running to Hongxing's turf to sell drugs. Chen Yao nodded. Moreover, there are reports that Liang Kun lent him 15 million. Jiang Tiansheng frowned. 15 million. Where did Liang Kun get that much money? Chen Yao flipped through the folder. Liang Kun's business has been doing well lately. He opened 2 factories, started a sneaker store, and even opened a nightclub. Plus, he won over 60 million in the lottery, so taking out 15 million shouldn't be difficult. Jiang Tiansheng leaned back on the sofa, silent for a moment. Liang Kun is dealing in drugs. Chen Yao shook his head. I'm not sure about that. But it's true that he lent money to Ba Bai, and the amount checks out. Jiang Tiansheng tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa. Liang Kun has said before that he doesn't get involved in drugs, and doesn't allow them to be sold in his venues. Chen Yao nodded. Right, there's indeed no drugs found in his venues. Jiang Tiansheng looked at him. People can change. The profit from drugs is so high, it's normal for him to be tempted. Chen Yao remained silent. Jiang Tiansheng pondered. Even if he hasn't touched it, he needs to be taught a lesson. Ba Bai is using his money to sell drugs in Hongxing's territory, doesn't he know? Chen Yao asked, what does the boss mean? Jiang Tiansheng waved his hand. Go call Da Bai over. Chen Yao stood up and walked to the side to make a call. A few minutes later, Da Bai pushed the door and entered. He was wearing a floral t-shirt and had a gold chain around his neck. Mr. Jiang, you called for me. Jiang Tiansheng pointed to the sofa. Sit. Da Bai sat down, looking at Jiang Tiansheng. Jiang Tiansheng picked up his teacup and took a sip. Da Bai, I need you to do something. Take care of Ba Bai. Da Bai was taken aback. Ba Bai, the one from He Sheng. He's Liang Kun's sworn brother. Jiang Tiansheng nodded. I know. Da Bai scratched his head. Shouldn't we ask Liang Kun first? After all, he's his sworn brother. What if? Jiang Tiansheng raised his hand to interrupt him. No need to ask. Ba Bai is selling drugs on Hongxing's turf, violating the rules of Hongxing. It's only right for me to take care of him. If Liang Kun has any thoughts, let him come find me. Da Bai looked at Jiang Tiansheng and then at Chen Yao, nodding. All right, I understand, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Tiansheng looked at him. Who do you plan to send to do this? Da Bai thought for a moment. I have Haonan and Shanji under me. Their strength is quite good. It won't be a problem to assign it to them. Jiang Tiansheng nodded. Make it clean, and after it's done, I'll arrange for them to take positions. Da Bai stood up. Understood. He turned and walked out. Chen Yao followed him, stopping him at the door, lowering his voice. Remember, don't let Liang Kun know about this. Da Bai nodded, remaining silent, and pushed the door out. Big B drove back to Qian Mountain, parked by the roadside, and walked into the mahjong parlor. The parlor was shrouded in smoke, with several tables occupied by players. Chen Haonan and Shanji were sitting on a bench in the corner watching customers play cards. Big B has returned. Someone stood up to greet. Big B nodded and waved to Chen Haonan and the others. You all come up here with me. Chen Haonan stood up, followed by Shanji, De Tian, Xiao Pi, and Bao Pai. The two stood up from another table and followed them. Xiao Bao and Qian were smoking at the entrance. Seeing Big B go upstairs, they threw away their cigarette butts and followed. A group of people went up to the second floor and entered Big B's office. Big B walked to the incense table, lit 3 sticks of incense, and placed them in the incense burner. He turned around and looked at his little brothers. Mr. Jiang just asked me to go to his house and gave me a task. Big B began. Chen Haonan asked to take care of Ba Bai. Big B replied. Shanji was taken aback. Ba Bai, the one from He Sheng. Big B nodded yes. De Tian frowned. Isn't Ba Bai a sworn brother of Liang Kun? Big B looked at him. That's right. Ba Bai has been selling drugs on Hongxing's territory lately. Mr. Jiang has given the order. He must be dealt with. Xiao Pai looked at Big B. Be goo if Liang Kun finds out about this. Big B raised his hand to interrupt him. Mr. Jiang said that Ba Bai broke the rules of Hongxing, so it's only right to take him out. If Liang Kuan has concerns, let him go to Mr. Jiang. He glanced at the others. Mr. Jiang also said that if the job is completed, he will arrange for the person who takes care of Ba Bai to take their place. Shan Ji's eyes lit up. Take their place. Bigby nodded yes. You all have been following me for so long, it's time for you to step up. This time I plan to send you and Haonan to do it. A smile appeared on Chun Haonan's face, while the Tian heir exchanged glances with Bao Pai. Shan Ji stepped forward. Bigger, rest assured we will definitely handle this beautifully. Bigby looked at him. Don't rush, let me finish. Just as he was about to continue, Xiao Bao walked over from the wall. Xiao Bao looked at Bigby. Bigo, I have something to say. Bigby walked to the desk, leaned back in his chair, and lit a cigarette. Speak. Xiao Bao glanced at Chun Haonan and the others, then looked at Bigby. Bigo, this matter is too risky. Ba Bai is a hall master of He Sheng. He must have people around him. Haonan and the others are too young and have never done this kind of thing. He pointed to himself, and a Qian, why not let a Qian and I go along with the two? We have enough experience to handle things steadily. Bigby's expression darkened as he stared at Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao continued. Bigby, it's not that I don't trust Haonan and the others, but this matter relates to the gang, and if anything goes wrong. Bigby threw his cigarette on the ground. Shut up, are you teaching me how to do my job? Xiao Bao was taken aback and stopped. Bigby stood up and walked in front of Xiao Bao. Are you the boss, or am I? Xiao Bao lowered his head. Of course you are the boss. Bigby pointed at his face. I decide who goes. When did it become your turn to interrupt? Xiao Bao remains. Bigby looked at him. Mr. Jiang instructed me to handle things cleanly. Oh, what do you mean by that? Xiao Bao took a step back. Bigo, just worried about Nan and the others. Bigby waved his hand to interrupt him. You don't need to worry, get out of the way. Xiao Bao turned and walked back to the wall, leaning against it without saying anything. Bigby returned to his desk, sat down, and lit another cigarette. He looked at Chun Haonan, and then make your move in the next few days. They'll notify you of the exact time. Bigby then looked at the two. The two go with them, I'll lend a hand if needed. The two nodded. Understood. Bigo. Bigby stood up, grabbed the car keys from the desk. All right, that's it. He opened the door and walked out, the sound of his footsteps gradually fading in the corridor. The office fell silent for a few seconds. Shan Ji was the first to speak, walking up to Chun Haonan. Man, good, did you hear? Stepping up. If we pull this off, we'll be on top. Chun Haonan looked at him. Don't celebrate too early, we have to get the job done first. The Tian heir leaned, and what should we do? Just rush in and chop. Xiao Pi shook his head. Ba Bai isn't a fool, he must have people around him. Bao Pai scratched his head. Why not scout the area first? Chun Haonan nodded. Of course we need to scout. Xiao Pai, you and Bao Pai keep an eye on Ba Bai these days. He turned to Shan Ji. Shan Ji, you are responsible for the weapons we will use. Shan Ji grinned. Leave it to me. All right, let's discuss how we will proceed. Chun Haonan nodded. The group gathered together to talk. Xiao Bao walked over from the wall, looking at Chun Haonan. Chun Haonan raised his head to meet his gaze. Xiao Bao spoke. Haonan, it's best if you handle this well. Chun Haonan said nothing. Xiao Bao continued. If it goes poorly, it will be a big problem. Ba Bai will definitely retaliate, and if Liang Kuan finds out, there will be trouble. Shan Ji turned around to look at Xiao Bao. What do you mean? Xiao Bao looked at him. It's nothing, just a reminder. Shan Ji stepped forward, glaring at him. Earlier you said we were too young and inexperienced. Now you're here to remind us. Xiao Bao looked at him. I spoke the truth. Shan Ji pushed him. Truth. Who do you think you were looking down on? Xiao Bao took a step back, glaring fiercely at Shan Ji. A Qian walked over from the wall, standing beside Xiao Bao. The Tian heir and Xiao Pai also took a couple of steps forward. The two quickly squeezed into the middle, pushing Shan Ji back. All right, why are we fighting among ourselves? Shan Ji pointed at Xiao Bao. He started it first. Xiao Bao looked at him. I didn't start anything. If you want to get yourself killed, go ahead, but don't drag others down with you. Shan Ji was about to rush forward when the two grabbed him. The two turned back and shouted to Xiao Bao, you go outside first, hurry up. Xiao Bao glanced at Shan Ji, then turned and walked out. A Qian followed behind him. The two pushed the door open and stepped outside, the door closing behind them. Xiao Bao went downstairs, walked into the alley behind the mahjong parlor, and soon after the two also came out. What have they ever done? Have they ever chopped someone or killed someone? The two said nothing. Xiao Bao looked at him. How many years have I followed Bigby now? It's been 7 or 8 years, right? What have they ever done? Have they ever chopped someone or killed someone? The two said nothing. Xiao Bao looked at him. How many years have I followed Bigby now? It's been 7 or 8 years, right? And I'm still just a little brother. How long have Chun Haonan and the others been here? Bigby thinks of them first for any good thing. The two patted his shoulder. Don't think too much. Xiao Bao shook his head, throwing the cigarette, but on the ground, and stamping it out. Just know that on the day they act, you need to be careful. If something feels off, leave immediately, don't foolishly rush in. The two nodded. I understand. Xiao Bao patted the two's shoulder and turned to walk toward the alley. The two stood in place, watching him walk away. Mongkok, the night Paris nightclub. Liang Kuan sat on the office sofa, holding a cigar. Gao Jin leaned against the window while Wang Jianjun stood at the door. The door opened, and Xia Peiji walked in, followed by Chue Shueda. Xia Peiji walked up to Liang Kuan. Kuan Gu, there's been some movement from Jiang Tiansheng. Liang Kuan looked at her. Speak. Xia Peiji sat down on the sofa. This afternoon Jiang Tiansheng called Bigby to his house. It's probably related to Ba Bai. Liang Kwan nodded, looking at Shueida. Shueida stepped forward. Kwan, the person I sent to keep an eye on Big B has returned. He said he extracted information from Xiaobao that Big B is sending Chun Haonan and the others to do this task. Liang Kwan took a puff of his cigar. Chun Haonan. Shueida nodded yes, along with Shanji and Datu. Liang Kwan thought for a moment and looked at Sha Pi. Find a way to keep an eye on Chun Haonan and the others. I want to know when they make their move. Sha Pi nodded, understood. Liang Kwan then looked at Shueida to continue to keep an eye on Xiaobao, extract the timing of their operation from him. Shueida nodded. Got it. Kwan, go. Liang Kwan leaned back on the sofa, looking at Wang Jianjun. Liang Kwan looked at him. Jianjun, you and Feng Yuxiu go to Biz Finance Company. On the day Chen Haonan makes his move, you need to ambush there. Wang Jianjun nodded. Liang Kwan continued, when they make their move, you take all the money from Biz Finance Company. Wang Jianjun looked at him. What about Biz subordinates? Liang Kwan waved his hand. If we can avoid confrontation, then avoid it. If we run into them, handle it as you see fit. Wang Jianjun nodded, understood. Liang Kwan stood up and walked to the window. He looked outside, remaining silent for a few seconds. Gao Jin approached and stood beside him. Liang Kwan turned his head and looked at Gao Jin. On the day Chun Haonan makes his move, you and Jian will come with me to watch the fun. Gao Jin looked at him. Watch what fun? Liang Kwan smiled slightly, turning to walk back to see how my good brother Bai meets his end. The next day at the Mahjong parlor on Qian Mountain, Dabi sat behind the desk on the second floor, a cigarette pinched between his fingers. Chun Haonan pushed the door open and walked to the desk. Dabi looked at him and said, Anan, sit down. Chun Haonan took a seat on the chair. Dabi exhaled a puff of smoke. We found out Biz's whereabouts. Chun Haonan leaned forward. Brother B, where is he? Dabi stubbed his cigarette in the ashtray. Tonight at 10 he'll go to the Golden Glory Bathing Center in Simsha Sui to take a bath. That's a place opened by Ba by himself. He goes there every day. Chun Haonan nodded. Dabi looked at him. He only has 2 little brothers with him. You guys act tonight. Once you get him, be quick. Eliminate him and get out. Chun Haonan replied, understood. Dabi stood up and walked in front of Chun Haonan. Anan, this needs to be done cleanly. No evidence can be left, or we can't let the police catch us. Do you understand? Chun Haonan also stood up. Brother B, don't worry, Shanji and the others are ready. There won't be any problems. Dabi patted his shoulder. If this is handled well, Mr. John will definitely arrange for you to rise in rank. Chun Haonan smiled. Thank you, Brother B. Dabi waved his hand. All right, go prepare. Chun Haonan turned and walked out, pushing the door as he went downstairs. Mongkok at a tea restaurant. Chun Haonan pushed the door open, walking to a booth inside. Shanji, de Tian Air, Chao Pi, and Bao Pai were sitting there drinking milk tea. The two sat at a nearby table. Chun Haonan sat down. Shanji looked at him. Brother, Nin, what did Brother B say? Chun Haonan looked at the group. We act tonight. Where? De Tian Air put down his cup. Chun Haonan replied. Simsha Sui Golden Glory Bathing Center. Bao Pai will go there for a bath tonight. I've been to that place. There's a back door. Chao Pai nodded. Bao Pai scratched his head. Where does the back door lead? Chao Pai explained. It leads to the alley behind. Chun Haonan looked at Shanji. Are the tools ready? Shanji grinned. Already prepared. Do I have them at my place? Wait, bring the tools with you. We'll meet at the bathing center. Shanji stood up. I'll go get them now. He turned and walked out. Chun Haonan looked at the two. You wait outside. If anything seems off, shout out. The two nodded. Got it. Chun Haonan then looked at De Tian Air and the others. We go and find Bao Pai and act quickly. De Tian Air nodded. Bao Pai looked at Chun Haonan. Brother Nan, what if there are people around Bao Pai? Chun Haonan replied. Even if there are, we must act. Brother B said this must be done. Mongkok at the Night Paris nightclub. Liang Kwan sat on the office sofa, a cigar pinched between his fingers. Sha Pi pushed the door open and approached him, saying, Brother Kwan, there's news. Liang Kwan looked at her. Speak. Sha Pi sat on the sofa. Chun Haonan and his crew will act tonight. Liang Kwan took a puff of his cigar. Where? Sha Pi replied. Simsha Sui Golden Glory Bathing Center. Liang Kwan nodded, looking at Gao Jin, who was by the window. Gao Jin came over. Liang Kwan instructed him, go notify Jianjun and Ashio, tell them to head to Biz Finance Company now and wait there. Gao Jin nodded and turned to leave. Liang Kwan then looked at Sha Pi. Continue to keep an eye on Chun Haonan's side. As soon as they set off, let me know immediately. Sha Pi stood up. Understood. She turned and pushed the door out. Liang Kwan leaned back on the sofa, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. At 10:30 Simsha Sui. Liang Kwan's car parked on the roadside opposite the bathing center. He sat in the back seat, Gao Jin at the wheel, Wang Jiangwo in the passenger seat. Liang Kwan looked out the window. Just stop here. Gao Jin turned off the engine. Moments later, a van drove from a distance and stopped at the entrance of the bathing center. Chun Haonan jumped out after opening the door, followed by De Tian Air, Chao Pi, and Bao Pai. The two got out from the other side, leaning against the car while lighting a cigarette. Chun Haonan looked around, leading the group toward the entrance of the bathing center. Liang Kwan watched them enter, turning to Wang Jiangwo. Go notify Jianjun. We can act now. Wang Jiangwo pushed the car door open and quickly walked to the telephone booth at the street corner. Liang Kwan got out of the car with Gao Jin following him. They crossed the road and entered the cafe across from the bathing center. Once on the second floor, Lik Kwan sat by the window with Gao Jin sitting opposite him. A waiter approached and Lik Kwan waved his hand. "Please bring 2 cups of coffee." The waiter turned and walked away and shortly after returned with the coffee. Lik Kwan gazed out the window fixated on the bathing center's entrance. Gao Jin glanced below. "That Shanji hasn't arrived." Lik Kwan chuckled. Young people are always so impulsive. He took a sip of his coffee. After a moment, a sudden commotion erupted from inside the bathing center. The glass door was slammed open and Bai rushed out clad only in a towel. He sprinted into the street crossing to the other side of the road. Chen Haonan chased after him with the Tian Air Sha Pi and Bao Pai following closely behind. Bai reached the middle of the road when the two charged over from the side of the car and tackled him. The 2 men wrestled together crashing to the ground. Chen Haonan and the others rushed in pinning Bai down. A taxi came barreling around the corner pulling up to the roadside. Shanji pushed the door open and jumped out gripping a dagger tightly. He dashed in front of Bai squatting down and stabbing at Bai. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs, a Shanji stabbed Bai over a dozen times. Bai's cries grew weaker. At that moment several patrolling police officers appeared at the street corner. Seeing the scene they drew their guns and shouted, "Freeze! Police!" Chen Haonan looked up at the police and shouted. The group turned and fled. Shanji stood up from Bai following them as they dashed into the alley. The 2 was pinned under Bai. He pushed Bai off with all his strength, but as he stood up the police were already in front of him. 2 police officers restrained him while others took off after Chen Haonan and the others. The 2 struggled a couple of times, but was pressed down on the car by the police. Gao Jin stood by the window watching the commotion below. He turned to Lik Kwan. "Why did the police arrive so quickly?" Lik Kwan picked up his cup of tea and took a sip. "I had Zhang Wo notify them." Gao Jin was taken aback. "Brother Kwan, what are you?" Lik Kwan set down his cup and stood up. "I want them to eliminate Bai, but I also want them to suffer a bit." He looked out the window at the 2 being pressed against the car. "I want them to realize that life on the streets isn't easy." Lik Kwan turned and walked downstairs with Gao Jin following behind. The 2 exited the tea house, where Wang Zhangwo was already waiting by the roadside with the car. They opened the car door and got in driving away from the street corner. At the Night Paris nightclub in the office, Lik Kwan pushed the door open and walked to the sofa sitting down. Wang Jianjun and Feng Yuxiu stood by the window while the Dongsha Changchue Shueda and Xia Peiji sat on the sofa. A pile of cash was stacked on the table. Gao Jin and Wang Zhangwo followed Lik Kwan inside. Lik Kwan looked at Wang Jianjun. "So how did it go?" Wang Jianjun approached. "We got it." Lik Kwan nodded. "Tell me." Wang Jianjun replied. "Feng Yuxiu and I received the notification and entered the finance company. There were only 2 people guarding inside. We knocked them out. The safe had cash account books and some IOUs. Lik Kwan leaned forward. "How much?" Wang Jianjun pointed to the cash on the table. "There are about 20 million in cash." Lik Kwan smiled and leaned back on the sofa. He looked at Gao Jin. "Take 1.5 million from this and deposit it in the bank." Gao Jin nodded and began counting out 1.5 million from the pile of cash to put in a nearby safe. Lik Kwan glanced at the people in the room. "With the remaining 5 million, I'll keep 2 million, and I plan to take out the 3 million to distribute among everyone." He stood up from the sofa, separating most of the remaining cash. Lik Kwan looked at Wang Jianjun and Feng Yuxiu. "You 2 each get 500,000. He pushed 2 bundles of cash over. Wang Jianjun took the money and Feng Yuxiu also came over to grab his share. Lik Kwan looked at the others. "You guys each get 200,000. As for Hua Wuing and Jimmy, they'll also get 200,000. I'll give it to them when they return." He stacked them. Several people walked over taking the money one by one. Lik Kwan pushed the remaining money to Gao Jin. "Distribute the remaining 200,000 to the little brothers below." Gao Jin nodded. Lik Kwan looked at him. "If the little brothers ask, just say it's a bonus from me. Tell them to keep." Gao Jin collected the money. "Understood." Lik Kwan returned to the sofa lighting a cigar. He took a puff and looked at the ceiling. "Bob, I have a good journey." The van traversed through the night passing several streets before stopping by the side of Qian Mountain Road. Chen Haonan pushed open the door and jumped out followed closely by Shanji de Tian Air Sha Pi and Bao Pai. They hurried into the mahjong hall weaving through several tables and headed straight upstairs. Debi was sitting behind the desk smoking and upon seeing them enter he extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray. "Did you finish it?" Debi stood up. Chen Haonan walked to him and nodded. "Brother B, it's done." Debi looked at him. "Speak, how did it go?" Chen Haonan took a breath. "We followed your instructions and entered Jin Hui Huang at 10:30. Bob I was taking a shower on the 3rd floor. When we rushed in, he had just come out of the pool. Bob I saw us naked and ran away. We chased him to the street and managed to pin him down, but just as we were about to act, the police arrived." Debi sprang to his feet. "What? How could the police come?" Chen Haonan shook his head. "Brother B, we're not sure either. It was chaotic at the time. We had just pinned Bob I to the ground when the police rushed around the corner." The Tian Air stepped forward. "We saw the police and quickly ran into an alley to shake them off." Debi furrowed his brow. "Is Bob I dead?" Chen Haonan glanced at Shanji and then back at Debi. "I don't know, it was too chaotic to see clearly." Shanji stepped forward. Brother B, I stabbed him over 10 times. He must be dead. Debi stared at Shanji. Did you see him die with your own eyes? Shanji opened his mouth, but remained silent. Debi slammed his palm on the table. You're acting without a brain. You can't even tell if someone is dead. Chun Haonan lowered his head, and the others dared not speak. Debi walked around the room for a moment, then turned to look at them. Where's the two? Chun Haonan raised his head to two. He might have been caught by the police. Debi was stunned. What happened? Sha Pi quickly said, Brother B Tu was waiting for us by the roadside. When Bai ran onto the street, Tu rushed up and grabbed him. Later when the police came, Tu was pinned down by Bai and couldn't escape. Debi's expression turned grim as he stared at Chun Haonan. You guys ran away and left him there. Chun Haonan opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Shanji took a step forward. Brother B, when the police rushed and we had to run to avoid getting caught. Debi pointed at Shanji. Shut up. Shanji stepped back and stopped talking. Debi walked back behind the desk and picked up the phone. Chun Haonan looked at him. Brother B, what about Tu? Debi ignored him and dialed a number. When the call connected, Debi spoke into the receiver. Yao Gu, it's me. Brother Debi, why are you calling so late? Chen Yao's voice came through the phone. Debi lowered his voice. The task is completed. Haonan and the others have taken action. Is Bai dead? Chen Yao paused for a moment. Debi glanced at Chun Haonan. It's still unclear. Shanji stabbed him over 10 times. He should be dead, but we didn't see him die with our own eyes. Chen Yao fell silent for a few seconds. Debi continued. Also, one of my men Tu got caught by the police. Chen Yao's voice turned serious. What happened? Debi frowned. I don't know either. They said the police suddenly appeared while we were acting, and everyone scattered. Tu couldn't get out. Chen Yao sighed. They'll report to Mr. Zhang first. Wait for my news. Debi nodded. All right. After hanging up, Debi set the receiver down. Chen Haonan looked at him. Brother B, what did Mr. Zhang say? Debi leaned back in his chair. Wait for news. Bao Pai looked at the others, and then at Debi. Brother B, will Tu expose us? Chun Haonan turned to glare at him. Bao Pai, what are you talking about? Bao Pai shrank back. I'm just worried. Chun Haonan interrupted him. Tu is not that kind of person. Debi stood up, walked to the door, and pushed it open, shouting downstairs, Xiao Bao, a Qian, come up. Footsteps came from the staircase as Xiao Bao and a Qian entered the room. Xiao Bao glanced at Chun Haonan and the others before looking at Debi. Brother B, what's the matter? Debi looked at them. You two go to Tsim Sha Sui police station and find out if Tu has said anything. Xiao Bao was taken aback, but quickly nodded. Got it, Brother B. A Qian also nodded in agreement. Debi waved them off. Go ahead. Xiao Bao and a Qian turned and left their footsteps gradually fading in the hallway. The two went downstairs, exited the Mahjong hall, and walked along the street. Xiao Bao pulled out a cigarette, lit one, and offered one to a Qian. A Qian took it and lit it. Xiao Bao exhaled a puff of smoke. I warned Tu a long time ago. Chun Haonan and his group are unreliable in their actions. I told him to run if things got out of hand, yet trouble still found us. A Qian patted his shoulder. Tu was just trying to complete the task assigned by the gang. He had no choice. Now with this incident, he will definitely take the blame. A Qian sighed, saying nothing more. The two hailed a taxi and headed towards Tsim Sha Sui. In Stanley Village Road, at Jiang Tianxing's mansion. In the living room, Jiang Tianxing sat on the sofa, holding a teacup. Chun Yao pushed the door open and walked in front of him. Jiang Tianxing looked at him speak. Chun Yao sat down opposite him. Debi called Chun Haonan and the others took action, but it's still unclear if Bai is dead. Also, Debi's subordinate Tu couldn't escape and was caught by the police. Jiang Tianxing was taken aback and slammed the teacup down hard onto the floor. The teacup shattered and tea splashed onto the floor. Jiang Tianxing stood up. That useless Debi. He said Chun Haonan was capable and could handle the situation well, yet it turned out like this. He can't even handle such a small matter. He let the police catch someone and might even implicate the gang. Chen Yao stood up. Mr. Zhang, we need to think of a solution quickly. Jiang Tianxing stared at him. You need to find out immediately if Bai is really dead. Also find someone to get close to Tu in the police station to prevent him from talking carelessly. Chen Yao nodded. They'll take care of it right away. He turned and walked out. Jiang Tianxing sat back on the sofa lighting a cigar. Half an hour later, Chun Yao pushed the door open and entered. Jiang Tianxing looked at him. How did it go? Chen Yao walked up to him. Bai is dead. The hospital confirmed it. He had no breath when he was brought in. Jiang Tianxing nodded. Chun Yao continued. I found someone to go in on a theft charge to be with Tu. I've already conveyed the message to him to keep quiet. Jiang Tianxing leaned back on the sofa and exhaled a puff of smoke. He looked at Chun Yao. Notify all the key figures. There will be a meeting at the headquarters tomorrow. Chun Yao nodded. Understood. He turned and pushed the door out. In the Tsim Sha Sui police station in the detention room, the iron door was closed and the light was dim. Tu sat on a long bench against the wall, staring at the floor with his head down. He remembered Xiao Bao's words and felt a wave of regret in his heart. The iron door creaked and a man was pushed in. The police pushed him through the door, closed the iron door, and walked away. The man glanced around and sat down next to Tu. Tu ignored him. The man leaned closer and whispered, Mr. Jiang wants me to tell you not to talk recklessly, or you'll face the consequences. The two raised his head and looked at him. The man stood up, moved to the other side, sat down, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes. The two sat there in Mongkok at the Night Paris nightclub. Liang Kuan sat on the office sofa, holding a cigar. Gao Jin leaned against the window while Wang Jianjun, Feng Yuxiu, and Wang Zhangwo stood beside him. The Dong Sha Chong Shui Da and Xia Peiji sat on the sofa. Liang Kuan looked at the people in the room. Did you understand the play today? Gao Jin looked at him. Kuan Go, what do you mean? Liang Kuan took a puff of his cigar. Chun Haonan and his crew are too foolish. They act thoughtlessly without any backup plan. If it weren't for you calling the police, they would have run away long ago. Liang Kuan waved his hand. With the way they do things, even if I hadn't called the police, something would have gone wrong eventually. Just as he was about to continue, the phone on the table rang. Liang Kuan stood up, walked over, and picked up the receiver. Chen Yao's voice came through. Kuan, there will be a meeting at the Hongxing headquarters tomorrow at noon. All key figures must attend. Liang Kuan was taken aback. A meeting? What kind of meeting? Chen Yao replied, Mr. Zhang has notified you, just be there on time. The call ended. Liang Kuan set the receiver down and returned to the sofa. Gao Jin looked at him. Kuan Go, what's going on? Liang Kuan leaned back in the sofa. Jiang Tianxing summoned all key figures to the headquarters for a meeting. Gao Jin frowned. What's the meaning of having a meeting at this time? Liang Kuan sneered. This is his way of telling me that Ba Bai is dead, and I should lay low. If I don't obey, he could easily dispose of me. He picked up the cigar and took a puff. Gao Jin looked at him, saying, the next noon, at the headquarters of the Hongxing in the gathering hall. Liang Kuan entered with Gao Jin and Wu Ying, and a circle of people was already seated inside. Brother Ji leaned back in his chair holding a teacup. The crown prince sat beside him, crossing his legs and smoking a cigarette. Liang Ma was using a small knife to trim her nails while Wu Liang and Ma Wangjian were huddled together smoking and chatting. Fatty Li sat in the corner snorting coldly when he saw Liang Kuan enter. Liang Kuan ignored him and went straight to Brother Ji. Brother Ji, why haven't you come to hang out with me these days? Brother Ji lifted his head. Busy, can't get away. Liang Kuan sat down beside him. Bozy was talking about you the other day, wondering why Brother Ji hasn't come by. Brother Ji chuckled. That girl Bozy is pretty good looking, but she won't go out with me. What can I do? Liang Kuan also laughed. Brother Ji, you know Bozy only works with goldfish, not wooden fish. If she doesn't want to go out, I can't force her. How about you choose someone else? Liang Ma has some decent girls in my establishment. Brother Ji waved his hand. I just like the kind of aloofness that Bozy has. Liang Ma put down the nail clipper and lifted her head. Brother Ji, I have a girl under me named Annie. She's also cold and aloof, and she can do role-playing, playing the role of a teacher. Are you interested in having her give you a lesson? Brother Ji looked at her. Really? Then I'll go try it tonight. Liang Kuan stood up and moved to sit beside the crown prince. The crown prince looked at him. Do you know about Ba Bai being taken out? Liang Kuan pretended not to know. I just heard about it this morning. The crown prince leaned closer. The place where Ba Bai had an accident is not far from my territory. My men came back and told me that it was Chun Haonan and Shan Ji from Big B who were seen doing it. Liang Kuan frowned. People from Big B. The crown prince looked at him. You didn't know? Liang Kuan shook his head, then nodded. Now I know. I'll go find Big B to... Just as he was saying this, the door opened, and Jiang Tianxing entered with Chun Yao and Big B. Following Big B were Chun Haonan and Shan Ji. Jiang Tianxing walked to the main seat and nodded to the crowd. Sorry, I'm late, got caught in traffic. Brother Ji put down his teacup. Mr. John, you're busy, it's fine. Liang Kuan leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. The brothers present are all very busy. As the leader, you should have a sense of time. Big B stared at Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan, what are you saying? Liang Kuan looked at him. I'm just stating the facts. What can't the leader speak? Big B slammed the table. You dare to say another word? Jiang Tianxing raised his hand. All right, everyone, let's keep it down. He sat down, and everyone followed suit. Jiang Tianxing glanced at the people in the room and spoke. I called everyone here today to announce something. Chun Haonan under Big B has eliminated Ba Bai, and I'm planning to promote him. Any objections? Liang Kuan raised his hand. Mr. Jiang, I have an objection. Everyone present turned to look at him. Liang Kuan continued. When the club is doing something, why wasn't I informed in advance? Big B jumped up angrily. Liang Kuan, Ba Bai was your sworn brother. What if something goes wrong, and you didn't notify me? Besides, Ba Bai was selling drugs on Hongxing's territory, violating the rules, so he deserved to die. Liang Kuan stared at him. I'm not saying the club shouldn't act. I'm saying at least give me a heads up before you take action. Ba Bai owed me 15 million, and now that he's dead, who's going to pay me back? You. Jiang Tianxing showed a hint of smugness, but said nothing. Brother Ji looked at the two of them and interjected. When the club is acting, it should indeed inform Ah Kuan. At least let him be prepared. Big B sneered. Liang Kuan, you lent money to Ba Bai. Isn't it clear to you that he was helping you with the drug business? The rules set by the previous leader of Hongxing, Jiang Zhan, prohibit drug-related activities. I'm the decision-maker in Hongxing, and I naturally abide by this rule. Big B, if you have no evidence, don't slander people. Big B opened his mouth to say something, but the crown prince raised his hand to interrupt him. He looked at Big B. Big B, let me ask you, why did you take action near my territory? Taking action is one thing, but the way you handled it was so sloppy that even your little brother Dado was caught. Do you know how many of my venues have been checked by the police? You must give me an explanation. Bigby looked at him. Crown Prince, I'm doing things for the club. I don't need to explain to anyone. Liang Ma chuckled and continued trimming her nails. Ma Wangjian flicked the ash off his cigarette. Bigby, what you said is incorrect. If your own men messed up, you need to take responsibility. If your little brother gets caught and can't handle it, what happens to the club? Wu Liang nodded. Ma Wangjian is right. If the police asked you to hand over your men, would you comply? Bigby glanced at them, snorted coldly, and said nothing. Jiang Tianxing raised his hand. All right, everyone stop arguing. I've already handled the Dado matter, found someone to warn him, and told him to keep quiet. He looked at Liang Kuan. Kuan, do you have any objections to the club taking out Ba Bai? Liang Kuan shook his head. No objections, it's just that I won't be able to get back the money I lent Ba Bai. He sighed. As soon as I got the news, I sent someone to Ba Bi's financial company. When I got there wasn't a single penny in the safe, just this left. Liang Kuan beckoned to Gao Jin, who took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan tossed the envelope onto the table. Take a look. Chen Yao reached for the envelope, pulled out the documents inside and frowned. Jiang Tianxing looked at him. What is it? Chen Yao lifted his head. It's the loan contract Liang Kuan had with Ba Bai. Liang Kuan nodded. What kind of person Ba Bai was as his sworn brother? How could I not be clear? He came to borrow money from me, so I found a lawyer to have him sign the contract before lending him the money. The contract clearly states that if Ba Bai can't repay the money, all of his assets will belong to me. This includes the bar and nightclub in Mong Kok, the bathhouse in Tsim Sha Sui, a bar in Causeway Bay, and his financial company, which now all belong to me. Jiang Tianxing's face darkened as he stared at Liang Kuan without speaking. Liang Kuan continued, I came here today to ask Mr. Jiang and all the bosses if there's any interest in taking over the bar in Causeway Bay. I've lost so much money and my cash flow is low. That bar is very profitable, worth around 2 million, but I need Brother Ji put down his teacup. 2 million. Where's the bar in Causeway Bay? Ma Wangjian also leaned forward. I'm a bit interested. Jiang Tianxing raised his hand, and the two of them closed their mouths. He looked at Liang Kuan. Kuan, I'll take that bar. 2 million cash, clean money through proper channels. Liang Kuan laughed. Mr. Jiang, you truly are straightforward. Jiang Tianxing looked at Chen Yao. Transfer 2 million to Kuan immediately and take care of the transfer procedures. Chen Yao nodded and stood up to leave. Jiang Tianxing stood up. All right, it's all settled. Everyone can go back now. Everyone got up and headed for the door. Once outside the gathering hall, Liang Kuan walked up to the Crown Prince and lowered his voice. Big brother, do you want the bathhouse in Tsim Sha Sui? The Crown Prince looked at him. You know I'm broke. How could I afford it? Liang Kuan patted his shoulder. It's a gift for you, no charge. Who told you that you're my sworn big brother? The Crown Prince was taken aback looking at him. Liang Kuan smiled. That bathhouse is doing well. If you manage it well, all the profits are yours and you don't have to give a cut to the club. The Crown Prince nodded. Kuan, thank you. Back in the gathering hall, Bigby walked up to Jiang Tianxing. Mr. Jiang, about Haonan's promotion. Jiang Tianxing waved his hand. You go back first, I know how to arrange it. Bigby glanced at him, turned, and left with Chun Haonan and Shan Ji. Once the door closed, Jiang Tianxing was left alone in the room. He walked to the window, lit a cigar, and took a deep drag. Chen Yao pushed the door open and walked in behind him. Mr. Jiang, the money has been transferred, and the procedures are completed. Jiang Tianxing turned around and threw the cigar to the ground. Chen Yao took a step back. Jiang Tianxing glared at him. I fell for Liang Kuan's trick. Chen Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Tianxing paced in the room. He plotted this from the start. Liang Kuan had Ba Bai sign a contract, lent him money, and then spread the word that Ba Bai was using the money for drugs. Liang Kuan knew that I would definitely take action upon hearing this, and he used my hand to eliminate Ba Bai without losing a penny while taking over Ba Bai's assets. Chen Yao looked at him. Mr. Jiang, Liang Kuan's scheme. Jiang Tianxing walked to the window and slammed his fist on the window frame. That bastard has played everyone. Chen Yao lowered his head in silence, thinking, he's not playing us, he's playing you. New Territories, Rose Village. Zhu Tao sat in the boss chair listening to his secretary Shalina's report when Zhu Danny rushed in. As soon as he entered, he saw Shalina was present and paused for a moment. Seeing this, Zhu Tao waved his hand, signaling Shalina to leave. After Shalina left, Zhu Danny hurriedly said to Zhu Tao, Uncle Tao, something has happened. Ba Bai is dead. Zhu Tao was shocked, sitting up straight. Speak. What happened? Zhu Danny replied, last night Ba Bai was taken out in his own bathhouse. Zhu Tao asked, who did it? I heard it was Big B from Hongxing. Hongxing? Why did they kill Ba Bai? Zhu Tao frowned. Zhu Danny answered, I inquired a bit and heard that Ba Bai was selling goods on Hongxing's territory, violating their rules, so Jiang Tianxing ordered him to be taken out. Breaking the rules. Zhu Tao muttered, then remembered something. Did you deliver goods to Ba Bai? Zhu Danny shook his head. I didn't have time to deliver it yet. Zhu Tao sighed in relief. That's good, at least it won't implicate us. He instructed Zhu Danny, be careful during this time, lay low, don't attract attention. Zhu Danny nodded, I understand. Zhu Tao leaned back against the chair. Jiang Tianxing, how dare you ruin my plans? In Mong Kok at the night Paris office, Liang Kuan pushed open the door and walked in, followed by Gao Jin and Wu Ying. A group of people was already seated inside. Xie Peizhi was writing something in her notebook, while Ah Hua and Sha Chong chatted casually over cigarettes. Da Dong and Jimmy were huddled together, engaged in their own conversation. Shuai sat in the corner engrossed in studying the horse racing manual, while brothers Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo stood by the window, and Feng Yuxiu closed his eyes deep in thought. Liang Kuan sat down behind the office desk, and everyone fell silent. He looked around the room and asked how's business lately. Ahua extinguished his cigarette and replied the shipping volume from the factory is stable and the sneaker store is bustling. Dedong lifted his head and added Night Paris has been busy lately with full occupancy on weekends. The ladies are quite diligent in their service. Liang Kuan leaned back in his chair and said good since business is going smoothly I've called you all here to discuss how to divide up Bob Biz assets. He looked at Sha Chong and said Sha Chong you're in charge of that nightclub. Keep an eye on the place and don't let any trouble arise. Sha Chong grinned and replied don't worry brother Kuan he'll deal with anyone who causes trouble. Liang Kuan then turned to Xia Peiji and said Aji the bar is under your management. You decide how to run the business and feel free to reach out to me if needed. Xia Peiji nodded got it brother Kuan. Liang Kuan faced Ahua again and said Ahua you'll take over the finance company. Clear up the accounts left by Ba by collect the money owed and settle the debts. Ahua responded understood. Liang Kuan looked at Dedong and Jimmy and said for Night Paris Dedong you take charge. Jimmy you'll handle the business of the two factories, make sure nothing goes wrong. Dedong and Jimmy nodded got it brother Kuan. Alright by the way I should mention that our assets are increasing and we're a bit tight on manpower, so feel free to hire some people to assist you. Liang Kuan instructed the group. Wu Ying immediately raised his hand and asked brother Kuan can I also hire some younger brothers? Liang Kuan looked at him and said sure as long as you don't cause trouble. Great he'll definitely find some capable younger brothers. Then it'll be impressive. Wu Ying exclaimed excitedly. Liang Kuan shot him a glance and turned to Shuai da has the boxing gym been purchased? Shuai da put down the horse racing manual and replied it's been bought brother Kuan. It's in Mongkok, 3 stories tall, spacious, and well-equipped. He added the ownership was handled by Lawyer Chun and all the paperwork has been completed. Liang Kuan smiled well done. He'll leave the boxing gym to Jianjun and the others. He pointed at Wang Jianjun, Wang Jiangwo, and Feng Yuxiu. Wang Jianjun nodded. Wang Jiangwo replied with an and Feng Yuxiu opened his eyes, but said nothing. At this moment Dedong spoke up brother Kuan, there's one more thing. Liang Kuan looked at him and said go on. Manager Zhou told me that there are issues with the supplier for drinks. The previous supplier wants to raise prices, $15 more for each bottle of liquor and $1 for beer. Furthermore, the amount delivered in recent days has been insufficient. Liang Kuan frowned that much of an increase. That bastard must be crazy for money. Dedong nodded. Manager Zhou talked to him, but the other party was very firm saying this is how the market is now and they can take it or leave it. Liang Kuan slammed the table and stood up. Damn it, they're coming after me. Ajin, gather the brothers or we're going to pay. Xia Peiji quickly interjected brother Kuan, don't be rash. Liang Kuan turned to look at her. Xia Peiji continued I've heard of that supplier. He has a strong background and is closely connected to the government. If we provoke him it might not end well. Liang Kuan sat back down with a serious expression, his fingers tapping nervously on the table. After a moment of silence, he took out a cigarette, lit it, and asked who are the major smugglers in Hong Kong Island. Xia Peiji took out her notebook to check. I've looked into it. There are 3 major smugglers on Hong Kong Island. Old Zhenghu Hai Shu, Deep Sea Hua from the Waterhouse, and Benny Hu Han Bin from Hehe 2. Liang Kuan took a puff of his cigarette. I know Hai Shu, he has a high status in the underworld, but his main business is arms dealing, and he rarely deals in liquor, so I won't consider going to him. As for Deep Sea Hua, I've heard he's ruthless and has no bottom line. I don't trust him, so I can't go to him either. The remaining Benny Hu Han Bin I've heard, he's a decent guy just like me involved in the gang, so negotiating business with him would be easier. Liang Kuan stood up, then we'll go to Benny Hu. He looked at Gao Jin and said you just need to come with me, keep an eye on the place you guys. In quiet sing at Han Bin's office, Han Bin was sitting on the sofa flipping through an account book. Long Nyo leaned against the side smoking, while Qian sipped tea from a cup. Long Nyo exhaled a puff of smoke and asked Bin how's business. Han Bin looked up and replied it's going all right, the recent batch of goods has been moving smoothly. Qian put down his teacup and said big brother Bin the gang has been voicing strong opinions about the 3 of us, saying we're making money without distributing any profits. Long Nyo snorted the smuggling business is our own, what's it got to do with the gang? Qian frowned. Ever since Gao Wenbiao took over our lives haven't been easy. What should we do if things continue like this? Han Bin closed the account book and said if it really comes to it I've considered transferring. Long Nyo looked at him and asked transfer. Where to? Han Bin shook his head. I haven't figured it out yet. The door was pushed open and Han Bin's younger brother Dao Zai stepped in and announced brother Bin Liang Kuan from Hongqing is here. Han Bin was taken aback. Liang Kuan. What does he want? Dao Zai shook his head. He didn't say, just said he's here to pay a visit. Han Bin stood up and said let him in. Dao Zai turned and left shortly, returning with Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan and Gao Jin walked in. Han Bin approached and said brother Kuan, what brings you here? Liang Kuan smiled and extended his hand. Han Bin, Benny Hu, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. The two shook hands and Liang Kuan glanced at Long Nyo and Qian. Who are these two? Han Bin introduced. This is my elder brother Long Nyo and my second brother Qian. Liang Kuan nodded. Nice to meet you. Long Nyo looked at him and asked what brings you here brother Kuan. Liang Kuan sat down while Gao Jin stood behind him. He looked at Han Bin and said, Brother Bin, I've heard you're in the smuggling liquor business. I'm here to buy some stock from you. Han Bin looked at him and asked, how much does Brother Kuan need? Liang Kuan leaned forward slightly and said, I have 2 nightclubs and a bar. The monthly liquor usage is significant. If Brother Bin can supply regularly, I'll come to you for the future. Han Bin considered him for a moment and then nodded, all right, let's do this business. He stood up and said, Brother Kuan, follow me. He'll take you to the warehouse to check the goods. The group exited the room, walking through several corridors until they reached an iron door. Han Bin took out a key, unlocked the door, and switched on the lights inside. Inside the warehouse, rows of wooden and cardboard boxes were arranged, and a faint aroma of liquor wafted. Han Bin walked up to a row of wooden boxes, pried one open, and pulled out a bottle of liquor. Brother Kuan, take a look at this Hennessy XO imported from France by sea tax-free. He walked to another side and opened a cardboard box. Remy Martin XO, also a fine product. These 2 are the most commonly used in night venues. Liang Kuan took the bottle, inspecting the packaging. Han Bin continued, over here, we have whiskey, Chivas Regal 12-year, Black Label, and Red Label. And we have beer, Heineken and Carlsberg, both delivered in full containers. He reached the last few rows of boxes and said, these are red wines from Bordeaux, France, and Italy, a bit higher end, suitable for classy bars. Liang Kuan placed the liquor bottle back in the box and asked, how do you price this? Han Bin patted the box and replied, Hennessy XO and Remy Martin XO, the wholesale price outside is 420, but here it's 360. For Black Label whiskey, the outside price is 180, but here it's 140. Beer is 30 cheaper than the outside price. Liang Kuan looked at him and asked, can it go lower with such a large volume? Han Bin pondered for a moment. Brother Kuan, are you looking for long-term supply? Liang Kuan nodded. 2 nightclubs and a bar. You can calculate the monthly usage yourself. I'll only come to you, not to anyone else. Han Bin extended his hand. All right, Brother Kuan, you're straightforward, and so am I. The price I mentioned earlier, I'll give you an additional 20 discount. Liang Kuan shook his hand and said, deal. He released his hand and looked at the surrounding goods. For the first shipment, please send 30 boxes of Hennessy, 30 boxes of Remy Martin, 50 boxes of Black Label, and 200 boxes of beer. Deliver them to my nightclub in Mongkok called Night Paris. Han Bin nodded. It will be delivered tomorrow. Liang Kuan waved at Gao Jin, who took out a few bundles of cash from his pocket and placed them on a nearby box. Liang Kuan looked at Han Bin. This is a deposit. Please deliver the goods on time every month and we'll settle the accounts at the end of the month. Han Bin looked at the bundles of money and nodded, no problem. Liang Kuan turned to walk out, stopping at the door to glance back at Han Bin. Brother Bin, you're really running quite a business here. I suppose in the Qian area you're the biggest Benny who. Han Bin forced a smile. No matter how big it is, it's still controlled by the gang. Liang Kuan feigned surprise. No way. You're the big shot in Tus Qian area. Han Bin sighed. Brother Kuan, do you think I'm joking with you? Liang Kuan replied earnestly, I believe the rules of too are too rigid. Our Hongxing is much more flexible. Like me, I'm the decision maker in Mongkok. What does that mean? It means that everything regarding Hongxing in Mongkok is decided by me, Liang Kuan. No matter who it is, it won't work, including the leader, Jiang Tianxing. Han Bin looked at him. Brother Kuan, you can't be joking, right? There's no such good fortune. Liang Kuan chuckled. Believe it or not, but you can ask around to find out if it's true. He straightened up and patted the door frame. Once the goods are delivered, have your people contact Manager Zhou. From now on, all matters regarding receiving goods and settling accounts will go through him. Han Bin nodded. Got it. Liang Kuan waved his hand and walked out of the warehouse with Gao Jin. As the door closed, Long Yo looked at Han Bin and asked, Bin, what are you thinking about? Han Bin stood there unmoved, staring at the door. Qian walked over and asked Bin, what did Liang Kuan say? Han Bin turned and replied, what he said surprised me. Don't look at my business being this big. They call me Benny Hu outside. But when it comes to control over my territory, I'm not as powerful as a decision maker from Hongxing. Long Yo blurted out, why don't we 3 brothers transfer to Hongxing together? Qian shot him a glare. Big brother, don't. Han Bin waved his hand, walked to the shelf, and started tapping on the boxes with his fingers, his eyes fixated on the stack of cash, and said nothing further. In Oil Hemp Land at the Dream Weiyang bar, Sergio pushed open the glass door, walked past several tables of drinking patrons, and approached the bar. Sergio sat down beside him, waved at the bartender to indicate no need for service. Big brother. Big brother Pan turned his face, glanced at him, and set down his glass. What happened the other day when you caused trouble at Night Paris? Sergio pouted. I originally wanted to give Liang Kuan a warning, but who knew that those big shots from Hongxing were all there? Even the big D from Lianqing was there. Big brother Pan chuckled, tapping the bar with his fingers. So you brought so many people over and left in such a... Sergio felt embarrassed, lifted his glass, and took a sip. There were too many of them at that time. If I had forced it, we would have suffered. Big brother Pan stared at him for a few seconds before turning his head away. All right, don't cause trouble for Liang Kuan in the next few days. Sergio was taken aback. Big brother, is this matter just going to end like this? He took our Longi's turf, oh, where do we put our face? Big brother Pan took a sip from his glass, lowering his voice. I already have a plan. Sergio leaned forward. What plan? Big brother Pan looked around and beckoned Sergio with his finger. Sergio leaned in closer. Big brother Pan's lips moved, his voice lowered to an extreme. As Sergio listened, his eyes brightened, and a sly smile slowly crept across his face. He sat up straight, looking at Big Brother Pan, giving him a thumbs up. Big Brother, you're still brilliant. You can think of such underhanded tactics. Big Brother Pan raised his glass, chuckled twice, and remained silent. A week later in Mongkok at the Qian Boxing Club. On the first floor of the boxing gym, a standard boxing ring was set up in the center of the hall. Liang Kuan sat on a chair by the ring. Sha Qiang stood beside him, while Gao Jin and Wang Jianjun leaned against the wall smoking. In the ring, Feng Yuxiu and Dedong were sparring. Dedong threw a punch. Feng Yuxiu sidestepped and slapped away as Dedong stumbled back a step. Feng Yuxiu did not pursue, but instead took 2 steps back. When you punch, your shoulder is too high. Feng Yuxiu looked at him. Your center of gravity is also wrong. All on the front. If someone dodges, you can't retract. Dedong nodded, wiping his sweat. Feng Yuxiu assumed his stance again. Come again, try hitting me once. Dedong took a deep breath and swung a punch. Feng Yuxiu did not dodge. He raised his hand to block, then pushed forward, causing Dedong to retreat a few steps before stabilizing. Did you see? Feng Yuxiu pointed at his legs. When you punch, your legs are straight, no power generated. A punch is not just about using your arms, it requires the whole body to exert force. He walked to Dedong's side, patting his waist and legs. The waist needs to turn, the legs need to bend, push off the ground to generate force, so the power can transfer to your fist. Dedong listened earnestly and tried a few more times. Feng Yuxiu watched him practice for a while and nodded. That's about to take a break. The two got off the ring. Liang Kuan stood up and handed a towel to Dedong. How was it? Dedong took the towel and wiped his sweat. Xiaogu teaches very seriously. I've indeed learned a lot. I used to fight relying solely on brute strength, and now I realize there are so many intricacies. Sha Qiang leaned over, looking at Feng Yuxiu. Xiaogu, do you think I can learn from you? Feng Yuxiu sized him up for a moment and shook his head. You're not really suited for my style. Sha Qiang was. Feng Yuxiu extended his hand for him to see the hands rough like sandpaper with thick calluses on the palms and knuckles. I rub coarse sea salt on my skin every day to enhance my resistance to strikes. I practice barehanded against walls and bricks every day, training for so many years. Feng Yuxiu retracted his hand. With your physique, if you train with me, you'll have to start from scratch and suffer. You won't see results for 3 to 5 years. Sha Qiang scratched his head. Then who should I learn from? Feng Yuxiu turned to look at Wang Jianjun by the wall. You'd be best suited to learn from him combat techniques from the military, quick to pick up, strong in practical application, suitable for your temperament. Sha Qiang's eyes lit up as he ran over to Wang Jianjun. Jianjun, could you teach me a couple of moves? Wang Jianjun flicked the ash from his cigarette and nodded. Sure, starting tomorrow, come over at 6 in the morning. Sha Qiang opened his mouth wide. 6 o'clock. Wang Jianjun looked at him. If you don't come, that's fine too. Sha Qiang gritted his teeth. Fine. 6 o'clock it is. Wang Jianjun then looked towards Dedong. You can join too. Dedong thought for a moment and nodded. All right, thanks Jianjun, go. Liang Kuan saw them chatting animatedly and walked over to Gao Jin. How's the liquor from Han Bin? Gao Jin snuffed out his cigarette. Pretty good. Manager Zhou has checked it, and the quality is quite nice. Manager Zhou said he will use their stuff in the future. Liang Kuan nodded. That's good. Just as the words left his mouth, the boxing gym's door was suddenly pushed open. A young man rushed in, panting and looking around, and when he saw Liang Kuan, he immediately rushed over. Kuan Gu. Liang Kuan recognized him as Axie, the brother of the Fly. What happened? Axie panted. There was trouble at the sneaker store. A gang of thugs came and said they wanted to collect protection fees. My brother and brother Jimmy got into a fight with them. They were outnumbered with over 20 of them. I saw it wasn't right and ran to find you. Liang Kun's expression darkened as he turned to Gao Jin and the others. Let's go. He took a few steps outside and turned to Dedong and Sha Qiang. You two go call people, gather reinforcements. Dedong nodded. Sha Qiang responded, and the two ran in the opposite direction. Liang Kuan led Gao Jin, Wang Jianjun, and Feng Yuxiu following Axie towards the sneaker store. At the sneaker store entrance, 2 groups were confronting each other. The Fly stood at the front holding a steel pipe, while Jimmy stood next to him with 7 or 8 younger brothers setting up stalls nearby. Across from them stood over 20 people led by a bald man in his 30s wearing a big gold chain around his neck with a scar on his face. Liang Kuan walked over, and the Fly immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him. Kuan go. The bald man surveyed Liang Kuan. Who are you? Liang Kuan looked at him. Liang Kuan, the spokesperson of Hongxing in Mongkok. Where are you from? The man smirked. Zhongyi Hall, saying go. This area is my territory. If you want to open a store here, you have to pay protection fees. Liang Kuan frowned. Zhongyi Hall. I haven't heard of it. When did this place become your territory? Sango took a step forward. Kid, don't talk nonsense with me. You will pay this protection fee today, whether you want to or not. His younger brothers surged forward, tapping the steel pipe in their hands. Sango waved his hand. Smash it for me. Before his words could finish, a younger brother beside him swung the steel pipe forward, but slipped and let it fly out of his hands, crashing straight into the store. A scream echoed from inside the store. Liang Kuan turned to see the steel pipe hit Ruan Mei, who was standing by the counter looking out. Ruan Mei clutched her shoulder and took a few steps back, her face pale, leaning against Fong Ting. Fong Ting supported her, and looked down to see Ruan Mei clutching her chest, breathing rapidly, and she screamed in shock, "Sister Mei." Hearing Fong Ting's shout, Lik Kwan's eyes turned red in an instant. He abruptly turned his head and glared at Sango, not saying a word, and charged forward. Sango hadn't reacted yet when Lik Kwan was already in front of him. Lik Kwan landed a punch directly on Sango's face, causing him to topple backward. Lik Kwan grabbed his arm, twisting it with force, and with a crack the arm broke. Sango let out a terrible scream, collapsing to the ground, and Lik Kwan raised his foot, stomping hard on his ankle with another crack. Sango writhed in pain on the ground. Meanwhile, Gao Jin, Wang Jianjun, and Feng Yuxiu had already rushed into the crowd. Gao Jin knocked one down with a punch, quickly snatched the steel pipe, and knocked another down with a swing. Wang Jianjun was even more ruthless, twisting the arm of one and directly dislocating the joint, kicking him away. Feng Yuxiu was simpler, landing punches with precision, all aimed at the face, knocking everyone out cold. In less than 3 minutes, over 20 people lay on the ground, some screaming, some passed out, and others rolling on the ground, clutching their arms and legs. At that moment, Fong Ting's voice came from inside the store. "Sister Mei. Sister Mei, what's wrong with you?" Lik Kwan turned back and saw Ruan Mei leaning against Fong Ting, her face pale, lips purple, and hand clutching her chest. He rushed into the store in a few steps, squatting down to look at Ruan Mei. "What happened?" Fong Ting anxiously said, "Sister Mei has a heart condition. She must have been scared just now and had an attack." Ruan Mei panted, unable to speak. Without a second thought, Lik Kwan picked her up and ran outside. Reaching the roadside, a taxi happened to come by. He stretched out his hand to stop it, opened the door, and placed Ruan Mei inside, then sat down beside her. He leaned out the window and shouted to Gao Jin, "Take these scoundrels back to the boxing gym, keep an eye on them, and wait for me to handle it when I return." Gao Jin nodded. The fly ran over and opened the car door. "Kwan go, I want to go too." Fong Ting also ran over. "I want to go too." The two squeezed into the back seat, and Lik Kwan shouted to the driver, "To the nearest hospital." The driver stepped on the gas, and the car shot off. At the hospital emergency room entrance, Lik Kwan stood there staring at the emergency room with the red light on. The fly and Fong Ting sat on a bench in the corridor, neither saying a word. After an unknown period, the emergency room door opened, and a doctor came out. Lik Kwan rushed over. "Doctor, how is it?" The doctor removed his mask. "She has been stabilized. There's nothing serious." Lik Kwan sighed in relief. The doctor looked at him. "Are you her boyfriend?" "Boyfriend?" Lik Kwan nodded vigorously. The doctor frowned. "Do you know she has a heart condition?" Lik Kwan nodded again. The doctor said, "Her condition is relatively stable now, but for a complete cure it's best to have surgery. This surgery is more advanced at Meili Jian. Oh, I recommend going there. She should stay in the hospital for a few days to recuperate." Lik Kwan quickly thanked him. "Okay, thank you, doctor." The doctor left, and the nurse wheeled Ruan Mei out to the ward. Lik Kwan watched from there as the fly walked over. "Kwan go, I'll go pay the bill." Lik Kwan nodded and tossed his. Fong Ting walked over, looked at him, and said nothing. Lik Kwan leaned against the wall, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and then remembered that smoking was not allowed in the hospital, so he snuffed it out. The door to the hospital room was gently pushed open. Lik Kwan entered, followed by Fong Ting. Ruan Mei lay on the hospital bed, her face still somewhat pale, her chest gently rising and falling as she slept relatively peacefully. Lik Kwan sat down on the chair by the bed, quietly observing her face. Fong Ting stood beside him, glancing at Lik Kwan for a while, then at Ruan Mei, without saying a word. After quite a while, Fong Ting finally spoke up. "Brother Kwan, do you like Sister Mei?" Lik Kwan turned his head to look at her, stunned for a moment. "You noticed?" Fong Ting nodded. "I noticed." Lik Kwan looked back at Ruan Mei. "Does she know?" Fong Ting moved to another chair and sat down. "Sister Mei knows." Lik Kwan furrowed his brow. "How do you all know?" Fong Ting looked at him. "You've been to the shop several times, and each time you look at Sister Mei differently. When looking at others, it's just a casual glance. But when looking at Sister Mei, your gaze is entirely different." Lik Kwan remained silent. Fong Ting continued. "I asked Sister Mei. She said she knows you like her." Lik Kwan turned his head. "What did she say?" Fong Ting shook her head. "She said she doesn't want to date right now." Fong Ting added softly, "Sister Mei seems gentle, but she has her own opinions. When she doesn't want something, no." Lik Kwan stared at Ruan Mei's face for a long time, not asking any further questions. The door opened again, and Wu Ying walked in, holding a payment slip and a bag of medicine. He placed the items on the nightstand and looked at Lik Kwan. "Brother Kwan, the fees are paid." Lik Kwan stood up, gently pushed the chair back into place, glanced at Ruan Mei, and turned to leave. As he walked past Wu Ying, he instructed, "You and Fong Ting stay here." Wu Ying nodded. "Where are you going, Brother Kwan?" Lik Kwan walked towards the door, going back to deal with those rascals. In Mongkok, the first floor of the boxing gym was filled with people. Gao Jin leaned against the wall, smoking. Wang Jianjun sat on a chair, polishing his three-edged military dagger, while Wang Zhangwo stood beside him. Feng Yuxiu sat at the edge of the boxing ring, flexing his wrists. The Dong Shachong and Ahua stood at the door, while Xia Peiji and Shui Shueda sat on the nearby sofa. Lik Kwan pushed the door open, and everyone looked at him. Lik Kwan glanced around. "Where's Jimmy?" Gao Jin stubbed out his cigarette. "He's over at the sneaker store, dealing with the police. Someone reported it, and a few of those guys were seriously injured and sent to the hospital." The police went to ask about the situation and Jimmy is handling it. Lik Kwan nodded, unbuttoned his suit jacket, took it off, and tossed it onto a chair, rolled up his shirt sleeves. What about that bunch of rascals? Gao Jin replied, they're locked in the basement. Lik Kwan rolled up his sleeves and turned towards the basement. Wang Jianjun stood up and took a few steps to block his path. Lik Kwan looked at him. Wang Jianjun said, Brother Kwan, let me and Zhang Wo handle this. Lik Kwan. Wang Jianjun put away his dagger. Interrogating captives is something we've learned in the military. Let the professionals handle professional matters. Lik Kwan looked at him, then at Wang Zhangwo, who was coming over, and nodded all right. He pointed towards the basement. Get to the bottom of this, find out why they came to my shop to cause trouble. Also, if someone is behind this, dig them out for me. Wang Jianjun nodded and led Wang Zhangwo into the basement. The iron door closed and the sound of the lock clicking echoed. Lik Kwan turned to Xie Peizhi and Shui. Do you two go check on the Zhongyi Tang? The rascals are from Zhongyi Tang. I want to know the background of this gang, who the leader is, where their turf is, and how many people. Shui stood up. Brother Kwan, should we go now? Lik Kwan nodded. Let's go now. The two nodded and quickly left the boxing gym. Lik Kwan looked at Ahua again. Send a few trustworthy brothers to the hospital to keep an eye on Wanmei. Take turns. She must not be left unattended for 24 hours. Ahua nodded. I'll arrange it right now. He turned and walked out of the boxing gym. Half an hour later, the basement door opened. Wang Jianjun walked out with a few bloodstains on his clothes, holding a towel to wipe his hands. Wang Zhangwo followed behind, carrying a bottle of water, drinking as he walked. Lik Kwan approached. How did it go? Wang Jianjun tossed the towel aside. I got the information. Lik Kwan fixed his gaze on him, who was behind it. Wang Jianjun replied, it's the Boss Pan from the Zhongyi Society. Lik Kwan squinted his eyes. Zhongyi. Boss Pan. Wang Zhangwo placed the water bottle down. The rascal is from Zhongyi Tang, and Boss Pan paid him to do it. Boss Pan gave him 100,000 to bring people to my shop to cause trouble, and afterward, he would give him 200,000. Lik Kwan turned and walked towards the door. Gather the men, we're going to the Zhongyi Society. Suddenly Gao Jin reached out to stop him. Lik Kwan looked at him. Why are you stopping me? Gao Jin said, Brother Kwan, going now won't hold up. Lik Kwan stared at him. Gao Jin continued, the rascal isn't from the Zhongyi Society. He was hired by Boss Pan. If you take people to kill them now, Boss Pan will firmly deny knowing the rascal. What will you do then? Lik Kwan remained silent. Gao Jin went on, without evidence, people on the street will only say that you Lik Kwan attacked them for no reason. If they retaliate from Zhongyi, you'll lose the moral high ground. Lik Kwan stood for a moment, letting his shirt sleeves down. Are you suggesting we deal with Zhongyi Tang first? Gao Jin nodded. The rascal is from Zhongyi Tang. Brother Kwan, you're entitled to seek an explanation from Zhongyi Tang. It's perfectly reasonable. As for Boss Pan, let's clarify the situation with Zhongyi Tang first. Lik Kwan pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and remained silent. Footsteps could be heard from outside. Xie Peizhi and Shui pushed the door open and entered. Lik Kwan looked at them. Have you found anything? Xie Peizhi nodded. We found something. She walked over to Lik Kwan. Zhongyi Tang is an old gang established over 60 years ago. This gang doesn't have a large territory. It's located in Kuntong and Shatin with only 2 tea restaurants and a convenience store, nothing else. Shui that continued. The leader is named Lin Baichuan, over 60 years old, and everyone in the underworld calls him Chuan Yi. This person is quite low-key, rarely appears, has a good reputation in the underworld, and abides by rules. Shui continued. Currently Zhongyi Tang has no more than 50 members, most of whom are old-timers over 40 years old, lacking combat power. Lik Kwan frowned. Lin Baichuan has a good reputation. Shui nodded. Yes, I asked a few old-timers in the underworld, and they all said that Chuan Yi is upright, never bullies the weak nor messes with drugs. He just keeps to those few shops and lives his life. Lik Kwan sat down on the sofa and extinguished his cigarette. Then it's strange, if Lin Baichuan is truly that kind of person, why would he let his subordinates come to my place to cause trouble? Gao Jin said it's possible that the rascal took a private job himself. Lik Kwan nodded. Tomorrow, he'll visit Zhongyi Tang and ask Lin Baichuan in person. He looked at Gao Jin, Xie Peizhi, and Feng Yushio. You 3 come with me. According to the rules of the underworld, we shouldn't bring too many people when visiting. The 3 nodded. Lik Kwan looked at Dadong Shachong and Ahua. Tonight, send more people to keep an eye on the nightclubs and bars. If Zhongyi Society finds out that the rascal has been captured, they might come to stir up trouble. Dadong nodded. I'll arrange it right now. The group turned and walked out. Lik Kwan looked at Shui again. Send more people to keep a close watch on Zhongyi and Boss Pan. Shui nodded. Understood, Brother Kwan. Lik Kwan stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the street scene. Gao Jin approached and handed him a cigarette. Lik Kwan accepted it, lit it, and took a drag. What do you think Boss Pan might do next? Gao Jin shook his head. I don't know, but we need to be cautious. Lik Kwan stared out the window. Regardless of what he intends to do, this matter is not over. The next morning in Shatian New Town, a faded sign hung outside the Manhua Tea Restaurant with 3 red characters reading "Open for Business" affixed to the glass door. Inside the tea restaurant, Lin Baichuan, the leader of the Zhongyi Hall, sat in a booth by the window, holding a teacup and gazing at the street view outside. He wore a dark tang suit with matching trousers and black cloth shoes. His hair was gray, and although he was older, he still appeared vibrant and spirited. Opposite him sat Qian Jingxian dressed in dress pants and a light blue shirt with rolled-up sleeves reading a newspaper. Next to them, Uncle Zhou Fuchuan had a round face, smiling as he added hot water to his teacup. Lin Baichuan took a sip of tea and set down his cup. This person must be getting on in years. I feel like he has been unwell lately. Qian Jingxian, put down the newspaper. Brother Chuan, you worry too much. Just relax your mind, and your body will naturally. Zhou Fuchuan nodded exactly. Although our business is just average, it's enough to eat and drink. As long as we old fellows can live peacefully, that's all that matters. Lin Baichuan sighed. That's true, but I can't shake this feeling in my heart. Before he could finish, the door of the tea restaurant, Uncle Zhang Yaoxiong strode in. He was tall and sturdy, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and dress pants with beads of sweat on his forehead and a grim expression on his face. He quickly walked to the booth. Master Chuan, there are some visitors outside. Lin Baichuan looked up. Who are they? Zhang Yaoxiong said, people from Hongxing. The representative from Mongkok Liang Kuan has come with 3 subordinates, saying they are here to pay their respects. Lin Baichuan was taken aback, frowning. Liang Kuan. What do Hongxing's people want with us? The Zhongyi Hall has nothing to do with Hongxing. Qian Jingxian folded the newspaper, squinting behind his glasses. Brother Chuan, Liang Kuan has been quite prominent in. I heard that he managed the situation with the Hong Kong boy Shiro. If he is coming to pay his respects, it must be significant. Zhou Fuchuan put down his teacup, no longer smiling. We have no dealings with him. What is he coming to pay respects for? Zhang Yaoxiong clenched his fists. Master Chuan, let me call for help. Although the Zhongyi Hall is small, we won't be bullied. He was about to leave when Lin Baichuan raised his hand to stop him. Wait. Zhang Yaoxiong halted Master Chuan. Lin Baichuan stood up, adjusting the collar of his Tang suit. Guests are guests. They are following the rules of the Jianghu to pay their respects. We cannot lose our manners. Let them in. Zhang Yaoxiong opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. Stamping his foot, he turned and walked towards the door. Qian Jingxian stood up and walked beside Lin Baichuan. Brother Chuan, let's see how it goes. If Liang Kuan is up to no good, we need to be prepared. Lin Baichuan nodded. I have it under control. The door of the tea restaurant was pushed open again. Liang Kuan walked in, followed by Gao Jin, Feng Yuxiu, and Xia Peiji. Liang Kuan approached Lin Baichuan, stopped, clasped his hands in salute, and slightly bowed. The representative of Hongxing from Mongkok Red Stick, Liang Kuan, pays his respects to the leader of Zhongyi Hall, Master Chuan. Lin Baichuan returned the gesture. Zhongyi Hall's Lin Baichuan, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. The two stood upright, sizing each other up. Lin Baichuan gestured to the side. Please have a seat. Liang Kuan did not move, looking at him. Master Chuan, I am not here for tea today. Lin Baichuan's hand paused in midair, slowly lowering it. Then, Brother Liang, what brings you here today? Liang Kuan said, I am here to seek an explanation. Lin Baichuan's brow furrowed. Explanation. The Zhongyi Hall has no dealings with Hongxing, and this is our first meeting. What explanation do you seek? Liang Kuan looked at him. Is Sangu one of your Zhongyi Hall members? Lin Baichuan nodded. Yes, Sangu is a member of Zhongyi Hall, but he has been hanging around Mongkok for the past few years. Liang Kuan said, yesterday afternoon Sangu brought dozens of people to stir up trouble at my sneaker shop on Tonkai Street. He claimed he wanted to collect my protection fee. I made my identity clear to him, yet he still attempted to attack. We got into a dispute, and my woman Ruan Mei happened to be in the shop and got injured by them, leading to her hospitalization. Lin Baichuan's expression changed, and he took a half step back. Qian Jingxian and Zhou Fuchuan exchanged glances, remaining silent. Zhang Yaoxiong took a step forward, staring at Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan continued, I captured Sangu and his subordinates. After interrogation, Sangu confessed that it was the big boss Pan from Chang'e who gave him 300,000 to create chaos at my shop. He paused, staring at Lin Baichuan. But Sangu is one of your Zhongyi Hall members. I came to clarify whether this was Sangu's private undertaking or if your Zhongyi Hall was behind the scenes. Lin Baichuan opened his mouth, but had not spoken yet, when Zhang Yaoxiong rushed 2 steps forward. What do you mean? Our Zhongyi Hall operates with integrity and never resorts to such despicable means. Liang Kuan looked at him without speaking. Zhang Yaoxiong pointed outside. Are you declaring war? Final call for help immediately. Though our Zhongyi Hall is small, we are not afraid of you, Hongxing. As he spoke, he was about to rush out. Lin Baichuan grabbed his arm. Yaoxiong. Qian Jingxian also stepped forward to stop him. Tai Xiong, don't act impulsively. Zhang Yaoxiong struggled a couple of times, but Lin Baichuan held him firmly. He panted heavily, glaring at Liang Kuan. Lin Baichuan pushed him back slightly and turned to Liang Kuan, calming his breath before speaking. Brother Liang, although Sangu is one of our Zhongyi Hall members, his actions in Mongkok over the past few years have been beyond our control. Liang Kuan smiled, watching him speak. Lin Baichuan continued, Zhongyi Hall has rules against engaging in immoral activities. Sangu has been involved in lending at high interest and running gambling operations in a mahjong hall over there. I've heard of several instances where people have been driven to ruin. I have warned him, but he did not listen. Eventually, I grew tired of managing him. He sighed. If this is true, it means he took on these private jobs on his own, and it has nothing to do with our Zhongyi Hall. Liang Kuan nodded. I also inquired before coming. People in the Jianghu say that you Master Chuan value rules the most. Though the Zhongyi Hall is small, you act with righteousness. He paused. I found it strange, so I wanted to ask if there is any hidden agenda behind this. Lin Baichuan looked at him, nodding. Brother Liang, please do me a favor and bring Senga here so we can clarify things. If he acted behind our Zhongyi Hall's back, I will provide you an explanation. Liang Kuan thought for a moment and looked at Xia Peiji. Call Jianjun and have him bring Sengu and his subordinates over. Xia Peiji nodded and walked aside to make a phone call. Half an hour later, several vans stopped outside the tea restaurant. The doors opened and Wang Jianjun and Dong dragged Sengu out of the car. Wang Jiangwo followed with some younger brothers, pushing a dozen beaten and bruised subordinates. Senga's hands were bound, his face bruised and limping as he was pushed into the tea restaurant. Wang Jianjun kicked him behind the knee and Sengu fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Baichuan approached Sengu, looking down at him and speaking with a heavy voice. Sengu, I ask you, did you bring people to Liang Kun's shop to cause trouble yesterday? Sengu raised his head, glanced at him, then lowered it. Master Chuan, I didn't. Lin Baichuan interrupted him. Speak the truth. Sengu suddenly raised his head and shouted, Master Chuan, aren't you asking a question you already know the answer to? You were the one who told me to stir up trouble. Now you're pretending to be a good person. Lin Baichuan's expression changed drastically. What nonsense are you talking about? Sengu yelled. I'm not talking nonsense. You were the one who told me to do it. You said Liang Kuan has been too prominent lately and needs to be taught a lesson. Zhang Yaoxiong rushed forward and kicked him on the shoulder. Shut your mouth. When did Master Chuan ever say such a thing? Sengu fell to the ground, still shouting, are you all trying to push me out to take the blame? No way. Lin Baichuan was so angry that his hand trembled, pointing at him, but unable to speak. Chen Jingxian and Zhou Fuchuan exchanged glances, both frowning. Liang Kuan walked in front of Sengu, squatting down and looking at him. Enough, stop acting. Sengu closed his mouth, looking at him. Liang Kuan said, I just spoke with Master Chuan for a long time and can see what kind of person he is. As for you, I don't believe a word of what you just said. Sengu's complexion changed. Liang Kuan stood up, looking down at him. It seems that there are still some matters you haven't clarified from last night, Jianjun. Wang Jianjun approached. Liang Kuan said, ask again and be thorough. Wang Jianjun nodded and reached out to grab Sengu's arm. Sengu trembled all over, retreating back, his voice changing. No. He'll tell. He'll tell. Liang Kuan waved his hand and Wang Jianjun stopped his motion. Sengu gasped for breath, lowering his head. It was Boss Pan who asked me to do it. He gave me 300,000 to cause trouble at your shop. Sengu trembled all over, retreating back, his voice changing. No. He'll tell. He'll tell. Liang Kuan waved his hand and Wang Jianjun stopped his motion. Lin Baichuan closed his eyes after hearing this, exhaling deeply. Chen Jingxian shook his head and Zhou Fuchuan sighed. Zhang Yaoxiong gritted his teeth, pointing at Sengu. You traitorous scum. Zhongyi Hall has raised you for so many years, and you repay us like this. Sengu shrank his neck, too afraid to speak. Lin Baichuan opened his eyes and looked at Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan, this traitor, I will handle it personally within Zhongyi Hall. He turned to Zhang Yaoxiong. Open the incense hall according to the 20th oath of the Hongmen 36 oaths. Please punish him. Zhang Yaoxiong nodded and stepped forward to grab Sengu. Sengu suddenly struggled, desperately pulling back. No. Master Chuan, spare me. Master Chuan. He broke free from Zhang Yaoxiong's grip and tried to crawl toward the door. A hand pressed on his shoulder. Liang Kuan held him down, looking at Lin Baichuan. Master Chuan, given your age, let me handle this for you. Lin Baichuan looked at him, silent for a few seconds before nodding. Liang Kuan turned to Wang Jianjun. Wang Jianjun drew a trident from behind and stepped forward. Sengu's eyes widened, his mouth just opening when Wang Jianjun swung his hand and the trident pierced his throat. Sengu's body jerked, collapsing to the ground, blood flowing from his neck, and he soon lay motionless. Wang Jianjun withdrew the trident, wiped it on Sengu's clothes, and returned it to his waist. The tea restaurant fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Baichuan looked at the corpse on the ground, sighed deeply, and turned to Liang Kuan, clasping his hands. Brother Liang, this matter is due to Zhongyi Hall's lax discipline resulting in such a traitor. I apologize to you. Liang Kuan returned the gesture. Master Chuan, you are being too polite. Once the matter is clarified and it has nothing to do with Zhongyi Hall, let's consider it over. He glanced at the older gentleman in the shop, pausing. The few of you present are all Zhonghu elders. If there is anything that Zhongyi Hall needs help with, feel free to find me anytime. As for Sengu, I've also handled him for Master Chuan. Lin Baichuan nodded. Thank you. Farewell, Liang Kuan said, turning to leave the tea restaurant with Gao Jin and the others closely behind. Wait a moment, Lin Baichuan called out to him. Liang Kuan turned back. Is there anything else, Master Chuan? Lin Baichuan clasped his hands towards Liang Kuan. Sengu's activities in Mongkok are of no use to our Zhongyi Hall. It would be better for Brother Liang to take him as a gesture of apology from Zhongyi Hall. Liang Kuan looked at him and nodded. Thank you, Master Chuan. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, he turned and left the tea restaurant with Gao Jin and the others following closely. Wang Jianjun waved his hand to the lackeys, and a few came up to lift Sengu's corpse and followed him out. Several vans revved up and drove away. In the tea restaurant, Lin Baichuan stood silently in place. Chen Jingxian approached and quietly said, Brother Chuan, Liang Kuan takes his work quite seriously. Lin Baichuan nodded, gazing outside with a sense of reflection. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Yao Ma Ti Meng Weiyang Bar. In the office, Brother Pan sat leisurely in his executive chair, holding a wine glass and humming a soft tune. The door swung open as Sergio burst in gasping for breath. Boss, something's happened. Brother Pan set down his glass and fixed his gaze upon him. What is it? Sergio stepped closer and lowered his voice. News came from Sha Tin. Lik Kwan visited the Chung Yitong this morning with Song Gao to meet Lin Baichuan. Brother Pan furrowed his brow. He met Lin Baichuan. What did they discuss? Sergio shook his head. No one knows. The details inside the Cha Chan Ting never leaked out. But Song Gao is dead. His body was taken away by Lik Kwan's men. Brother Pan froze for several seconds, then slowly sank back into his chair. Sergio watched him closely. Boss, could Song Gao have named us? Brother Pan suddenly rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the street below. Sergio followed. Boss, should we prepare something? If Lik Kwan discovers we're pulling the strings behind his back, he won't let it rest. Brother Pan turned around. Prepare for what? Nothing has happened yet. What exactly are you preparing for? Sergio fell silent. Brother Pan returned to his chair, picked up his wine glass, and said, for now tell your men to stay low and keep their heads down. Business as usual. No provocations, no trouble. Sergio nodded. Understood. Brother Pan looked at him. Also, keep eyes on Lik Kwan. Watch his every move. Report anything he does, immediately. Sergio acknowledged and turned to leave. On the road from Sha Tin to Mong Kok, inside a Mercedes-Benz sedan, Lik Kwan sat in the rear seat, gazing out the window. Gao Jin drove. Wang Zhengwo sat in the front passenger seat. Dedong and the others rode in the car behind. Lik Kwan said, Jianjun, make sure Song Gao's body is handled cleanly. Wang Zhengwo nodded. Don't worry, Brother Kwan. I know exactly how to proceed. Once it's done, send everyone back to the premises, and keep watch over the next 2 days. Wang Zhengwo replied. The car halted at an intersection. Wang Zhengwo stepped out and climbed into the vehicle behind. Lik Kwan turned to Gao Jin. Head to the hospital. In the hospital ward, Wan Mei reclined against her pillow. Her complexion still pale, yet her spirit markedly improved from the day before. Fong Ting sat beside the bed peeling an apple. Wan Mei said, Ah Ting, I'm feeling much better. Fong Ting glanced up. Better or not? You must stay in bed. Your heart attack yesterday terrified everyone. Wan Mei remained silent. Fong Ting handed her the peeled apple. Did you know? When Brother Kwan saw you injured, he looked truly frightening. Wan Mei accepted the apple and met her gaze. Fong Ting continued. He slammed that bald man onto the floor and struck him again and again. His eyes were bloodshot red. I've never seen him like that before. Wan Mei lowered her head. Fong Ting added softly. Then when your heart failed, he carried you out, running frantic, desperate. Mei Jia, Brother Kwan truly cares for you. Wan Mei shook her head. Ah Ting, please don't say any more. Fong Ting looked at her. What's wrong? Wan Mei paused, then whispered, I know my own body well enough. The doctor told me. Given my condition, marriage and children are out of the question. Fong Ting was stunned. Wan Mei lifted her eyes. I won't hold anyone back. That's why I dare not fall in love, or even dream of such things. Fong Ting opened her mouth, speechless. Wan Mei placed the apple on the bedside table and pulled back the blanket. I want to be discharged. Fong Ting pressed gently on her hand. What are you doing? The doctor hasn't cleared you for discharge yet. Wan Mei replied, hospital fees are too high. I can't afford them. As they struggled, the ward door opened. Wu Ying and Ah Hua entered carrying fruit and milk. Seeing Wan Mei attempting to rise, Wu Ying rushed forward. Big sister, what are you doing? Wan Mei looked at him. Don't call me big sister. I'm not your big sister. Wu Ying blinked, then set the gifts down. Fine, fine. We won't call you that. But where do you think you're going? Wan Mei said, I'm checking out. Wu Ying grew flustered. Discharging. You've only been here 1 day. What are you discharging from? Ah Hua stepped forward. Exactly. You're not fully recovered yet. Wan Mei shook her head. I'm fine, truly. Wu Ying blocked her path. Big sister, please listen. Brother Kwan instructed me and Ah Hua to guard you closely. If anything happens to you, how will we ever face him again? Wan Mei looked at him. I have no connection with your boss. Wu Ying nodded vigorously. Right. No connection. But in our hearts you are our big sister. If you insist on leaving, we won't stop you. But think about it. If Brother Kwan learns we couldn't even protect our big sister, won't he skin us alive? He clasped his hands together, his expression pleading. Big sister, have mercy on us. Just stay put for now. Wait until Brother Kwan arrives. Please. Wan Mei looked from him to Ah Hua, opened her mouth, and said nothing. Fong Ting tugged gently at her sleeve. Mei Jia, just lie down for a little longer, okay? Wan Mei sighed, and slowly sank back onto the bed. In the hospital lobby, Lik Kwan and Gao Jin walked toward the inpatient wing. A frail, elderly voice called out behind them. Young lady, I beg your pardon. Could you tell me which room Wan Mei is in? Lik Kwan turned. An elderly woman with silver hair stood before the nurse's station, leaning heavily on her cane. The nurse flipped through her records. Just a moment. I'll check. Lik Kwan approached and stood beside the old woman, Granny, looking for Wan Mei. The woman turned, studying him. Yes. Do you know Wan Mei? Lik Kwan nodded. I'm her employer, and I'm here to visit her. Her eyes brightened. Employer? How wonderful. I'm her grandmother. Ah Ting from next door told me she'd been hospitalized yesterday, but my legs are weak. I could only come today. Lik Kwan extended his arm to support her elbow. Granny, I'll escort you upstairs. She nodded gratefully. Thank you, young man. Lik Kwan guided her slowly toward the elevator, Gao Jin following behind. The ward door opened. Ruan Mei was about to speak, then froze as her grandmother entered. Lik Kwan helped the elder approach the bedside. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Ah Mei, how are you? Ruan Mei grasped her hand. Granny, don't worry, I'm fine. How did you get here? Her grandmother said, Ah Ting told me. You stubborn child. You were hospitalized and didn't even tell me. With your fragile health. If something were to happen, what would become of me, eh? Ruan Mei hurried to reassure her. Granny, please don't fret. Look, I'm perfectly all right now. Lik Kwan added soothingly. Granny. The doctor confirmed Ah Mei just needs a few days rest. The grandmother turned to him. You brought Ah Mei to the hospital. Lik Kwan nodded. She took his hand and patted it gently. Thank you, young man. This girl has suffered so much, and her heart condition. I'm deeply grateful for your care. Lik Kwan replied. Granny, no need for thanks. He glanced at Ruan Mei. I heard you wanted to be discharged. Ruan Mei remained silent. Lik Kwan asked, what did the doctor say? Wu Ying interjected. I checked. The doctor says big sister needs 2 or 3 more days. Lik Kwan nodded and looked at Ruan Mei. Then stay. Leave only when the doctor clears you. Until then remain here obediently. Ruan Mei lifted her head, but Lik Kwan cut her off. No buts. Don't worry about money. Ruan Mei stared stunned. Lik Kwan softened his tone. Listen to the doctors. Rest well, and don't overthink things. Ruan Mei murmured softly. Lik Kwan turned to Wu Ying and Ah Hua. Both of you. Watch over her carefully. Call me immediately if anything arises. Wu Ying straightened proudly. Brother Kwan, rest assured. We'll protect big sister with our lives. Ruan Mei opened her mouth, to speak perhaps, but her grandmother patted her hand. Ah Mei, do as your employer says. Heal first. Ruan Mei bowed her head silent. Her grandmother turned to Lik Kwan. Employer, now that I know Ah Mei is safe, I'm at ease. I must return home. I have matters to attend to. Lik Kwan said. Granny, I'll drive you. She waved her hand. No, you're busy. Already supporting her arm, he said, let's go. I've got the car downstairs. He signaled to Gao Jin, start the car. Gao Jin nodded and hurried out. Lik Kwan escorted the grandmother toward the elevator, Ah Hua walking close behind. Ruan Mei raised her head, watching their retreating figures. Her lips parted, but no sound emerged. At the hospital, Gao Jin pulled the car to the foot of the steps, stepped out, and opened the rear door. Lik Kwan and Ah Hua helped the grandmother into the back seat and closed the door. Gao Jin slid into the driver's seat and started the engine. Seated in the rear, the grandmother studied Lik Kwan. Young man, what's your name? He replied, my surname is Li. I'm Li Kwan. Granny, just call me Ah Kwan. She nodded. Ah Kwan, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for today. Lik Kwan smiled. Granny, please no. She regarded him warmly. Ah Kwan, do you have a girlfriend? He paused, surprised. No. She nodded thoughtfully and said no more. The car wound into Wong Tai Sin district and stopped before a public housing estate. Lik Kwan stepped out and assisted the grandmother down. Gao Jin followed. All three entered the elevator and ascended to the 12th floor. The grandmother unlocked the door, then turned. Ah Kwan, would you like some water? Lik Kwan shook his head. Granny, please rest early. I'll take my leave now. She nodded. Drive safely and slowly. Understood, Granny, I'm off. Lik Kwan bid her farewell. He and Gao Jin turned toward the elevator. The doors closed. Standing in her doorway, the grandmother gazed after them and murmured, such a fine young man. How lovely it would be if he and our Ah Mei were together. Downstairs, Gao Jin asked, Brother Kwan, where to next? Lik Kwan replied, first, back to the Paris nightclub. When Lik Kwan and Gao Jin returned to night Paris, the sky was already dark. They entered the hall and found it bustling with noise, the dance floor crowded to the brim. A few younger brothers watching the scene noticed them and came over to greet. Brother Kwan, you're back. Lik Kwan nodded at them and headed straight upstairs. Pushing open the office door, Dong was sitting on the sofa smoking, while Sha Pi, Jimmy, and Shueda were sitting on the other side, engaged in conversation. Seeing Lik Kwan enter, Dong stood up. Brother Kwan. Lik Kwan nodded, walked behind the desk, and sat down looking at them. How's the situation in the venue? Dong extinguished his cigarette. Everyone has returned to their respective venues. Everything is normal. Lik Kwan nodded and looked at Sha Pi. Sha Pi said, there's been no movement from Chang Yi's side. Boss Pan has been in Yao Ma Ti all day, hasn't gone out. His venues are operating normally as well. Lik Kwan looked at her. Keep monitoring, report anything unusual promptly. Sha Pi nodded, understood. Lik Kwan then turned to Jimmy. What did the police say about yesterday's incident? Jimmy took a couple of steps forward. The police came to ask about the situation in the shop. I told them we didn't know what was happening and everyone in the shop was just doing legitimate business. They didn't probe further, made a record and left. Lik Kwan nodded and turned to Shueda asking, do you know where the mahjong parlor run by Sango and Mong Kok is? Shueda replied, I know it's over on Pottinger Street. I've been there. There are over 20 tables inside, and the second floor is a gambling den. Lik Kwan instructed him, it's ours now, you go manage it. Shuai's eyes lit up. Brother Kowloon real. Liang Kowloon nodded. Shuai patted his chest. Brother Kowloon, don't worry, I will manage the mahjong parlor well, ensuring daily profits. Liang Kowloon looked at him. If possible, casually asked the owner of the mahjong parlor if we can buy the license from him. Shuai was taken aback. License? Liang Kowloon said, Sang-go is dead. There must be a boss for the mahjong parlor. You go talk to him and say we're willing to pay for the license as long as the price is right. Shuai nodded. Understood, I'll handle it tomorrow. Liang Kowloon scanned the people present. There are many matters in the next few days, everyone be careful. Continue monitoring Changyi's side, don't let them find an opportunity. Also don't let the police keep an eye on us. Dedong and the others nodded. Liang Kowloon waved his hand. Alright, go back to your work. Everyone stood up and left. The next morning at Sha in the Manhwa restaurant, Lin Baichuan sat in his usual seat by the window, holding a teacup, staring out at the street motionless. The door of the tea restaurant swung open, and Chen Jingqian and Zhou Fuchuan walked in. The two approached the booth and sat down. Chen Jingqian looked at Lin Baichuan. Brother Chuan, what's wrong? Zhou Fuchuan also looked at him. You've been sitting here since morning, what are you thinking about? Lin Baichuan sighed and put down his teacup, thinking about yesterday's incident with Sang-go. Chen Jingqian shook his head. Brother Chuan, Sang-go brought this upon himself. He betrayed his own and colluded with outsiders. He died without injustice. Zhou Fuchuan nodded. Exactly, don't overthink it. People like him, once they're gone, it's no loss. Just as Lin Baichuan was about to speak, the door of the tea restaurant opened again, and Zhang Yaoxiong strode in. He walked up to the booth, pulled out a chair, and sat down, his face devoid of a smile. Lin Baichuan looked at him. What's wrong? Zhang Yaoxiong lowered his voice. Brother Chuan, I interrogated Sang-go's subordinates yesterday and learned something. Lin Baichuan was taken aback. What did you find out? Zhang Yaoxiong looked at him. Sang-go's subordinates revealed that Sang-go had colluded with Boss Pan over a year ago. His drugs were all sourced from Boss Pan. Lin Baichuan's hand trembled, causing the water in the teacup to ripple. Zhou Fuchuan slammed his palm on the table. Damn it. This traitor. He had been involved with Boss Pan over a year ago. Chen Jingqian frowned and adjusted his glasses. Brother Chuan, this is serious. Lin Baichuan looked at him. Chen Jingqian analyzed. Since Boss Pan was able to get Sang-go to frame Liang Kowloon and sow discord between us and Hongxing, it means he has long been eyeing the loyalty of the guild. Now that Sang-go is dead, he won't let it go so easily. Zhang Yaoxiong clenched his fists. When that bastard Pan split off to establish his own faction, he should have been dealt with right then. Now he's coming after us instead. Lin Baichuan sighed. At that time, I just thought we were on different paths, and if he wanted to venture out, I'd let him go. I didn't expect him to be so unscrupulous. Chen Jingqian said, Brother Chuan, this isn't the time to dwell on the past. We need to find a way to deal with it. Zhang Yaoxiong stood up. If it comes to it, we'll fight. Although the loyalty hall is small, we're not to be trifled with. Zhou Fuchuan waved his hand. What are you talking about? Taixiong, look at how many people we have left in the loyalty hall now. Sang-go is dead, his subordinates are useless. The rest are old-timers, not many can fight. How do we fight? Zhang Yaoxiong opened his mouth and sat back down in silence. Everyone fell into silence. Lin Baichuan picked up his teacup, took a sip, set it down, and thought for a long time. Chen Jingqian looked at him. Brother Chuan, have you thought of something? Lin Baichuan nodded. There's only one solution. Zhou Fuchuan asked, what is it? Lin Baichuan said, find a strong person to join the loyalty hall. Zhang Yaoxiong was taken aback. Join the hall. Lin Baichuan nodded. Yes, what the loyalty hall lacks now is capable fighters. If we can find someone powerful to join, we can contend with Boss Pan. Chen Jingqian furrowed his brow. Who would be suitable to join? Currently, in the underworld, no one is willing to join the loyalty hall. Our group is too small and outdated. People look down on us. Besides, Boss Pan is now a strong dragon, difficult to deal with. Lin Baichuan looked at him. I have someone in mind. Zhou Fuchuan asked who. Lin Baichuan said Liang Kowloon. Zhang Yaoxiong was stunned. Liang Kowloon. Brother Chuan, he's with Hongxing, still the one calling the shots in Mongkok. With his influence in Mongkok, he wouldn't look down on us in the loyalty hall. Zhou Fuchuan suddenly slapped his forehead. Wait, it's not impossible. Lin Baichuan looked at him. What do you mean? Zhou Fuchuan said, wasn't there a rumor in the underworld recently that Liang Kowloon single-handedly dealt with the Hong Kong boy Sha Pi without assistance from Hongxing? Zhang Yaoxiong waved his hand. That's just a rumor in the underworld, it can't be taken seriously. Moreover, with such a large organization as Hongxing, how could they not help their own? Chen Jingqian pondered for a moment. Not necessarily. I've heard about the Sha Pi incident. Hongxing indeed didn't send anyone. Liang Kowloon managed it on his own. Lin Baichuan looked at him. Why didn't Jiang Tianxing help? Chen Jingqian said Jiang Tianxing might want to suppress Liang Kowloon. To my knowledge, Liang Kowloon joined Hongxing during Jiang Zhen's time. He isn't part of Jiang Tianxing's direct line. Jiang Tianxing has been uneasy about the old members in the organization since taking power. Lin Baichuan nodded, leaning back in his chair. I chatted with Liang Kowloon for a long time yesterday. I could see that this young man values righteousness, understands the rules, and respects us older figures in the underworld. Such a person is exactly what we need in the loyalty hall. He paused. I've made up my mind to invite him to take the lead in the loyalty hall. The three were astonished, and Zhang Yaoxiong hurriedly dissuaded him. Brother Chuan, even if you want to invite him, there's no need to use the leadership position as a bargaining chip. Lin Baichuan waved his hand and firmly said, I've made up my mind, that's it. Zhou Fuchuan said, Brother Chuan, even if Liang Kuan is willing, what if Jiang Tianxing doesn't let him go? Chen Jingxian also said, should we first probe Liang Kun's attitude before making plans? Lin Baichuan pondered for a moment and decided, alright, A Quan Jingxian, you two first go ask around in the underworld, clarify the grievances between Liang Kuan and Jiang Tianxing. Once you have a clear understanding of the situation, I will personally meet Liang Kuan. Zhou Fuchuan and Chen Jingxian exchanged glances and nodded. Zhang Yaoxiong said, what about me? Lin Baichuan looked at him. You continue to keep an eye on Boss Pan's side. I'll inform me immediately if there are any developments. Zhang Yaoxiong nodded, understood. Lin Baichuan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and gazed out the window. I do not want the banner of the loyalty hall to be tarnished in my hands. In the afternoon, Liang Kuan finished his business at the company and took Gao Jin to the hospital. The car stopped at the entrance of the inpatient department. Liang Kuan opened the car door and Gao Jin followed him as they entered the elevator. As the elevator doors opened, Liang Kuan walked towards Wan Mai's hospital room. Turning down the corridor, he saw Wu Ying and Fong Ting standing at the door, leaning against the wall and chatting. Liang Kuan approached and asked, what are you two doing outside? Fong Ting looked up and replied, Brother Kuan, Mei Jie is taking a shower. It's inconvenient for us to go in. Liang Kuan turned to Wu Ying and asked, where are the others? Wu Ying replied, they kept watch all night, I told them. Liang Kuan nodded and stood against the wall. Gao Jin stood beside him, took out a cigarette, looked at the no smoking sign on the wall, and then put it back. Wu Ying leaned against the wall, occasionally glancing at Fong Ting. Liang Kuan looked at him and said with a smirk, Wu Ying, what kind of look is that? Wu Ying was taken aback for a moment and asked, what look? Liang Kuan said, the way you look at Ah Ting. Come on, how far? Wu Ying's face instantly turned red, and he opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Fong Ting looked down at the tips of her shoes. Liang Kuan looked at Fong Ting and said, Ah Ting, although Wu Ying hangs out with me in the gang, he's a good guy. Fong Ting didn't look up or say anything. Wu Ying scratched his head, his face getting even redder. Just then the door to the hospital room opened a crack, and Ruan Mei peered out, her hair damp and her face glistening with moisture. I'm done, you can come in now. The group pushed the door open and entered. Ruan Mei was wearing a hospital gown, her hair still dripping, and her shoulder was wet. Liang Kuan walked over and pressed down on her shoulder, saying, lie down on the bed. Ruan Mei was taken aback for a moment as Liang Kuan pushed her to sit at the edge of the bed. He reached out to touch her hair, frowning, your hair isn't dry. He turned to Fong Ting and asked, where's the hairdryer? Fong Ting took the hairdryer out of the bedside table and handed it to him. Liang Kuan plugged it in and stood by the bed, gently blowing Ruan Mei's hair dry. Ruan Mei sat on the bed, her body tense and motionless. Wu Ying watched from the side, nudging Fong Ting's arm and whispering, Brother Kuan is really good to his sister-in-law. Fong Ting said nothing, watching Liang Kuan's hands. The sound of the hairdryer stopped, and Liang Kuan handed it to Fong Ting, looking at Ruan Mei. After a shower, you must dry your hair, otherwise you might catch a cold. Your health is already poor, so you need to take extra care. Ruan Mei lowered her head and softly replied, MHM. Liang Kuan sat down on the edge of the bed and looked at Wu Ying, asking, what did the doctor say today? Wu Ying quickly replied, the doctor said that sister-in-law is fine now and can be discharged tomorrow. Liang Kuan nodded, a smile appearing on his face. That's good. Ruan Mei looked up at him and said, I can finally be discharged. He'll go back to work at the sneaker store tomorrow. Liang Kuan looked at her, his smile fading. You don't need to go back to the sneaker store. Ruan Mei was stunned. Why not? Liang Kuan said, it's too complicated and dangerous over there. It's not suitable for you. Ruan Mei looked at him anxiously, but I need to work. I need to earn money to pay you back for the medical fees. Liang Kuan waved his hand. You don't need to worry about the money. You don't need to pay me back. Ruan Mei opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words. Liang Kuan looked at her, and then at Fong Ting. You two will work at Qian Kuan International from now on. Ruan Mei and Fong Ting exchanged glances, both confused. Ruan Mei asked, work at Qian Kuan International. But we don't know anything. Liang Kuan said, if you don't know, just learn. Qian Kuan International is my company, and the sneaker store is also mine. It doesn't matter where you work. Wu Ying chimed in, sister-in-law, Brother Kuan is right. The sneaker store is too chaotic. Working at the company is much safer for you. Ruan Mei lowered her head, silent for a moment before looking up again. I'm afraid I won't do well. Liang Kuan looked at her, don't worry, just adapt slowly. Ruan Mei opened her mouth as if to say something. Suddenly the door to the hospital room was pushed open and Kuan Ma rushed in, panting heavily, her face flushed. She saw Ruan Mei lying on the bed, rushed to her side, grabbed her hand, and asked with concern, Mei, how are you? Ruan Mei was stunned. Annie, why are you here? Kuan Ma ignored her, turned around, and slapped Liang Kuan's arm. You little brat. Why didn't you tell me Mei was in trouble? Liang Kuan stepped back a bit, Mama. Kuan Ma slapped him again. What do you mean If I hadn't gone to the sneaker store to check on Mei today, I wouldn't have known she was hospitalized. She turned around and saw Wu Ying walking over and slapping his shoulder. And you? Wu Ying shrank back, Ania. Kuan Ma glared at him. What do you mean You all didn't tell me such a big thing as Mei getting injured. She turned back and chased after Liang Kwan. Liang Kwan dodged while saying, "Mom, I was worried about you." Kwan Ma stopped, catching her breath. "Worried about me? I finally found such a good daughter-in-law. If anything happened to Mei, I wouldn't forgive you." She turned to see Wu Ying and charged at him again. Wu Ying ducked. "Auntie, don't hit me." He dodged while seeking help from Ruan Mei. "Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, save me." Ruan Mei sat up from the bed and grabbed Kwan Ma's arm. "Auntie, please stop him." "Fine." Kwan Ma then stopped patting Ruan Mei's hand. "All right, for a Mai sake, I'll spare you too." She turned, glaring at Liang Kwan and Wu Ying. "Remember, if there's another incident like this, I won't let you off. Got it?" Liang Kwan and Wu Ying nodded vigorously. Kwan Ma turned back, sitting at the edge of the bed and holding Ruan Mei's hand. "Mei, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll ask a Kwan to buy it for you." Ruan Mei shook her head. "Auntie, no need." Kwan Ma waved her hand. "No way, you're just recovering and need to replenish your strength. I'm going to buy some bird's nest to make soup for you." She stood up and looked at Wu Ying. "Come with me, Wu Ying." Wu Ying obediently followed her. Liang Kwan looked at Fong Ting. "I think you should go rest as well. Let Gao Jin take you home." Fong Ting nodded, glanced at Ruan Mei and followed Wu Ying and Kwan Ma out. The hospital room fell silent. Liang Kwan sat by the bed looking at Ruan Mei. "Are you hungry? I can get you something to eat." Ruan Mei shook her head, "Not hungry." Liang Kwan said nothing, leaning back in the chair. Ruan Mei kept her head down, also silent. After a while, Liang Kwan spoke up. "How did you meet my mom?" Ruan Mei looked up. "Annie came to the sneaker store to buy shoes, saying she wanted to buy for her son. I was the one who attended to her, and we chatted for a while. At that time, I didn't know she was your mother. A few days ago, she came to visit me again and brought me some snacks. She's really nice." Liang Kwan nodded, looking at her. "Do you know I like you?" Ruan Mei was taken aback for a moment, slowly lowered her head and nodded. Liang Kwan asked, "Then why didn't you accept me?" Ruan Mei said nothing. Her shoulders began to shake and sobs slowly emerged. Liang Kwan held her hand. Ruan Mei looked up, her eyes red and tears falling down. "I know my own body. The doctor said that with my condition, I can't have children. So I dare not date or think about those things. For all these years, I've been working hard to make money just to save enough for treatment. But even now, I still haven't saved enough." Liang Kwan held her hand with concern, gently comforting her. "They'll take care of you for the rest of your life. You don't need to worry about the treatment, they'll cover the costs." Ruan Mei shook her head, tears falling more heavily. "I asked the doctor. The treatment is very expensive and requires a lot of money. I don't want to trouble you." Liang Kwan said, "I won the lottery. Money is not an issue. I've also started a few companies, so making money is easy. You don't need to worry about money." Ruan Mei looked at him, her tears gradually stopping. The two talked for a long time, and the sky outside slowly darkened. Liang Kwan noticed her eyelids starting to droop and softly said, "If you're tired, go to sleep. I'll stay here with you." Ruan Mei nodded, lay down, and closed her eyes. Liang Kwan covered her with the blanket, then leaned back in the chair, watching her fall asleep before closing his own eyes. Late at night, only the sound of breathing remained in the hospital room. Ruan Mei woke up in the middle of the night, opened her eyes, and saw Liang Kwan slumped over in the chair asleep. She gently sat up, got out of bed, and walked to his side, nudging his shoulder. Liang Kwan opened his eyes and looked at her. "What's wrong?" Ruan Mei said, "Brother Kwan, you should sleep on the bed." Liang Kwan shook his head. "No need, you sleep." Ruan Mei pulled at his arm. "Lie down next to me. Oh, it's uncomfortable to sleep in the chair." Liang Kwan was taken aback for a moment, looking at her. Ruan Mei didn't let go. Liang Kwan stood up, walked to the bedside, lay down, keeping his body stiff and a little distance away from her. Ruan Mei lay back down, closed her eyes, but felt her heart racing and couldn't fall asleep. Though nervous, she felt a sense of safety from the presence beside her and the quiet outside the hospital room, which gradually relaxed her tense nerves. Liang Kwan listened to Ruan Mei's steady breathing, confirming that she had truly fallen asleep. Only then did his own tense body slowly relax, while he still carefully maintained a distance. Unknowingly, Liang Kwan also fell asleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, illuminating the bedside. Liang Kwan opened his eyes, feeling a slight numbness in his arm. He turned his head and saw Ruan Mei lying on her side, eyes closed, breathing softly. He moved his arm slightly, causing Ruan Mei's eyelashes to flutter. Liang Kwan gazed at her face, a smile creeping onto his lips. He remained still, simply lying there watching her. Ruan Mei's eyelashes trembled again, her eyelids moving, yet she still did not open her eyes. Liang Kwan chuckled. "If you're awake, get up. Isn't pretending to be asleep exhausting?" Ruan Mei's face flushed instantly, her eyes still shut, her eyelashes quivering even more. Liang Kwan sat up, stretched lazily, and got out of bed. He turned back to look at the person on the bed. Ruan Mei had pulled the blanket up, covering half of her face. Liang Kwan asked, "Are you hungry?" "I'm going to buy breakfast." Ruan Mei said nothing, merely hiding beneath the blanket. Suddenly the ward door was pushed open and Kwan Ma walked in, carrying a thermos, with Gao Jin following behind. Kwan Ma walked a few steps to the bedside. "Mei, are you awake? Hurry up, I've made you bird's nest and white fungus soup, drink it while it's hot." Ruan Mei peered out from under the blanket, her face still flushed. "Auntie, you're here so early." Kwan Ma placed the thermos on the bedside table, unscrewing the lid as the fragrance wafted out. "It's not early. I started boiling it last night and let it simmer all night. Give it a try." Ruan Mei sat up, taking the bowl with a hint of panic. Auntie, I can't accept this. Jiang Kuan interjected. Just eat it, we slept in the same bed last night, so why be polite? Ruan Mai's hand trembled, nearly spilling the soup from the bowl. She looked up at Jiang Kuan, her face burning bright red. What are you saying? Kuan Ma's eyes sparkled as she looked at Ruan Mei, then at Jiang Kuan, breaking into a broad smile. Good. Mei, eat up. Ruan Mei lowered her head, holding the bowl, taking spoonfuls, and blushing fiercely. Jiang Kuan watched her eat, and turned to Kuan Ma. Mom, what about me? Kuan Ma shot him a glance, and waved her hand at Gao Jin. Gao Jin took out 2 paper bags from the bag, and handed them to Jiang Kuan. Jiang Kuan received them, and opened one to find 2 char siu buns inside. He paused, looking up. Mom, I'm your son, and Mei gets bird's nest while I only get char siu buns. Kuan Ma replied, having buns to eat is already good enough, you little rascals still want bird's nest. Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, go handle Mai's discharge paperwork. Jiang Kuan took a bite of the bun, mumbling something under his breath, and fell silent. Kuan Ma turned back, watching Ruan Mei obediently drink her bird's nest, her face filled with joy. She reached out and touched Ruan Mai's hair. Mei, your heart isn't well, so you must take good care of it, and not overexert yourself. Jiang Kuan, with a bun in his mouth, asked indistinctly, Mom, how do you know? Kuan Ma replied, it was a Ting who told me. Yesterday I talked to her in the hallway for quite a while, and I asked her everything. Jiang Kuan glanced at Ruan Mei, who kept her head down, continuing to drink her bird's nest. The ward door was pushed open again, and Fong Ting and Wu Ying helped Ruan Mei's grandmother walk in. Ruan Mei saw her grandmother enter, and quickly set down her bowl. Grandma. She got out of bed and walked over to support the elderly woman's hand. Kuan Ma followed, looking at the grandmother, and asked Ruan Mei, who is this? Ruan Mei replied, Auntie, this is my grandmother. Kuan Ma grabbed the elderly woman's hand, her eyes squinting with a smile. Oh, so this is my mother-in-law. Ma Kun's mother, this little rascal's mom. You came to the hospital a few days ago, but I happened to miss you. Today we finally meet. The elderly woman held Kuan Ma's hand, looking her up and down with a smile on her face. Oh, you're Ah Kun's mom. I've met that child, he's a good kid. Kuan Ma's eyes lit up. You've met that little rascal. The elderly woman nodded, patting Kuan Ma's hand. A few days ago I came to the hospital to see Mei and happened to run into Ah Kuan. He took good care of Mei during her hospitalization. That day on the way back we talked for quite a while. Jiang Kuan, munching on his bun beside her, nearly choked upon him. The elderly woman looked at Jiang Kuan, smiling brightly. Ah Kuan, do you remember the question I asked you that day? Jiang Kuan froze. What question? The elderly woman said, I asked if you had a girlfriend, and you said no. Jiang Kuan's expression immediately stiffened. Kuan Ma's eyes widened as she glanced at the elderly woman, then at her son, her lips curling into a smile. The elderly woman held Kuan Ma's hand, lowering her voice, but loud enough for everyone to hear. I thought Ah Kuan was a good kid. When I asked him, he said he was single. I thought, how perfect would it be if he and my Mei were together. Ruan Mei, standing nearby, flushed red. The elderly woman waved her hand. Oh, you child, why are you shy? Kuan Ma's eyes squinted with laughter, holding the elderly woman's hand tightly. Mother-in-law, your words have touched my heart. When I saw Mei, I just liked her. This girl is so well-behaved and sensible, 1,000 times better than my little rascal. The two held hands, chatting animatedly. Jiang Kuan stood beside them, taking a bite of his bun and glancing at Ruan Mei, who kept her head down, fingers gripping the hem of her clothes, her ears flushed. A doctor pushed the door open, holding several reports. He looked at Jiang Kuan. Miss Ruan can be discharged. Just handle the paperwork. Jiang Kuan waved at Wu Ying. Go do it. Wu Ying nodded and immediately turned to leave. Kuan Ma held the doctor's hand. Doctor, when can my daughter-in-law have surgery for this illness? If surgery is needed, where's the best place to go? The doctor replied, for her condition, the best option is to go to America. Before the surgery, she must rest well, avoid exhaustion, and get her health in order. The living environment must also be quiet. It shouldn't be too noisy. Kuan Ma immediately grew anxious and pressed. Doctor, what should we pay attention to now that we're going home? What dietary restrictions are there? And does resting mean she can't even do housework? How long do we need to wait for surgery in America? What preparations do we need to make? The doctor patiently explained, the patient should avoid vigorous exercise, maintain emotional stability, eat nutritious and light food, and minimize household chores as much as possible. As for going to America for surgery, she needs to get her health in order first and meet the surgical criteria. You can contact some authoritative medical institutions and experts in Hong Kong for evaluation. I recommend Dr. Tang Ming from Ming Chung North Hospital. Upon hearing this, Jiang Kuan immediately instructed Gao Jin, take note of that, contact Dr. Tang Ming later and ask for his opinion. Gao Jin nodded, indicating he would remember. Not long after, Wu Ying returned after finishing the paperwork, holding a document. Everyone packed their things, preparing to leave. Kuan Ma asked Ruan Mei, Mei, where are you living now? Wu Ying interjected, Wong Tai Sin Public Housing Estate. Kuan Ma's face changed immediately. How can that place be acceptable? It's too noisy and crowded, it's bad for Mei's health. She took Ruan Mei's hand. Mei, come live with me. The Shallow Water Bay Villa has a quiet environment. Grandma can move over too. The villa is spacious and I'd feel lonely living alone. You both would be perfect company. Ruan Mei opened her mouth. Auntie, you don't have to. Kuen Ma waved her hand. It settled, then we're moving. She looked at Wu Ying. Wu Ying, go call a few people to help. Wu Ying responded and ran out to make the call. Ruan Mei's grandmother held Kuen Ma's hand. Mother-in-law, this is too much trouble for you. Kuen Ma patted her hand. We're all family, why be so polite? I like Ame, so just stay at ease. Everyone left the hospital, got into the car, and headed towards Wang Tai Sin. The car stopped at the foot of the public housing estate. Everyone got out, and Ahua along with several younger brothers was already waiting downstairs. They all went upstairs together, entering the elevator. Upon reaching the 12th floor, as Ruan Mei opened the door next door opened as well. Luo Huiling walked out from the house, and upon seeing Ruan Mei smiled broadly. Ame, you're back. Are you feeling better? Fang Min also came out from the house, and was very happy to see Ruan Mei. Sister Mei, you're back. Wu Ying greeted them enthusiastically. Sister Ling Xiaomin. Fang Min saw Wu Ying, and was pleased. Brother Wu Ying, you're here too. There are so many of you, is there something going on? Luo Huiling asked. Ruan Mei's grandmother replied. Oh, it's because Ame was discharged, and the doctor said she needs to rest quiet. Ruan Mei's grandmother continued, my daughter-in-law said the environment here is not good, and suggested we move to her place. Fang Min's eyes brightened. Grandma, where are you moving to? To Shallow Water Bay. Kuen Ma interjected. Wow. Shallow Water Bay, it must be a big villa. Sister Mei, your auntie, is really good to you. Fang Min exclaimed with envy. I want to live in a big villa too. Fang Ting hurriedly reprimanded her. Little sister, what nonsense are you saying? Fang Min sulked, lowering her head. I was just saying it casually. Kuen Ma quickly tried to defuse the situation. Oh, children say silly things that don't take it to heart. Alright, hurry up and pack your things, there's still a lot to do later. Luo Huiling then said, Ame will help you pack too. Everyone was busy packing things up with people inside and outside the house. Ruan Mei folded a few clothes neatly and placed them in the box while her grandmother directed from the side, don't forget to bring that coat. The weather is turning chilly. Kuen Ma rolled up her sleeves to help fold the blankets, muttering there's no need to bring the blankets. Everything is available in the villa, brand new. Wu Ying carried 2 woven bags out with Gao Jin following behind holding a suitcase. At that moment a voice came from outside the door, what's all the commotion about? Everyone turned to look. At the door stood a man in his 20s sporting a Hong Kong-style slick-back hairstyle, wearing a floral shirt and a suit jacket, a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. Behind him were 3 or 4 lackeys standing at odd angles. Luo Huiling's face changed abruptly. She set down what she was holding and rushed to the door. Ding Yixia, what are you doing here? Ding Yixia with a forced smile flicked the cigarette, but to the ground. Sister Ling, don't be so angry. I'm just here to visit an old friend. Ew, I didn't expect it to be so lively here. Luo Huiling blocked the doorway. Our Fong family has no ties with your Ding family. Please leave, we do not welcome you. Ding Yixia laughed heartily and stepped closer. Sister Ling, don't be so heartless. At least you had a past with my father, didn't you? Luo Huiling's face turned bright red, trembling with anger. Fong Ting rushed out from the room and stood protectively in front of Luo Huiling. Ding Yixia, you bastard. Get out. Ding Yixia laughed, even louder. Oh, hey Ting, it's been a few days since we last met, and your temper has grown. Fong Min hid behind the door, peeking out too frightened to make a sound. Kuen Ma frowned and turned to Ruan Mei. Who is this person? So uncivilized. Ruan Mei lowered her voice. His name is Ding Yixia. He often harasses a Ting and her family. He does all sorts of immoral things, very wicked. The voice was low, but Ding Yixia had sharp ears and overheard. He turned his head, glaring at Kuen Ma with malice. Old woman, you should just get lost. This is none of your business. As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Kun's expression darkened. He threw down the bag in his hand and rushed in front of Ding Yixia, kicking him in the chest. Dare to insult my mother. Ding Yixia flew backward like a sandbag, crashing against the corridor wall with a dull thud before bouncing to the ground. He lay on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood that stained the floor red. Ding Yixia struggled to get up, his hands shaking as they pressed against the ground, but he couldn't rise. Seeing this, his lackeys rushed over. One of them drew a knife and tried to slash, but Gao Jin sidestepped and twisted the wrist of the assailant, causing a scream as the knife clattered to the ground. Wu Ying and Ahua led a group of lackeys to pounce, fists and feet flying, and in no time, they had taken down the remaining ones on the ground. The corridor echoed with cries of agony. Liang Kun leisurely walked up to Ding Yixia and squatted down. He reached out and patted Ding Yixia's face. So you're Ding Yixia, huh? Liang Kun smiled. I know you, you're one of the 4 crabs from the Zhongqing Society. Ding Yixia glared up at Liang Kun, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. Who the hell are you? Liang Kun slapped him hard across the face. The spokesperson for Hongqing at Mongkok, Liang Kun. Ding Yixia's pupils contracted sharply. His face turned pale as he struggled to get up, but was pressed down by Liang Kun. Kun Gu. Kun Gu. Ding Yixia's voice changed as he hurriedly begged for mercy. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We're all brothers in the underworld. Please show mercy and let me go. Liang Kun grabbed his hair and slammed his head hard against the ground. With a thud, he said, I don't even know you. Liang Kun looked down at him. Who would be brothers with scum like you? Thud, another blow. Ding Yixi's forehead struck the ground, blood flowing down from the brow bone. His eyes rolled back. Thud, a third strike. Ding Yixia lay completely still, unconscious. A Kowloon. Kowloon Ma's voice came from behind. Liang Kowloon turned around to see his mother standing at the door, still holding a bag of clothes. Kowloon Ma said, forget it, don't stoop to the level of such people. Quickly help a Mei move, the important matters take precedence. Liang Kowloon nodded, got it, Mom. He released his grip, and Ding Yixi's head thudded back down to the ground. Liang Kowloon stood up and waved to Ahua. Ahua approached. Liang Kowloon pointed at the heap of people on the ground. Take out this garbage, don't let it be an eyesore here. Ahua nodded, calling over a few brothers to start dragging people away. Liang Kowloon turned sideways and quietly instructed Ahua as he passed, take them to the basement of the boxing gym and have Jianjun keep an eye on them. Also notify Xia Peiji and Shueda to check how many crab stalls there are in Mongkok. Ahua nodded slightly, remaining silent as he led the lackeys away. The corridor quickly cleared, leaving only a few patches of blood on the ground. Luo Huiling stood at the door, her face pale, frozen for a long time. Fong Ting held her hand, also Fong Min hid behind her, peeking out with half her head, looking at the bloodstain on the floor, and then at Liang Kowloon softly, saying, sister, this big brother is really amazing. Fong Ting remained silent, her chest still heaving. Ruanmei walked over and pulled at Liang Kun's sleeve. Kowloon Gori. Liang Kowloon glanced at her, a smirk on his lips. What could possibly happen to me? Ruanmei's face flushed, and she heard Kowloon Ma approach, taking Ruanmei's hand and pulling her into the house. All right, don't worry about those scoundrels. Hurry up and pack your things. Everyone snapped back to reality and got busy again. Fong Ting followed inside, remaining silent for a while before walking up to Liang Kowloon. Kowloon, good, thank you. Liang Kowloon waved his hand. What's there to thank? That bastard had a smart mouth, who told him to insult my mother. On the other side, Ruanmei's grandmother held Luo Huiling's hand, reluctant to let go. Ling, you must come visit me when you have time, all right? Luo Huiling nodded. Don't worry, Grandma, I will definitely visit you often. The grandmother sighed, lowering her voice. Ling, listen to me, your family should move away too. The Ding family won't let this go easily. Luo Huiling smiled bitterly. Grandma, it's not that easy to move. Finding a house costs money, moving costs money. She didn't finish her sentence, shaking her head. Liang Kowloon overheard and nudged Wu Ying. Wu Ying paused for a moment, then quickly reacted and stepped forward. Sister Ling, why don't you move in with me? Luo Huiling looked at him. Wu Ying scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. The place I live has neighbors who are all brothers. It's definitely safe. If you're willing. Fong Ting interjected. Brother Wu Ying, no need. We appreciate your kindness, but really it's not. Wu Ying wanted to say something else, but Fong Ting had already lowered her head to pack up. Wu Ying scratched his head, awkwardly retreating to the side. Everyone finished packing, ready to head out. Liang Kowloon suddenly spoke up. Today is a mice moving day. It's a celebration. Fong Ting, you and your family have taken care of a Mei and her grandmother over the years, and you should be thanked. He looked at Luo Huiling. Sister Ling, your family should come with us to Repulse Bay for a visit to get acquainted. It will be more convenient for us to socialize in the future. Luo Huiling was taken aback, hesitating for a moment. Ruanmei walked over, holding her hand. Sister Ling, let's go together. The grandmother also nodded. Yes, let's go together and get acquainted. Kowloon Ma smiled and chimed in. Go on, there's plenty of space at home, and it'll be lively with more people. Luo Huiling opened her mouth, but Fong hasn't gotten off work yet, as she doesn't know. Liang Kowloon waved at Wu Ying. Wu Ying, go notify Fong. When she gets off work, bring her directly to Repulse Bay. Wu Ying responded and ran off. Luo Huiling looked at Fong Ting and Fong Min, with Fong Min's eyes sparkling, clearly eager to go. Fong Ting paused for a moment and nodded. Luo Huiling sighed, well, then I'll be bothering you. Everyone grabbed their bags, locked the door, and entered the elevator together. Fong Min held Fong Ting's hand and whispered, sister, is the big villa over at Repulse Bay especially beautiful? Fong Ting said nothing, only squeezing her hand. As the elevator doors closed, the entire hallway fell silent. Several cars parked in front of a 3-story villa at Deepwater Bay. Everyone got out and looked up. Fong Min was the first to exclaim, wow, this house is so beautiful. The white exterior walls and large floor-to-ceiling windows framed a beautiful garden outside. Grandma Ruan stood by the car gazing for a long time and took Kowloon Ma's hand, saying, mother-in-law, is it appropriate for me and Mei to live here? Kowloon Ma patted her hand and replied, what's inappropriate about it? For Mai's health, it's suitable wherever we live. Come on, let's go inside. She opened the door and beckoned everyone in. The living room was spacious, with a view of the sea through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The sofa was cream-colored and a bouquet of fresh flowers adorned the coffee table. Kowloon Ma called out, Sister Chun. A woman in her 40s rushed out from the kitchen wearing an apron and with water droplets on her hands. Madam, your Kowloon Ma nodded and said, serve tea to our guests and bring out the snacks and fruits. She pointed at Fong Ting's family. This is Madam Fong along with her 3 daughters who will be visiting often. Sister Chen acknowledged and turned to prepare the tea. Kowloon Ma took Ruanmei's hand and supported Grandma, saying, come on, let me show you to choose your rooms upstairs. On the 2nd floor, Kowloon Ma opened a southern-facing room and said, Grandma, you can stay in this room. It has good lighting and an in-soot bathroom, which is convenient. Grandma entered the room, looked around, and nodded repeatedly. Good, this room is great. Kowloon Ma smiled and led Ruan-mei further upstairs. On the third floor, Kowloon opened the largest room's door. The room was about 40 to 50 square meters with a large terrace outside the floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a view of the entire sea at Deepwater Bay. Ruan-mei was stunned. Kowloon smiled and said, "May this room will be yours in the future." Ruan-mei quickly waved her hand saying, No, it's too big, I can't possibly live here alone." Kowloon took her hand and lowered her voice. "Silly girl, this is prepared as a wedding room for you and a Kowloon. You can stay here for now and later." Wedding room. Ruan-mei's face flushed red, reaching all the way to her ears, revealing a panicked expression. "Aunt, this is not appropriate." Kowloon walked over from behind and glanced at Ruan-mei saying, "What's inappropriate about it?" It settled then. Ruan-mei lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes, and after a while she finally uttered a soft "hmm." Everyone brought their luggage inside, and just as they were tidying up, a voice came from downstairs. "The person has been picked up." Fong, who had just finished work, followed Wu Ying and still wearing her work uniform from the company, and looked a bit dazed upon arriving here. Sister Qian stuck her head out from the kitchen saying, "The food is ready, you can start eating." A large round table was set in the dining room, laden with a feast: white-cut chicken, steamed grouper, garlic shrimp, braised ribs, stir-fried broccoli with scallops, abalone, and a pot of nourishing soup. Everyone sat down eating and chatting. Fong Min picked up a piece of rib, and her mouth was covered in grease. After the meal, Kowloon pulled Ruan-mei into a small living room. She took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to Ruan-mei saying, "May, this card has 2 million in it, which is part of the money from a Kowloon's lottery winnings. You can use it for household expenses or buy nutritional supplements, whatever you want to buy." Ruan-mei was startled, retracting her hand as if it had been burned. "Aunt, no, this is too much, I can't take it." "Take it." Kowloon pressed her hand down saying, "You're weak, you need to take good care of yourself. From now on we're family, don't be so formal." Ruan-mei still shook her head and took a step back. Kowloon walked over, took the card, and placed it directly into Ruan-mei's palm, closing her fingers around it. "Keep it." He looked at Ruan-mei and added, "From now on my money is your money." Ruan-mei looked up at Kowloon, then at the card in her hand, her eyes slightly reddening. She had never seen so much money in her life. Growing up, she had to stretch every penny for medical expenses, and even to buy a piece of tofu, she had to bargain for ages. Now this card held 2 million. Ruan-mei clutched the card, her fingers trembling, and after a while managed to stutter, "Kowloon Guai. I." Kowloon ruffled her hair saying, "All right, stop rambling, just keep it safe." The three returned to the main living room, where Wu Ying was showing Fong Ting's family around. Fong Ting stood in front of a cabinet in the corner of the living room, staring at the frame on top. Inside the frame was an old black and white photo of dozens of women in work uniforms standing at the factory entrance. Fong Ting picked up the frame, examined it for a long time, and turned to Wu Ying asking, "Brother Wu Ying, why did Aunt work in the factory?" Just as Wu Ying was about to answer, Kowloon walked over. She took the frame, glanced at it, and smiled. "That was many years ago. At that time our family was poor and Kowloon's father passed away early, leaving just the two of us, mother and son. I had to support the family, so I worked in the factory, working more than 10 hours a day." She pointed to a frail figure in the photo. "That's me. At that time Kowloon was only a few years old. While I worked, he played outside on the streets." Kowloon walked over and stood next to Kowloon saying, "I sold fish balls on the street at Saigon when I was 10, pushing a cart out to sell until midnight before returning home. Later my family simply couldn't afford to send me to school, so I stopped going." He lit a cigarette and said, "You think I wanted to mix in society? In those days, if you set up a small stall, half of what you earned in a month had to go to the gang as protection money. If you didn't pay, they would smash your stall and beat you up. Later I figured it out. Rather than pay others, I might as well join the gang myself. I joined Hongxing when I was just a teenager. At least no one would come to collect protection money from me anymore." Ruan-mei walked over and gently held his hand. Kowloon turned to look at her and smiled, saying, "It's all in the past." Fong Ting listened and remained silent for a long while. She looked at Kowloon with a complex gaze saying, "Brother Wu Ying told me you are a big brother in Hongxing. I thought I was like Ding Yixia." Kowloon exhaled smoke. "Not every big brother in a gang is scum. Many join just to make a living." Hearing Kowloon mention Ding Yixia, Fong Ting's expression changed slightly. Kowloon looked at her and asked, "Have you considered moving?" Luo Huiling sighed. "How can we afford to move? Our conditions." Kowloon interrupted, "I know your family's situation." Fong Ting was taken aback, asking, "How do you know?" Kowloon pointed towards Wu Ying saying, "You know my brother likes you. After he told me, I had someone look into your family situation. The Ding family has troubled you more than once, right?" Fong Ting lowered her head and said nothing. Kowloon crushed his cigarette and said, "They'll say it again, but it's best for you to move. The Ding family won't let it go. Move to Wu Ying's place, at least it's safe. Everyone who lives there is my people. The Ding family wouldn't dare to go there." Fong Ting raised her head saying, "But even if we move there, what if they come looking for us?" Kowloon sneered, "Come looking for you. The Ding family is a hassle for you, but to me the loyal Qing society is nothing. If they dare to trouble you, I can make them into dead crabs anytime." Ruan-mei walked over and took Luo Huiling's hand saying, "Sister Ling, let's move family safety is the most important thing. Grandma also nodded saying, yes, Ling the Ding family isn't good people, oh it's better to avoid trouble. Luo Huiling looked at Fong Ting, then at Fong Fong, and Fong Min hesitating for a long time saying but, moving to Wu Ying's place would be inconvenient. Liang Kuan waved his hand saying, no worries, I've bought several apartments in Kowloon City, there should still be vacancies. Gao Jin chimed in, the one next to Wu Ying is still empty, no one has lived there. Liang Kuan slapped his thigh saying, then it's settled, you all will move over tomorrow. He looked at Wu Ying, afterwards go back and tidy up that apartment. Wu Ying grinned saying, understood. I'll tidy it up when I get back. Luo Huiling opened her mouth wanting to say something, but ultimately kept quiet. She sighed saying then, thank you Kuan Go. Fong Ting approached and softly said, Sister Ling, we can't let the Ding family bully us anymore, moving will at least allow us to sleep peacefully. Luo Huiling looked at Fong Ting and nodded. Everyone sat on the sofa sipping tea and continuing their conversation until the sky began to darken. Fong Ting glanced at the clock on the wall and stood up saying, Kuan Go, and it's getting late, we should head back now. Luo Huiling, Fong Fong, and Fong Min also stood up. Liang Kuan nodded saying, Wu Ying, see them back. Wu Ying acknowledged and turned to leave heading to the car. Fong Ting's family bid farewell to Liang Kuan's family and followed Wu Ying out to the car. Liang Kuan turned to Ruan Mei saying, May you and Grandma should rest early, I need to go back to Mongkok for a while. Ruan Mei nodded saying, gotta come back early. Liang Kuan smiled, and then he and Gao Jin got into the car and left the villa. Mongkok, the night is deep and the lights of the boxing gym are still on. Liang Kuan pushed the door open and Gao Jin followed behind. There are quite a few people inside. Wang Jianjun's brothers are sitting in the corner, while Feng Yuxiu is leaning against the wall in a handstand, his legs straight up. Ahua Xiep Heiji and Shui Shueda are gathered around the table. Even Shirsan Mei and a run are there. Brother Kuan, you're here. They all stood up to greet him. Liang Kuan nodded, walked to the table, and looked at Wang Jianjun. Where are Ding Yixie and his group? Wang Jianjun stood up. After Ahua brought them here, I locked them all in the basement. After Ding Yixie woke up, he kept shouting to see you. I slapped him a few times, and now he's quiet. Liang Kuan remained silent, and turned to Xiep Heiji and Shui Shueda. How's the matter? I asked you to investigate. Shui Shueda took out a small notebook from his pocket, and opened it. Brother Kuan, the Zongqing Society's businesses mainly involve usury, karaoke bars, brothels, gambling, dens, nightclubs, and smuggling. It is said that they are also involved in the drug trade. They have territories in Mongkok, Tsim Sui, Sham Shui, Papun Lan Street, and Hung Hong. The leader of the Ding family, Ding Xiaoxie, usually oversees a finance company in Tsim Sui, while others are being watched by his men. He pointed at the notebook. As for the other three from the Ding family, except for the second Ding Yixie, who is locked up in our boxing gym's basement. The third Ding Wang Xie is a lawyer specializing in helping the Zongqing Society with lawsuits, money laundering, and getting those little brothers in the gang off the hook. The fourth Ding Li Xie is a doctor with a private clinic responsible for issuing fake medical reports for the gang, dealing with knife wounds and gunshot injuries. It is said he also manufactures drugs. Liang Kuan sneered, looks like these guys are not good people. Xiep Heiji took over. The Zongqing Society has 3 places in Mongkok. There's the Jindu nightclub on Western Vegetable Street, a gambling den in the Garden Street night market, and a sauna on Yagai Lao Street. Each place is guarded by only a dozen people. Liang Kuan took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Tonight, I want all 3 places cleaned out. Xiep Heiji was taken aback. Brother Kuan, you've never interfered with other societies' places in Mongkok before. Why the sudden change today? Liang Kuan exhaled smoke. Before. Back when I just took charge, all those societies in Mongkok were watching me, and there was Chang'e behind them. At that time, to stake my claim was like handing them a knife to encircle me. He flicked the ash off his cigarette. Now it's different. I've been very low-key these past few months, starting companies and factories, making them think I only want to make money, and they've let their guard down. Moreover, Liang Kuan sneered, if I don't expand outward, Hong Xing will surely have ideas. Zhang Tiansheng may not say it, but he must be feeling uncomfortable inside. At that time, as the one in charge, I might not be able to sit still. He extinguished his cigarette, but, just right, Ding Yixie is coming to me on a platter. Using this opportunity, I'll take down the Zongqing Society's territory in Mongkok, and show the outside world my strength, which will also shut Zhang Tiansheng's mouth. The others exchanged glances and nodded. Ahua spoke up, Brother Kuan is right, we should make a move. Liang Kuan waved his hand. Ahua, notify the others and tell them to come for a meeting. Ahua acknowledged and turned to leave. In less than 40 minutes, the door was pushed open. Dedong, Shachong, and Jimmy entered one after another. Before long, Wu Ying also rushed in panting. Liang Kuan frowned when he saw him. Why are you here? Didn't you tidy up the place? Wu Ying scratched his head. It's all tidied up. I paid someone to clean it. I heard from Hua Ge that you were doing business tonight, so of course I couldn't miss out. Liang Kuan glanced at him and didn't say much. When he saw everyone was here, Liang Kuan walked to the table and pointed at the surface. Let's divide up the work now. Everyone gathered around. Liang Kuan looked at Dedong and Feng Yuxiu. Dedong, Xiu, you two take people. Be quick. Once inside, control the people first, and don't let them call for help. Dedong nodded, understood. Feng Yuxiu moved his wrist, and remained silent. Liang Kuan turned to Sha Chong A Hua and Wu Ying. Sha Chong Yue Hua and Wu Ying go to the gambling den. There are many people in the gambling den, so control the guards first, and the others won't dare to move. Sha Chong grinned. Brother Kuan, don't worry, those guys in the gambling den are all soft-shell shrimp. Liang Kuan looked at everyone. One more thing, you can bring your own subordinates or little brothers along to let them gain some experience. Everyone nodded in agreement. Only Wu Ying mumbled, I don't have any little brothers, how can I bring them? Liang Kuan ignored him and continued with the arrangements. Gao Jin, you take Jianjun and Zhang Wo to the nightclub. The nightclub is a bit tricky, there will be guards at the entrance, and there might be some at the back door too. You three be quick and nimble. Gao Jin nodded. Liang Kuan glanced at Wu Ying. Although Wu Ying often sought advice from Wang Jianjun and Feng Yuxiu at the boxing gym, Liang Kuan still felt uneasy and thought his skills were not enough. Liang Kuan secretly took out a mid-level fighting skill card and a high-level knife technique card from the skill pack and placed them on Wu Ying. Wu Ying suddenly trembled, but no one in the room noticed. Seeing this, Liang Kuan secretly gave a Hua two of the same skill cards, and the others didn't notice a Hua's odd behavior. At this moment, Wang Jianjun suddenly asked, do we eliminate everyone? Liang Kuan shook his head and replied, no need, oh, just make sure they can't act. Wang Jianjun thought for a moment, then we can't use military daggers. Hearing this, Liang Kuan stopped abruptly. Right, we can't use them, military daggers are too conspicuous. He turned his head and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Turning back, Liang Kuan continued, I will stay here with Jimmy, Aji, and Ada. He paused and asked Gao Jin, how many people do we have now? Gao Jin thought for a moment. We've recruited quite a few people during this time, plus the previous little brothers, totaling nearly 150. If we include the few they recruited themselves, it's close to 200 people. Liang Kuan nodded. Divide the people into 4 groups, each with over 40. 3 groups go out to do the work, and 1 group stays as a reserve just in case. Shueda interjected, Brother Kuan, I have all the equipment ready. Iron bars, machetes all packed, and I even prepared gloves. Liang Kuan glanced at him, nodded, and was quite satisfied with Shueda's preparations. He scanned the people in the room. The operation must be swift. What I want is for you to demonstrate Liang Kuan's might, not to negotiate with them. Understood. Several people responded. Liang Kuan added, tell the little brothers below that tonight those who dare to fight will each get $2,000. If anyone accidentally gets hurt or dies, the compensation will not be less. If brothers die, each will receive 100,000 in compensation. Those who get injured will receive 5,000. Those seriously injured will receive 10,000. He looked at Jimmy. Jimmy, you are in charge of the aftermath. After the operation, tally the casualties and distribute the money that needs to be given out. Jimmy nodded. Got it, Brother Kuan. Liang Kuan raised his hand to check the time. It's 9:30 now. Everyone go prepare and remember, act after midnight. Understood, Brother Kuan. Everyone took their orders and turned to leave. Wang Jianjun walked to the door and turned back. Brother Kuan, how should we deal with Ding Yixia? Liang Kuan waved his hand. Keep him locked up for now. We'll discuss it after we finish our work. Wang Jianjun nodded and pushed the door open to leave. The room fell silent. At this moment, Shursen Mei and Arun walked over. Brother Kuan, what should we do? Liang Kuan glared at her. What can you two do? Girls can't fight. Shursen Mei pouted. Even if you tell me to make a move, I wouldn't dare. I just asked what I and Arun could help you with. Liang Kuan thought for a moment. You two go guard the basement. If Ding Yixia dares to curse, just shut his mouth. Understood, Brother Kuan. The two ran excitedly towards the basement. Liang Kuan walked to the window and lit a cigarette. Xia Peiji came over and lowered her voice. Brother Kuan, do you think Ding Xiaoxia will make a move? Liang Kuan exhaled smoke. He definitely will. His own brother has been beaten, and the place has been taken down. If he doesn't act, he's not Ding Xiaoxia. He turned his head. Aji, send someone to keep a close watch on Ding Xiaoxia. If he makes a move, inform me immediately. Xia Peiji nodded. Okay, Brother Kuan, I'll arrange it right away. It was 12:30 at night. On Yajiao Old Street, several white vans sped towards the entrance of the Regal Sauna Center and came to a halt. The doors of the van swung open, and a group of burly men wearing gloves, wielding machetes and steel pipes, descended one after another. Those at the entrance of the Regal Sauna Center had no time to react and quickly scattered. Leading the group were Dedong and Feng Yuxiu. Dedong surveyed the surroundings and waved his hand go. Everyone surged forward, charging inside. Dedong took the lead, rushing in front. As he burst into the main hall of the sauna center, he shouted, "This is the work of Hongxing." Those unrelated step aside. Seeing this, a younger brother from the Zhongqing Society quickly approached, and the leader called out, "Our Zhongqing Society has no quarrel with your Hongxing. What are you here for?" Dedong sneered, "It's because Ding Yixia offended our brother Kuan." Without waiting for a response, he raised his knife. Feng Yuxiu followed closely behind, and the younger brothers surged forward as well. "Help! Run! They're attacking!" In an instant, the entire sauna center was thrown into chaos as customers attempted to flee. In a flash, Dong and the others had reached the younger brothers of the Zhongqing Society and began to strike. The younger brothers of the Zhongqing Society raised their weapons to resist. They did not expect that besides Dong there was also the monster Feng Yuxiu among the attackers. Feng Yuxiu wielded a long knife, striking with ruthless ferocity, and those who faced him from the Zhongqing Society fell in a single exchange. Soon most of the younger brothers of the Zhongqing Society were knocked to the ground by Feng Yuxiu, while the others were subdued by the rest. Seeing that the situation was under control, Dong flicked the knife in his hand, glanced around, and declared, "Everyone, do not be afraid. This is a matter between our brother Qian and the Zhongqing Society, unrelated to you. Please leave calmly." Hearing Dong's words, the customers inside quickly made their exit. Dong saw that only his people and the fallen younger brothers of the Zhongqing Society remained in the sauna center. He turned to Feng Yuxiu and said, "Xiugu, I'll handle things here. You go back to brother Qian." Him worried Zhongqing Society might directly seek trouble with brother Qian. Feng Yuxiu frowned and asked, "But can you handle it alone?" Dong waved his hand, saying, "It's fine, I can manage. Just leave me 30 brothers, the rest can go back with you." Feng Yuxiu stared at Dong for a moment and replied. Dong nodded, "I know." Feng Yuxiu turned and left, followed closely by a dozen younger brothers. In Mongkok on Garden Street, Sha Chang and Wu Ying walked down the street with a group of younger brothers. Pedestrians hurriedly moved aside, fearing to provoke them. Reaching the entrance of the night market, Sha Chang halted and pointed to a gambling stall, saying, "It's right there." Hua glanced and remarked, "This place is quite nice." Wu Ying chimed in, "It is nice, but after today it will be our territory." Sha Chang spat out the smoke from his mouth and shouted, "Let's make our move." At that moment, two younger brothers emerged from the gambling stall. Seeing so many people at the entrance, they immediately turned back and shouted, "Someone's smashing the place." Upon seeing this, the three immediately charged forward. At that moment, a burly man charged out beside Hua, wielding a machete and leading the way. This burly man swung the machete with a fierce wind, drawing most of the firepower from the younger brothers of the Zhongqing Society. In just a few encounters, several of the Zhongqing Society's younger brothers were knocked to the ground. Seeing this, the remaining younger brothers, following Hua, surged forward, attacking the remaining younger brothers of the Zhongqing. There were at least 20 younger brothers from the Zhongqing Society in the gambling stall, yet under their assault, they were pushed back, suffering heavy casualties in no time. A few younger brothers from the Zhongqing Society, sensing danger, turned to flee. The burly man immediately chased after them. Witnessing this scene, Sha Chang and Wu Ying's eyes widened. Wu Ying turned to Hua and asked Hua, "Go, where did you find this guy? He's incredible." Hua replied, "Oh, you mean? His name is Sang Bo, and he works in a finance company collecting debts." "Collecting debts? A guy this capable is just collecting debts?" Sha Chang exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes, Sang Bo is very capable. He has collected many bad debts for the company." Hua said calmly. Wu Ying envied Hua. "Go, you're so lucky. I want to find a few guys like Sang Bo to be my younger brothers too." At that moment, Sang Bo returned from chasing and approached Hua, saying, "Hua, good too got away. No worries, the situation is under control already. Losing two isn't a problem." Hua waved his hand. Sha Chang looked at Sang Bo and said, "You're Sang Bo, right? He'll mention your performance tonight to brother Qian." Hua patted Sang Bo on the shoulder. "Well done. He'll also mention this to brother Qian." "Thank you, Hua Go." "Thank you, Chang Go." Sang Bo repeatedly nodded. Hua checked the time and said, "All right, Wu Ying, take some younger brothers back to the gym. I can handle things here with Sha Chang." Wu Ying nodded and left with some younger brothers. In Sim Sha Sui at the Golden Hall Finance Company, Ding Jia's boss Ding Xiaoxia was reviewing the accounts when Ding Wangxia and Ding Lixia walked in. Ding Wangxia said to Ding Xiaoxia, "Big brother, where did second brother run off to again?" "What? He's not here." Ding Xiaoxia did not look up. "Not here, he went out with a few people in the afternoon and isn't answering calls." Ding Lixia, the fourth brother, interjected, "Our second brother is probably after some woman again. He must be out chasing girls." Ding Xiaoxia frowned. "Second brother acts like this. When he returns, I will teach him a good lesson." Ding Lixia chuckled. "Big brother, you've taught him several times already. He's still like this, there's no helping it." Ding Xiaoxia sighed. "In a while, Dad will be released from prison. We should go to the Bay Island to visit him and let him deal." Ding Wangxia laughed. "If Dad finds out about second brother like this, he'll beat him to death." "Huh." While the three brothers were talking, a younger brother rushed in. "Boss, it's bad. Our turf in Mongkok has been swept." Ding Xiaoxia jumped up abruptly. "Who did this?" The younger brother panted. "It's Hong Xing's person in charge in Mongkok." Ding Xiaoxia was shocked. "We have no issues with Liang Qian. Why is he stepping on our turf?" "I don't know. The brothers who fled said that Liang Qian's people are attacking anyone they see, driving all our men away." "Did we lose all of Mongkok's turf?" Ding Xiaoxia pressed. "Yes, the nightclub's gambling stalls sound is all lost." Ding Xiaoxia gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, Liang Qian came prepared." He looked at the younger brother and asked, "Do you know where Liang Qian is?" The younger brother nodded. "Yes, he's in his gym in Mongkok." Ding Xiaoxia commanded the younger brother, "Gather our men. Oh, let's go to Mongkok and settle the score with Liang Qian." The younger brother nodded and went out to gather the men. Ding Xiaoxia turned to his two brothers. "You two stay here. If anything happens, notify me." "Understood. Also, when second brother comes back, tell him to guard the warehouse at Hung Hom Pier." "All right." Ding Wang Xie and Ding Li Xie replied in unison, got it big brother, be careful. Ding Xiao Xie nodded, rest assured I'll go see what kind of person Liang Kwan really is. Mong Kok, Qian Kwan Boxing Club. Liang Kwan sat on the sofa with his feet propped up on the coffee table, leisurely smoking a cigar. Next to him Jimmy appeared somewhat restless. Liang Kwan glanced at him and asked what's wrong. Are you scared? Jimmy shook his head, no, just a bit nervous. Liang Kwan comforted him, it's fine. The ones we are going out with are all experts. Those trash from the Zhongqing Society are nothing to worry about. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Yuxiu and Wu Ying walked in from outside. Liang Kwan quickly asked how did it. Hearing Liang Kun's question, Wu Ying revealed a proud smile. Don't worry, brother Kwan. Everything is taken care of. Liang Kwan then looked at Feng Yuxiu, who nodded in agreement. Good. You both did well. Now let's see how Ding Xiaoxia reacts. Liang Kwan clapped his hands, and Wu Ying leaned in boasting to Liang Kwan, brother Kwan, you have no idea. Hua Guest's little brother is amazing. He went in alone with a weapon and started slashing at the Zhongqing Society members, making them flee in panic. Liang Kwan asked curiously Hua's little brother. What's his name? Just as Wu Ying was about to answer, Sha Pi rushed in from outside. Brother Kwan, bad news. Ding Xiaoxia is coming with his men, and they're almost here. Upon hearing this, Liang Kwan chuckled lightly. Finally, we've been waiting for him for a long time. He looked at Sha Pi and said, you go to the basement and keep an eye on Ding Yixia with Ada and 13 Mei. Wait for my signal before coming out. Sha Pi nodded and immediately ran towards the basement. Liang Kwan then instructed Jimmy, stay here and keep watch. Don't leave. Jimmy nodded, indicating he understood. Liang Kwan then turned to Feng Yuxiu and Wu Ying, let's go meet Ding Xiaoxia and see what this Zhongqing Society leader is made of. With that, Liang Kwan walked outside, followed closely by Feng Yuxiu and Wu Ying. When the three of them reached the street, they saw a large group of people approaching from a distance, and leading them was Ding Xiaoxia. Liang Kwan took a closer look and noticed that the opposing side had about 100 people. Their own side, with the remaining subordinates plus those brought back by Feng Yuxiu and Wu Ying, totaled nearly 90. However, Liang Kwan was completely unfazed. He believed that with his strength and that of Feng Yuxiu and Wu Ying, they could easily handle the opposition. Liang Kwan sneered and took the lead to confront them. Feng Yuxiu and Wu Ying closely followed behind him, and a group of subordinates surged along as well, including Luo Tianhong and Feiji. Ding Xiaoxia watched Liang Kwan approach and raised his hand, signaling the Zhongqing Society members to stop. Ding Xiaoxia shouted at Liang Kwan, the Zhongqing Society has always kept our distance from your Hongxing. Why are you here to disrupt my territory today? Liang Kwan, with a cigar in his mouth, leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke. That was true before, but now it isn't. Ding Xiaoxi's expression darkened. What do you mean? Liang Kwan, clarify your words. Liang Kwan placed his hands on his hips, tilting his head to look at him. You'll have to ask your brother Ding Yixia about that. Ding Xiaoxi's face changed dramatically. Yixia, what have you done to him? Nothing much, just made him suffer a bit. Liang Kwan, I'm telling you, let my brother go right now, or we won't settle this today. Ding Xiaoxia threatened, pointing at Liang Kwan clapped his hands twice and raised his thumb. No wonder you two are brothers, same character. One threatens my mother, the other threatens me. You really don't know how to write the word death. Ding Xiaoxia had no intention of listening to his nonsense and shouted again, Liang Kwan, I'll say it again, let my brother go. Liang Kwan chuckled and beckoned him with his finger, come over here. Ding Xiaoxi's eyes turned red instantly, and he shouted, charge. With that, he led the charge towards Liang Kwan, and the subordinates from the Zhongqing Society followed suit. Liang Kwan sneered, take them down. Before he finished speaking, Feng Yuxiu and Wu Ying took the lead and charged forward. The two sides collided instantly, and chaos ensued. Liang Kwan stood still, watching coldly. His subordinates, under the leadership of Feng Yuxiu and Wu Ying, charged like fierce tigers, unstoppable. Feng Yuxiu wielded his long knife with fierce and bizarre moves, aiming each strike at the enemy's vital points. Wu Ying was equally fierce, though his skills were not as good as Feng Yuxiu's. With the support of 2 skill cards, he held his own against the numerous subordinates of the Zhongqing Society. Under the onslaught from the two, the Zhongqing Society's members began to falter. Seeing his side retreating continuously, Ding Xiaoxia roared, hold the line. Hold the line for me. Just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly burst out from the crowd, holding a dagger, and was in front of him in an instant. The newcomer thrust the dagger at Ding Xiaoxia, who couldn't dodge in time, and was struck in the right arm. Ding Xiaoxia let out a scream, and the knife fell from his hand. The newcomer was Wang Jianjun. He quickly pulled out the dagger and kicked Ding Xiaoxia in the abdomen. Ding Xiaoxia had no time to react, and was knocked to the ground by Wang Jianjun. Wang Jianjun then leaned in, pressing the dagger against Ding Xiaoxi's throat. He shouted sternly, if you don't want to die, tell your men to stop. Nearby Zhongqing Society's subordinates wanted to rush forward to save him, but they were all taken down by the arriving Feng Yuxiu and Wu Ying. Run. The boss has been captured. The remaining subordinates saw the situation was lost and turned to flee. The sounds of fighting in the street gradually subsided, leaving only the injured groaning. Liang Kwan turned to Jimmy, who had just come out of the boxing club, and instructed, have our people withdraw and send the injured to the hospital. Okay, brother Kwan. Jimmy turned to handle the arrangements. Liang Kwan said to Wang Jianjun, take him to Night Paris. Wang Jianjun nodded and led Ding Xiaoxia away. Liang Kwan looked at Wu Ying and Feng Yuxiu. Let's go back to the boxing club first. He turned and walked towards the club with Feng Yuxiu and Wu Ying following. Upon entering the boxing club, Xia Peiji Chui Shueda and 13 Mei were all present. 13 Mei saw Liang Kwan and excitedly asked, Brother Kwan, I heard you caught Ding Xiaoxia. Liang Kwan nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. That's great. He'll go tell a run and tease Ding Ixia a bit. With that, 13 Mei ran towards the basement. Xia Peiji approached Brother Kwan. What should we do now? Liang Kwan directly instructed Ada, you two stay here to clean up. You know what to say to the police, right? Shueda nodded. Got it, Brother Kwan, don't worry. Good, I leave it to you. Liang Kwan patted Shueda. He then looked at Feng Yuxiu and 13 Mei. Take Ding Ixia to Night Paris, and be careful not to let the police find out. Feng Yuxiu nodded, indicating he understood. At this time Wu Ying walked over. Brother Kwan, what should we do now? Liang Kwan thought for a moment. First, let's go down and bring Ding Ixia up, let Xiao and the others take him away. Then we'll leave through the back door and head back to Night Paris. With that, Liang Kwan led the way to the basement. When the three arrived, they found 13 Mei and a Run looking at Ding Ixia with disdain, with a Run even covering her nose. Liang Kwan looked at Ding Ixia and found him slumped on the ground with a wet patch in his pants. What's going on? Liang Kwan asked with a frown. A Run replied, Brother Kwan, Ding Ixia just heard a Mei say that we drove away the Zhongqing Society people and didn't believe it. A Mei told him that Ding Xiaoxia was captured by you, which scared him so much that he ended up like this. Liang Kwan looked at 13 Mei, who immediately explained aggrievely, I just scared him, saying you would deal with both brothers, but I didn't expect. Liang Kwan interrupted her impatiently. Alright, I get it. Quickly take him away, the smell is unbearable, I can't take it anymore. With that, Liang Kwan covered his nose ready to leave. At that moment 13 Mei pointed at Ding Ixia. Hee, Brother Kwan, doesn't he look like a shrimpy crab? Shrimpy crab? That's a good name. Haha. Upon hearing this, Liang Kwan couldn't help but laugh. The others also joined in the laughter. In the midst of the laughter, Ding Ixia struggled desperately. Liang Kwan, if you have the guts, let me go, otherwise I will definitely not let you off. Wu Ying stepped up and slapped him. Shut up. You are still stubborn when death is near. Liang Kwan held back a laugh and waved his hand. Alright, let's get down to business first, take him away. Wu Ying lifted Ding Ixia. Let's go, shrimpy crab. Half an hour ago in Mongkok, Pu Jun, the leader of Lianying Society in Mongkok, was drinking in his territory when one of his subordinates rushed in. Boss, something has happened. Pu Jun put down his cup. What is it? The subordinate gasped. Liang Kwan from Hongxing has taken over all of the Zhongqing Society's territory in Mongkok. Pu Jun was taken aback and stepped away from the bar. Liang Kwan, how could he act against Zhongqing Society? The subordinate shook his head. I don't know, but by the time I got the news, Liang Kwan's men had already occupied the place. Pu Jun frowned. Liang Kwan has been in Mongkok for quite some time, remaining very low-key. Why is he making such a big move today? He pondered for a moment. You go keep an eye on it and see how Zhongqing Society reacts. Let me know then. Understood, boss. The subordinate took his leave. Pu Jun returned to the bar and picked up his cup. Liang Kwan, what exactly are you after? Meanwhile, numerous gang leaders, including Wang Bao from the number gang Zhuji Axe, Hu and Lianxing Lu Xiao, also received the news. Some were shocked by Liang Kwan's swift actions, some observed the situation, while others were secretly itching to take action. In Yao Ma Ti, at the headquarters of Zhongxini, Lian Haolong was checking the day's accounts with his wife Su Su. Lian Haodong and Fa walked in. As soon as they entered, Lian Haodong spoke up. Elder brother Liang Kwan has taken over Zhongqing Society's territory in Mongkok. Should we do something about it? Lian Haolong put down the ledger upon hearing this. Liang Kwan has taken over Zhongqing Society's territory. Yes, I just received the news. Ding Xiaoxia has already taken people over there. Lian Haodong nodded in response. Lian Haolong exchanged glances with Su Su, then Su Su asked, do you know why Liang Kwan is targeting Zhongqing Society? Lian Haodong shook his head. I don't know, but I heard that Liang Kwan acted quickly and seized all three of Zhongqing Society's locations right away. Fa interjected. Elder brother, should I take people to drive Liang Kwan's men away? We could seize the territory. After all, Zhongqing Society wouldn't dare to retaliate against us. Hearing this, Su turned to Lian Haolong. Brother Long, what do you think? Lian Haolong countered. What do you? Su replied. I think we should consider Zhongqing Society's fruit market in Yao Ma Ti and the cargo warehouse at Honghong. Fa grew anxious. Sister Su, what about Liang Kwan's side? If we act, the territory will definitely be ours. Su shook her head. Liang Kwan is not as easy to deal with as you think. He just seized the territory and must have prepared defenses. Moreover, we might not be able to take it. Zhongqing Society would be easier to handle. Lian Haolong chuckled lightly, looking at Lian Haodong and Fa. Listen to Su. Adong Fa, you two take people to Yao Ma Ti and Honghong and seize Zhongqing Society's territory. Alright, boss. Lian Haodong and Fa nodded and left. Watching them go, Lian Haolong turned to Su. Are you really not going to take action against Liang Kwan? Su flipped through the ledger in her hands. Liang Kwan is not to be trifled with. Besides, even if we seize the territory, it won't help our business much. She put down the ledger and said seriously, Zhongqing Society's territory is different. Yao Ma Ti has a fruit market for distributing goods, and Hung Hom has a warehouse for storing goods. Taking these two places would be a tremendous benefit to our business. After listening to Su Su's analysis, Lian Haolong nodded. You are indeed thorough in your thinking. Meanwhile, at the Paris nightclub, Liang Kuan entered the nightclub with Wu Ying, and the little brother on duty quickly approached. Brother Kuan. Liang Kuan nodded. How is it? Have Jianjun and Axiu returned yet? The little brother replied, Brother Jianjun arrived a while ago, and Axiu and 13th sister just got here. They are in the back warehouse, and the Ding brothers are also here. Good, keep an eye on the place. Liang Kuan patted the little brother's shoulder and walked toward the back, with Wu Ying closely following. Entering the warehouse, Liang Kuan found Wang Jianjun, Feng Yuxiu, 13th sister, and Ah Run inside. The Ding Xiaoxia brothers were tied up and sitting on the ground. Liang Kuan looked at 13th sister. You and Ah Run go outside for a bit. Let us know if anything happens. 13th sister nodded and pulled Ah Run out the door. Liang Kuan pulled over a chair, placed it in front of the Ding brothers, and sat down. Now tell me, how do you plan to resolve today's matter? Ding Xiaoxia snorted coldly. Liang Kuan, my Zhongqing society has no grievances with you. Why are you ruining my territory? Liang Kuan pointed at Ding Yixia. I said you should ask your brother about that. Ding Xiaoxia turned to look at Ding Yixia, who stared back at his older brother, but remained silent. Liang Kuan chuckled. Let me explain. Today my mother and I went to help my girlfriend move. Your brother ran into us, and not only spoke rudely, but also insulted my mother. Liang Kuan leaned forward, staring intently at Ding Xiaoxia. While I, Liang Kuan, may not be a good person, my mother raised me single-handedly. Insulting her is even more serious than insulting me. He straightened up. Tell me, should I take action? Ding Xiaoxia struggled to get up, but was firmly held down by Feng Yuxiu. Liang Kuan, today's matter was my brother's fault. We admit defeat. I beg you to let my brother go. As for me, you can deal with me however you like. Ding Yixia immediately shouted. Elder brother, it has nothing to do with you. Don't say that. He struggled, desperately looking at Liang Kuan. Brother Kuan, today was my mistake, and it has nothing to do with my elder brother. Let him go. Wu Ying stepped forward to hold him down. If you keep yelling, watch out for me beating you up. Seeing the two brothers like this, Liang Kuan poked his ear with his little finger. Such deep brotherly love. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. As long as you can pay the price. Ding Xiaoxia immediately responded. Liang Kuan, I will give up Zhongqing Society's territory in Mongkok to you. Give it up, eh? Liang Kuan stopped poking his ear and placed his finger on his lips, sneering. Give it to me. Now that the territory is in my hands, it's mine. What do you mean by give it? Ding Xiaoxia looked at him. So what do you want? Liang Kuan smiled. Very simple, a flat price of 20 million to buy your two brothers' lives. 20 million? Liang Kuan, are you crazy? Ding Xiaoxia shouted angrily. 20 million isn't even worth the lives of your two brothers. Liang Kuan feigned surprise. Have you ever thought about what would happen if news of your capture by me got out? What would become of Zhongqing Society's territory? It's hard to say whether you can keep it or not. And what about your other two brothers? I heard that they aren't as capable as you two. I wonder if they can withstand the pressure from other gangs outside. It's hard to say whether you can keep it or not. And what about your other two brothers? I heard that they aren't as capable as you two. I wonder if they can Okay, but I'll tell you first, I don't want cash. Liang Kuan waved his hand, and Wu Ying quickly brought over the phone. Ding Xiaoxia stared at Liang Kuan. You have to let my hands go first, otherwise how can I make a call? Seeing Liang Kuan gesture, Feng Yuxiu untied the ropes binding Ding Xiaoxia. Ding Xiaoxia picked up the phone and dialed a number. He spoke into the phone. Wang Xia, it's me, elder brother. A worried voice came from the other end. Elder brother, I heard Liang Kuan has captured you, and second brother hasn't returned. We've searched everywhere for him, but can't find him. Ding Xiaoxia reassured. I'm fine, and Yixia is here with me. You and Lao Si don't need to worry. Second brother is also there. What happened, elder brother? Ding Xiaoxia instructed over the phone. Don't ask too many questions right now. Bring the checkbook to Paris nightclub in Mongkok. Also tell all the brothers at the chapters to guard their territory, and wait for me to return before discussing anything further. Okay, elder brother will head over right away. After hanging up, Ding Xiaoxia looked at Liang Kuan. Then I'll trouble you to wait a moment, brother Kuan. Liang Kuan shrugged. No problem, I have all the time in the world. He looked at Wang Jianjun. Jianjun, stand guard outside. When someone arrives, bring him in. Wang Jianjun nodded. Understood, brother Kuan. With that, he turned and left. Watching Wang Jianjun leave, Liang Kuan took out a cigarette from his pocket and gestured to Ding Xiaoxia, care for a smoke. Ding Xiaoxia nodded, and Liang Kuan handed him a cigarette and helped him light it. Ding Xiaoxia took a deep puff, staring at the cigarette in his hand. Liang Kuan, you fought beautifully today. Liang Kuan lit his own cigarette and smiled. Thanks, but I should thank your brother instead. Oh, without him, I wouldn't have had a reason to start a fight in Mongkok. Ding Yixia coldly snorted. Liang Kuan, don't get too cocky, I will settle the score with you slowly. Liang Kuan laughed heartily. Sure, I'll be waiting for you. After that, the warehouse fell silent, leaving only the sound of the two smoking. After a while, the sound of footsteps broke the stillness of the warehouse. Wang Jianjun walked in with Ding Wangxia following behind him. As soon as Ding Wangxia saw his two older brothers, he dashed forward, but was stopped by Wang Jianjun. He struggled a couple of times, but couldn't break free, anxiously asking, "Elder brother, second brother, are you alright?" Ding Xiaoxia shook his head. "I'm fine. Did you bring the things?" Ding Wanxia quickly nodded, pulling out a checkbook from his pocket and handing it to Ding Xiaoxia. Ding Xiaoxia took the checkbook and looked towards Liang Kuan. "Do you have a pen?" Liang Kuan motioned to Wu Ying with his chin, and Wu Ying turned to go out, quickly returning with a pen. Ding Xiaoxia took the pen and wrote a string of numbers on the checkbook. He tore off the check and handed it to Liang Kuan. "Brother Kuan, take a good look, 20 million. Liang Kuan accepted the check, glanced at the number on it, nodded in satisfaction, and tucked the check into his suit pocket. He waved at Wang Jianjun and Feng Yuxiu. "Jianjun show, take Mr. Ding and the others out." Ding Xiaoxia and Ding Wanxia quickly untied the ropes around Ding Yixia and helped him to his feet to walk outside. "Wait." Liang Kuan suddenly spoke up. Ding Xiaoxia halted and turned back, coldly asking, "What is it?" "Liang Kuan, are you not a man of your word?" Liang Kuan did not respond to him, but instead stared at Ding Yixia. "Ding family's second son, I hope you won't disturb Fong Ting's family in the future. If I find out you're still bothering them, I won't let you off as easily as today." Ding Yixia snorted coldly, said nothing, and turned to leave. Ding Xiaoxia and Ding Wanxia supported him as they left. Wang Jianjun and Feng Yuxiu followed behind. Liang Kuan watched them exit and patted his chest. "All done." Wu Ying leaned in. "Brother Kuan, you're just letting them go like that." Liang Kuan shot him a glance. "What else should I do? Should I keep them for a meal?" Wu Ying grew anxious. "If we take them out, wouldn't the territory of the Zhongqing society become ours?" Liang Kuan raised his hand and gave him a light slap on the back of his head. "It's not that easy. If we really moved against them, the trouble would fall on us." Wu Ying rubbed his head. "But Brother Kuan, letting go of the other territories of the Zhongqing society would be too much of a waste, right?" Liang Kuan glared at him. "What a waste. Use your brain. If I were to kill them, the territories of the Zhongqing society wouldn't fall into my hands either. Remember this clearly, I am only the spokesperson of Hongxing and Mongkok, not the leader of Hongxing. I can't casually provoke conflict between two societies. There are so many societies watching from the outside. If I swallow up all of Zhongqing society's territory, they will definitely team up against me. By then I wouldn't even be able to hold on to Mongkok. If this keeps going, the police won't let me off either. Now that I have these 3 venues of Zhongqing society in Mongkok, plus the 20 million, I've already profited. There's no need to make a big fuss over it." Wu Ying nodded. "Oh, so this is what you often say about knowing when to stop, Brother Kuan." Liang Kuan patted his shoulder. "Smart." The Ding brothers walked out of Night Paris, and Ding Yixia turned back and glared fiercely at Wang Jianjun and Feng Yuxiu, who stood at the door. He turned to Ding Xiaoxia. "Elder brother, we can't just let this go. We must get revenge for this grudge." Ding Xiaoxia replied lightly. "Yes, we must get revenge, but not now. The most important thing now is to protect the territory of the society. Oh, let's give Mongkok to Liang Kuan for now." A little brother from the Zhongqing society ran over, panting, "Boss, it's bad. The Zongxinyi people are going to rob the fruit stall in Yaomati and the warehouse in Honghong." Ding Xiaoxi's expression changed. "What? Zongxinyi has moved?" The little brother nodded. "They send a lot of people. The brothers are about to hold them off, and Li Xiago asked me to notify you quickly." Ding Xiaoxia asked, "Who is leading the team from Zongxinyi?" The little brother replied, "Lian Haodong is leading the team in Yaomati, and AFA is in Honghong." Ding Xiaoxia looked at Ding Yixia. "Yixia, you take people to Honghong immediately. You must stop AFA." Ding Yixia asked, "What about Yaomati?" Ding Xiaoxia decisively said, "He'll handle Yaomati. If I can't hold off Zongxinyi, I will retreat. Losing the fruit stall doesn't matter. We still have other venues to distribute goods. But remember, we cannot lose the warehouse in Honghong. All our goods from Zhongqing society are inside. They must not be taken by Zongxinyi." Ding Yixia nodded vigorously. "Elder brother, don't worry, leave it to me. I will take people over immediately." Ding Xiaoxia called out to him, "Wait, I will go personally. You still have injuries." Ding Yixia refused, saying, "No need, I'm fine. I will definitely get the warehouse back." With that, he turned to leave. Ding Xiaoxia watched him go, and then looked at Ding Wanxia. "Third brother, you go back to Tsim Sha Sui and guard the company with the 4th brother until I return with the 2nd brother." "Got it, elder brother, be careful." Watching his 2 younger brothers leave, Ding Xiaoxia took a deep breath and waved to his subordinates. "Let's go to Yaomati." In the morning, Liang Kuan woke up on the sofa in the nightclub office. Gao Jin pushed the door and came in. "Brother Kuan, you're awake." Liang Kuan yawned and rubbed his face. "Is everything all right at the venue?" "Everything is fine. The nightclub Zhang Wo is keeping an eye on things, and Dedong is still guarding the sauna center. Jianjun and Feng Yuxiu have gone back to the boxing gym. Also, Jimmy A. Hua and Aji are waiting for you outside." Liang Kuan nodded. "Let them come in." Gao Jin turned and went out, soon returning with a Hua, Jimmy, and Sha Pi. Liang Kuan lit a cigar and looked at a Hua. "Hua, how's the situation?" A Hua replied, "Brother Kuan, everything is normal at the gambling den. As Shaqiang is guarding there." Liang Kuan then looked at Sha Pi. "Aji, what about your side?" Sha Pi said, "The police came by, but I handled it with Uncle Da." "That's good." Liang Kuan nodded in satisfaction. "Everyone performed well yesterday." He looked at Jimmy. "Jimmy, have you distributed the money to the brothers?" Jimmy nodded. "I've distributed it. The casualties among the brothers were not significant, the worst was a few stabs. Leon Kwan took a puff of smoke. What needs to be distributed still must be done. Leon Kwan promised them, and I must fulfill it. Jimmy laughed. The brothers all said that Brother Kwan is so generous, they feel they would be letting you down if they don't work hard. Leon Kwan chuckled, stop flattering me. By the way, there wasn't much movement from other societies yesterday. Sha Pi replied. Only Zongxinyi made a move yesterday. They sent people to rob Zhongqing Society's territories in Yaomati and Hungham. Leon Kwan asked, what was the result? Zhongqing Society lost the fruit stall in Yaomati. Ding Xiaoxia led the team and was chased away by Lian Haodou. Leon Kwan nodded. What about Hungham? In Hungham, Zongxinyi was led by AFA and they were about to take it, but Ding Yixia arrived and chased him away, holding onto the territory. Leon Kwan raised an eyebrow. Ding Yixia, is that formidable? Sha Pi nodded. According to the information I received, Ding Yixia went at AFA like a mad dog, hacking at him and leaving him covered in wounds, which is why Zongxinyi was driven off. Leon Kwan sneered. It seems Ding Yixia took out all the frustrations he suffered here on Zongxinyi. He flicked the ash off his cigarette. That's good. A Zhongqing Society won't be targeting us for now. Ahua spoke up. Brother Kwan, I have one more thing to discuss. Go ahead. Leon Kwan leaned back on the sofa. I have a little brother under me who performed quite well in yesterday's operation. He single-handedly dealt with the loyal Qing Society's members at the gambling den. Is he the one that Wu Ying mentioned yesterday? Wu Ying quickly replied. That's right, Brother Kwan, it's him. That kid was really impressive yesterday. He charged in first and left the loyal Qing Society's people utterly bewildered. Leon Kwan became interested upon hearing this. What's his name? His name is Sang Bo. Sang Bo. Ahua nodded. Yes, he used to be a small-time thug, the kind that collects debts for others. I saw he had the guts, so I had him follow me to handle debt collection at the finance company. Leon Kwan chuckled. How does he perform on a daily basis? Pretty good. He has managed to recover many bad debts that the finance company had before. Leon Kwan nodded. He seems to be a talent, but you need to tell him that debt collection requires discretion. He shouldn't resort to violence at the drop of a hat. We are just trying to make a living. If the debtors are all gone, who will pay back the money? Ahua nodded repeatedly. I've reminded him to be polite to anyone who can pay back on time. Only those who stubbornly refuse to pay will be dealt with accordingly. Leon Kwan nodded. Not bad. Go tell Sang Bo to recover the debts at the gambling den. From now on, besides the finance company's accounts, let him also take care of the gambling debts. Ahua was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Kwan, on behalf of Sang Bo. Also give him a bonus of 50,000. Jimmy will provide the money. Thank you, Brother Kwan. Ahua nodded. Leon Kwan looked at the people present. Who among you is interested in taking over the loyal Qing Society's venues? The crowd exchanged glances. Jimmy was the first to speak up. Brother Kwan, I can't take it. I'm tied up at the factory. Sha Pi shook her head as well. Brother Kwan, I'm quite busy too. Just gathering information in the underworld keeps me occupied. Besides, I need to keep an eye on the bar, so I can't take it on. Leon Kwan sighed upon hearing this. I didn't expect that having more venues would also bring trouble. Alright, Ajin, Ahua, you two take on some extra work. Ajin, you'll manage the nightclub. Ahua, the gambling den is your responsibility. Then Leon Kwan looked at Wu Ying. Wu Ying, you will take over the sauna center. Wu Ying was taken aback. Me. I still have to keep an eye on the sneaker store. Leon Kwan shot him a glare. Why are you still at the sneaker store when Fong Ting has already gone to work at Qian Kwan International? Get to the sauna center and keep an eye on that venue. Wu Ying helplessly nodded. Understood, Brother Kwan. But Brother Kwan, Fong Ting's family is moving today. I will go check it out first and then head to the sauna center. Do as you like. Leon Kwan waved his hand. Remember, according to the underworld rules, if you take over someone else's territory, you must hold it for 3 days. Only then will it truly belong to us. You all need to be cautious. If someone comes to challenge, call for backup anytime. Understood, Brother Kwan. Everyone replied in unison. All right. Leon Kwan clapped his thigh, stood up, and instructed everyone. If there's nothing else, go back to your business. Sure, Brother Kwan, we'll take our leave now. As everyone was preparing to leave, a little brother rushed in from outside. It's bad, Brother Kwan. The cops have arrived. Before anyone could react, a group of police officers burst in, and leading them was Chen Guozhong. Chen Guozhong approached Leon Kwan and presented his badge. Leon Kwan, please come with us for a moment. Let's go to the police station and discuss what you did yesterday. Leon Kwan raised his hand to block Wu Ying, who wanted to step forward, and turned to Gao Jin. Keep an eye on the place. He'll go with Officer Chen for a bit. Also inform Chun Dazhuang that he'll be waiting for him at the police station. Gao Jin nodded. Got it, Brother Kwan. Leon Kwan looked at Chen Guozhong. Let's go, Officer Chen. Chen Guozhong waved his hand, and the officers behind him came forward to take Leon Kwan out of the nightclub. In Chizhu Village Road, Jiang Tiansheng's mansion. Jiang Tiansheng was sitting on the terrace drinking tea and reading the newspaper when Chun Yao came in from outside. Mr. Jiang, Leon Kwan has taken over the loyal Qing Society's venues in Mongkok. Chun Yao reported to Jiang Tiansheng. Jiang Tiansheng put down the newspaper. When did this happen? Chun Yao replied. Last night. He acted swiftly and wrapped it up in half an hour. All 3 venues of the loyal Qing Society in Mongkok are now in his hands. Jiang Tianxing frowned so fast. Did the loyal Qing society not react? There was a reaction. Ding Xiaoxia took people there, but he ended up getting captured by Liang Kuan. Jiang Tianxing was shocked. Liang Kuan captured Ding Xiaoxia. Did he eliminate Ding Xiaoxia? Chen Yao shook his head. No, from what I've heard, Liang Kuan released Ding Xiaoxia and his brother shortly after. Jiang Tianxing sighed in relief. That's good. It seems Liang Kuan knows how to measure his actions. Besides Liang Kuan, did any other gangs take action? Chen Yao nodded. Loyal Cini and Lian Haolong have taken action. He sent people to seize the loyal Qing society's territories in Yao Mati and Hung Hom. Jiang Tianxing scoffed. Lian Haolong really knows how to pick his timing. Did he succeed? He succeeded in Yao Mati, but not in Hung Hom. Hearing this, Jiang Tianxing suddenly remembered something and asked Chen Yao, by the way, why did Liang Kuan target the loyal Qing society? Chen Yao replied, I've inquired. It seems that Ding's second son Ding Yixia insulted Liang Kuan's mother, and in a fit of rage Liang Kuan took action. Jiang Tianxing sneered. Liang Kuan is quite calculating. Under the pretense of avenging his mother, he seized the loyal Qing society's territory. No one in the underworld will criticize him for it. Moreover, it appeases his gang internally, preventing me from having trouble with him. Liang Kuan is becoming more formidable now. Chen Yao agreed. Indeed, he's already gaining influence in Mongkok. Jiang Tianxing stood up, walked to the edge of the terrace, and remained silent for a while. I don't know why, but the bigger Liang Kuan gets, the more worried I become. Chen Yao did not respond immediately, just watching Jiang Tianxing's back. After a while, Chen Yao finally spoke. Mr. Jiang, Liang Kuan is hard to pin down. Jiang Tianxing sighed. I know I initially planned to let him act as a cannon fodder in Mongkok to draw fire for the gang. I never expected Liang Kuan to expand his influence so rapidly. Now even I can barely keep him under control. On Hong Kong Island, Yao Ma Timingxin Hospital. In a hospital room, the head of the loyal Cini gang, Lian Haolong, along with several senior members, were visiting the injured Fa from yesterday's encounter. Lian Haolong asked Fa, who was lying in bed, How are you? No serious injuries, right? Fa shook his head. I'm fine, big brother. Just some superficial wounds. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. At this time, Lian Haolong spoke up. Fa, what happened? You couldn't even take a warehouse. I should have sent you to Yao Mati. I would have gone to Hung Hom. Fa glanced at him, gritting his teeth. I was just about to drive the loyal Qing society's people away when Ding Yixia showed up. He acted like he was on drugs, chasing after me, and I couldn't hold on any longer, so I had to retreat. Lian Haolong snorted coldly. Not able to seize it means you couldn't seize it. Oh, what's with the excuses? Adong, say less. Lian Haolong reprimanded. Lian Haolong glanced at Lian Haolong and felt. At this moment, Su Su spoke up. Brother Long, I think our urgent task now is to negotiate peace with the loyal Qing society, otherwise. Before she could finish, Lian Haolong interrupted. Am I afraid of the loyal Qing society? Just because of those Ding family brothers. If they dare come, I'll show them how formidable I Lian Haolong am. Big brother is right. At that time, the loyal Qing society's territory in Hong Kong will belong to us, the loyal Cini. Lian Haolong quickly chimed in. Su Su looked at the two brothers, sighed helplessly. Lian Haolong looked at Fa. Fa, you focus on recovering here and don't worry about the gang's matters. Fa nodded. Thank you for your concern, big brother. I understand. Lian Haolong nodded, turned, and left the hospital room, with Lian Haolong hurriedly following. Fa looked at Su Su, who had not yet left. Sister Su, I think what you just said is very correct. You should advise big brother that we can't go all out with the loyal Qing society just yet. Su Su smiled. I know, I'll talk to him. Then she patted Fa. Take care of your injuries. He'll take my. The West Kowloon Police Headquarters in Hong Kong. Liang Kuan leaned back in the interrogation room chair, stretching his legs long. He stared at the ceiling, waiting for the police to come in and ask questions. The West Kowloon Police Headquarters in Hong Kong. Liang Kuan leaned back in the interrogation room chair, stretching his legs long. He stared at the ceiling, waiting for the police to come. Liang Kuan reached out to take it. Thank you, Chen sir. He took a sip and smacked his lips. Tastes good. Chen Guozhong stared at him. Like it? If you like it, you can come here every day. Liang Kuan grinned. That won't be necessary, Chen sir. Chen Guozhong opened the file. Liang Kuan, since you came to Mongkok, you've been very well behaved. Why did you cause such a commotion yesterday? Liang Kuan shrugged. Nothing much. It's normal for the gangs in Hong Kong to fight each other. Normal? Chen Guozhong sneered. It's not normal for you. I've seen the records. Ever since you became the boss in Mongkok, you've never initiated trouble and have been doing your business honestly. So tell me, what was it for? Liang Kuan scratched his cheek. Want to hear the truth? You say? Liang Kuan replied. It's because Ding Yixia insulted my mother and I couldn't stand it, so I went to clean up their territory. Chen Guozhong didn't believe it. Is that all? Liang Kuan nodded. Yes, just that reason. Chen Guozhong threw the file on the table. Liang Kuan, I know. Your territory in Mongkok has always been clean without any of that messy stuff. Your subordinates are also very well behaved and never cause trouble outside. But about yesterday's incident, you'd better tell me the truth. Otherwise I'll be watching you every day. Hearing this, Liang Kuan leaned over the table, resting his elbows on the surface, staring at Chen Guozhong. Chen sir, are you sure you want to hear it? Chen Guozhong nodded. I'm sure. All right. Liang Kuan leaned back into the chair. It's nothing much. I just don't want Jiang Tianxing to make things difficult for me. Chen Guozhong frowned. Is it that simple? Liang Kuan nodded. He saw Chen Guozhong's doubtful expression. Chen sir, I won't lie to you. Think about it. I run my own company, and my business is going well. Why would I want to get involved in fighting and killing? Chen Guozhong was silent for a moment before speaking. I believe you. You're different from other gang leaders. You have brains and ambition. You know what should be done and what shouldn't. Liang Kuan smiled. It seems Chen sir understands me well. Chen Guozhong also smiled. If all the gang leaders in Hong Kong were like you, it would save us a lot of trouble. Of course, if it weren't for survival, I wouldn't want to be in this business. Liang Kuan sighed. Chen sir, you know, in Hong Kong, ordinary people can't avoid the gangs no matter what they do. Even if you set up a small stall on the street, you have to pay protection fees to the gangs. I've reached my current position by following the rules, being conscientious. I absolutely won't do anything immoral. Chen Guozhong nodded. I know. You're different from those people in the NI family. You never touch the drug business and rarely commit crimes. Unfortunately, there are too few people like you among the gangs in Hong Kong, even your leader Jiang Tianxing. Chen Guozhong didn't continue from there. Our leader. Liang Kuan became interested. What did he do? Chen sir, tell me about it. Chen Guozhong shook his head. Forget it. It's better if you don't know. TCH. If you don't want to say, then don't act mysterious. Liang Kuan pouted. Suddenly he remembered something and looked at Chen Guozhong, asking, Chen sir, can I discuss something with you? What is it? In the future, whenever I want to step into another gang's territory, they'll notify you first. How about that? Chen Guozhong was taken aback. What do you mean? Liang Kuan shrugged. Just to report it to you guys so you won't drag me in for a coffee again. Chen Guozhong smiled. All right, but if there's any movement in the underworld, we find you, and you have to cooperate. Liang Kuan laughed. Got it, it's police community cooperation. At that moment, Chen Guozhong's subordinate knocked and entered. Chen sir, Liang Kuan's lawyer is here to bail him out. Chen Guozhong looked at Liang Kuan. All right, Liang Kuan, I won't keep you for coffee anymore. You can go now. Chen Guozhong added. Remember what I said. Liang Kuan stood up, nodded. Got it, Chen sir, don't worry, I'll inform you if anything comes up. He then turned and left the interrogation room. As he walked into the police station lobby, Gao Jin and Chun Tianyi were waiting there. Upon seeing Liang Kuan come out, the two approached, and Chun Tianyi spoke. Mr. Li, the police didn't do anything to you, right? Liang Kuan shook his head. It's nothing, just some questions. Chun Tianyi adjusted his glasses. That's good. Mr. Li, if the police do anything illegal during the questioning, please let me know. Liang Kuan smiled. Thank you, Chen Dezhuang. I'm fine, let's go back first. Just then someone suddenly shouted from the side, Kuan Gu. Liang Kuan turned around to see it was Xiao Bao and a Jian, subordinates of Debi. Liang Kuan greeted them. What are you? Xiao Bao and a Jian walked over. Xiao Bao said, we're here to see De Tu. Liang Kuan frowned. De Tu. Isn't he at the Tsim Sha Sui police station? Why did he come here? Xiao Bao sighed. The police accused him of participating in a murder, so they transferred him here. We were worried, so we came to check on him. Liang Kuan was curious. Just the two of you. What about Debi? A Jian sneered. Don't mention it. Ever since Jiang handed over the bars in Causeway Bay to our boss, he has changed. Besides keeping watch at the bar, he only cares about Chun Haonan's rise. He doesn't have time to worry about De Tu. Since De Tu came in, he hasn't visited even once. Liang Kuan gritted his teeth. This Debi, how can he be a boss? He doesn't even care for his own brothers. He turned to Xiao Bao and a Jian. Is there anything I can help with? Xiao Bao hesitated. Kuan Gu originally a Jian, and I wanted to find a lawyer for De Tu, but we don't have much money. Can you? Liang Kuan waved his hand. You don't have to worry about it. I'll take care of it. He looked at Chun Tianyi. Chen Dezhuang, can you do me a favor? Help my brother out. Chun Tianyi adjusted his glasses. No problem. May I ask what the person's name is? Xiao Bao quickly replied. Yang Tian. De Tu name is Yang Tian. Chun Tianyi nodded. Got it. Leave it to me, Mr. Li. Please rest assured I will take care of this case. Liang Kuan nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Chen Dezhuang. As for the fee, I'll pay you. Chun Tianyi smiled slightly. This is what I should do, Mr. Li. Xiao Bao and a Jian expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Kuan Gu Ao, and thank you, Chen Dezhuang. Liang Kuan waved his hand. You're welcome, we're all brothers. Liang Kuan looked at them again and took out some stacks of cash, handing it to them. Take this. De Tu will need some money inside. You two work hard and take care. If it's not enough, just let me know. Xiao Bao took the money and nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Kuan Gu, we will take. Liang Kuan patted his shoulder. All right, I'll head out first. He turned to Chun Tianyi. I'll leave De Tu in your hands, Chen Dezhuang. I'm going ahead. Chun Tianyi nodded. Rest assured, Mr. Li. Kuan Gu, take care. Xiao Bao and a Jian quickly came forward to see him off. Liang Kuan waved his hand, turned, and left with Gao Jin. The two watched Liang Kuan leave, and Xiao Bao looked at the money in his hand, unable to help but exclaim, Look at Kuan Gu, then look at our boss, really. A Jian approached. No matter what, Kuan Gu helped us, and we must remember this favor. Xiao Bao nodded. Liang Kuan sat in the back seat of the Mercedes, and Gao Jin, the driver, turned to ask Kuan Gu where to. Liang Kuan looked out the window and replied, "Back to Qianshui Bay. Oh, I didn't return last night. My mom and Ruan Mei must be a bit worried, so I'm going back to check on them." Gao Jin nodded. "Okay, Kuan, go." He then started the car and drove towards Qianshui Bay. While waiting at a red light, Liang Kuan suddenly spoke up. "Jin, what do you think those words from Chun Guozhong meant?" Gao Jin looked ahead. "What did he say to you?" Liang Kuan leaned back in his seat, eyes closed. "He said that there aren't many people like me in the gangs of Hong Kong Island anymore. He also said that even Jiang Tianxing." "Stop there. I asked him, and he said it would be better if I didn't know." Gao Jin shook his head. "Then I wouldn't know." The green light came on, and Gao Jin continued driving. After driving for a while, Liang Kuan opened his eyes. Chun Guozhong only said that after he mentioned that I'm different from the... Could it be that he means Jiang Tianxing is involved in the drug trade? Gao Jin suddenly slammed on the brakes, and the car came to a screeching halt, nearly throwing Liang Kuan out. Jin, be careful," Liang Kuan shouted. Gao Jin quickly apologized. "Sorry, Kuan, go." He immediately pulled the car to the side and turned back to ask, "Kuan, go, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Jin." "What was that about? You usually drive so steadily." Gao Jin, looking apologetic, said, "I'm sorry, Kuan Gu, I was startled by what you just said. I was just guessing, but it's hard to say whether it's true or not," Liang Kuan replied, adjusting his wrinkled suit. "But the rules of Hongxing state that we can't deal in drugs. Even Jiang Tianxing has said this before." Gao Jin added. Liang Kuan scoffed. "It's true that it's the rule of Hongxing, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's Jiang Tianxing's rule." Gao Jin was puzzled why. Liang Kuan didn't explain, but instead asked him, "Do you know when Hongxing was at its peak?" Gao Jin shook his head. "I don't know." "It was during the era of the former leader Jiang Zhen of Hongxing," Liang Kuan said as he took a puff of his cigarette. "At that time, Hongxing had territory not only on Hong Kong Island, but also in Kowloon and the new territories. Back then, the entire Yaomati area was under Hongxing's control. My boss Fei Xiong was the big shot in Mongkou. At that time, Hongxing could be said to be the #1 gang in Hong Kong Island. Even Dongxing Heliansheng and other gangs had to look up to Hongxing. Then why has Hongxing become like this now?" Gao Jin asked, looking confused. Liang Kuan snuffed out his cigarette. "Ever since Jiang Zhen passed away in 75, the brothers Jiang Tianxing and Jiang Tianyang fought for power, and later Jiang Tianxing took over as the leader while Jiang Tianyang left for Siam. After this power struggle, Hongxing's glory faded, and its territory significantly shrank, becoming what it is now." Gao Jin pondered. "So that's how it is. But what does this have to do with Jiang Tianxing dealing in drugs?" "You see, as Hongxing's territory shrank, the gang's income decreased." Liang Kuan leaned back in his seat. "If Jiang Tianxing wants to make money to maintain the gang's operations, he might consider dealing in drugs. Now I finally understand why he wants to seize the fish market in Aberdeen." Gao Jin suddenly realized, to facilitate distribution. "Bingo. You got it right." Liang Kuan snapped his fingers. Gao Jin took a deep breath. It's surprising that no one in the gang knew Jiang Tianxing was doing this. He really is good at hiding it. With his ability, it's not difficult for him to keep things under wraps, Liang Kuan chuckled. However, no matter how capable Jiang Tianxing is, he didn't expect the police to notice this matter. "Why aren't the police arresting him?" Gao Jin asked. Liang Kuan replied, "Perhaps there's no evidence, or the timing isn't right. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore." He patted Gao Jin's shoulder. "Drive, let's go back." Gao Jin responded. Liang Kuan looked out the window. Jin, don't tell anyone about what we just discussed, understand?" Gao Jin nodded. "Understood, Kuan, go." When the car stopped at the entrance of the Qianshui Bay Villa, Liang Kuan was about to get out when he noticed the door was open and Ruan Mei walked out. She approached Liang Kuan, who had already gotten out of the car, and gently said, "Kuan Gu, you're back." Liang Kuan took Ruan Mei's hand and whispered, "I didn't come back last night. Were you worried?" Ruan Mei's face turned red and she stammered, "No. I went to bed early last night." Liang Kuan smirked. "I don't believe you. Look, your ears are all red." Ruan Mei looked down, too shy to speak. Just as Liang Kuan was feeling pleased, he suddenly felt a pain in his ear. He turned to see his mother Kuan Ma twisting his ear. "You little brat, what did you say to Mei yesterday?" Kuan Ma scolded. "You made her stay up all night. If I hadn't advised her, she would have probably waited for you all night." The more she spoke, the angrier she got, and her grip tightened. Liang Kuan curled up in pain. Mom, it hurts." Kuan Ma was even angrier. "You know it hurts. Why didn't you think about Mei? She's so weak, how could you make her wait for you all night?" Saying this, she kicked at Liang Kuan. He dodged while explaining, "Mom, I'm sorry, the nightclub was too busy yesterday. Oh, I really couldn't leave. It hurts. I won't do it again, Mama, please calm down." Kuan Ma snorted coldly. "Is there going to be a next time?" Liang Kuan quickly pleaded, "There won't be a next time, I promise." Ruan Mei, standing by, tried to mediate. "Andy, please calm down. Kuan Gun knows he was wrong." Kuan Ma finally relented, giving Liang Kuan a fierce glare. "You little brat, if there's a next time, I'll break your legs." Liang Kuan rubbed his red ear with a flattering expression. "Got it, Mom." Kuan Ma took Ruan Mei's hand. "Mei, don't pay him any mind. Oh, let's go inside." Saying this, she pulled Ruan Mei into the house. Liang Kuan glared at Gao Jin, who was laughing nearby, and followed them in. Gao Jin covered his mouth, trailing behind. As soon as Liang Kuan entered the living room, he saw Ruan Mai's grandmother sitting on the sofa watching TV and hurried over upon back. Ruan Mai's grandmother looked at him. Kuan, you're back. Come sit down. Liang Kuan sat closely beside her. Did you sleep well last night? Yes, I slept very well last night. Thank you, Kuan, and your mother for letting me stay here. Kuan Ma brought over some fruit. Mother-in-law, we are all family now. There's no need to be so polite. The grandmother smiled. Still should thank you all. She turned to Liang Kuan. Kuan, why didn't you come back last night? Liang Kuan quickly replied. Prit was too busy at the shop last night. I really couldn't get away, so I didn't come back. The grandmother, hearing this, immediately showed concern. Are you tired? Do you want to rest a bit? Liang Kuan pretended to yawn exaggeratedly. Don't mention it. I am indeed a little sleepy. Mom, you all chat first. I'm going to take a nap. Kuan Ma waved her hand impatiently. Go on, just don't be a nuisance here. Liang Kuan shook his head and walked upstairs. As he reached the large bedroom on the 3rd floor, he was about to enter when his mother Kuan Ma, who was following behind, pulled him back. What are you doing? Kuan Ma asked Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan replied confused, going to sleep. Kuan Ma pointed to the small bedroom next to it. Your room is there. This one is for May. You mean I'm sleeping here? Liang Kuan said incredulously, pointing at the small bedroom. Kuan Ma shot him a glare. That's right, you're sleeping here. Seeing that Liang Kuan was still not moving, she gave him a nudge. Aren't you going in? Liang Kuan had no choice but to walk into the small bedroom. Kuan Ma pulled him aside and whispered in his ear, let me tell you, you're not allowed to touch May until her health improves. Do you understand? If I find out, you'll be in trouble. Liang Kuan had a bitter face. Got it, Mom, I'm going to sleep now. Kuan Ma finally released her grip with satisfaction. That's more like it. Hurry up and sleep. They'll call you when it's time to eat. As Liang Kuan lay sprawled on the bed sound asleep, the undercurrents in the Hong Kong underworld began to stir due to his flag-raising act for the Zhongqing Society. Everyone got up to take their cups, waiting for Deng Bo to speak. After taking a sip, Deng Bo slowly said, what do you all think about Liang Kuan's flag raising yesterday? Long Jin chimed in. That's between Liang Kuan and the Zhongqing Society. It has nothing to do with us at Lianqing. Old Goei Yin shook his head. I think it's an opportunity. We could get a piece of the pie. Let Xiao Lu send troops from Jordan, and we can support him to drive Liang Kuan out of Mongkok. Cold Lao interjected. Xiao Lu, can he handle it? Let's not even mention whether he dares to fight Liang Kuan. With his limited manpower, even with our support, it wouldn't be enough to take on Liang Kuan. It would be better to let the D take action, and the D is strong and capable. He can definitely handle Liang Kuan. Old Goei Yin shot back. The D. Forget it. I heard he's doing business with Liang Kuan right now. He's selling a grade goods from Liang Kuan's factory and making quite a profit. Do you think he would turn on Liang Kuan? Cold Lao questioned. So Xiao Lu is alright then. Isn't he also sourcing goods from Liang Kuan? Old Goei Yin, how many benefits did Xiao Lu give you for you to speak up for him? Old Goei Yin slammed the table. Cold Lao, you better have evidence when you talk. When did I take money from Xiao Lu? I just think Xiao Lu is a good person, capable and respectful to us older folks. What's wrong with saying a few good words? The other elders, including Chuan Bao and Uncle Kwan, remained silent watching the two argue. Deng Bo poured the second round of tea and signaled, please have tea. Everyone picked up their cups again, and Old Goei Yin and Cold Lao stopped arguing. Deng Bo saw that the atmosphere had calmed down and continued, Liang Kuan raising his flag and claiming territory is his own business. Lianqing has no grievances with him. There's no need to oppose him. Now the time is approaching for the 2-year mark. Lianqing needs to choose a new leader. At this time, it's unnecessary to stir up trouble. The most important thing is to put forward the candidates first. Think carefully and present your choices. We will hold a meeting to vote later. Everyone nodded and dispersed. In Yuanlong, new territories at the headquarters of Dongxing, Luo Tua called all 5 tigers of Dongxing together to hear their opinions on Liang Kuan raising the flag for the Zhongqing Society. Luo Tua sat in the main seat, gesturing to Guahua Luan beside him. Guahua Luan nodded and looked at the 5 tigers of Dongxing, saying, Liang Kuan has taken over the territory of the Zhongqing Society in Mongkok. The boss wants to see who among you is interested in reclaiming the territory. This way Dongxing can also establish a foothold in Mongkok. Ben Lei Hu Yao Yang spoke first. Boss Liang Kuan raised the flag himself. If he succeeded, that's his skill. Moreover, even if Dongxing wants to take action according to territorial divisions, it should be a matter for the Smiling Tiger. My territory is in Tunmun, far from Mongkok. Smiling Tiger smiled. Yao Yang, since you've said it this way, what else can I say? However, my manpower is a bit lacking, so I need your support. Yao Yang scoffed. If you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. You have such a good relationship with Crow, why don't you ask him for help? Do you think I think highly of you? Asking me for support? Dream on. Smiling Tiger's expression changed as he stared hard at Yao Yang. Yao Yang showed no fear. What's wrong? Do you want to fight? Come, I'm ready. Smiling Tiger suppressed his anger and smiled. Yao Yang, how could I dare to fight you? You're joking. Yao Yang snorted and fell silent. Luo Tua scanned the crowd. If Yao Yang won't go, who among you will? C2 Haonan said, Boss, my territory is in Causeway Bay. It's not convenient. Jin Mao Hu Sha Ming also shook his head. Boss, I'm very busy with the renovation project at Jinxing Garden and can't leave. Luo Tao looked at Crow, who quickly said, Boss, I'm also not convenient. The Smiling Tiger just brought in a shipment from Holland and let me distribute it. I have no time. Smiling Tiger saw this and added, Yes, boss, business matters most. Concerning Liang Kwan, we can discuss it. Luo Tao slammed the table in anger. Damn it, usually everyone is so full of bravado, but at the critical moment, they all falter. Get lost. Yao Yang stood up and left, and the other four followed suit. Guo Hualun watched them leave and said, Boss, those few have some small thoughts. Luo Tao snorted coldly. I know I never intended to let them seize Liang Kun's territory. I just wanted to see how they would choose. It seems now that it would be good if they don't turn against each other. Meanwhile, the Xing Shui Fong and other societies also chose to observe. In Mongkok, at the Qian Kowloon Financial Company, a Hua drove to the company and parked before heading upstairs. Upon entering, several younger members chatting stood up. Brother Hua, you're back. Hua nodded. Where's Bo? Brother Bo went out to collect debts and will be back soon. When he returns, tell him to find me in the office. Okay, Brother Hua. Hua entered the office, sat at his desk, and reviewed the accounts from this period. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Hua said without looking up. Sangbo pushed the door open. Boss, did you call for me? Sit. Hua took out a cigarette and tossed one to Sangbo. About your performance yesterday, I have already mentioned it to Kuan Go, and he is very satisfied. Sangbo quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, boss. Hua waved his hand. You're my man and no need, Sangbo said. I still need to thank you for your support. If you hadn't mentioned me to Kuan Go, how would he know about me? Hua took out a cigarette, and Sangbo immediately took out a lighter to light it for him. Hua smiled. Kuan Go said to let me manage the gambling den we took from the Zhongqing Society. Sangbo exclaimed, Indeed, Kuan Go values you, boss. Hua took a puff and slowly exhaled smoke rings. Kuan Go also said that you are responsible for collecting the debts from the gambling den. Sangbo was overjoyed and quickly stood up to bow. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Kuan Go. Hua gestured for him to sit down and took out a brown paper bag, tossing it to Sangbo. Here are 50,000. It's your reward from Kuan Go. Sangbo received it. Thank you for Kuan Go's reward, and thank you, boss. Hua looked at Sangbo. Kuan Go is the kind of person who rewards those who work hard for him. And one more thing, there are many affairs at the finance company, and I can't leave. You will oversee the gambling den. Sangbo was overwhelmed by a series of surprises, realizing after a moment. Thank you, boss. Oh, I will definitely work hard. Hua waved his hand. Remember to borrow the debts from the company for the gambling den and account them on the company's book. Sangbo nodded repeatedly. Boss, don't worry. I know what to do. All right, go get busy. Sangbo stood up. Okay, boss, so I'll head out now. Hua continued to review the accounts. Sangbo stepped out and several younger members close to him immediately surrounded him. Brother Bo, what did Hua Go call you for? Sangbo recounted what had just happened, and the others immediately became excited, congratulating Sangbo. Brother Bo, Kuan Go knows about you now. Oh, it looks like you're going to rise in rank. Yeah, Brother Bo, if you get rich, don't forget your brothers. They all complimented Sangbo in turn. Wong Tai Sin Estate. The fly helped Fong Ting's family pack the last piece of luggage and clapped his hands, saying he would go downstairs to check if the moving company's truck had arrived. When he reached downstairs, the truck had not yet arrived. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and squatted by the roadside to wait. Just as he was idly glancing around, he heard a commotion coming from a nearby small garden. Feeling bored and curious, the fly walked over with the cigarette in his mouth. As he got closer, he found a group of small-time thugs surrounding two young men around 17 or 18 years old brandishing weapons. One of the young men had a buzz cut and resembled a scruffy character looking dark and thin. The other had strikingly bright blue bangs covering one eye, looking extremely arrogant. The thugs were cursing and shoving the two young men. The fly noticed the two were planning to resist, but hesitated due to the weapons in the thugs' hands. Seeing the two being pushed around, the fly couldn't stand it any longer and shouted, "What's going on?" bullying those who are outnumbered. The thug stopped and turned to look at the fly. One of the thugs holding a machete pointed at the fly and said, "Who the hell are you? Stay out of this." The fly leisurely walked over, stood in front of the thug, and stared at him. "Don't worry about who I am. I ask you, what do you want? What do you care? If you don't leave, I'll chop you too." The fly smiled. "So what if I don't leave?" "Damn it, can't understand, huh?" The thug swung his machete. The fly sidestepped and snatched the knife, slicing it down on the thug's shoulder. Seeing this, the other thugs all lunged at him. The blue-haired guy and the buzz cut immediately rushed forward to help. They snatched knives from the nearby thugs and joined the fray. The blue-haired guy attacked with incredible ferocity and speed, each strike targeting vital points, quickly taking down several opponents. The buzz cut employed a different style, wildly swinging his knife without regard for anyone behind him, focused only on taking down those in front. Soon, under the onslaught of the three, the thugs retreated one after another, all collapsing to the ground. The fly walked up to the leader of the thugs, crouched down, and tapped his face with the knife. "Kid, who is your boss? Where are you from?" The thug glared at him viciously. "Our boss is Western guy from Hiyuhi." The fly frowned. "Hiyuhi? Western guy? Never heard of him. Where does he operate?" The thug snorted in Mongkok. "Our boss is very powerful. Be careful don't show up in Mongkok. If our boss catches you he definitely won't let you go. The fly chuckled Mongkok. Operating in Mongkok, yet you haven't heard of me. Who the hell are you? The thug asked. The fly stood up, his tone brimming with arrogance. Listen, well kid, I am the fly and my boss is the man in charge of Mongkok for Hongxing. Lik Kwan. If your boss is not convinced, tell him to come find me at night, Paris. The thug's face turned pale upon hearing this. You fly, I didn't know it was you. Please let us go. The fly smiled. Weren't you just very cocky? Now you're scared. Get lost today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you off this. And tell your boss to bring $100 to night Paris in 3 days to apologize. Otherwise I'll sweep his place. Having said that, the fly turned to leave. He saw the blue-haired guy and the buzz cut still standing there, and said to them, aren't you leaving? Waiting for the police to come. The two exchanged a glance, and quickly followed. As they approached, the fly took out a cigarette from his pocket, and gestured to them, do you want to smoke? Both shook their heads. The fly lit one for himself, took a puff, and asked, not bad huh? Where are you from? The buzz cut replied, you fly, we haven't joined any gangs. Oh. The fly raised an eyebrow, not joined any gangs. That's perfect, how about joining me? The blue-haired guy suddenly spoke up, you're pretty good. I want to spar with you. The fly glanced at him. Spar? Why should I? You're not my little brother, why should I spar with you? The blue-haired guy stared at the fly, if I become your little brother can I spar with you? The fly nodded, exactly. Then I'll follow you. The blue-haired guy immediately agreed. The fly looked at the buzz cut again, what about you? The buzz cut immediately shouted, boss. The fly nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly remembering something, he took out 2 rolls of cash from his suit, and threw them to the two. Here, take this, it's a welcoming gift from the boss. The two received the cash, and were stunned when they looked at the amount. Boss, this is too much, right? The fly waved his hand, just take it. It's a small matter. With me as your boss, you'll have plenty of money in the future. The two accepted it, repeatedly thanking him. The fly, feeling proud, suddenly remembered something. By the way, I still don't know your names. The blue-haired guy replied, I'm Luo Tianhong, and he's Feiji. Tianhong Feiji. The fly repeated, nice names. The fly said to Luo Tianhong, if you want to find someone to spar with, I can introduce you to some experts. Luo Tianhong became excited upon hearing this. Boss, really? The fly nodded. Of course, they are all under Qian, much stronger than me. If you spar with them, you will definitely benefit greatly. Luo Tianhong's eyes lit up. That's great. Thank you, boss. At that moment, the fly saw the moving company's truck had arrived, so he waved to the two. Let's go now, help the boss. Are we going to chop someone? Feiji asked hurriedly. The fly glared. Chop what? Help the boss move. The three went upstairs to Fong Ting's door. Fong Ting was startled when she saw them. The fly, has the truck come? The fly nodded. It's here, let's move the things down first. He patted Luo Tianhong and Feiji. Aren't you calling people? The two reacted and shouted in unison, sister-in-law. Fong Ting blushed. Who's your sister-in-law? The two looked at the fly, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. The fly said casually, not now but later. Hurry up and move the stuff. The two hurried off to carry the luggage. Fong Ting glared at the fly. Where did you find these 2 guys? The fly replied, just took in these little brothers. Fong Ting rolled her eyes at him, looking him up and down. Did you get into a fight again? The fly shook his head, then nodded no. While waiting for the truck downstairs, I saw them getting bullied by a group of thugs, so and then you called them to call you boss. Fong Ting was speechless. The fly nodded. These two have some skills, so Qian entrusted me with managing the sauna center, and I need people under me. Fong Ting nodded. Qian trusts you, so you should do well, and not let him down. The fly laughed. Don't worry, I know what to do. At that moment, Fong Min poked her head out from inside. Second sister, you fly. Ling Jia said we can go now. The 3 of them went inside to help move the luggage. Everyone worked together to load the luggage onto the truck heading towards Kowloon City. By the time they moved the luggage into the new house and tidied up, it was already afternoon. The fly looked at the time and realized it was getting late, so he bade farewell to Fong Ting's family. Luo Huiling hurriedly stopped him. The fly, you and your brothers have been busy all day, have a meal before you go. The fly shook his head. No need, Ling Jia, I have things to do. Whatever it is, let's talk after we finish eating. Fong Ting also pleaded from the side. The fly waved his hand. Qian entrusted me with the place, which means he trusts me. Today is the first day, I can't let Qian lose face. I'm leaving now. After saying that, he took Luo Tianhong and Feiji away. Fong Ting hurriedly followed. I'll see you off. When they reached downstairs, the fly turned to Fong Ting. Go back. You've just moved in, there's still a lot to do. Fong Ting nodded. The fly turned to leave, just getting into the car. Fong Ting hurriedly called out, hey wait. The fly turned back and Fong Ting looked at him for a while, before saying be careful. The fly smiled and started the car to leave. Fong Ting watched the car drive away before going upstairs. In the car, Feiji asked the fly, boss, where are we going? The fly replied, while driving to my place to arrange the tasks you need to do and to treat the 2 of you. The car arrived at the entrance of the Regal Sauna Center. The fly parked the car and turned to them. We're here, get out. Luo Tianhong and Feiji got out of the car, and Luo Tianhong looked up at the sign. Boss, is it here? The fly nodded. Yes, I just took this over from the Zhongqing Society yesterday, and Qian entrusted it to me. Feiji asked, according to the rules, do we have to guard for 3 days? The fly looked back at him. Yes, that's why I brought you here. What? Are you scared? Feiji puffed out his chest. I'm not afraid. As long as they dare to come, I'll drive them away. Luo Tianhong added, don't worry, boss, leave it to us. The fly laughed heartily. Good brothers, I like your spirit. After these 3 days, I'll definitely treat you well. Then I'll take you to meet Qian. In the Jordan Temple Street section, the secret lair of the Westerners. The room was filled with smoke and several young women lounged on the sofa. Aju held a cigarette, ash falling on her clothes without bothering to brush it off. Wu Qiba leaned over and asked Aju, how many did you take today? Aju held up 2 fingers. 2. Wu Qiba's voice rose in surprise. Are you crazy? Do you want the Westerners to know? Would they not kill you? Aju exhaled a puff of smoke lazily. I can't help it. All the customers have gone over to Liang Ma's place. You want me to rob Liang Ma's customers? I'd rather be beaten to death by the Westerners. Just as she finished speaking, the door was pushed open. The Westerner entered, followed by a younger brother with a bandage wrapped around his arm. The Westerner stared at the younger brother. Are you sure that fly said that? The younger brother nodded. Boss, he said for you to bring money to Night Paris in 3 days to apologize. Damn. The Westerner kicked over a stool. Who does he think he is? Dares to ask me to apologize. The younger brother shrank back. His boss is Liang Kwan. Liang Kwan is quite powerful in Mongkok. Right now, we can't afford to mess with him. The Westerner slapped him. What does Liang Kwan amount to? He's a boss and so am I. If he has the ability, let him come to disrupt my place, and see who is afraid of whom. He turned his gaze to Wu Qiba, and Aju, his anger intensifying. What are you two still doing here? Aren't you going to work? Get out. The 2 women hurriedly left. The Westerner glared at their retreating figures. Damn. They're all so lazy. Liang Kwan was awakened by the sound of knocking. Brat, dinner's ready. His mother called from outside. Liang Kwan rubbed his eyes and got up coming. As he went downstairs, Wan Mei was setting the table, while Gao Jin emerged from the kitchen with dishes. His mother shot him a glare. Go wash your hands. Liang Kwan obediently complied and sat next to Wan Mei. His grandmother added a piece of chicken to his bowl. Kwan, eat more. Thank you, Grandma. Liang Kwan turned to Wan Mei. Mei, what do you want to eat? He'll get it for you. Wan Mei shook her head. No need, I'll do it myself. Liang Kwan directly picked up a piece of fish and placed it in her bowl. Eat this, it's nutritious and good for your health. Wan Mei softly said thank you and also picked up some dishes for Liang Kwan. Their actions were noticed by his mother and grandmother, who exchanged smiles. Halfway through the meal, his mother asked, aren't you busy today? Liang Kwan nodded. Not much going on. So you're staying? Liang Kwan nodded. Yes, I'll go back to the company tomorrow. With Jean and the others watching the place, I feel at ease. His mother said you rarely come back. Mei and your grandmother are here, so you should spend more time with them. Liang Kwan placed a piece of meat in his mother's bowl. Got it, Mom. You eat more. After finishing the meal, his mother chatted with his grandmother, while Liang Kwan helped Wan Mei clear the table. Wan Mei went into the kitchen to help Sister Qian wash the dishes, while Liang Kwan pulled Gao Jin outside the villa. Liang Kwan lit a cigarette and handed it to Gao Jin. Jin, you keep an eye on the place later and notify me if anything comes up. Gao Jin accepted the cigarette. Understood. Kwan, go. Liang Kwan lit his own, exhaling smoke. Be careful, don't let other gangs take advantage. Don't worry, I'll have the brothers keep an eye on it. At that moment, Wan Mei came out. Kwan, gu, Jin, do you want some fruit? The 2 stamped out their cigarette butts, and Gao Jin shook his head. No thanks to Saw. I'll head back to the nightclub first. Wan Mei urged, have some before you leave. Eat some before you go, there's no rush. Liang Kwan added, all right, thank you. Kwan, go, and Saw. The 3 of them went inside together. Sister Chun brought out a plate of fruit, and Grandma invited them to eat. After eating some fruit, Gao Jin stood up. Kwan, go, I'm leaving now. Liang Kwan nodded. Remember to notify me if anything happens. Okay. Gao Jin left. After chatting for a while, Grandma grew tired and went to sleep. Wan Mei felt sleepy too, yawning as she returned to her room to sleep. Liang Kwan glanced around stealthily, confirming no one was watching, and quietly climbed up to the 3rd floor. Just as he placed his hand on the doorknob of Wan Mei's room. What are you trying to do? His mother's voice came from behind. Liang Kwan jumped in fright and turned around with a smile. Nothing, I was just checking if Mei was asleep. His mother snorted coldly. Cut the crap. You're my son, and I know you too well. What did I say that you forgot? You can't touch her until Mei is healthy. Go back to your room and sleep. Oh. Liang Kwan returned to his room dejectedly. What he didn't know was that Wan Mei, hiding behind the door, was blushing and giggling under the covers. In the middle of the night, Liang Kwan got up again and quietly went to pull the door. No way. The door was locked from the outside. He searched the room, but couldn't find the key. Frustrated, he stomped his feet, but there was nothing he could do, so he had to return to bed. The next morning, Liang Kwan went downstairs for breakfast. Wan Mei and Grandma were already sitting at the dining table. Kwan, go, breakfast is ready. Liang Kwan replied with an "oh" and sat down. His mother shot him a fierce glare, and Liang Kwan scratched his head, too afraid to speak, quickly finishing his breakfast. Mom, Mei, Grandma, I'm heading back to the company. After saying that, Liang Kwan hurriedly made his escape. His mother watched his retreating figure and turned to Wan Mei. Don't spoil him. Once you're healthy, you two should get married. Wan Mei blushed. Got it, Annie. Liang Kwan returned to Night Paris, where Gao Jin approached. Kwan, go, everything was fine at all the places last night. Liang Kwan breathed a sigh of relief. Make sure everyone stays alert, don't let anything happen. Gao Jin replied, everyone is watching. Jianjun and Ashio are both there. Liang Kwan nodded. Thanks for your hard work. Once these couple of days pass, it will be fine. The next afternoon in Wanchai on Gloucester Road, at Qian International. Liang Kwan sat in the boss chair flipping through the accounts when Fong Ting knocked and entered Kowloon Gu. Here's the financial statement you wanted. Liang Kowloon nodded, just put it down. Fong Ting placed the statement down and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Liang Kowloon called her back. How have you been adjusting to working here these past 2 days? Fong Ting smiled. I'm getting used to it, thank you Kowloon Gu. I just come to work after school at noon every day, worried that the colleagues might have opinions. Liang Kowloon waved his hand. Don't mind them. Oh, just focus on doing your job well. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it, staring at Fong Ting. There's one more thing. What are you and that fly planning to do? Fong Ting was taken aback. Kowloon Gu, what do you mean? You know that fly likes you and he treats you well. I see it as your boss. You need to have an attitude about whether you like. If you like him, then be together. If not, just make it clear early on. But Liang Kowloon paused. If you don't like that fly, then my attitude towards you will change. At that time, I'll treat you as just an employee of the company and won't take care of you like I do now. Do you understand? Fong Ting was silent for a moment, then nodded understood. Liang Kowloon extinguished his cigarette. So what do you mean? Fong Ting lowered her head. I know that Brother Fly likes me and he treats me and my family very well, but I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Liang Kowloon pressed. Afraid he's a small-time thug. Not worthy of you. Fong Ting shook her head. No Kowloon Gu, you know my family has a feud with the Ding family. I'm afraid it will implicate Brother Fly in the future. Liang Kowloon laughed upon hearing this. What's there to worry about? Fong Ting, I told you as long as I'm here the Ding family doesn't count for anything. Let me tell you, I just took over the Ding family's place in Mongkok a few days ago. I captured both Ding Xiaoxia and Ding Yixia. Ding Xiaoxia, in order to save his life, not only gave up the Mongkok place to me, but also compensated me 200 million. Really? Fong Ting found it hard to believe. Liang Kowloon smiled. Of course it's true. You can ask that fly. And he got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the tall buildings outside. Now, I've completely torn my face with Ding Xiaoxia. Do you think I'll let him off the hook? Even if I let him off, will he let me go? Fong Ting opened her mouth, and Liang Kowloon continued, we won't spare each other. I've caught his brothers, and he's suffered quite a loss. There's no room for reconciliation between me and him. Sooner or later, I will take action against him. He turned to Fong Ting. By then, there will be no loyal Qing society or Ding family brothers in Hong Kong. Ting, I'm telling you this to ease your mind. Oh, don't worry that your family's matters will implicate that fly. Go back and think carefully about your relationship with that fly and how to interact well. Fong Ting nodded slowly. Kowloon Gu, I will. I'll get back to work now. All right, go ahead. Fong Ting bowed and left the office. When Fong Ting came out of the building after work, Wu Ying was already waiting by the roadside. He leaned against the front of the car smoking. Upon seeing Fong Ting, he smiled, flicked the cigarette butt away, and opened the car door. Fong Ting got into the car, and Wu Ying started the engine. Ting, was work smooth today? Are you tired? Fong Ting shook her head. It was fine. Brother Kowloon treats me well. Wu Ying smiled and said, of course, Brother Kowloon has always been nice to his own people. He paused, then added, I specifically asked Brother Kowloon to assign you some easier tasks. Fong Ting glanced at him and softly said, thank you, Wu Ying. After that, she turned her gaze to the window and fell. Wu Ying stole a glance at her and noticed that something was off with her mood. What's wrong? Did someone upset you? Or is there trouble at work? Fong Ting came to her senses and shook her head. It's nothing, just thinking about some things. Seeing that Fong Ting was unwilling to elaborate, Wu Ying stopped probing and focused on driving. The car soon arrived at Geelong City, and Wu Ying parked it steadily by the roadside. Fong Ting got out of the car and noticed Wu Ying didn't follow. She bent down to peek inside the car. Brother Wu Ying, aren't you going home? Wu Ying shook his head. No, the sauna center has been busy these days, and I need to keep an eye on it. You go home first. Fong Ting frowned slightly, her tone laced with concern. Wu Ying, be careful, don't get into conflicts with the customers, and don't overwork yourself. Wu Ying nodded. Got it, I'll be careful. After saying that, he stepped on the gas, and the car sped away. Fong Ting stood by the roadside watching the car disappear around the corner before turning to head home. Upon pushing open the door, Luo Huiling had already set the dishes on the table. Fong Fong was sitting at the table, while Fong Min leaned over talking about school. Luo Huiling saw Fong Ting enter and called out, shouting, you're back. Hurry up and come eat. Fong Ting put her bag on the sofa, washed her hands, and sat down at the table. At the dinner table, Luo Huiling asked about Fong Fong's job situation, and Fong Fong briefly mentioned a few things. Fong Min chattered away, complaining about some troubles at school. Fong Ting remained silent, keeping her head down while eating. Luo Huiling glanced at her and put down her chopsticks. Xiao Ting, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Fong Ting hesitated for a moment, then raised her head. Sister Ling, what do you think of Wu Ying? Everyone at the table stopped eating and turned to look at Fong Ting. Fong Min was the first to respond. Brother Wu Ying is great. He treats me well and often buys me snacks. After saying that, she flashed a smile at Fong Ting's sister. Did you agree to Brother Wu Ying? Fong Ting shook her head and recounted the words that Liang Kowloon had said to her in the afternoon. After finishing, the room fell silent. After a while, Luo Huiling cautiously spoke up. Shouting, Wu Ying is a good person. Although he is from a gang and your status is different, he is good to you and our family. Ever since we met him, he has been very attentive to our family matters. I can tell he really likes you. What Brother Kowloon said is correct. If you don't like Wu Ying, it's best to make it clear early to avoid wasting his time. Fong Fong put down her chopsticks and looked at Fong Ting. What do you think? Do you like Wu Ying? Fong Ting was silent for a moment before gently nodding. At first, I thought he was annoying, always hanging around. But over time I realized I really do like him. Then why don't you agree to him? Fong Fong pressed. Are you afraid of the Ding family brothers? Or do you think he is not good enough for you? Fong Ting shook her head. I'm mainly afraid of the Ding brothers, worried that our family's problems will implicate Wu Ying. Fong Min suddenly interjected. Sister brother Wu Ying specifically asked me before if the Ding family often bullied. I said yes, and he got angry right on the spot, saying once he had more brothers under him, he would take people to deal with the Ding family and get back at them for us. Fong Fong frowned at Fong Min. Xiao Min, why did you tell Wu Ying these things? Fong Min pouted. I thought brother Wu Ying would become my brother-in-law, so I said it. Fong Fong sighed helplessly. Xiao Min, really? Luo Huiling quickly mediated. Xiao Fong, forget it. What said? Fong Fong sighed and looked at Fong Ting. Xiao Ting, I haven't interacted much with Wu Ying, so I can't say I know him well. But I can see that although he is involved with a gang, he is not a bad person, unlike those from the Ding family, who are rotten to the core. So Xiao Ting, you need to think clearly about your choice. Fong Ting nodded. I know what I should do. I want to be with him. Really? Really? Fong Ting nodded vigorously. Fong Min cheered from the side. Yay, I have a brother-in-law now. Brother Wu Ying treats me so well, he'll definitely give me pocket money every day and take me out for good food. Fong Ting rolled her eyes at her sister. All you think about is money, little money grubber. Luo Huiling laughed and tapped the table. All right, let's eat quickly. The dishes are getting cold. The family resumed eating, and the atmosphere was much more relaxed than before. After finishing the meal, they tidied up the table and kitchen. Luo Huiling wiped her hands and came out to Fong Ting. Xiao Ting, since you've made up your mind, invite Wu Ying over for dinner tomorrow. Fong Ting nodded. Got it, sisterling. Early the next morning, Wu Ying came to pick up Fong Ting and Fong Min as usual. As soon as they got into the car, Fong Min stared at Wu Ying, laughing secretly. Wu Ying felt awkward from her laughter and glanced at her several times through the rearview mirror. Once Fong Min got out of the car, Wu Ying asked Fong Ting, what's up with Xiao Min today? She's acting strange, always laughing at me. Fong Ting looked out the window and just smiled, remaining silent. After driving for a while, Fong Ting suddenly spoke up. Wu Ying, do you want me to be your girlfriend? Wu Ying didn't think twice and replied, of course I do. I agree. Huh, okay. Wu Ying was momentarily stunned. Fong Ting raised her voice. I said I agree. Screech. He suddenly slammed the brakes, and the car came to a halt in the middle of the road. Wu Ying turned his head abruptly, his eyes wide. Hey Ting, what did you just say? Can you say it again, please? Fong Ting looked at his face and spoke slowly. I said I agree to be your girlfriend. Wu Ying's breath hitched. Really? You're not joking with me? Fong Ting nodded gently. The next second, Wu Ying crazed. He leaned halfway out of the car window, shouting at the top of his lungs, I have a girlfriend. Wu Ying finally has a girlfriend. People on the roadside all stopped and looked at him as if he were a fool. Fong Ting's face turned bright red as she reached out to pat him. Stop, shouting, it's so embarrassing. A traffic officer walked over. Sir, I know you're very happy, but can you please move your car? Look at the traffic behind you. Wu Ying turned around and saw a long line of cars stuck behind him, honking incessantly. He quickly pulled back into the car, awkwardly saluting the officer. Sorry, officer, I'll move it right away. After saying that, he stepped on the gas and the car sped away. Fong Ting was in the back seat laughing so hard she could hardly breathe, almost in tears. Wu Ying scratched his head. Hey Ting, don't laugh, I'm getting embarrassed. Fong Ting finally managed to stop laughing and wiped her eyes. All right, I won't laugh anymore. If Xiao Min saw this, she would definitely die laughing. Wu Ying quickly pleaded, don't tell Xiao Min about this, please. Fong Ting suppressed her laughter and nodded. Okay, I promise you, is that all right? Wu Ying began to grin foolishly. Thank you, Hey Ting, you're the best. By the way, what do you want to eat today? I'll go buy it. Fong Ting rolled her eyes at him. No need. By the way, Sister Ling asked you to come to my house for dinner today. Upon hearing this, Wu Ying froze for a moment, then nodded. Okay, got it. I'll pick you up after work. In Sha Tian, at Manhua Tea Restaurant, several old members of the Loyal and Righteous Hall gathered together with a pot of tea and a few plates of snacks on the table. Zhou Fuchuan sighed, picked up his teacup, then put it down. Brother Chuan, have you heard? Lik Kwan has taken over the Loyal Qing Society's territory in Mongkok. Lin Baichuan raised his teacup and took a sip. I've heard. To be honest, Liang Kun's move this time was really quick. The gangs in Mongkok didn't even react before he finished his business there. Zhang Yaoxiong hesitated. So, should we still invite Lik Kwan to join us? Lin Baichuan put down his teacup. Yes. We must invite him to join the Loyal and Righteous Hall. Zhang Yaoxiong scratched his head, but Lik Kwan is currently on a roll, he probably won't agree. Chen Jingxian looked at Lin Baichuan. Brother Chuan, if we really want to invite him, we need to plan early. If we delay, even if Lik Kwan is willing, the leader of Hongxing Jiang, Tianxing, won't agree. Lin Baichuan nodded and said solemnly, I plan to talk to Lik Kwan tomorrow. Chen Jingxian nodded in response. Yes, the sooner the better. However, Brother Chuan, it's best to keep it a secret to avoid leaks. If the big boss Pan finds out, it will be a bit. Lin Baichuan nodded. I understand. Jingxian, you go find Lik Kwan first and say I have something to discuss with him. Set up a time, and the location should be discreet. I will meet him in person. Chen Jingxian nodded. Got it, Brother Chuan. Lin Baichuan then looked at Zhang Yaoxiong. Xiong, keep an eye on Boss Pan in the next few days. Let me know if there's any movement. Zhang Yaoxiong stood up. Brother Chuan, you can rest assured, I will keep a close watch on Boss Pan and will not let him ruin anything. Lin Baichuan nodded. Yes, this time the survival of the Loyal and Righteous Hall relies on everyone. In Mongkok at the Night Paris nightclub, Lik Kwan was sitting in the office's boss chair smoking a cigar and listening to Dedong's report. Gao Jin, Jimmy, and Ahua were also in the office. Dedong opened a small notebook. Brother Kwan, our business has been getting better and better lately. Many big bosses love to come here to have fun, saying the atmosphere is good, there are many beautiful women, and the service is attentive. Mainly there aren't too many chaotic matters, the place is clean and safe. Lik Kwan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. What about other places? Sha Pi replied, they're all doing well. Brother Shakyang's nightclub is also thriving, and the bar I manage is packed every day. Ahua also spoke up, the finance company has daily income, and the gambling den has a stable number of visitors, and nothing bad has happened there. Lik Kwan nodded. It seems you all have been working hard. He looked at Ahua. I heard you handed over the gambling den to Sangbo to manage. Ahua nodded. Yes, there were too many things to handle at the finance company, so I handed the gambling den to Sangbo. He's quite capable, he manages the gambling den well. Lik Kwan nodded. Newcomers should be given more opportunities to shine. Having more talent is a good thing for us. At that moment Wu Ying pushed the door and his mouth curled up in a grin, looking light and carefree. Lik Kwan saw him like this and couldn't help but ask, what's making you so happy? Huh, Brother Kwan, did you notice? Wu Ying was taken aback. Of course. Your face is about to crack from smiling. Ew, did you find money? Why so happy? Wu Ying chuckled. I'm happier than finding money. Ting agreed to be my girlfriend. Everyone was surprised and congratulated Wu Ying. Dedong laughed and slapped the table. You have to treat us. Sha Pi also smiled. Yes, Ting is such a beautiful and smart girl. You must treat everyone to a good meal now that you have her. Ahua hugged Wu Ying and teased. Wu Ying, as your former boss, congratulations to you. You are no longer. As your elder brother, I'm happy for you too. Why don't you book a table for 10 or 8 at the Treasure Seafood restaurant and let the brothers celebrate you? Hearing this, Wu Ying shook his head wildly. No way, no way. I need to save my money for a Ting. We have to live in the future and can't spend it recklessly. Tisk. Ahua scoffed. You're so stingy, really tight-fisted. Forget it, I'm hurt now. Some people you know have no humanity towards the opposite sex. Everyone laughed heartily, teasing Wu Ying, and the office was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Wu Ying was joking with everyone when he suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot about that. Everyone was curious. What is it? Tell us about it. Lik Kwan also asked, what happened? Wu Ying hurriedly explained, Brother Kwan, it's about the day Ting moved. I had 2 little brothers help out. Wu Ying recounted what happened that day, finally saying, I asked that Western guy's little brother to go back and tell their boss to come to Night Paris to apologize. I don't know if he came. Lik Kwan looked at Dedong. Dedong shook his head. I haven't seen anyone called the Western guy come by in the past few days. Sha Pi then said, he's with the He Yuha, a small gang under the He character. They mainly operate in the sex industry, focused on Ma Lan with territory in Temple Street. Their boss is Ing Shu, an old hand in the business. That Western guy is said to be hanging around the Jordan Temple Street area, and he has a group of girls under him. It's said he's arrogant and harsh on the girls he employs, but if they're not up to his standards, he either hits or scolds them. Lik Kwan listened to Sha Pi's words and looked at Wu Ying. Are you sure you told those little brothers to let the Western guy come to apologize? Wu Ying nodded. I'm sure. Lik Kwan sneered. It seems some people don't take me seriously. Dedong. Lik Kwan turned to Dedong and instructed, take Sha Qian with you and go find that Ing Shu with Wu Ying. Tell him to either bring money to apologize or hand over the Western guy. Let's see what he chooses. Dedong nodded. Understood, Brother Kwan. Lik Kwan waved his hand, intending to dismiss everyone, but suddenly remembered something. He looked at Wu Ying. What were those 2 little brothers' names? Where are they? Wu Ying was taken aback. They're both waiting outside. Does Brother Kwan want them to come in? Lik Kwan nodded. Wu Ying went out and quickly brought 2 people in. Wu Ying pointed at them. These are them, Luo Tianhong and Feiji. Tianhong and Feiji, come over to meet Brother Kwan. Luo Tianhong and Feiji hurriedly bowed to Lik Kwan. Hello, Grandpa. Lik Kwan nodded. Not bad, you 2 look very spirited. With Wu Ying helping you, I can rest assured. Be good and follow Wu Ying, he is a good brother. Understood, Grandpa. The 2 nodded repeatedly. After speaking, Luo Tianhong looked at Wu Ying, seeming to want to ask something. Wu Ying realized, Brother Kwan, Tianhong heard you have experts under you and wants to spar with them. Lik Kwan smiled. No problem, as long as Tianhong is willing he can challenge Jianjun and Asho anytime. But let's make it clear it's just for practice. Luo Tianhong immediately stated, thank you, Grandpa. Oh, I know the limits. Lik Kwan instructed Wu Ying. At that time, take him to the boxing gym to meet Jianjun and Ashio. Let them guide him well. Wu Ying nodded. No problem. Meanwhile, Feiji quickly raised his hand. Grandpa, Lik Kwan looked at him. Sure, it's a good opportunity to train yourself. Oh, what's wrong with that? Feiji was overjoyed. Thank you, Grandpa. I will study hard. At this moment, Shueda walked in from outside. Brother Kwan, someone is looking for you. Who is it? Lik Kwan asked, mildly curious. Chun Jingxian of the Zhongyi Tong. He says he has something to discuss with you, Shueda replied. Lik Kwan was slightly taken aback. What could he possibly want? Please show him in immediately. Shueda nodded and stepped out. returning shortly with Chen Jingqian in tow. Liang Kuan rose at once to greet him. Uncle Qian, what wind has brought you all the way here? Brother Liang Kuan, Chen Jingqian smiled. I never visit without purpose. This time I come with a request. Having spoken, he cast a brief, appraising glance over those present. Liang Kuan caught his meaning and waved dismissively. The others withdrew, Ahua leading Wu Ying and the rest out of the office. Only Liang Kuan, Chen Jingqian, and Gao Jin remained. Liang Kuan gestured for Chen Jingqian to sit. Uncle Qian, is this about Elder Pan of the Chang'e Tong causing trouble for you? If so, rest assured, Liang Kuan will stand firmly by the Zhongyi Tong. No, it's not about Elder Pan, Chen Jingqian said, shaking his head after settling into his seat. It's Brother Lin Baichuan who wishes to see you. Liang Kuan paused, startled. Brother Lin wants to meet me. Has the elder encountered some difficulty? Chen Jingqian sighed softly. Well, one might call it a difficulty. Would Brother Liang Kuan be able to spare some time for a private conversation with Brother Lin? Liang Kuan considered it briefly, then nodded. When an elder extends an invitation, one dares not refuse. When would Brother Lin like to meet me? Tomorrow at 3 p.m. At Dekhang Ice Room, behind Bolin Street. Brother Lin will await you there. Very well, Liang Kuan affirmed. I'll be there on time. Chen Jingqian rose, then it settled. I'll take my leave now. Liang Kuan also stood. Uncle Qian, please go safely. And Gao Jin, see Uncle Qian out. Gao Jin nodded and moved forward to escort Chen Jingqian to the door. Just as Chen Jingqian reached the threshold, he paused. Oh, one more thing, Brother Liang Kuan. Tomorrow's meeting must remain strictly between our two sides. Under no circumstances may anyone else learn of it. Not even Jiang Tianxing, the Honghing dragon head. Liang Kuan blinked, then nodded decisively. Understood, Uncle Qian. I know exactly what you mean. Good. Many thanks, Brother Liang Kuan. With a courteous nod, Chen Jingqian turned and departed. Liang Kuan watched his retreating figure deep in quiet contemplation. Moments later, Gao Jin re-entered, Ahua and the others following closely behind. Gao Jin approached Liang Kuan. Brother Kuan, what does Lin Baichuan want with you? Liang Kuan shook his head. I'm not certain, but it's unlikely to be anything adverse. He paused, then murmured, yet why must this meeting remain hidden, even from others? Others are one thing, but why conceal it even from Jiang Tianxing? Gao Jin furrowed his brow. Could it be that Brother Lin Baichuan plans to move against Elder Pan of the Chang'e Tong and seek our assistance? Impossible, Liang Kuan countered, shaking his head. Had he intended action, he'd have struck right after the incident with Sango. Why wait until now? Then why keep it secret from everyone? Gao Jin asked, puzzled. Liang Kuan fell silent for a moment, then said firmly, whatever it is, he must have something vital to discuss with me. He turned to the group. Ahua, you're to notify Wang Jianjun and the others. Have them investigate the area surrounding Dekhang Ice Room. Ahua nodded promptly. Aji, you'll assign people to monitor Jiang Tianxing's movements. Watch for any unusual activity. Sha Pi responded, understood, Brother Kuan. Liang Kuan then looked toward Shueda. Ada, you'll keep watch on Elder Pan. Report any developments immediately. Shueda nodded, understood. Dedong stepped forward, Brother Kuan. What about our meeting with Yoha tomorrow? Cancel it, Liang Kuan replied, shaking his head. Since Brother Lin Baichuan has sought me out and insisted on secrecy, it must be of utmost importance. So tomorrow, we'll proceed quietly. No fanfare, no attention. We must avoid being watched. As for Yoha, we'll address them after tomorrow. Dedong thought for a moment, then said, understood. Liang Kuan swept his gaze across the room. No word of tomorrow's meeting leaves this circle, not a single soul. Should even a whisper escape, Liang Kuan will show no mercy. The room grew still, all faces tightened, and each nodded in solemn assent. Liang Kuan waved his hand. That's all, dismissed. Remember, tomorrow's matter must proceed flawlessly. Understood, Brother Kuan, they replied in unison before dispersing. Stepping out of the night, Paris Fei Ji asked Wu Ying, boss, where to next? Wu Ying replied, back to the Lijiang first. We'll wait until Brother Kuan completes tomorrow's affair. Then he turned to Luo Tianhong, you'll skip the boxing gym today. Luo Tianhong nodded. Boss, I understand the gravity of the situation. Good. Wu Ying clapped him lightly on the shoulder. In a few days I'll arrange for Feng Yuxiu to personally instruct you. Thank you, boss. Chen Jingqian returned to Sha Tin and entered Manhua Tea Restaurant, where Lin Baichuan and two others were already waiting. The moment Lin Baichuan saw him enter, he asked urgently, did he agree? Chen Jingqian nodded. Yes, he accepted. They'll meet tomorrow at 3 p.m. at Dekhang Ice Room. Excellent. Lin Baichuan slapped his thigh. Everything hinges on this moment. If Liang Kuan agrees to switch allegiance, the Zhongyi Tong's name shall endure. Chen Jingqian added, Brother Lin, take care tomorrow. Avoid detection at all costs. Lin Baichuan nodded. I know. I'll exercise extreme caution. He turned to Zhang Yaoxiong and Zhou Fuqian. Yaoxiong Quan, the Tong's headquarters rests in your hands tomorrow. Both men nodded. Rest easy. The next day, at 3 p.m., Liang Kuan set out for Dekhang Ice Room on Bolin Street, accompanied by Gao Jin, Ahua, and Sha Pi. Just as they reached the entrance of Bolin Street, Wang Jianjun approached. Brother Kowloon, I've scouted Deckhang Ice Room. It closes precisely at 3 p.m. daily, and sees almost no patrons. Liang Kowloon nodded, noted. Yu Jiangua and Ah Xiao wait at the nearby tea house. And remember, stay unseen. Understood, Brother Kowloon. Wang Jianjun replied, then turned and left. Liang Kowloon glanced at Gao Jin and the others. Let's go to the ice room. Let's see precisely what Brother Lin Baichuan intends. As the group entered the secluded rear alley of Bolin Street, a middle-aged man approached them. Your Brother Kowloon, the man asked. Liang Kowloon nodded. I am. And you are? I own Deckhang Ice Room, the man replied. Uncle Lin sent me to escort you. Please follow me. Liang Kowloon took a step forward, then paused as Sha Pi gently gripped his arm and whispered, Brother Kowloon, be cautious. This may be a trap. Liang Kowloon glanced ahead at the man who had halted and waited patiently. It's fine. I've got it under control. He gently removed her hand and followed the man forward. Gao Jin gave Sha Pi a reassuring nod, then fell in step behind Liang Kowloon. At a rusted iron gate deep within the alley, the man stopped and turned. We've arrived, Brother Kowloon. Liang Kowloon nodded, then turned to his companions. Gao Jin will accompany me inside. Ahua Aji, you'll locate Jianjun and the others. Once things conclude, I'll rejoin you. Ahua and Sha Pi exchanged a glance, then replied, Understood, Brother Kowloon. Please be careful. Liang Kowloon offered a faint smile. No need to worry. I have Gao Jin with me. The man opened the iron gate. After you, Brother Kowloon. Liang Kowloon stepped through Gao Jin close behind. The man closed the gate behind them and gestured forward. Only then did Liang Kowloon realize the gate led to the ice room's rear entrance. The man led them through the kitchen to an old storage room, then slid aside a metal cabinet, revealing a narrow descending staircase. He gestured for them to ascend. Liang Kowloon hesitated for only a breath, then climbed upward. Gao Jin, the man did not follow. Instead, he slid the metal cabinet back into place and sat down on a chair just outside the storage room door. After Liang Kowloon and Gao Jin ascended the stairs, they discovered that the upper floor was a reception room. The room was brightly lit with a statue of Guan Gong in the center and an incense table placed in front of it. The incense table was adorned with an incense burner and offerings with 3 sticks of incense inserted into the burner. On either side of the table were 2 grandmaster chairs with Lin Baichuan seated in the left chair and Chun Jingxian standing beside him. Upon seeing Liang Kowloon enter, Lin Baichuan immediately stood up to greet him. Brother Liang Kowloon, it's been a long time. I truly apologize for making you come to such a place for a meeting today. Liang Kowloon clasped his fists in salute. Master Chuan, it's been a long time. How have you been lately? Thank you for your concern. I'm still in good health. Lin Baichuan gestured for him to take a seat. Brother Liang Kowloon, please sit. Liang Kowloon walked to the chair on the right and sat down with Gao Jin standing beside him. Lin Baichuan also took his seat. Liang Kowloon looked at Lin Baichuan with a hint of curiosity. I wonder what brings you to seek me today. Is it that Master Pan is planning to deal with your Zhongyi Hall? If so, I, Liang Kowloon, will definitely lend my full support, as I have been displeased with that old man for a long time. Lin Baichuan smiled. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Liang Kowloon, but that's not the reason for my visit today. Then what is it? Liang Kowloon was very curious. Lin Baichuan straightened his expression, slowly reining in his previously relaxed aura, his initially gentle gaze instantly becoming solemn and dignified. The aura around him suddenly shifted, no longer bearing any signs of age, replaced instead by a long accumulated authority. Lin Baichuan gradually sat up straight, his back erect, his hands naturally folding in front of him, and then he performed the greeting gesture of a respected person within the Hongmen. His left hand came together with fingers aligned, palm facing inward, firmly placed on his left chest. His right hand formed a gesture exclusive to the red stick's fingers, slightly curved thumb, upright index, middle ring, and little fingers sequentially folded, presenting a dragon's head embracing the seal posture. The right hand slowly raised to eye-level, wrist slightly bent inward, elbow lowered, the entire motion steady and powerful, performed with meticulousness, representing the orthodox greeting gesture of the Hongmen Long Tushan master, signifying the authority to lead the mountain hall and uphold the Hongmen's ancestral rules. At the same time, he spoke in a deep voice, his tone extremely serious. Today, I do not come as the head of Zhongyi Hall, but rather in the name of the master of the Hongmen, Zhuqing Mountain, to meet Brother Liang Kowloon. As soon as this gesture was made, the air in the room seemed to freeze instantly. The playful expression on Liang Kun's face vanished, his pupils dilated in shock, and he abruptly straightened up from his chair. He understood that the Hongmen's etiquette was strict, and the position of master held great significance within the Hongmen, far surpassing that of a mere hall leader. His own status within the Hongmen was merely that of a 426 red stick, part of the core executive, and he must perform the proper return greeting when meeting the master, showing utmost respect. Liang Kowloon did not dare to hesitate, immediately collecting all his expressions, his demeanor respectful, and performed the return greeting according to the etiquette norms of the 426 red sticks. He first stood with his feet together, his figure stable, his left hand also forming a fist with fingers together, palm pressed against his left chest, to show respect to the sect and the master. His right hand performed the exclusive return greeting gesture of the red sticks, a fist with the palm, facing inward, thumb firmly pressed between the index and middle fingers, wrist straight. The right hand slowly raised a heart level, slightly bent at the elbow, while he slightly bowed, the action respectful and precise, not daring to make the slightest mistake. This was the standard return greeting of the Hongmin Red Sticks when meeting the master, representing the Red Sticks' obedience to the Mountain Hall and adherence to their duties. Lik Kwan's bow was perfectly executed, showcasing both the identity of the Red Sticks and his deep reverence for the master. Lik Kwan solemnly replied, "I am Li Kwan, the 426th Red Stick of the Hongmin, and I greet the master of Zhuqing Mountain." After speaking the respectful words, Lik Kwan looked at Lin Baichuan, his expression respectful, yet tinged with confusion. Lin Baichuan slightly nodded, his breath steady, and continued to speak, his voice not loud, but clear, as if reciting the Mountain Hall's mantra before the ancestral hall. The mountain is Zhuqing Mountain, the hall is Zhongyi Hall, the Wu River flows endlessly, and the 5 blessings of Qian are fragrant. After finishing, he gazed solemnly at Lik Kwan. "This is the mountain decree of my Zhuqing Mountain lineage, originating from Qian, established by the Wu River, passed down through generations, never to be severed." Lik Kwan's heart trembled, feeling the weight of the decree distinctly tied to a specific region, far beyond what a small street hall could possess. He was even more certain that the person before him was indeed the true master of the Hongmen. Lin Baichuan noticed his astonished expression and continued in a calm voice. "With the Hong Ing above and the 5 elements beneath, being in the Hongmen, my heart is set on loyalty and righteousness. Today we meet not for other matters, but for the sake of our shared brotherhood, to reveal my true identity." After speaking, Lin Baichuan raised his hand to signal, and Chen Jingxian brought forth a small box made of rosewood, gently placing it on the incense table. Lin Baichuan opened the box with his own hands and took out a bronze and silver medallion, palm-sized, with an ancient and heavy design. On the front, 3 characters were engraved: Zhuqing Mountain. Below, in smaller text, Zhongyi Hall, Wu River, Wanfu fragrance. The back was engraved with the hidden patterns of the 5 ancestors of the Hongmen, with a small inscription on the side: established in the 11th year of Jiaqing. He placed the medallion face up flat on the table, neither handing it over nor taking it back, in an open and upright manner. This was an old rule of the Hongmen, showing the medallion to others was akin to the master being present. Upon seeing the medallion, Lik Kwan straightened up, the shock in his eyes lingering, with his voice trembling slightly. "The master of Zhuqing Mountain. I have only heard of the Hongfa Mountain behind the number gang, but I had no idea there was also a Zhuqing Mountain lineage on the island. What exactly is going on?" Lin Baichuan observed his reaction, his expression somewhat softened, and raised his hand to gesture for Lik Kwan. Then he spoke in a deep voice, "Brother Lik Kwan need not be surprised at my identity, as the master of Zhuqing Mountain has never been made public in the Hong Kong underworld, and only a few of my old brothers like Jingxian know about it." Lik Kwan looked at Chen Jingxian, standing nearby, and saw him give a slight nod. He then turned to Lin Baichuan, asking curiously, "With your esteemed status as the master of the Hongmen, if you were to reveal your identity, who in the underworld would dare to disrespect you? Why have you hidden your identity all this time, walking the underworld in the capacity of the Zhongyi Hall's host?" Lin Baichuan sighed lightly. "It's a long story, and the reasons involved are too many to explain in just a few words. If Brother Lik Kwan is interested, I can explain it to you in detail today." Lik Kwan sat up straight upon hearing this. "All right, I'm all ears." In a tea restaurant near Dekang Ice Room, Wang Jianjun and Feng Yuxiu were sitting together having a conversation. Ahua and Xia Peiji walked in. Wang Jianjun saw the two and called out, "Ahua, Aji, come sit." The two sat down, and Xia Peiji suddenly. Wang Jianguo asked curiously, "What's wrong, Aji?" Xia Peiji placed her hand on her forehead and said, "I'm a bit worried about Brother Kwan." Wang Jianjun and Feng Yuxiu exchanged smiles upon hearing this. Feng Yuxiu said, "Don't worry, with Brother Kwan and Gao Jin's skills they will be fine." Xia Peiji felt relieved upon hearing this, then looked at Ahua. "What do you want to eat?" "He'll order something." Wang Jianjun shook his head. "We've all ordered, you can order for yourself." At that moment, Wang Jianguo stood up. "Bro, I'm going out to buy a pack of cigarettes, they'll be right back." Wang Jianjun nodded. "Go ahead." Wang Jianguo exited the tea restaurant and ran to a nearby convenience store to buy a pack of cigarettes. He took one out, lit it, took a deep puff, and looked around. Suddenly, he noticed something, his eyes widening, and the cigarette fell from his mouth. He quickly crossed the street, running to the sidewalk opposite, staring at 4 men. "Squad leader, what are you doing here?" The oldest man among the 4 looked at Wang Jianguo stunned, then shouted, "Jiangua, is that you? How did you end up on Hong Kong Island? Didn't you and Jianjun go back home?" Wang Jianguo embraced the man, saying, "Squad leader, my brother and I are here. We've been here for a while." One of the other 3 men spoke up, "Jiangua, you only know how to talk to the squad leader. Have you forgotten about us?" Wang Jianguo then remembered there were others, and hurriedly greeted Shi Pailing, "Chin squad leader, Xiao Fu, long time no see." The 3 burst into laughter, surrounding Wang Jianguo with pats on his back. "You bet you still remember us. Looks like you're doing well here. You've gained some weight. Just hope you haven't lost your skills." Wang Jianguo laughed. "I haven't lost them. My brother is here. How could I dare to? By the way, squad leader, my brother is over there. I'll take you to see him." The squad leader nodded. Good idea, like to meet Jinjun too. In the tea restaurant, Wang Jianjun was chatting with Ahua and the others. Wang Jingwo burst in from outside, shouting loudly, "Brother, look who has arrived." Wang Jianjun turned his head to see the 4 people behind Wang Jingwo, and he froze in his chair. He suddenly stood up and rushed over to hug the leader, saying, "Squad leader, how come you are here?" The squad leader patted his back and smiled, saying, "If it weren't for Jingwo running into us outside, we wouldn't have known you were here." Sha Pi interjected from the side, "Jianjun, aren't you going to invite your friends to sit down?" Wang Jianjun then came to his senses and hurriedly called out, "Squad leader Lao Shi, Shao Qi, Shao Fu, hurry, take a seat." After everyone sat down, Wang Jianjun asked, "Have you eaten? If not, I can order something for you." The squad leader shook his head with a wry smile. "We haven't eaten anything for a day." Wang Jianjun was taken aback, turned around, and shouted towards the counter, "Boss, hurry, bring some food over, and make it plenty." He turned back to the squad leader and the others, saying, "Just wait a moment, it will be ready soon." The squad leader and the others nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, Jianjun." The boss brought the food over, and the squad leader and the others did not hold back, grabbing it and stuffing it into their mouths. The scene of them wolfing down the food left Ahua and the others dumbfounded. After they were full and satisfied, the squad leader patted his belly. "So satisfying. Don't laugh at me, this is the fullest meal we've had since we came here." Wang Jianjun saw his comrades like this and felt a tightness in his heart, saying, "Squad leader, how did you end up like this?" Ahua interjected, "Jianjun, aren't you going to introduce us to your comrades?" Wang Jianjun then remembered and pointed at the squad leader and the others, introducing, "This is my squad leader from the army, Yu Xinghua." He then pointed to another one, Lao Shi Chunlei. "When I was in the company, I was a platoon leader, and he was a deputy platoon leader." Shi Chunlei laughed heartily. "If I hadn't lost to you in the comprehensive competition at the regiment, I would still be a platoon leader." Wang Jianjun rolled his eyes and pointed at the last two. "Chun Shaoqi, he is also one of my squad leaders, just like Zhang Wo. Li Fu Xiaofu is a soldier under Zhang Wo, a good soldier." Wang Jianjun then introduced Ahua and the others to Yu Xinghua and the others. Once both sides were acquainted, he finally posed the question, "Squad leader, how come you are here on Hong Kong Island?" Yu Xinghua sighed and remained silent. Shi Chunlei spoke up, "Let me explain. After you and Zhang Wo left the army, we all retired too, and the squad leader returned to his hometown. I also returned home and was supposed to get married, but life was tough, and I was only making a few dozen bucks a month, unable to support a family. Later, I went to find the squad leader to see if there was any way out, but..." Yu Xinghua took over the conversation. "When Chunlei came to find me, your sister-in-law had just suffered a serious illness, and I didn't have much money either. While we were both worrying about what to do, Shaoqi showed up. He said he wanted to venture to Hong Kong Island, and then we went with him to Guangdong province to meet Xiaofu." Wang Jianjun listened to this and fell silent for a moment, then asked, "So what are your plans, squad leader?" Yu Xinghua sighed, "I don't know, we'll take it one step at a time." Sha Pi suddenly interjected, "Brother, you can..." Yu Xinghua nodded, "Of course, young lady." Sha Pi smiled, "You can just call me a Ji. Brother, I have a suggestion you might want to consider." "What suggestion?" "You could help our brother Kowloon, just like Jianjun." Wang Jianjun slapped the table. "Yes. Squad leader, you can come help us." Yu Xinghua asked curiously, "Who is the brother Kowloon you mentioned? What do you all do?" Sha Pi smiled and explained the identities of everyone on their side, concluding with, "If brother you're unwilling, we won't force you, it's up to your own wishes." Yu Xinghua remained silent. Chen Shaoqi asked, "Platoon leader, how much can you and Zhang Wo earn in a month?" Wang Jingwo held up 2 fingers. "This is the amount for a month. 200. Chen Shaoqi asked. Wang Jingwo shook his head. "No, 2,000. Also wrong. No, it can't be 20,000, right?" Wang Jingwo nodded proudly. "Just like my brother, I earn 20,000 a month, and it's in Hong Kong dollars." 20,000? Chen Shaoqi exclaimed in surprise. The others, including Yu Xinghua, were also taken aback by this figure. Wang Jianjun nodded. "That's right, squad leader, if you all are willing to come with your abilities, brother Kowloon will definitely not treat you unfairly. The treatment he gives you won't be worse than mine, and with your capabilities, squad leader, it might even be better." Yu Xinghua was still hesitating, but when he saw the looks from Shi Chunlei and the others, he gritted his teeth. "All right, I agree, I'll come help your brother Kowloon." Wang Jianjun was overjoyed. "That's great, squad leader, we're back together now." The group burst into laughter. Ahua and the others were also happy as they gained a few more strong allies. After the laughter subsided, Yu Xinghua spoke up. "Jianjun, let's go meet brother Kowloon." Wang Jianjun waved his hand. "No rush, we'll see brother Kowloon shortly, we're just waiting for him here." Shi Chunlei curiously asked, "Where did brother Kowloon go?" Ahua explained to them the reason for waiting for Liang Kowloon. After hearing this, Yu Xinghua spoke up. "Do you need our help?" Ahua shook his head. "No need, it's very safe. Where brother Kowloon is, having too many people would be a hassle." "All right, then we'll wait here." At this moment, Feng Yuxiu, who had been silent for a long time, stared at Shi Chunlei, saying, "You are a skilled person." Shi Chunlei was taken aback. "How did you see that?" Feng Yuxiu extended 3 fingers. "There are 3 features about you that cannot be concealed. First, your tall stature and broad shoulders, solid back and waist, standing there without swaying. This indicates that you are not just brute strength, but rather possess the unique collapsed strength of the 8 extremes and split palm styles. Second, when your shoulders and back are tense, your muscles are knotted yet not bulky. Your hips are as steady as a stake, and your footsteps are heavy yet not clumsy, carrying a unique energy of taking, pushing, relying, and colliding. Third, your fingers are thick at the joints, your palms are wide, your tiger's mouth and the base of your fingers are covered in calluses, especially your elbows, knees, and shoulders, which are particularly prominent and hard. These are the marks of years spent practicing techniques like the heart top elbow, iron mountain lean, and split palm. Your breathing is steady and long. When you move, your energy fills your dantian, and when you are still, you are like a bow ready to shoot, exuding a fierce and vigorous intent of a single thrust, causing collapse, a single reliance causing injury. How can someone like you not be a skilled person? Ahua and Sha Pi exchanged glances after hearing Feng Yuxi's analysis, looking at Shi Chunlei. Shi Chunlei laughed heartily. Feng, you have a good eye? I didn't expect to find someone with such sharp insight on Hong Kong Island. You could see my martial arts techniques so clearly, it's evident you are also a skilled person. Ahua couldn't help but speak up. I show like you came from the mainland. His skills have even earned praise from Brother Kowloon, who said he is first fist, then leg, followed by grappling, integrating weapons and internal styles, a martial arts prodigy. Shi Chunlei's eyes flashed with surprise. I didn't expect you to be so formidable at such a young age, Feng. Who taught you your martial arts? Feng Yuxiu smiled faintly. Family tradition combined with self-study. Shi Chunlei nodded in admiration. Feng, despite being born with a disability, has achieved such accomplishments. It's truly remarkable. I wonder what your martial arts techniques are. Feng Yuxiu replied calmly. For my fist techniques, I learned Southern Fist and Chiyu Fist. For my leg techniques, I practiced 12 routes, Tan leg and Northern leg. For grappling, I learned Bone Dislocation and Crab Claw Hand. As for weapons, I focus on short weapons and for internal skills. He was about to continue but was interrupted by Shi Chunlei. Wait a minute, Feng, there's no need to mention internal skills. Feng Yuxiu nodded in appreciation. Thank you for understanding, Brother Shi. Shi Chunlei waved his hand. We are all martial artists. Some things don't need to be explicitly stated. Shi Chunlei pointed to Yu Jinghua and the others, asking Feng Yuxiu, what about them? Can you tell their martial arts styles? Feng Yuxiu shook his head. I only noticed you, I didn't observe them closely. If Brother Kowloon were here, he would definitely be able to tell at a glance. Yu Jinghua smiled and spoke. Is that so? Then let me tell you. I practice Qilu Chachuan, Taizu Changchuan, and Wen Shengquan. Shao Qi practices Amei Chances Wang from Sichuan, along with the natural styles footwork and thrusting feet. As for Xiao Fu, he practices Foshan Hungar and Wing Chun short strikes, as well as Kai Liefo. After entering the army, we also learned the army's close combat techniques. Ahua couldn't help but ask Wang Jianjun. Jianjun, how come Brother Yu and the others have all learned martial arts? Wang Jianjun was about to explain when Yu Jinghua interjected. Let me tell you. At that time, to deal with the South Vietnam monkeys, our military region selected a group of people from the entire army to form a battalion. This group came from all over the country and all had learned martial arts. That's why we became comrades together. Ahua listened with admiration, saying, Brother Yu, you all are amazing, all skilled fighters. Yu Jinghua waved his hand. Not at all. He looked at Feng Yuxiu. Feng, you just said that Brother Kowloon can tell your martial arts style at a glance. Is that true? Feng Yuxiu nodded. Yes, at that time Brother Kowloon identified my style with just one look. Compared to him, I still have a long way to go. Yu Jinghua was taken aback. Feng Yuxi's admiration for Liang Kowloon exceeded his expectations and sparked his curiosity about him. He looked at Feng Yuxiu and asked, have you fought him? Feng Yuxiu nodded. We have sparred privately, and if Brother Kowloon were to go all out, I wouldn't last 20 minutes. He paused before continuing. Brother Kowloon not only possesses exceptional martial skills, but his strength, speed, and reflexes are also at their peak. Most importantly, he is not constrained by traditional martial arts styles, instead integrating the strengths of various schools to create his own path. He has discarded flashy techniques, leaving only the most direct and lethal combat methods, striking with no superfluous movements, deciding life and death in an instant. Brother Kun's style is ruthless and unpredictable, dominating with unmatched ferocity, embodying both offense and defense, striking first and foremost. He combines overwhelming strength with agility and versatility, relying on absolute power to confront foes, while employing masterful techniques to subdue them with no weaknesses, making him invincible in close combat and at range. He is the strongest person I have ever seen, bar none. The crowd was astonished by his words, and Sha Pi murmured, Is Brother Kowloon really that powerful? Feng Yuxiu nodded. Of course, otherwise why would I have told you not to worry about Brother Kun's safety? Across the current underworld of Hong Kong, no one can withstand more than 30 moves from Brother Kowloon in a serious state. Chen Xiaoqi gasped. If I were to face him, I would probably meet a terrible end. Xiao Fu also nodded honestly. Me too, am no match for him. Shi Chunlei revealed a hint of yearning on his face. Hearing you speak so highly of him makes me really want to meet. At this moment, Liang Kowloon, who was being remembered, was listening to Lin Baichuan recount the origins of the Zhuqing Mountain. Lin Baichuan sat upright in a grand chair, his gaze distant, as he slowly spoke of past events. The Zhuqing mountain lineage was established by my ancestor Lin Huaiming in the 11th year of the Jiaqing era during the Qing dynasty in Qianzhou, Qianyang. At that time, the Qianzhou government was corrupt, and the people suffered greatly, leading to widespread dissatisfaction with the Qing court. Organizations like the Homan Peoge and Qing Gang began to flourish in Qianzhou, and my ancestor Lin Huaiming established Zhuqing Mountain as the orthodox branch of the Hongmen. At the same time, Zhuqing Mountain also pioneered the precedent of father and son together under one roof, changing robes and belts within the Hongmen. The following year, my ancestor Gong Huaiming led the Zhuqing Mountain lineage to Hunan's Huaxian to participate in the uprising led by Li Wensheng. That marked the beginning of the Zhuqing Mountain lineage's resistance against the Qing court. Subsequently, during the Xianfeng and Tongji eras, we launched the Xiantong uprising in Qianzhou, which lasted for 19 years. Afterward, we also participated in the uprising of the Miao people in Qiandongnan, led by Zhang Xiumei. Lin Baichuan's tone grew somber, although these uprisings ultimately ended in failure. We of the Zhuqing Mountain lineage have always taken it upon ourselves to overthrow the Qing and restore the Ming, expelling the Tartars, a legacy that continues to this day. Liang Kuan was stirred, nodding repeatedly. Lin Baichuan continued, in 1911 Mr. Sun Yat-sen initiated the Xinhai Revolution, and the Qianzhou Self-Government Society joined forces with our Zhuqing Mountain lineage, the Go Lao Association, and the New Army uprising, restoring Qianzhou. Since Zhuqing Mountain was so powerful in Qianzhou, why did it end up in Hong Kong? Liang Kuan asked. Lin Baichuan sighed, a hint of sadness in his eyes. In the first year of the Republic, Tang Jiao of the Yunnan Army led his troops into Qianzhou, and upon entering, he ruthlessly purged the Hongmen and its affiliates, viewing us revolutionary Hongmen disciples as thorns in their side. They burned the mountain halls and killed the members with extreme cruelty. Blood flowed everywhere in and around Qianyang City, and Zhuqing Mountain was nearly extinguished. What happened next? Liang Kuan pressed on. Lin Baichuan took a moment before speaking. The then leader of Zhuqing Mountain was my grandfather Lin Shui. In order to preserve the flame of Zhuqing Mountain, he made a decisive decision. He stayed behind in Qianzhou with most of the disciples. At the same time, he sent his two sons, my father Lin Jizhong and my uncle Lin Jiong, along with Zhuqing Mountain's ancestral tokens, along with a dozen loyal disciples, to break through the encirclement overnight and head south, first seeking refuge in Guangdong's Yuezhou. Liang Kuan listened intently and then asked, Yuezhou is a major stronghold in South China, and there are revolutionary activities. How did you end up in Hong Kong? Lin Baichuan sighed, deeply full of helplessness. The situation in Yuezhou was also unstable at that time, and there was simply no place for Zhuqing Mountain to exist. My father and uncle with their people were constantly hiding, fully aware that there was no place for them on the mainland. After much deliberation, they concluded that only Hong Kong could provide temporary refuge from the storm. The group journeyed through various challenges before finally arriving in Hong Kong. Lin Baichuan looked at Liang Kuan. To preserve the foundation of Zhuqing Mountain and prevent the hard work of my ancestors from being destroyed, my father decided to completely abandon the public name of Zhuqing Mountain, adopting only the name of Zhongyi Hall from the four pillars of Mountain Hall: water and incense. They operated covertly in the streets of Hong Kong, refraining from engaging in underworld disputes and not revealing any past history, maintaining a low profile until now. After my father's passing, the position of the Mountain Lord was inherited by my uncle Lin Jiong. After my uncle's departure, the position fell to me. So that's how it is. Liang Kuan nodded after hearing this, then suddenly thought of something and asked, how did Lin Jizhong and Lin Jiong pass away? Lin Baichuan sighed. My father died in 1941 when the Japanese invaders invaded Hong Kong. He led the disciples of Zhuqing Mountain to bravely resist, sacrificing himself for the country. As for my uncle Lin Jiong, he was invited by Mr. Hua Guantai in 1950 to transport supplies for the northern forces during the Korean War. In 1951, while transporting supplies, he encountered an attack by British military agents. Though he narrowly escaped, he was left with a lingering illness and passed away 3 years later. Thus, Zhuqing Mountain has come into my hands. After hearing this history, Liang Kuan stood up respectfully and bowed to Lin Baichuan, saying, the Hongmen Junior Li Qiankuan pays respects to the predecessors of Zhuqing Mountain. Lin Baichuan, sitting in the grand chair, received this bow. Then he waved his hand, signaling Liang Kuan to sit down. Brother Liang Kuan, after all this, it's time to discuss important matters. Liang Kuan replied earnestly, please give your orders, Master Chuan. Lin Baichuan smiled, then looked at Liang Kuan seriously, speaking slowly and deliberately. This time I invited you here to propose that you join Zhongyi Hall, taking on the position of Deputy Master of Zhuqing Mountain and the leader of Zhongyi Hall. Liang Kuan was taken aback. Master Chuan, are you joking? Lin Baichuan shook his head. Of course not. Ever since we met in Shatian last time, I have held you in high regard. Furthermore, with Boss Pan eyeing Zhongyi Hall, I have made up my mind to recruit you. Based on my investigations during this period, I found that you not only possess capability and resolve, but also respect the rules and value loyalty, while showing respect for us elders. Most importantly, Lin Baichuan fixed his gaze on Liang Kuan, emphasizing each word. You possess a fierce ambition that refuses to be subordinate to others. Liang Kuan was taken aback, not expecting Lin Baichuan to see through him so clearly. Lin Baichuan continued, moreover, I chose you to preserve the heritage of the Zhuqing mountain lineage. My wife passed away early, and I have no children. Therefore, I do not wish for Zhuqing mountain to end with me. After saying this, Lin Baichuan stood up, walked to Liang Kuan, and solemnly clasped his fists, saying, Brother Liang Kuan, I entrust this to you. Please save the Zhuqing mountain lineage. Gao Jin and Chen Jingqian silently watched Liang Kuan. After a moment of silence, Liang Kuan slowly rose and clasped his fists at Lin Baichuan, saying, Thank you for your kindness, Master Chuan. I, Liang Kuan, am willing to join Zhongyi Hall. Lin Baichuan could hardly believe his ears. He stared blankly at Liang Kuan, his voice trembling. What is... Liang Kuan repeated slowly. I said I am willing to join Zhongyi Hall. As Liang Kuan spoke, Chen Jingyao beside him revealed a pleased expression. On the other side, Gao Jin also broke into a smile. Lin Baichuan, moved to tears, grasped Liang Kuan's hand and shook it repeatedly, saying, Good. Thank you very much, Brother Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan patted Lin Baichuan's hand and smiled. Master Chuan, do you still call me Brother Liang Kuan? Haha, indeed, Lin Baichuan laughed heartily. I shouldn't be calling you that anymore. From now on, how about I call you a Khan? You don't need to call me Master Chuan anymore, just call me Uncle Chuan. Okay, Uncle Chuan, Liang Kuan nodded. Lin Baichuan excitedly patted Liang Kuan on the shoulder, saying, Akun, come sit down. Let's discuss the transfer matter properly. Liang Kuan nodded and sat down. Uncle Chuan, how do you plan to arrange the transfer? How will you approach Jiang Tianxing? I'm afraid Jiang Tianxing will ask for too much. Lin Baichuan laughed. Akun, don't worry, I've already made arrangements. I plan to offer Jiang Tianxing 3 million as a transfer fee along with a warehouse I own at the West Ring Pier. Chen Jingqian's face changed dramatically. Brother Chuan, that won't do. That warehouse is your private property left for your retirement by the previous leader. Lin Baichuan waved his hand dismissively. That's just a dead asset compared to the legacy of Zhuqing Mountain. It's nothing. As long as it can sway Jiang Tianxing, anything is worth it. Chen Jingqian sighed, no longer trying to persuade him. Hearing this, Liang Kuan felt a warmth in his heart. After pondering for a moment, he slowly spoke. Uncle Chuan, I have an idea, not sure if it will work. Lin Baichuan was taken aback. What idea? Akun, please tell me. Liang Kuan looked at Lin Baichuan. Uncle Chuan, do you know Han Bin from Hehe Map? Han Bin. That Bin Tiger. Yes, Liang Kuan nodded, that's him. Recently I approached him to discuss a partnership, intending to buy some drinks from him to supply my venue. Then I discovered that he was quite unhappy with his current situation in Hehe Map and had thoughts of a transfer. If Uncle Chuan could relay this information to Jiang Tianxing, he would definitely be interested. Chen Jingqian nodded repeatedly. What a good idea. Brother Chuan, Akun's information is crucial for us. Given Jiang Tianxing's character, he will surely be interested. Lin Baichuan hesitated slightly, but can this information really sway Jiang Tianxing? Liang Kuan scoffed, of course. In Jiang Tianxing's eyes, besides his brother Jiang Tianyang, I am one of his greatest threats. Lin Baichuan was puzzled. What do you mean by that? Liang Kuan explained. Because for Jiang Tianxing, he expects every person in Hongxing to obey him like to be. What he needs are obedient dogs, not wolves that seek to conquer. And I am that wolf. Lin Baichuan suddenly understood and couldn't help but exclaim. It seems Jiang Tianxing, despite being a great talent, lacks the tolerance to accommodate others. All right, in a few days I will go talk to Jiang Tianxing. Chen Jingqian spoke again. Brother Chuan, shouldn't we find a middleman to help convey this? Lin Baichuan thought for a moment and nodded. We should find someone. Who among the gangs in Hong Kong is most suitable? Chen Jingqian replied. Hong Ying's leader Jiang Quan. Back then he fought alongside Jiang Jun to establish Hongxing and is a senior figure in the Jiang family with considerable seniority. Later, after Jiang Jun passed away, Jiang Tianxing rose to power. Jiang Quan then split off some of Hongxing's power, establishing Hong Ying. Although Hong Ying is not as large as Hongxing, Jiang Quan's seniority and prestige in the entire Hong Kong underworld are not to be underestimated. Even though Jiang Tianxing is the leader of Hongxing, when he sees his uncle Jiang Quan, he must show respect and cannot afford to be careless. If we can get Jiang Quan to connect us, it will be much easier. Lin Baichuan pondered and sat back in his armchair relaxing. Jiang Quan, it's him. Back then he wanted to establish his own faction and asked me to intercede with Jiang Jin for him, and I agreed. He said he owed me a favor. I didn't expect that favor would come around so quickly. Liang Kuan was surprised. Uncle Chuan, you know Jiang Quan? Lin Baichuan shot him a glance. What do you know, kid? Back in the day, Lin Baichuan was a well-known figure. I know countless big shots in the underworld. There are at least 800 of them. What is Jiang Quan? It's because I handle matters fairly and never favor one side that the brothers in the underworld respectfully call me Hong Kong's Song Gongming. Liang Kuan looked at the proud expression on this old man's face, feeling somewhat speechless, and couldn't help but retort. Uncle Chuan, I remember the story in the book mentions that Song Gongming's ending wasn't very good, right? Gao Jin beside them couldn't help but laugh. Lin Baichuan glared at Liang Kuan. Nonsense. That is the respectful title the brothers in the underworld have for me. Respectful title. Yes, yes, yes. Lik Kwan nodded helplessly. Respectful title, respectful title. Chun Jingqian watching this scene couldn't help but speak up. Master Chuan, you haven't been this happy in a long time. Lin Baichuan was taken aback by the remark, then laughed heartily. Is that so? But I am indeed very happy today. That's because you found a successor for Zhuqing Mountain Master Chuan. Chun Jingqian smiled. Right. Lin Baichuan nodded repeatedly, then looked at Lik Kwan. A kun from now on Zhuqing Mountain will be entrusted to you. We old fellows should take a break now. Lik Kwan shook his head. Uncle Chuan, you're wrong to say that. In the underworld you hold great prestige, and there are some matters that the juniors still need you to support us. Otherwise some people might take advantage of their seniority to suppress me. Lin Baichuan upon hearing this did not refute, but nodded in agreement. You speak well. Nowadays there are some old fellows in the underworld who like to flaunt their seniority and boast about their qualifications. For example, Fei Dang from Helian Sheng, relying on his seniority, sets up his tea ceremony with anyone he meets, and everyone finds him annoying. Let him try setting it up in front of me. Seeing Lin Baichuan getting carried away, Chun Jingqian hurriedly advised, Brother Chuan, this isn't the time to talk about this. We should think about how to approach Jiang Quan regarding this matter. Lin Baichuan nodded. You're right. I will go find Jiang Quan shortly. After saying that, he prepared to get up and leave. Lik Kwan quickly spoke up. Wait, Uncle Chuan. Lin Baichuan turned back. A kun, is there something else? Lik Kwan took out a checkbook from his pocket and wrote numbers on 2 blank checks. Lik Kwan tore off the checks and handed them to Lin Baichuan. Uncle Chuan, take these 2. Lin Baichuan took the checks and frowned immediately. A kun, one is for 3 million and the other is for 500,000. What does this mean? Lik Kwan smiled. The larger check is for Jiang Tianxing and the smaller one is for Jiang Quan. Since I want to transfer to Zhongyi Hall, how could I let you, Uncle Chuan, spend your money? As for your money, save it for your retirement. Lin Baichuan, holding the check, trembled slightly. A kun, you. Lik Kwan smiled. Uncle Chuan, just accept it. It's the least I can do. Lin Baichuan resigned, accepted the check. Then I won't refuse. Then he looked at Chun Jingqian. Jingqian, let's go. Lik Kwan quickly stood up. Uncle Chuan will go with you. I need to head back too. Lin Baichuan nodded. All right, let's go together. Jiang Kuan and his companions reached the stairway. Chun Jingqian reached out and pulled on a rope attached to the wall, tugging it down forcefully a few times. The iron cabinet blocking the stairway was pushed open. Seeing Jiang Kun's puzzled expression, Lin Baichuan explained, this ice room was opened by the descendant of an old buddy who followed my father. He is different from us. He has never mixed in the underworld. However, I do seek his assistance when I have matters to attend to. Let's go down. Jiang Kuan nodded, supporting Lin Baichuan. Uncle Chuan, take it slow. As they descended the stairs, Lin Baichuan turned to the middle-aged man and said, Dechang, sorry for troubling you today. Dekang shook his head. Uncle Chuan, you're being too polite. It's the least I could do. Feel free to ask for help anytime in the future. Lin Baichuan nodded. Thank you, Dekang. Jiang Kuan glanced at Dechang, then turned to Gao Jin and instructed, Jin, make sure the brothers look out for Uncle Dekang from now on. Don't let any troublemakers cause a scene. Gao Jin nodded. Got it, Kuan Gu. I will pass the message on. Jiang Kuan took out a roll of money from his pocket and handed it to Dechang. Uncle Dechang, just a little token of appreciation for your hard work today. Dekang was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly waved his hand. Kuan Gu, you don't need to do this. Lin Baichuan chimed in. Dechang, just accept it. It's Kun's goodwill. Dekang then accepted it. The group bid farewell to Uncle Dekang and walked to the corner. Jiang Kuan said to Gao Jin, Jin, see Uncle Chuan and Uncle Qian back home. We'll go find Jianjun and the others myself. Be careful on the way back. Don't let anyone spot you. Gao Jin nodded. Understood, Kuan Gu. After saying that, he turned to get in the car. Jiang Kuan stood still for a moment, then turned to Lin Baichuan and said, Uncle Chuan, I think you shouldn't rush to see Jiang Quan just yet. Let's wait until tomorrow for me to discuss it with you. Lin Baichuan thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, Kuan. When Gao Jin brought the car around and Lin Baichuan and Chun Jingqian got in to leave, Jiang Kuan finally turned to leave. As he entered the tea restaurant, he noticed several unfamiliar faces chatting with Wang Jianjun. Ahua saw him and immediately stood up. Kuan Gu, you're back. Everyone stood up in unison. Jiang Kuan nodded in acknowledgement and looked at Wang Jianjun. Who are these people? Wang Jianjun introduced Yu Xinghua and the others to Jiang Kuan. Jiang Kuan grasped Yu Xinghua's hand firmly. Brother, you, thank you for coming to help me. Having you all here truly feels like I have wings to soar. Yu Xinghua smiled. Kuan Gu, you're too polite. We will rely on you for more in the future. Jiang Kuan said, you are Jianjun's comrades, thus my brothers too. Therefore your treatment will be the same as Jianjun's. Is that acceptable? Yu Xinghua nodded repeatedly. No problem, thank you, Kuan Gu. At that moment, Sha Pi walked over. Kuan Gu, what does Lin Baichuan want with you? Jiang Kuan smiled slightly. It's good news. He saw that Sha Pi seemed eager to ask more, so he continued. Let's talk about it when we go back. By the way, please notify Sha Qiang and Wu Ying. Tell them to come to Yi Paris for a meeting. They can come on their own. Sha Pi nodded in understanding. Jiang Kuan turned to everyone. Let's head back to Yi Paris first. When Jin returns, I have something to announce. Everyone returned to Yi Paris together. When Dong saw Jiang Kowloon come back, he approached. Kowloon go, everything alright? Jiang Kowloon shook his head. It's fine. I have something to say once everyone is here. Dong nodded. Alright, I'll make arrangements. Jiang Kowloon turned to Ahua and instructed, Ahua, you all stay and accompany Brother Yu and the others for now. When Jin arrives, we'll convene the meeting. Ahua nodded. Okay, Kowloon go. Jiang Kowloon walked into the office, closed the door, and sat down at the desk chair. He took out a cigar from the drawer, but didn't light it. Jiang Kowloon rolled the cigar in his hand, gazing at the ceiling, carefully contemplating the day's events. After more than half an hour, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Jiang Kowloon called out. Gao Jin pushed the door open. Kowloon go, everyone is here. Jiang Kowloon straightened up. Could everyone come in? Gao Jin turned and waved his hand, and Ahua Wuing Dong and others entered one after another. The last one in Xiao Fu gently closed the door. Jiang Kowloon asked Gao Jin. Uncle Chuan and the others were sent off, right? Gao Jin nodded. They were sent off. Kowloon go, rest assured no one spotted them on the way. Good. He turned to Dong. Is someone keeping watch at the door? Dong nodded. I have someone watching who I told them to call if anything happens. Jiang Kowloon nodded. Alright, everyone take a seat. Everyone scrambled to find a place to sit, but there weren't enough seats, so Wu Ying, Shaqiang, and Xiao Fu had to stand. Jiang Kowloon looked around the office. This place is still too small. We need to find a bigger one in the future. Wu Ying chimed in. Yes, Kowloon go, I feel the same way. Yi Paris no longer suits your status, Kowloon go. Flatterer. Jiang Kowloon joked, then turned serious and looked at everyone. The main reason I called you here is twofold. First, as I point to Yu Jinghua and the others, they are comrades of Jianjun. From today onwards, they are one of us. Yu Jinghua and the others quickly stood up to greet everyone. Those who hadn't met them, such as Dong, Shaqiang, Wu Ying, Jimmy, and Shui nodded to welcome them. Wu Ying tugged at Wang Jingwo's sleeve. Jingwo, I heard Brother Yu and the others are experts who came from the army, just like your two brothers. Wang Jingwo nodded. That's right. Shaqiang leaned in. How do their skills compare to Jin Gu Jianjun Go? And Wang Jingwo thought for a moment. About the same, I guess. So they are better than you then. Wu Ying joked. Wang Jingwo shot him an annoyed glance. When it comes to fighting, I indeed can't compare to them. But if we're talking about marksmanship. Wang Jingwo gave a thumbs up, proudly saying, I'm the best at that. Yeah, you're the best. Wu Ying replied dismissively. Suddenly he remembered something and muttered. I just wonder when Kowloon go will go by guns. It's a pity I have no chance to learn. His voice was small, but Jiang Kowloon heard it. He turned and glared at him. What did you say? Nothing at all. Wu Ying repeatedly waved his hands in denial. Jiang Kowloon ignored him and continued. As for the second matter. He straightened up and spoke clearly. I plan to switch to the Zhongyi Tang. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone except Gao Jin, who knew the situation, was stunned. Wu Ying was the first to react. Kowloon go, are you joking? Jiang Kowloon shook his head. I'm not joking, I'm serious. Wu Ying panicked. Why Kowloon go? The Zhongyi Tang is just a small gang. Its territory is not even half of ours at Wangjiao, let alone Hongxing. Xie Peizhi also expressed confusion. Kowloon go, what will happen to Jiang Tiansheng's side if you switch? Others began to discuss as well. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Gao Jin shouted, Quiet down, let Kowloon go finish speaking. Everyone quieted down, and Jiang Kowloon slowly began to explain. I have several reasons for switching. First, you all know Jiang Tiansheng and I have always had a facade of harmony while secretly being at odds. Initially, he asked me to handle the Sha Pi incident as an example. Even my rise to the red stick was forced upon me by rumors in the underworld that pushed Jiang Tiansheng to give it to me. Second, I am doing this for all of you. You must understand, as long as I am with Hongxing, you won't have a chance to stand out. Because you are my people, not Jiang Tai. At most, you can only ascend to be a foundational member of the gang. It don't even think about going further, let alone becoming the regional spokesperson. Seeing everyone fall silent, Jiang Kowloon continued. Third, just like Uncle Chuan said, I have an ambition not to be beneath others. I want to be the leader of a gang. I want to be the king of the entire underground world of Hong Kong. Everyone present was stunned by Liang Kun's words. He glanced at them and said, the loyalty hall is small and the territory is limited. But precisely because of this, I have the opportunity. Jiang Tiansheng will not let me rise in Hongxing. Rather than being stifled under his command, I would prefer to carve out a path for myself. If you don't want to follow me, I won't force you. Those willing to stay, Liang Kowloon, will not mistreat you. Those willing to follow me will have a share in the future of the loyal. The first to shout was Wu Ying. Brother Kowloon, I will follow you. Shai Chong echoed, Brother Kowloon, I will follow you too. Ahua nodded, Brother Kowloon, wherever you say to go, I will go. Dong smiled and said, Brother Kowloon, Jimmy, Ji and I are all saved by you, so we will do whatever you say. Jimmy and Xie Peizhi nodded in agreement. Gao Jin remained silent, standing behind Liang Kowloon while lighting a cigarette. Seeing everyone staring at him, Gao Jin leisurely said, What are you looking at me for? I was right beside Brother Kowloon at that time. Yu Zhengwo looked at Shi Chunlei and the others, then turned to Liang Kowloon and said, Brother Kowloon, we brothers just arrived and ran into this situation. But let me make it clear, Jianjun's intentions are our intentions. Wang Jianjun looked at Liang Kowloon. Brother Kowloon, don't worry, the two of us are your people. Feng Yuxiu also spoke. Brother Kowloon, not only have you helped me, but you've also paid for my wife's medical treatment. Unless I die, I will not betray you. Liang Kwan stood up looking at everyone present. Good. Then it's settled. I will arrange the matters related to the transfer. You all do what you need to do and don't let any information leak. At this moment Shueida asked Brother Kwan what conditions did they offer you for the transfer to the Loyalty Hall. Liang Kwan revealed the conditions proposed by Lin Baichuan. Hiss, Shueida gasped in surprise. Such a generous offer. The others looked puzzled and Wu Ying asked Uncle De, what do you mean by that? Isn't that quite normal? Shueida shook his head. You don't understand. If it were Lin Baichuan using the position of the Loyalty Hall's leader to make Brother Kwan transfer, that would be fine, but if he uses the position of the Vice Master of Zhu Qingshan, then it's a different story. Wu Ying's curiosity was piqued. Uncle De, tell us how it's different. Shueida explained because Zhu Qingshan holds a different status within the Hongmen. Zhu Qingshan, like the Hongfa mountain behind the Haoma gang, is one of the legitimate peaks of the Hongmen. Each legitimate peak has its own 4 pillars of Hongmen and 8 halls inside and outside. The 4 pillars of Hongmen have mountain decrees. Liang Kwan nodded. When Uncle Chuan clarified my identity, he showed me the Mountain Master token and mentioned the 4 pillars mountain decree. Wu Ying quickly asked Brother Kwan, what did Uncle Chuan say the mountain decree was? Liang Kwan glanced at him and solemnly stated the mountain is Zhu Qingshan. The hall is the Loyalty Hall. The Wu River flows endlessly and the 5 blessings of Qianzhong are fragrant. Shueida slapped his thigh upon hearing this. Exactly, this is the 4 pillars mountain decree of the Hongmen. Brother Kwan, your identity and status in the martial world are now different. Beside him Shichong scratched his head. Uncle De, what do you mean by that? Is this Vice Master really as powerful as you say? Shueida explained the status of the Hongmen Mountain Master is very high. You just take He Lianqing and He Hichu as an example. In theory, the Mountain Master of Zhu Qingshan is on the same level as the leaders of He Lianqing and He Hichu, all being 4, 8, and 9. However, He Lianqing and He Hichu are just one title, they are not established halls. In the internal organizational structure of the Hongmen, they are ranked lower than Zhu Qingshan. In other words, if Brother Kwan transfers to the Loyalty Hall and becomes the Vice Master of Zhu Qingshan, in the entire Hong Kong martial world aside from Lin Baichuan and Prince Ge of the Haoma gang, no one will hold a higher status than Brother Kwan. Wu Ying listened for a long time and scratched his head. Uncle De, you've said so much, but I still don't understand. Shueida glared at him. In other words, Brother Kun's status in the martial world is very high now. Wu Ying shook his head. I don't understand. Shueida was furious. Wu Ying, you really? Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. At this moment Sha Pi interjected. Uncle De, do you mean that Brother Kun's current status in the Hongmen is even higher than Jiang Tianxing? Exactly. Shueida nodded. That's right, Brother Kwan goes to the Loyalty Hall and becomes the Vice Master of Zhu Qingshan. His status in the Hongmen is indeed higher than Jiang Tianxing. If Brother Kwan travels to America or Southeast Asia, the local Hongmen organizations will receive him as the Vice Master of Hongmen. At the very least, it should be someone with a position within the Hongmen who receives Brother Kwan. As for Jiang Tianxing, at most a hall master will be there to greet him. Now do you understand? Brother Kwan is different from before. After listening to Shueida's words, everyone expressed their understanding. Ahua curiously asked Uncle De, how do you know so much? Shueida arrogantly replied, do you think I've been wandering in the martial world for so many years for nothing? These matters were told to me by an old senior when I was young. I still remember them, unlike you youngsters who understand. Wu Ying flattered, yes, you are an old hand in the martial world. Shueida snorted, his expression as proud. Liang Kwan smiled, all right, that's all for the business talk. I have something to say, so listen up. Everyone immediately quieted down. Liang Kwan said, today's matter aside from those present you cannot tell your subordinates. And the outsiders from other societies in Hong Kong cannot be informed. He paused, especially the decision-makers of Hongxing, including my sworn brother the prince. Especially Jiang Tianxing, he must not know. Understand? Understood. Liang Kwan glared at Wu Ying. Especially, you keep your mouth shut. Do not let it out, especially not to my mother, a Mei or Fong Ting. If I find out, you let it slip. You know the consequences. Wu Ying nodded pathetically. Got it, Brother Kwan. Liang Kwan looked at Dedong. Tomorrow you still take Shai Chong and Wu Ying to find that Western guy. Dedong nodded. Should we find his boss? Liang Kwan waved his hand. No need, it's unnecessary. Just grab him and give him a beating. Afterward ask him why he didn't give me face and didn't come to apologize. Make the Western guy not only come to apologize, but also bring $1,000 to me. Dedong nodded. As for his subordinates and territory, don't touch them, you just return them to Hioha. Tell them this matter is only against the Western guy and has nothing to do with anyone else. Dedong nodded to indicate he understood. Liang Kwan then looked at Ahua. Ahua, you take Udage and a few others to find Sha. Same as last time with Jianjun, ask him to prepare identity documents for Udage and the others. The money will cut it, Brother Kwan. Liang Kwan looked at Shueida again. To go book a restaurant and arrange a welcome dinner for Udage and the others today. Remember, the restaurant should have good privacy. I don't want to be noticed. Xia Peiji nodded and looked at Yu Zhenghua and the others. Udage, let's go, I will take you there. A few of them nodded and were just about to leave. Wait, Liang Kwan called them back, took out some stacks of cash from the drawer, and handed them over. You Dage, take this to spend. Yu Zhenghua hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. No, brother Kowloon, you are too polite. Liang Kowloon smiled. Take it, this is my rule. As long as newcomers join, I will give them a welcome gift. Hearing him say this, they had no choice but to accept. Yu Zhenghua thanked him. Brother Kowloon, thank you. We will definitely work hard. We'll go out first. Liang Kowloon nodded. All right, see you at the restaurant later. Gao Jin approached Liang Kowloon. Brother Kowloon, should we send someone to keep an eye on Jiang Tianxing? Liang Kowloon nodded yes, but the one sent should be clever. Don't let him notice. Understood, Brother Kowloon. Also, when Yu Zhenghua and the others come back from Saikang tomorrow, you and I will take them to Uncle Chuan. Gao Jin curiously asked, why are we taking them there? Liang Kowloon pulled out a cigarette and lit it to have them protect Uncle Chuan. That evening in Mongkok at the Lai Yuan restaurant, inside a VIP private dining room on the second floor, Liang Kwan stood within the room surveying its surroundings. Brother Kwan, is this to your liking? Shui Dat stood nearby and asked. Liang Kwan nodded. Very good. You've taken great care in arranging this. Shui Dat grinned. As long as you're satisfied, Brother Kwan. Liang Kwan turned to him. By the way, Dad, how have you arranged things here today? Shui Dat immediately straightened his posture. Everything's been taken care of. I've spoken with the restaurant owner. He has solid connections and keeps his mouth shut. He assured me that any meal served here remains absolutely confidential. A private elevator downstairs leads directly to this suite, utterly secure. And I've cleared the entire second floor. Only our own men are stationed there. I've also instructed Jin and the others, if they arrive there, to enter through the side entrance off the Laundry Street alley. Our people will be waiting for them there. Liang Kwan patted his shoulder approvingly. Dad, you handle matters well, and I trust you completely. He gestured toward the chairs. Come sit down and talk. With that, Liang Kwan sat down, and Shui Dat followed suit. Liang Kwan pulled out a cigar and offered one to Shui Dat. Care for one? Shui Dat accepted it. Thank you, Brother Kwan. Liang Kwan lit his own, then leaned over to light Shui Dat's. Taking a deep draw, he exhaled a slow, languid smoke ring. Dat, how long have you been with me? Shui Dat held the cigar between his lips. Nearly 2 years. Liang Kwan smiled faintly. Nearly 2 years. I know you're not cut out for brute force or street brawls. But you excel at diplomacy, at reading the currents of the underworld. Your instincts are sharp. Shui Dat chuckled modestly. It's only because Brother Kwan places such faith in me that I'm entrusted with these responsibilities. Liang Kwan tapped ash from his cigar. I've given it serious thought. Once I formally join the Chung Yi Tong, I'll assign you to work at the Zhushan Temple Hall. Uncle Kwan, the current hall master, is aging. He won't serve more than a few years before stepping down. When he does, you'll become the new hall master of the Chung Yi Tong. Shui Dat shot to his feet. Thank you, Brother Kwan. Thank you. I'll serve with utmost dedication. I won't let you down. Liang Kwan waved a hand. Sit down. No need to get so worked up. Let me prepare you in advance. After I join, the affairs of the Chung Yi Tong's Temple Hall will rest entirely in your hands. Also, tomorrow you'll accompany me to Sha Tin to introduce you to Uncle Chuan and the others. Yes, Brother Kwan. Just then a soft knock sounded at the door. A junior member opened it. Brother Kwan, Brother Jin, and the others have arrived. Let them in. The junior member withdrew. Moments later, Gao Jin entered, flanked by Awa Wu Ying, and 13th sister and Ai Yun were among them. Liang Kwan strode to the head seat and gestured for everyone to be seated. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Gao Jin and the others took their places accordingly. Liang Kwan instructed Shui Dat. You may tell the restaurant staff to begin serving. Shui Dat nodded and stepped out. Shortly after, he returned, followed by several waiters bearing laden trays. Within moments, the banquet was fully laid out. Liang Kwan rose, raising his wine cup. I've gathered you all here today for two principal reasons. First, today marks a momentous day for us all. You already know why. I needn't elaborate. Second, I extend my warmest welcome to brothers Yu Chun Mo and Xiao Fu, who've just joined our ranks. This feast has been specially prepared in their honor, a welcoming banquet. Come, let us all raise our glasses. Cheers. To your health. All raised their cups and drank deeply in unison. Liang Kwan invited everyone to be seated again. Please, help yourselves to the dishes. Try the Lai Yuan's signature specialties. Their braised abalone and traditionally steamed leopard coral grouper are said to be exceptional. Do savor them. Guests reached for their chopsticks and began eating. Before long, the atmosphere grew lively and animated. Wang Jianjun and Feng Yuxiu were deep in conversation. Awa Jimmy and Dedong sat together, laughing and exchanging banter. Fearless Wu Ying and Foolish Chong had already made their way to Yu Jinghua and Shi Chunlei's table, challenging them to drinking contests. Shui Dat engaged Gao Jin and Wang Jiangwo in animated discussion. Xie Peiji, 13th sister, and Ai Yun formed their own cluster of quiet camaraderie. Liang Kwan sat calmly, a cigarette held lightly between his fingers, observing it all in silent contemplation. Lost in thought, he was startled by a voice. Brother Kwan, we'd like to toast you. Liang Kwan looked up to find 13th sister and Ai Yun standing before him. They held their wine cups aloft, smiling warmly. Liang Kwan paused for a beat, then lifted his own glass and clinked it gently against theirs. Thank you, but ladies ought to drink sparingly. 13th sister pouted. Miss Ruby says one can't reign supreme in the pleasure quarters without mastering the art of wine. I'm merely training myself. Lik Kwan chuckled. Very well, I'll join you for this one toast. They drank together in one smooth motion. Setting his cup down, Lik Kwan asked, Sister May, how are you progressing under Miss Ruby's tutelage? 13th sister beamed with pride. Miss Ruby says I possess extraordinary aptitude in this field. I'll soon be ready to graduate. Lik Kwan nodded approvingly. Excellent. Once you're certified, I'll arrange a venue for you to manage independently. 13th sister exclaimed, Thank you, Brother Kwan. I'll give it my all. Lik Kwan smiled, then turned to Yun. Yun, what are your plans for the future? Yun shook his head. Brother Kwan, I haven't decided yet what path to take. I'm no scholar, and unlike Sister May, I lack natural brilliance. I'm uncertain where I might fit. Lik Kwan reassured him, no need to rush. Take your time, and when you've found your answer, tell me. I'll help you find your place. Yun nodded gratefully. Yes, thank you, Brother Kwan. Time slipped swiftly away. Lik Kwan glanced at his watch and addressed the gathering. It's growing late. Let's call it a night. Remember, we have business to attend to tomorrow. Yes, Brother Kwan. Goodbye, Brother Kwan. One by one the guests departed. Lik Kwan stepped out of the Lai Yuan restaurant and climbed into his Mercedes-Benz. Gao Jin, seated at the wheel, asked, Brother Kwan, shall we return to Repulse Bay? Lik Kwan shook his head. No, we reek of alcohol. If Mother sees me like this, she'll scold me again. Gao Jin laughed. But Auntie worries about you, and so does Sister May. Lik Kwan explained precisely, I don't want Sister May or Mother fretting unnecessarily, so I'll stay elsewhere tonight. Then shall we return to the Paris Night Club? Yes, take us there. Gao Jin started the engine, and the car glided smoothly toward the Paris Night Club. The next day at noon, Lik Kwan awoke and settled into his office to rest. Gao Jin knocked and entered. Brother Kwan, Brother Yu and the others have returned. Lik Kwan nodded. Call Jianjun and Shui Dat. We'll head to Sha Tin together. Sha Tin, Manhua Tea Restaurant. Lin Baichuan sat sipping tea with Chen Jingxian and Zhou Fuchuan. As he sipped, he hummed a cheerful tune beneath his breath. Zhou Fuchuan nudged Chen Jingxian and whispered, Brother Qian, look at Brother Chuan. How radiant he is. Chen Jingxian smiled. Indeed, he's finally laid his deepest concern to rest. He's found the rightful heir for Zhushan Mountain. Lin Baichuan set down his teacup. Brother Qian speaks truly. Kowloon is Zhushan Mountain's finest successor. He also mentioned he'd come today to discuss the formal transition. Zhou Fuchuan asked, so when will Lik Kwan? Before Lin Baichuan could reply, Zhang Yaoxiong entered. Brother Chuan, Lik Kwan is here. Oh, bring him in at once. Moments later, Lik Kwan entered accompanied by Gao Jin and the others. Lik Kwan approached Lin Baichuan and respectfully performed a clasped fist salute. Uncle Chuan, we've arrived. Lin Baichuan beamed. Excellent, excellent. Kowloon, please take a seat. Lik Kwan bowed slightly and sat. Lin Baichuan regarded Gao Jin and the others. Kowloon, won't you introduce your trusted lieutenants to Uncle Chuan? Of course, Uncle Chuan. Lik Kwan pointed first to Gao Jin and Wang Jianjun. Gao Jin and Wang Jianjun, you've met them before. Both men bowed deeply. Greetings, Uncle Chuan. Good, very good. Lik Kwan gestured toward Shui Dat. Shui Dat, my longest-serving lieutenant with decades of experience navigating the underworld. His skill in diplomacy and social navigation is unmatched. After the transition, I intend to assign him to the Temple Hall. Shui Dat hurried forward and bowed low to Lin Baichuan. Greetings, Uncle Chuan. Zhou Fuchuan's eyes gleamed with sudden interest. Kowloon, if what you say is true, Shui Dat would indeed be an ideal candidate for the Temple Hall. I'll personally mentor him. Lik Kwan turned to Shui Dat. Don't forget to thank Uncle Kwan. Shui Dat rushed to Zhou Fuchuan, bending deeply. Thank you, Uncle Kwan. I'll learn diligently under your guidance. Zhou Fuchuan grasped Shui Dat's arm warmly. Come, let's speak in depth. I'll teach you everything the Temple Hall demands. Lik Kwan then indicated Yu Jinghua and the three others. These four, Yu Jinghua, Shi Chunlei, Chen Amo, and Xiao Fu. All four bowed in unison to Lin Baichuan. Greetings, Uncle Chuan. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Lin Baichuan laughed so heartily his mustache bristled upward. They're all comrades-in-arms of Wang Jianjun, recent arrivals from the north. They possess formidable martial prowess. I brought them here specifically to safeguard you elders. Lin Baichuan was visibly moved. Kowloon, you've shown such thoughtfulness. Lik Kwan smiled. It's my duty. Lin Baichuan sighed deeply. Kowloon, bringing you into the Chang'e Tong was the wisest decision I've ever made. You uphold loyalty and righteousness, and treat us elders with such unwavering respect. Entrusting Zhushan Mountain to your hands fills me with absolute confidence. Lik Kwan replied. Thank you, Uncle Chuan, for your profound trust. Today I've not only brought brothers you and the others, I've also come to consult with you on post-transition matters. Lin Baichuan asked. Then Kowloon, what is your plan once the transition is complete? Lik Kwan answered, each word deliberate and resonant. My very first act upon joining the Chang'e Tong will be to erase the Chung Yi Shek from the Hong Kong underworld, forever. Upon hearing Liang Kun's words, Lin Baichuan inquired, Kowloon, shouldn't you stabilize things after changing affiliations? Why are you in such a hurry to take action against Zhang Yi? Liang Kowloon looked at Lin Baichuan and replied, Uncle Chuan, my actions are driven by several reasons. First, as you know, after I became the spokesperson for Hongxing, I have had conflicts with Zhang Yi and the loyal Qing society. Especially with Zhang Yi, I seized the night Paris venue they used to control. Although I bought it from the boss, the big shot Pan hates me to the core. Second, regarding the loyal Qing society, I took over their turf in Mongkok. I also captured the Ding brothers. If I switch to the loyal Tong, they will retaliate against me immediately. Third, there are the leading bosses of those societies in the underworld like Liansheng's Fat Ding Yi Star's Camel and Zongxin's Long. Given their temperament, if they find out I switch to the loyal Tong, they will find an excuse to storm into Mongkok right away. By then they will seek to eradicate me completely. Moreover, the leader of Hongxing, Jiang Tianxing, will definitely not let go of this opportunity to eliminate me. He will surely stir up trouble from behind, even appearing during my downfall claiming vengeance for me and taking over Mongkok. Thus, I need to eliminate the Zhang Yi society at the first opportunity, making them wary and hesitant to act. Lin Baichuan's expression grew serious. Kowloon, you have indeed thought this through. I hadn't considered all of this. I'll leave this matter to you. Liang Kowloon nodded. Rest assured, Uncle Chuan, I will handle. However, I will need your support. Lin Baichuan asked, puzzled, what can I do? Liang Kowloon replied, during the transfer ceremony, I hope you can announce Big Shot Pan's crimes in your capacity as the Mountain Master of Zhuqing Mountain. I know that Big Shot Pan used to be a member of the Loyal Tong, but he has gone independent. You can use the incident with the lost dog to make a case that Big Shot Pan has betrayed his roots, thus requiring me to clean house. This way we will have a justified reason to act. Zhang Yaoxiong slapped the table. Good. Brother Chuan, let's do it as Kowloon suggested. Pan Jian, that traitor, needs to be dealt with. Liang Kowloon smiled. Once your Mountain Master order is issued, who in the Hong Kong underworld would dare to disobey, except for Prince Gu of Hongfa Mountain? Upon hearing this, Lin Baichuan revealed a mysterious smile. He raised his teacup, took a sip, and slowly began, Hongfa Mountain. Prince Gu. Even he must obey me. Liang Kowloon was astonished. Isn't it said that Hongfa Mountain is the same as our Zhuqing Mountain? Aren't both recognized factions of the Hongmen? Aren't their statuses the same? Lin Baichuan shot him a glare. Who told you that? Liang Kowloon pointed at Shui Da. He said so. Ada claimed that both Zhuqing Mountain and Hongfa Mountain are recognized factions of the Hongmen, and that their status within the Hongmen is equal. He also said this was told to him by an old senior in the underworld. Zhou Fuchuan glared at Shui Da. How can you speak so recklessly? Shui Da looked confused. Uncle Kwan, isn't that the case? I heard that the status of the Hongmen factions is the same. Zhou Fuchuan furiously retorted. How can a new faction like Hongfa Mountain compare to our Zhuqing Mountain? Zhuqing Mountain is the traditional faction of the Hongmen with a legacy spanning over 170 years. What is Hongfa Mountain? It was established less than 50 years ago. Even if its founder Ge Zhaohuang met Brother Chuan, he would still have to refer to him as Mountain Master Lin. As for Prince Gu, upon meeting Brother Chuan, he would have to address him as Lin Bo Gong. This would be in accordance with the rules of the Hongmen. Upon hearing Zhou Fuquan's remarks, Liang Kowloon was left speechless, muttering, so Zhuqing Mountain holds such a high status. Lin Baichuan, holding his teacup, snorted through his nose and said with a touch of pride, of course. Otherwise, what do you think? Liang Kowloon feigned innocence. If that's the case, doesn't that mean Zhuqing Mountain can walk freely in Hong Kong? At that time, wouldn't it be up to us whom we want to fight? The old man instantly exploded in anger, putting down his teacup and giving Liang Kowloon a hard knock on the head. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you think the Zhuqing Mountain banner is a license to kill, eh? Liang Kowloon clutched his head, feeling wronged. Isn't it? Chun Jingxian explained from the side. Kowloon, you misunderstood. Even if we are Zhuqing Mountain, we cannot randomly declare war on other societies without legitimate reasons. If that were the case, wouldn't it lead to chaos? If you did that, you would certainly face repercussions from within the Hongmen and be kicked out of Zhuqing Mountain. Liang Kowloon asked, so we can't act recklessly? Chun Jingxian shook his head. No, we cannot. Liang Baichuan scoffed. Do they dare to? Chun Jingxian continued to explain. If they have no reason to attack Zhuqing Mountain, the entire Hongmen worldwide will not let them off the hook, as Zhuqing Mountain's status is too high. If the Hong Kong societies dare to act against Zhuqing Mountain, they will face the wrath of the entire Hongmen worldwide. Liang Kowloon said seriously, if that's the case, then I can rest assured. Lin Baichuan asked, puzzled, so what did your earlier words mean? Liang Kowloon smiled. Uncle Chuan, you don't really think I'm foolish, do you? Foolish enough to stand against all the societies in Hong Kong. I just wanted to clarify the status of Zhuqing Mountain. Lin Baichuan was confused. Liang Kowloon explained, Uncle Chuan, my idea is simple. As long as I deal with Zhang Yi, the Loyal Tong will firmly establish itself in Hong Kong. Then I can slowly develop the strength of the Loyal Tong. I want the Loyal Tong to become the largest society in Hong Kong. Lin Baichuan breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Kowloon, your idea is excellent. Rest assured I will support you. Thank you, Uncle Chuan, but there's one more thing I need your cooperation on, Kowloon said with a smile. What is it? I hope, Uncle Chuan, you can wait a few days before approaching Jiang Quan and Jiang Tianxin. Lin Baichuan asked, confused why. Kowloon didn't answer directly, but instead called out to Yu Xinghua, brother, you come here for a moment. Yu Xinghua approached upon hearing, Uncle Chuan, brother Kowloon, what's up? Kowloon looked at him, brother, could you do me a favor? Brother Kowloon, say it. Once your identification is sorted out, please return to the mainland for a while. Yu Xinghua was taken aback. Return to the mainland. For what? Kowloon replied. I want you to check with your former comrades to see if they are willing to come to Hong Kong to develop. If they are willing, I will arrange jobs for them. Lin Baichuan interjected. Kowloon, what are you planning? Kowloon smiled. I want to establish a security company and need a large workforce. Right on time, I can use Brother Yes connections in the army to recruit talent. With these people, it will be much easier to get things done later on. Lin Baichuan nodded. Good idea, let's do it. Kowloon turned to Yu Xinghua. Brother Yu, we need about 200 people. They don't need to be as skilled as you, but they must pass your assessment. This task is in your hands, is that alright? Yu Xinghua nodded. No problem, Brother Kowloon, leave it to me. However, I would like to take old Sha back with me. Is that? Kowloon nodded. Sure, it's settled then. For now, I need you guys to stay here and keep watch. Yu Xinghua smiled. No problem, Brother Kowloon, you can rest assured. We'll take care of Uncle Chuan's safety. Kowloon nodded and stood up, saying to Lin Baichuan, Uncle Chuan, I'll take my leave now. Lin Baichuan nodded. Alright, Kowloon, be careful on the way. By the way, Uncle Chuan, please take care of the transfer map. Lin Baichuan waved his hand. Rest assured, once you have arranged everything, I will seek out Jiang Quan. At the same time, in the Jordan district of Temple Street, Dadong Wuing and Sha Chong were eating in a tea restaurant. A small brother hurriedly ran into the restaurant. Big brother Dadong, we've found the Western kid. The three stopped eating, and Dadong looked up and asked, where is he? The small brother replied, he's in the nearby. Sha Chong interjected, how many people are with him? Only 4 or 5 are following him. Let's go, Dadong said, and the 3 of them got up and left the tea restaurant. A large group of small brothers followed behind. Wuing was followed by Luo Tianhong and Feiji, who curiously asked, boss, who are we looking for trouble with? Wuing didn't turn back and replied, it's the boss of that gang of punks who tried to beat you both last time. Feiji asked again, didn't we already teach them a lesson? Why are we still looking for trouble with their boss? Wuing turned to look at him, because last time I told them to have their boss bring $100 to Yi Ba Li to apologize. He didn't come, and as a result, Brother Kowloon found out and was very angry. He said this Western kid disrespected him, so he asked us to teach him a lesson. Do you understand now? Feiji nodded. Got it. The group arrived at the entrance of a pool room in the back alley of Temple Street, and Dadong asked the small brother, where are the people? The small brother pointed, they are inside. Dadong thought for a moment, and said to Wuing and Sha Chong, the 3 of us will go and first let them wait outside. After saying that, he turned to the small brother and ordered, you all wait outside, and if you hear any noise, rush in. The small brothers nodded in understanding. The 3 entered the pool room, and Dadong shouted, who is the Western kid? A few punks playing pool looked over, and one of them walked over and asked, what do you want with our boss? Dadong stared at him. Where is your boss? The punk looked back, and Dadong followed his gaze. He saw a young man in a floral shirt smoking a cigarette sitting on the sofa with 2 young girls beside him. Dadong walked over. Are you the Western kid? The Western kid stood up, walked in front of Dadong, and exhaled a puff of smoke. Yeah, who are you? What do you want? Dadong waved away the smoke. I'm Dadong, a man of Brother Kowloon from Hongxing. I came here today to ask you a question. He turned around and pointed at Wuing behind him. My brother was almost cut by your underlings the other day. If he hadn't been skilled, he would have been crippled by your boys already. Then he had your small brother inform you to come to Yi Ba Li to apologize, right? Why didn't you come? The Western kid chuckled, threw away his cigarette, and poked Dadong in the chest. Brother Kowloon is the boss, and I'm a boss too. Why should I go apologize? Besides, my guy got beaten by your brother, so he should be the one to apologize. Dadong's gaze hardened, staring fiercely at the Western kid. So you mean we can't reach an agreement? The Western kid shrugged. What? Want to fight? Come on. After saying that, he waved his hand, and a few small brothers surrounded them. Dadong smiled at Wuing and Sha Chong behind him and waved his hand. Sha Chong put his fingers in his mouth and blew hard. Shoo! The whistle sounded, and immediately a large group of people rushed in from outside. The arrogance on the Western kid's face vanished in an instant, and his small brothers were so scared that they retreated repeatedly. One of the small brothers trembled and said, Boss, there are so many of them. The Western kid forced himself to stay calm. What are you afraid of? I'm here. However, when he realized that more and more people were surrounding them, he gritted his teeth and pushed one of his small brothers hard toward Dadong. Then he turned and ran madly towards the stairs behind him, heading straight for the rooftop. Wuing was taken aback, but immediately reacted. Chase. Luo Tianhong and Feiji behind him took the lead and chased up. Then a dozen small brothers also chased after them. The rest surrounded the Western kid's small brothers and beat them up violently. Sha Chong crossed his arms. Damn, I thought that kid was really powerful. I didn't expect him to be this kind of trash. Dadong patted him and Wu Ying on the shoulder. Let's go, let's follow and see. The Western kid was scrambling up to the rooftop using hands and feet, panting heavily. Luo Tianhong, who was closely following, saw that the Western kid was about to reach the stairway. He suddenly leaped up using his right foot to push against the wall for leverage and flew forward, kicking the Western kid in the back. The Western kid was kicked forward and flew out of the stairway, crashing onto the rooftop. Just as he tried to get up, Luo Tianhong stepped in with a kick that directly hit the Western kid's face, flipping him over. Feiji and the small brothers who followed rushed in, surrounding the Western kid, and they all beat him together with sticks. The Western kid immediately howled in pain, rolling on the ground while clutching his head. Dedong and the others leisurely walked onto the rooftop, watching the Western kid's miserable state. Wu Ying mocked. "Run, why aren't you running anymore?" The Western kid begged painfully, "Stop hitting me, please, big brothers, I was wrong, let me go. I promise I will go apologize to Brother Qian, just spare me." The three didn't respond to this. Wu Ying took out half a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, shook it twice, and gestured to Dedong and Sha Chong, "Want a smoke?" The two each took one. Wu Ying also took one, lit it, and lit Dedong and Sha Chong's as well. Wu Ying took a deep puff, exhaled the smoke ring, and looked around. "Hey, the weather is nice today." Sha Chong looked at the sky. "Yeah, it's nice, just a bit hot." Then he took a puff and shouted to the small brothers. The small brothers responded and started hitting even harder. Wu Ying continued, "How about we go have a drink tonight?" Sha Chong shook his head. "No, I'm the only one managing the venue, can't leave. Damn it, my small brothers can't be relied on, I have to keep an eye on everything." Wu Ying boasted, "I'm different, I have Tianhong and Feiji, two capable assistants helping me. I can take a ting shopping every day." Sha Chong rolled his eyes. "What's so great about having small brothers? Once I find mine, they will definitely be better than your two." Wu Ying laughed. "All right, I'll wait and see." Without saying a word, Dedong stubbed out his cigarette and gestured to Wu Ying to signal the small brothers to stop. Wu Ying nodded. "All right, stop hitting." The small brothers all ceased, and the scene quieted down, leaving only the Western kid's moans. Dedong walked in front of the Western kid, squatted down, and patted his face. "Kid, do you submit?" The Western kid cried and begged for mercy. I submit, big brother, spare me." Dedong stood up. "Remember, today is just a lesson. In 3 days, bring $100 to Yiba Li to apologize to Brother Qian. If you don't come, it won't just be a beating this simple. Do you understand?" The Western kid nodded vigorously. I understand, I will definitely come to apologize, Dedong waved his hand. "Let's go." After saying that, he led the way off the rooftop. Wu Ying and the others also followed and left the rooftop. Only the Western kid remained on the rooftop. He was in excruciating pain, blood still flowing from his head, lying on the ground motionless. After a long time, the Western kid slowly got up, looking for a place to rest and bandage his wounds. He struggled towards the edge of the rooftop, trying to use the railing to get up. The Western kid crawled to the edge of the rooftop, leaning against the wall, gasping heavily. "Damn, what bad luck. Liang Qian, just wait for me. I will definitely take revenge for this beating today." After saying that, the Western kid struggled to try to get up. But his injuries were too severe, his hands and feet felt weak, and the old railing of the rooftop was not sturdy enough for him to stand up. As he grabbed the railing, his foot slipped, and his body instantly lost balance, violently leaning back. "Oh!" After a scream, the Western kid fell heavily from the edge of the rooftop, dying on the spot. Not long after, someone discovered the body and called the police. The police arrived on the scene, and after investigating, they concluded there were only traces of the Western kid's fight at the scene, with no evidence of anyone else lingering. The police ultimately determined that the Western kid had accidentally fallen to his death after a fight alone. The case was hastily closed without further inquiry. After returning to Yiba Li, Liang Qian learned of this news and asked Dedong and the others. Upon learning that this matter had nothing to do with them, Liang Qian did not ask further. Yao Ma Ti Temple Street, a vintage Tong Lao building. On the 5th floor, inside an unmarked clandestine gambling den, Ho Yao and his boss Brother Ying sit with their junior member, Along, sipping tea. Along, how's business been these days? Brother Ying poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. Along took it, drank deeply, and replied, "Not bad, but most customers have flocked to Sister Liang's place. All our patrons are regulars. Few newcomers ever step through our door." Brother Ying sighed. "There's nothing we can do. Sister Liang has more attractive girls under her wing, and she's launched some gimmick called Uniform Temptation to lure clients. It's already a blessing that anyone still comes here at all." Along drew a slow drag from his cigarette. "Boss Westy says he wants to copy this idea too. What do you think?" "It won't work. It's Sister Liang's exclusive scheme. Even the syndicates haven't dared replicate it. How dare Westy attempt it? What if Sister Liang finds out and comes after us? And what if she calls on Liang Quan of Hung Hing and Mong Kok to raid our premises? Go tell Westy to drop the idea before it brings disaster upon us." Along flicked ash from his cigarette. "Better you speak to him, boss. You know we've never seen eye to eye." Just then a young underling burst in, breathless, "Boss, bad news. Westy's in trouble." Brother Ying shot upright. "What happened? Hurry, tell me now." The youth gasped for air. Liang Quan's men went after Westy. He fell from the rooftop while fleeing, dead on impact. Why did Liang Quan's men target him? Brothering pressed. The youth shook his head. Rumor has it one of Westy's boys started the trouble. That's why Lik Kwan sent men after him. Damn it. Brothering slammed his fist on the table, then paused thinking. Along. You investigate thoroughly. If Lik Kwan had a hand in Westy's death, I'll demand justice. Face to face. Understood, boss. Along nodded and left. Brothering sat back on the sofa smoking in silence waiting for word. Half an hour later, Along returned. Boss, I've confirmed everything. Speak, what really happened? Brothering asked sharply. Along replied, I spoke with Westy's men. They admit they provoked the incident. During a street brawl they assaulted Wu Ying, one of Lik Kwan's lieutenants. Wu Ying beat them soundly, then ordered Westy to bring money to Knight Paris to apologize and settle the matter. Did Westy go? Brother Ying demanded urgently. Along shook his head. No, he refused. So Lik Kwan's men came straight to his door. Then was Westy killed by them? No, Lik Kwan's men only beat him and left. Hours later he fell from the rooftop on his own. So there's no link to Lik Kwan's men. Along shook his head again. None. I checked with contacts in the police. They confirmed the scene bore only Westy's traces, no evidence of others having been present. And the fall, was he pushed? No. He jumped, or slipped, on his own. Brother Ying fell silent for a long moment. I see. You may go now. Along turned to leave, then paused as Brother Ying called after him, wait Along. Along looked back. Yes, Brother Ying, what is it? You'll take over Westy's operation, revive the business, make it profitable for the Triad. As for Westy's funeral, you'll represent the organization and pay respects on our behalf. Understood, Brother Ying, I'm off. Brother Ying nodded watching him go. Once alone he sank back onto the sofa and murmured, Westy, your death may not be such a misfortune after all. Several days later. Mongkok, at 1030 p.m. Night Paris. Dim lights flicker overhead, bass thuds relentlessly. Sung Tso and Shu Ma sit in a corner booth, the table strewn with half-empty bottles. Shu Ma poured a glass and slid it towards Sung Tso. Brother Ho, drink. Sung Tso lifted the glass, eyes fixed on Shu Ma. Shu Ma, you suffered while I was locked away. Shu Ma shook his head down to gulp himself. I suffered nothing. Setting the glass down, he held Sung Tso's gaze. Only that you're back. That's all that matters. Sung Tso clapped his shoulder, silent. A pause lingered between them. Then Shu Ma smiled. Remember our first trip to Taiwan? Sung Tso nodded. I remember. The shipment nearly got seized by customs. You pulled strings to clear it. Shu Ma waved dismissively. Those weren't my connections. It was respect for you, Brother Ho. Sung Tso gave a wry smile. We were young then. Fearless. Shu Ma poured another round. We're not old yet. We're still sharp. Still capable. They clinked glasses, drank deep. At that moment a group strode through Night Paris entrance. Leading them was Tam Xing, impeccably suited, flanked by 4 or 5 henchmen. Tam Xing scanned the room, spotted Sung Tso and Shu Ma, and smirked. He approached directly, standing beside their booth looking down. Oh, Brother Ho. Long time no see. Sung Tso raised his eyes, said nothing. Shu Ma set his glass down, expression hardening. Tam Xing smiled. About what I proposed on the phone. Have you thought it over? Sung Tso replied coolly. I told you. I'm not interested. Tam Xing's smile didn't waver. Brother Ho, you've just stepped out paths unknown, but your talent remains unmatched. Join me, and both sides profit. Shu Ma interjected. He said he's not interested. Didn't you hear? Tam Xing turned to him. I'm speaking to Brother Ho, not to you. Shu Ma rose slowly, locking eyes with Tam Xing. I'm drinking with Brother Ho. No time for you. Their gazes clashed. Tension crackled like live wire. Tam Xing's men edged forward. Shu Ma stood motionless, hand resting lightly on the neck of a bottle. Around them the club felt eerily quiet. Every patron watching, breath held. A bouncer approached. Gentlemen, keep it civil. No trouble here. Tam Xing didn't glance his way. This doesn't concern you. Get lost. The bouncer's face darkened. Whoever you are, this is Brother Kwan's territory. Think twice before causing a scene. Tam Xing sneered. Get out now. Fine, you'll regret this. The bouncer spun and hurried toward the office. Tam Xing turned back to Sung Tso. One last time, Brother Ho. Will you return and work with me? I've already answered, no. Sung Tso lifted his glass, sipped deliberately. Tam Xing's smile vanished. Fine. You've got guts. He turned to leave, then halted, glancing back. But mark my words, you'll come to me soon enough. Shu Ma lifted the bottle. Want to test that theory, right now? Tam Xing's men closed in instantly. Try moving, even once. Who the hell do you think you are? A cripple daring to talk so bold. Shu Ma's eyes narrowed, muscles coiled, when a thunderous voice erupted from the entrance. What's going on here? De Dong strode in, flanked by 7 or 8 men. He surveyed the tense tableau, then stepped directly before Tam Xing. Who are you people? Tam Xing appraised him up and down. And who might you be? De Dong stared, unblinking. I'm De Dong, under brother Lik Kwan of Hongying. This is his establishment. If you've business to discuss, take it outside. No scenes here. Lik Kwan. Tam Xing chuckled, faintly glanced at his men, then back at De Dong. I'm merely catching up with friends. Surely that's no disturbance. De Dong shook his head. I heard every word you just spoke. Grudges or history, I don't care. But within these walls rules apply. To everyone. One of Tam Xing's men snapped, jabbing a finger at Dong. Who the hell are you? And who's Lik Kwan? Do you think you're fit to command us? You're asking for death. Dong's face hardened. His men surged forward a step. Just then, another voice cut through the air from behind. Who's Lik Kwan? Say that again, if you dare. 10 minutes ago in the office of Night Paris. Lik Kwan sat in his office chair, answering a phone call. He could be heard saying to the other, "And got it, Mom will be back soon." It's been a bit busy at the company these past 2 days. There's a lot going on at the nightclub. On the other end, his mother's irritated voice came through. You little rascal, if you don't come back soon he'll move out with Ame. You can just live by yourself. His mother's voice was a bit loud, and Lik Kwan had to hold the phone away from his ear. He sighed and continued speaking into the phone. Mom, don't be angry, I'll be back right away. Okay, I understand. Tell Ame to go to bed early. Alright, got it. You should rest early too, bye. Lik Kwan hung up the phone and muttered, it's only been 2 days since I went back, why is she so angry? After speaking, he pulled out a cigarette and lit one. Beside him, Gao Jin asked Brother Kwan, did your mother get angry? Yeah, she's really upset. Lik Kwan pinched his brow and said helplessly, I've already explained everything to her. There's just a lot going on at the company, I can't get away. She just won't listen. She's still blaming me for not going home and not spending time with Ame. These past 2 days have been really busy with the transfer of the loyalty hall and the company matters. They all piled up together, I can't keep up. Gao Jin advised Brother Kwan, calm down. After this busy period, go back and spend some quality time with your sister-in-law and mother. Lik Kwan took a deep drag from his cigarette and sighed, alright, I'll just leave it at that for now. Just then a little brother burst in. Brother Kwan, there's trouble outside. Lik Kwan frowned, who is it? The little brother shook his head, I don't know. There are 2 groups arguing outside. I tried to mediate, but one of them yelled at me. Lik Kwan asked, didn't you tell them this is my place? The little brother nodded, I did, but they wouldn't listen. Hearing this, Lik Kwan's mood turned furious. Damn it, I want to see which blind guy is causing trouble. How dare you make a scene in my territory? Let's go. After saying so, Lik Kwan stood up and walked toward the door with Gao Jin and the little brother following closely. As Lik Kwan walked into the hall, he immediately spotted Song Zaheo and Tan Sheng's groups in a standoff. Dong was negotiating with Tan Sheng on the side. As he approached, he heard one of Tan Sheng's little brothers say, what's Lik Kwan even worth? Hearing this, Lik Kwan's suppressed anger exploded. What's Lik Kwan even worth? You better say that again. Everyone turned to see Lik Kwan coming in, followed by Gao Jin and several little brothers. Dong made way. Brother Tan Sheng also noticed Lik Kwan and extended his hand. Brother Kwan, hello, I'm Tan Sheng. Lik Kwan ignored him and directly walked up to the little brother who had spoken. What did you just say? Say it again for me to hear. The little brother was about to say something, but Lik Kwan directly kicked him in the stomach. Oh! The little brother screamed, flying out and crashing into a table. Tan Sheng's other subordinates saw this. Lik Kwan waved his hand, beat them up. Lik Kwan's little brothers surged forward, surrounding and attacking Tan Sheng's men. Tan Sheng's expression darkened as he took 2 steps back, reaching into his pocket. Gao Jin dashed forward, grabbing Tan Sheng's wrist and pulling his hand out of his pocket. Don't move, Gao Jin. Lik Kwan stepped in front of Tan Sheng, poking his chest with his finger. So Tan Sheng, you've got some guts, huh? Daring to create trouble in Night Paris. Don't you know this is my territory, Lik Kwan? Tan Sheng glanced at his subordinates who were being beaten and said, Brother Kwan, my people don't understand. Just give me some face. Lik Kwan sneered, who do you think you are? You want me to give you face? Do you have that qualification? Tan Sheng gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Lik Kwan turned to look at Song Zaheo and Xiao Ma. I won't interfere in your matters with them. But creating trouble on my territory is absolutely unacceptable. Tan Sheng stared at Lik Kwan, his eyes turning icy. Lik Kwan observed his demeanor and sneered, what? Not convinced? If you're not convinced, go call for people. I'm waiting for you. Then Lik Kwan leaned closer to Tan Sheng and whispered, Tan Sheng, what business you're running may not be clear to outsiders. But for those of us who mingle in the underworld, it's all too clear. I advise you to be sensible and not provoke me, or else. Lik Kwan sneered and turned to Dong, show them out. Gao Jin released Tan Sheng's wrist, and Lik Kwan's little brothers also stopped their actions. Dong approached, please leave, Mr. Tan. Tan Sheng adjusted his collar and huffed, Lik Kwan, we'll see about this. He turned to glance at the little brother on the ground and then walked out. A few of his subordinates got up from the ground limping. Dong followed behind with several little brothers. Lik Kwan approached Song Zaheo and Xiao Ma. Brother, how? Song Zaheo nodded and Lik Kwan looked at Xiao Ma. So this is Brother Xiao, huh? Xiao Ma raised his glass. Brother Kwan, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lik Kwan smiled, I'm sorry you had to witness this today. Song Zaheo shook his head. Brother Kwan, this should be our fault. Lik Kwan waved his hand, no worries, your guests. It's our negligence if anything happens to guests here. I'll cover your expenses for today. Thank you, Brother Kwan, Song Zaheo said. Lik Kwan nodded, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. You all continue to enjoy yourselves. After speaking, Lik Kwan nodded in farewell and left. Watching Lik Kwan's departing figure, Xiao Ma said, this Lik Kwan is quite a man. Song Zaheo nodded, remaining silent. As he reached the entrance of Night Paris, Lik Kwan paused. Dong approached. Brother Kwan, they've left. Liang Kwan nodded. You go ahead and get busy. I still have things to do. Okay, Brother Kwan. The Dong nodded and walked back into Night Paris. Gao Jin walked up beside Liang Kwan. Brother Kwan, do you think Tansheng will come looking for trouble? Liang Kwan sneered. He dares. Isn't he just a counterfeit dealer? If he dares to cause trouble according to the rules of the underworld, I can easily take care of him. Gao Jin looked worried, but Brother Kwan, Tansheng is backed by a counterfeiting group. If they bring guns into this, Liang Kwan patted Gao Jin on the shoulder. Don't worry, you know I'm a very stingy person. He snorted coldly. Does Tansheng think he can offend me and run away? They'll let him know what Liang Kwan is capable of. Liang Kwan looked at Gao Jin. You go notify them. Let Jianjun Zhangwo and Sha Pi come to Qian International tomorrow. I have things to instruct them to do. Also get Ahua to come along. Gao Jin nodded. Understood, Brother Kwan. Liang Kwan stretched lazily. All right, I'll head back to Qinshui Bay then. They'll wait for you all at Qian International tomorrow. Gao Jin nodded. Brother Kwan, take care. See you tomorrow. The next day at Qian International, Jiang Kwan was sprawled in his office chair flipping through documents when Gao Jin pushed the door open and said, Brother Kwan, they have arrived. As he spoke, Wang Jianjun, Wang Zhangwo, Ahua, and Sha Pi walked into the office. Brother Kwan, they greeted Jiang Kwan in unison. Jiang Kwan straightened up saying, sit down, feel free to take a seat. They each settled into their chairs. Ahua took the lead and asked, Brother Kwan, what do you need us for? Jiang Kwan looked at them and said, you heard about yesterday's incident, right? They nodded. Jiang Kwan took out a cigar from his drawer and tossed it to everyone except Sha Pi. He lit one for himself and leisurely said, Tansheng caused a scene at Night Paris yesterday, and I took care of it. He continued, I believe he will definitely retaliate. I personally do not like being watched from behind. Jiang Kwan's tone paused, therefore I must strike first. He looked at Sha Pi and said, Aji, share with us what you found about Tansheng. Sha Pi nodded and opened her notebook saying, Tansheng, 32 years old, a leader of a counterfeiting group. He has a trading company and a printing factory located at 94 Tugwalwan Road in Kowloon. He has over 50 subordinates led by one called Desha and the other Shawan. Jiang Kwan was stunned. Desha? Is that the one I know? How did he get involved in this? Sha Pi shook her head with a smile. Brother Kwan, it's not the Desha from Saigon, just a name coincidence. Damn. Jiang Kwan was speechless. You scared me. I thought Desha had left the water cart business and gone to work for someone else. Ahua, who was nearby, laughed. Brother Kwan, there are too many with the same name in Hong Kong's underworld. He continued, like Hua Gulong Sang Biao and Dekojio, for instance. No wonder it sounds familiar. Jiang Kwan looked at Sha Pi and asked, where is Tansheng's counterfeit factory? Sha Pi shook her head. I'm not sure, he hides it very well, I couldn't find it. Jiang Kwan suddenly recalled a scene he had seen in a movie in his previous life and asked Sha Pi, you mentioned where his trading company is located. Sha Pi replied, it's on Tugwalwan Road in an industrial building. Jiang Kwan nodded. That's right. Think about it, trading companies are either in Central or Causeway Bay. The worst would be in Sim Sha Sui. Tugwalwan, what kind of place is that? Who would open a trading company there? Sha Pi suddenly understood. Brother Kwan, you mean the counterfeit factory is in that building? Jiang Kwan nodded. Exactly. He looked at the Wang brothers and said, Jianjunyu and Zhangwo, go take a look, but be careful. If you find the counterfeit factory inside, take evidence and bring it back to me. Remember, do not alert them. Proceed. Wang Jianjun nodded. Understood, Brother Kwan. We'll head over now. Jiang Kwan replied, all right, go ahead. They'll have a Jean wait for you outside. Okay, we are leaving now. The Wang brothers stood up and exited. Gao Jin nodded to Jiang Kwan, and also Jiang Kwan turned to Ahua and said, Ahua, you need to go to the casino at Haojiang right away. Ahua was puzzled. Brother Kwan, what do you need me to do at Haojiang? You need to exchange some chips for me at the Haojiang casino, a total of 3 million. I have use for them. Ahua nodded. Understood, Brother Kwan, I'll go now. After Ahua finished speaking, he also stood up to leave. Sha Pi felt confused and asked, Brother Kwan, what do you need the chips for? Jiang Kwan chuckled. You'll know soon enough. The next morning, Jiang Kwan waited for news from Gao Jin and the others in the Night Paris office. Sha Pi was also there to keep him company. At that moment, the door opened and Gao Jin Ahua along with Wang Jianjun and Wang Zhangwo walked in. Ahua was carrying a bag. Jiang Kwan looked at Gao Jin and asked, how did it go? Gao Jin nodded. It's all settled and the photos are here. He then handed a file bag to Jiang Kwan. Jiang Kwan opened the file bag and pulled out the photos, looking at them and saying, not bad, very clear. How did you manage to do this? Wang Jianjun replied, Tansheng's counterfeit factory has only one entrance located in the underground parking lot of the building. Zhang Wo and I disguised ourselves as electricians and entered through the main door of the building. We took the freight elevator down to the parking lot and then walked up the stairs. Jiang Kwan asked, it was that simple. You weren't discovered. Wang Jianjun chuckled. Brother Kwan, you underestimate us too much. He continued, that factory of Tansheng looks tightly guarded, but in reality, it has many loopholes. We got in very easily. Jiang Kwan suddenly understood and nodded. I forgot what identities you two hold. Such matters are simply a piece of cake for you. Wang Zhangwo grinned. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Kwan. Jiang Kuan pointed at Wang Jiangwo, shaking his head with a smile. You. He then looked at Ahua. Ahua, what about you? Ahua replied, all done. I didn't exchange for large denomination chips, only small ones. The smallest ones are 1,000 and the largest ones are 10,000. Jiang Kuan nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Divide the chips into 2 parts. One part for 2 million and the other for 1 million. Put them in 2 bags. Ahua nodded. All right, Brother Kuan. Xiap Heiji asked curiously, Brother Kuan, you still haven't told me what you need the casino chips for. Jiang Kuan smiled mysteriously. You'll know soon enough. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this Chun Guozhong Chen, sir? It's Jiang Kuan speaking. On the other end, Chen Guzhong's voice came. Jiang Kuan. What do you need? Jiang Kuan smiled. Chen, sir, are you free tonight? How about going out to sea for some fishing together? Chen Guozhong replied. Jiang Kuan, just say what you want, no need for roundabout talk. Jiang Kuan continued. Chen, sir, I have something I need your help with. How about going out to sea for some fishing together? Chen Guozhong replied. Jiang Kuan, just say what you want, no need for roundabout talk. Jiang Kuan continued. Chen, sir, I have some. Wait, Chen, sir. Jiang Kuan hurriedly called out. What else is there? Jiang Kuan replied. Chen, sir, please relay a message to Director Huang that I invite him to go out to sea for fishing and seafood tonight. Hope he can grace us with his presence. Thank you. Okay, I'll pass it on by. After hanging up, Jiang Kuan chuckled. Done. Xiap Heiji reacted. Brother Kuan, are you planning to have the police deal with Tan Sheng? Jiang Kuan nodded. That's right. If I were to deal with Tan Sheng with a Jin and Jianjun's strength, it would be easy to handle. But he only caused trouble in my territory. According to the rules of the underworld, even if I have a conflict with him, we should just have a drink to settle it. Jiang Kuan paused, his expression turning somewhat cold. I told you I don't like being watched from behind, especially by someone like Tan Sheng. So Tan Sheng is as good as dead. He paused. I will inform the police about the counterfeit factory's location. One reason is to eliminate the threat of Tan Sheng. The other is that the police will dismantle a counterfeiting group and Huang Bingyao and Chen Guozhong will gain merit and promotion. They will owe me a favor, making our future dealings much easier. Do you understand? The others nodded. Understood, Brother Kuan. Jiang Kuan instructed. Go ahead, make the necessary preparations for tonight. Remember, no one else should know about this besides us.